from space. I just need from space. Space. I just need from space. Space. I just need from space. Space. I just need from space.
Way up, how it feel right now. Touchdown, whole city get loud. But I don't wanna hear nothing right now. Right now, they talk, but I don't hear sound. Just in the one billboard now. Hot boy, they know how to get down. Get down, no, they can't get me down. I talked to God just now, he told me, boy, go make me proud. So I can't slow down, no, I can't go down. Got my head in the clouds, feeling like
I just need from space. I just need from space. Space. I just need from space. Space. I just need from space. Space. I just need from
space, like I'm chilling in a wraith.
This guy, Jake, JVKE, this is my Zoomer King. Oh, so Dan left. Oh, and Wooten's silenced. Okay, well. Please hide taskbar. I like my taskbar, so fuck you. Thank you for the 10 gifted kick subs. Duck Festiny Fan 1. Only good Jake song. Oh, I've heard this one too. I feel like I played this on stream. If you need React content for Ankh Raiders today, Wix last night was pretty good. Can you say what the thing on the far right of your taskbar says? What thing? I still have videos I need to watch. I got a lot of people recommending this one. Why do lawyers want to abolish ICE? We've still got our Andrew Wilson, Joe Rogan one, and I still got my debunking HDR one. We got to go through these. Probably do them today. What is this?
So we have the right to be here, and we're being very, we've been very nice.
So did anybody get a physical copy of the search warrant?
No.
When did they get here?
About 12:30.
Just unannounced?
Unannounced.
I'm gonna try and have the names of everybody that was out here. I already know how it's gonna go, but I mean, if they refuse, that's on them. Right here. All right, so we were given very limited information.
So we have a search warrant for this, like literally for the entire location.
Okay.
But now we're going to end up amending another search warrant for another location involved. So we'll have that pretty soon. So
This is all in regards to election side stuff.
you know where we're here, right? So
Okay, I don't think anything.
I can't discuss more.
I got you.
More than that, but as long as we keep, the big thing is just trying to keep media. Someone let media in here.
I promise you can skip the Joe Rogan one with Andrew Wilson. Maybe just watch from the room too, but that is boring. I don't know how true this is, but I've heard that like if Joe Rogan has like a good episode, they go for like 3.5, 4 hours. I noticed it was under 3 hours. So I don't know if that's like indicative of him feeling bored or not. I'm really surprised he had him on though. Jeez. I feel like Joe Rogan is like scraping the bottom of the barrel for these Trump defenders, but I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have like I've said this before. I don't have a theory of mind for any of these people.
You're doing it anyway. Like I've always thought in my head, you take a guy like Destiny, right? The Coomer Gremlin, as I like to call him. Okay,
What do you call him? The what?
Coomer Gremlin.
What's that mean?
Well, like Coomer, like all he does is he
What's that
basically
word,
he's like a
Coomer?
sexual degenerate, right?
Is that what Coomer is?
Yeah, well, Coomer, it's a little more mild than that. Coomer's just like kind of one of the higher values is just kind of having sex with everyone, right? As around, like that's what you do.
But he's like
coom.
bisexual, right?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, well, he's all kinds of sexual apparently.
Why does he even know that about? Okay.
But the thing is like I've often thought that there's times when I'm talking to the guy where I'm like, you don't believe that. Like, there's no fucking way you believe that shit. You're making it up. And I know you're making it up, right? And you'll catch him at times and be like, whatever I got to say to win the argument.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, I believe that.
Yeah.
I believe that. But it's like, there are people who genuinely believe their view and are excellent debaters.
One thing I really don't like, and I'm trying to think about this more through the projection lens, is I feel like my people like me are, I don't mean this in a, it sounds like I'm talking myself out a lot, but like we're threatening to people like him because like people, everybody's supposed to be making shit up or defending stuff that they don't believe in. And if you have somebody who's authentic, that's like a threat to you somehow, I guess, maybe. That's my guess. I just, it's such a lazy criticism. I'm so open with all my shit. And I feel like I've taken a lot of hits because of how open I am with some stuff, with some positions I have. So I just don't understand the idea. There are so many more optimal moves I could have made career-wise if I wanted to just grift. Like, I don't know who I'm grifting to. The center left, but I'm way too edgy for a lot of those audiences. So I don't know. It's just cringe. Got the same mic arm as Joe. That's actually why I bought it, because it was on his podcast. This is a very good mic arm. It's quite expensive though, but it's very good. He never gives an example. These people never give examples. Ugh. Link or product name? I don't know. It's Ultima OC White Co. Whatever the fuck this is. But this is like a $300 or $400 mic arm. But it's perfect. It never sags. It's always exactly where I can move it up and down. This is just finding hydraulic stuff that's like high quality that doesn't sag after a month or two is very difficult. My read is that they're just intimidated and they're knocking you to feel better. I don't know if they're necessarily intimidated. I just think they have to hold on to this belief that everybody is just saying shit they don't believe, I guess. I don't know. It's fucking annoying. Andrew doing on Rogan and shitting on you is probably the best way to get on that podcast. You can email them and tell them you want to give your side, and they'll bring better viewership than that shithead. People don't maximize for viewership. I used to think this, but they don't maximize for viewership. They maximize for, I think people are a lot more ideologically driven than I'd originally given them credit for. I've said this a long time. This is like a years old thing. I feel like I've updated this belief of mine a couple of years ago. Like, people will sacrifice viewership. That's really obvious. We saw that with the Daily Wire people, right? Like, I think I did really good viewership with all of those conversations. Like, for even on the Daily Wire side, they did good viewership for that. But if it's too threatening to their ideology, they won't host the talks. They won't have the conversations. Same thing, obviously, you can look at people like Hassan and Vosh and everything, too. Yeah. Grifters become a pejorative that has lost any real meaning. Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Seems like you're constantly flipping on that idea. Which idea? I don't think I've gone back on the viewership maximization one for a long time. I think that people do... I think people are ideologically driven. When I say people are ideologically driven, though, I don't necessarily mean that they are ideologically driven in the way that they say. I mean that there's like an ideology that powers them, but they could still lie about what they're saying, if that makes sense. So like I don't think that Tim Pool believes the things that he says about Ukraine. I don't think he believes those things. But I still think that Tim Pool is ideologically driven, but that ideology pushes him to lie about things sometimes, depending on who he's trying to ingratiate himself with or what side of the political aisle he's trying to be on. But it's not like a pure grift and that he's just, and that they're just, I guess it's a type of grift, but they're not grifting just to maximize audience size or whatever. Sometimes it has to do more with like the ideas that they actually believe in as well. But those ideas justify lying and shit sometimes. I don't know. It's AIDS cancer to figure out a lot of these people. It's AIDS cancer to figure out a lot of these people. And then it's AIDS cancer when they analyze me, like when we saw that dead domain thing. Like, why? Like, I don't know if anybody has ever done a video taking me to task or attacking me for a thing I've said or like ideas that I have. It's always like the really weird personal obsession stuff. Like, well, I could talk about his opinions on ABC, or I could talk about the fact that he's a rapist. And it's like, okay, well, we can do that. I hope you saw this. Oh yeah, I already responded to him. Man, they're trying hard in those replies. You see Vosh say he hopes JD Vance becomes president over Gavin. What? Also, Destiny, did you see this? Dead domain. Hey Matt, when's your next college campus speaking date? I hope it's open air with lots of rooftop access nearby. Why are you linking me to this? What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? So he gets like a lot of fresh air? Oh, what about the IRI and Unfuck America stuff? I watched that a little bit. I didn't actually watch his clip, but I think I chatted with Z about it. I think we can roll IRI into events. I don't think there's an issue with that. But I think there's a process that they go by to get people signed up for events and everything. I don't want to speak too much on that because I haven't gotten both sides of it. But it sounds like there was an offer made at some point, but IRI didn't want to do it. But now as time has gone on, IRI did want to do it. And I think Z felt a little bit kind of burned by that. But so she told him to sign up to the site or something. He said, well, he didn't think he had to go through that process. I don't know, something like that. I don't know. I haven't dug into both sides of that a ton. But I don't think there's anything like super dramatic. I think people just like things that are dramatic.
Why I keep saying, like, I would genuinely rather have JD Vance win in 2028 than somebody like Gavin Newsom. It is more damaging to destroy in people the hope that we might have a better presidency one day by electing Gavin Newsom and showing them that they will not, than it would be to have disgraced, 23% support rating JD Vance get in and then do nothing, Just let JD Vance sit there for 4 years with an uncooperative Congress, To fix it, you need to primary and be active in getting rid of Dems who are bad. Yeah, but there are limits to that too. Look what happened to AOC. Like, AOC is and was and so on a good candidate, but she's been folded in like way the fuck too much for my comfort,
Oh no. My candidate's becoming politically effective and I'm a leftist. I need to abandon them immediately.
pretty sure that AOC just runs like the, or not runs, I shouldn't say, but runs with like the J Street line on like support for Israel, defensive weaponry and stuff like that. We need like a demolitionist in the White House. We need like a...
Why am I 3 days earlier? Apparently it's fucking snowing everywhere in the South, so they pushed our event back like a week or two.
A proper wrecker.
Can you explain why these people hate Gavin so much? I literally don't get it at all. Same with people saying he has too much baggage. What the fuck is the supposed baggage? I can only communicate this so many times. I know that I don't know how much my audience believes me or doesn't. I feel like it's like 70-30 at this point. 70% believe me, 30% don't. People do not like liberals when they are not liberals. So if you are like a communist/socialist type, or if you're a fascist type, okay, these people are outside of the liberal establishment. They don't believe in liberalism, so they hate all of these people, and they think that any liberal candidate is just going to be a stopgap, and it's just going to hold off any true socialist revolution or proletariat revolution. So they hate all of these people. Like I've said this before, you have your traditional parties in the United States of America, where you've got Democrats and you've got Republicans. Holy fuck, I can't write with a mouse. like inside of this spectrum here, like these would all be, I don't know why in the United States, well, everybody does this to be fair with political party names. They pick random fucking words. These are all liberals. Like Republicans are classical liberals. Democrats are classical liberals. Now in the United States, we call these parties the liberal and the conservative party for whatever fucking reason, just to make things more confusing internationally. But these are all liberals. But socialists and communists, okay, or I don't know. They never have real names over here. They always call themselves something else. But fascists, MAGA, neo-Nazis, whatever the fuck. I don't know if there's probably better, more formal Christian nationalists or whatever. These people are not in the liberal establishment of things. They don't like the concept of like freedom of speech and checks and balances and like super democratically done elections and protections for minorities and all of that cringe stuff. They don't like that stuff. So anytime these guys, for whatever reason, these guys online are very pragmatic, right? So all of them support their candidate, right? Your Nick Fuenteses and your weirdo centrist types or whatever, who wouldn't necessarily be over here, but anybody that's not necessarily within this political spectrum, they all support the Republican candidate if they're anywhere over there. But these guys all hate the Democratic candidate because they just want their little socialist communist club, and they view these people as being relatively similar. Also, libertarians. Libertarian means less than socialist means this day. I don't trust the term libertarian. There are very few. If they're like part of the Cato Institute, then they're a libertarian. But 95% of the people today that call themselves libertarians are just MAGA or conservatives. They don't even know what libertarian. The easiest way to test somebody for a libertarian ideology is to ask them, "Hey, you're a libertarian. What do you think about immigration?" And if they start going like, "Oh, we need to lock it down way more. We need to be way more," okay, that's fine. You can have those beliefs. It's fine. Also, you can think that you're not a libertarian though. There's nothing that you believe in that has anything to do with libertarianism. You just like that word because somehow conservatives have gotten every group of people, even people who think it's cringe to identify as conservative, to vote for and support the conservative party. I don't know why or how, but this is just cringe, yeah. What did he even say? What did he want here? Wait, hold on.
That's why I keep saying, like, I would genuinely rather have J.D. Vance win in 2028 than somebody like Gavin Newsom. It is more damaging to destroy in people the hope that we might have a better presidency one day by electing Gavin Newsom and showing them that they will not.
Why?
Than it would be to have disgraced, 23% support rating J.D. Vance get in and then do nothing,
Isn't
Just
that Trump right now, though?
J.D. Vance sit there for 4 years with an uncooperative Congress, To fix it, you need to primary and be active in getting rid of Dems who are bad. Yeah, but there are limits to that too. Look what happened to AOC. Like, AOC is and was and so
never
on.
mind. He's not calling for anything. Whatever. Why do you shit on centrists so hard? I understand the libertarian hate. These people rolled over on every belief. But don't centrists just not want to hold this cringe baggage of either party? Yeah, but they end up like shilling for one side so hard. I don't even like to admit this because it's humiliating publicly and it's embarrassing and it's cringe. Okay? I hate this. Okay? But I think in a fair and an actual world where people like have some concept politically of what's going on, I'm pretty sure I would be considered a centrist, right? I'm a very big guns rights person. I'm a very big free market guy. Like I'm probably, I don't know where I would be at, center left or center right in terms of economics these days. But I'm like a super huge stand for minority rights, including trans stuff for even for minors, or at least for the male to female ones. There's just I have positions that I feel very strongly about on both sides. I think I probably lean more to the left in terms of policy-wise for the Democrats. The Republican policy is not existent at the moment. But like when people call themselves centrists, this is what I would imagine. If you're a centrist, you might not necessarily belong to each part or to a certain political party, or you won't carry water for a party, but like you'll still be willing to admit when one party is more unhinged than the other, right? Like I do an apolitical show. I have an apolitical YouTube channel insofar as I don't have a political party that I have to be beholden to. Like if I was on the Daily Wire, I kind of have to be conservative. If I was part of the Young Turks, I kind of have to be whatever the fuck is going on with the Young Turks. But I'm just Stephen Bonnell. I'm just Destiny. I can say whatever the fuck I want. If I want to defend cops, one day, if I want to defend Rittenhouse, and then the next day I think that ICE fucked up on something, I can say this without fear of alienating an audience that comes to me for a certain type of political reinforcement, right? I'm not on Fox News. I'm not on CNN. I don't do that where you're here to get a certain political reinforcement. You're just here to get my political takes on things, for better or for worse. But like for a lot of these other guys, it's like they think centrist means I have to agree that both sides are equally good and equally bad in different ways. And it's like, that's retarded. That's not centristy. That's literally being retarded. You see two things and you think the truth always has to exist in the middle of these things. That's not true. That's not always true. We can name any two positions between flat earthers and round earthers and say the truth doesn't have to exist in the middle of these people, or anti-vaxxing or pro-vaccines. The truth doesn't have to exist in the middle of these people. That's crazy. That's just being intellectually lazy. You're looking at two people fighting because you're too lazy to do any research. You just stake out a position in the middle, assuming that you must be closer to the truth than either of the other sides, and you're smug about it. You think that you're better than both sides because you're not beholden to one or the other, even though you've just staked out a position that's ostensibly defined by the two extremes. You're letting them define your position, because the more extreme one side gets, the more necessarily your opinion is going to change, because you want to remain hopelessly stuck in the middle of the two. I just think it's stupid. Yeah, they want the authenticity of being nonpartisan while still being partisan. That's the real issue. Is they'll say, well, I call balls and strikes when I see them. How many of these centristy type people, for all the walking back that they're doing now, on supporting Trump, which is bullshit, but whatever. Like, how many of them have admitted, I see that Flagrant podcast guy or whatever, have any of these guys admitted yet, okay, not that Trump is bad, not that Trump is doing totally unforeseeable things that we could have never done, have any of them admitted yet, Kamala would have been better? I should have voted for Kamala. I should have told my audience to vote for Kamala. That's not even an extreme take. That's the bare bones reasonable position. And even that is like a fucking fight to get people there. Has any of the centristy bro podcasters said that yet? Illuminator, thank you for the gifted cake subs. I love you, buddy. What do you think is the informal origin of the dual party logic? Are Americans afraid infinite plurality of parties? I don't know. I'd have to read up more on that. I do know that in the founding of America, I think most or some of the founding fathers didn't like the idea of political parties, but I think political parties sprung up immediately, right? Like, I think Washington, wasn't he part? Like, I think they basically came about instantaneously, if not in the first election, then the second one, or for the second president. Hanani, you're talking about your debate on election night and why he was wrong. Here's me debating Destiny's panel. He's already admitted this. He's already said this. Hanani is fair, at least. I think that he gave probably some of the most honest takes on how, and I think he's also, Hanani is interesting because I think that he's, I think he has a good thought process, but I think he's also really honest about things. And he showcases, I think, what happens when you start to get funneled into a real... Oh, Cox? Wait, why? Hello? Oh, wait, my kick stream is being weird. Why? I don't know why. I'm streaming at 20 megabits per second to YouTube, and it's just fine, but my kick stream is like capping out at 3 megabits per second when it should be 6. I have no idea why. Kick was fucking up, most likely a kick thing. I'll stop and start it, I guess. I think Hanania is he's a smart guy, and I think Hanania has earned his centrist label, like in the positive way. Because even when he was on the, on voting for Trump's side, he was always quick to throw a jab when he thought Republicans were being stupid. Like, he's never been dishonest about the state of MAGA. Like, even when he was voting for Trump, he was very honest about the idea that like MAGA has a huge problem with intellectual stock, that they're drafting in way too many low IQ people, that they're going to have a huge issue with uneducated retards supporting the party in the future. Like, even when he was a pro-Trump supporter, I think he was honest about the state of the party. But I was saying that I think Hanani is interesting because he shows what happens when you get kind of like tornadoed down into or funneled down into these bad information pipelines, and you just start seeing every single day, every day you just get all this information about how horrible and evil the Democrats are and how based and awesome Trump is. And at some point it becomes hard to overcome all of that, where it's like, is it really the case that this could be true? Is it really the case that maybe the Hunter Biden stuff is all bullshit? Is it really the case that, that Trump is corrupt or did bad things in Ukraine or whatever? Like, that's like inconceivable because you see so much information, depending on where you're at, pointing in the other direction, that It's hard to even imagine that, yeah. Do you not get annoyed when people just say steal Dem talking points, then claim to be independent and make it seem like they never would be Democrats? I mean, maybe. I guess it depends on what you mean by that. But I saw a clip of the Andrew podcast guy on Pac-Man that actually did just admit Kamala would have been better, and he regretted that he was so pro-Trump. All the panelists agree they fucked up too. Well, that's good at least. I mean that's the bare minimum. But I mean, hey, okay, that's a step in the right direction. The only issue is that like all of this was so easily foreseeable. Like I hope that there is a come to Jesus moment on like what does our information network look like that we were all so hoodwinked, because none of the Trump stuff is surprising, right? Like all of it was easy. It was just so obvious. All of it was so obvious. I don't know. Yeah, Jesus Christ, I don't know. I think Hananiah's hope was that there was some kind of high IQ right-wing tech bro faction that would keep the dumb MAGA faction in check. I understand that, actually. I think that the reason why he thought that, and I think the reason why people thought that, I think that there's a couple of, I talk about these things, the truisms that need to be challenged. I think the issue is there are a few truisms that you have to dispel in your mind in order to understand why Trump 2 was going to be horrible. The first one is bureaucracy is bad. No, that's not true. Bureaucracy is the way that you get shit done as a large organization. The bureaucracy, the deep state, whatever the fuck you want to call them, is what saved us during Trump 1. Trump came in not understanding how government worked and thought he could do whatever he wanted, but he couldn't because there were too many institutional checks on his insane authoritarian way of governing, and there were too many people who believed in the United States and believed in the U.S. project and believed in democracy and rule of law and checks and balances to let that happen. But if you start from the position of bureaucracy is always bad, then that thing is deleted from your mind. It's hard for you to even imagine, well, what would be different between Trump 1 and Trump 2? Bureaucracy is always bad no matter what. Also, if you have this idea that both sides are the same and they're equally corrupt, well, if both sides are the same and equally corrupt, could Trump 2 really be that much worse than Biden, or really be that much worse than even Trump 1 or any other president or Obama or Bush? Like, if they're all equally bad, then who cares? So, we'll try Trump and we'll see what happens. Those are two huge truisms that most people would have to overcome, that both sides are not the same, they don't govern the same, and that bureaucracy is always a bad thing, that you never need people who know how to do shit in an organization. These are two huge hurdles you have to overcome. People just don't know how the government works or what's all required to keep the government functioning. I don't know what Hananiah's level of insight is or understanding was there for that stuff, but... Have you seen this? They're calling you a retard, but just taking your statement completely out of context. Oh, this guy got 9K. This guy's just like a weird... Anytime you see a 17-second clip of me, this guy's just this guy's like a mega hater. I think he hates Stan too. What is cultural Bolshevism? That's like the first type of like weird neo-Nazi, or not neo-Nazi, I'm sorry, pre-Nazi stuff. No, during the Nazi party. I'm not gonna be able to give you much detail about it, but I think that Bolshevism was like a rise in like artistic movement in the Weimar Republic, I think. What is cultural Bolshevism? That's like the first type of like weird neo-Nazi. No, the cultural Bolshevism. I don't think cultural Bolshevism was ever actually a thing, right? The Bolsheviks were the people in fucking, in Russia. I don't know fuck all about the revolution or anything in Russia, to be honest. But when there was like, for all like the new art stuff or whatever, Nazis had this concept, they called it cultural Bolshevism, because the idea was, if this art becomes big, or if this like new cultural, or maybe not art, I don't know, all culture in general, if it changes in a certain way, we're all going to become fucking commies or whatever. I don't know, that's my understanding. If I'm wrong, feel free to correct me on it, but I always like how you can safely ignore the opinion of anybody. It's like, I don't know fuck all about it. I haven't studied a lot of the pre-World War I and pre-World War II history stuff. I haven't studied that much of it, but okay. They were the head mod of H3 Snark. Nice. Cultural Bolshevism is literally an art movement. Look it up. I thought that cultural Bolshevism was the name given by the Nazis to all newer forms of art. Like, it wasn't like an actual movement. It was just what the Nazis called what they perceived to be as like fucking Jews or commies or whatever, trying to influence society. But I don't know, I could be wrong. Fuck, let's check the wiki. Cultural Bolshevism, sometimes referred to specifically as art Bolshevism, music Bolshevism, or sexual Bolshevism, is a term widely used by state-sponsored critics in Nazi Germany to denounce casual clothing, secularist, modernist, and progressive cultural movements. Terms closely related to Jewish Bolshevism, conspiracy theory. Oh, I thought these were the same thing. The cultural Bolshevism and the Jewish Bolshevism. I thought these were basically the same thing. Why is this closely related? I don't know. But I don't think you would ever identify as like cultural Bolsheviks, right? It would be like being part of the like the woke mob or whatever. Like that's like a term given by conservatives to everybody who I don't even know what the fuck is considered woke or not woke anymore. But you would never say like, "Oh, I create woke mob art," right? That's just like an insult that somebody would use against you. But also a good 17-second clip. Nice. Destiny thought Recep Tayyip Erdogan was Bashar al-Assad, and after being told who it was, he thought Erdogan was the president of Israel.
Friends.
Okay. True based. Oh, it's like a highlight clip of everything. There's always like, listen, if you think I'm retarded on these things, then just come and debate me on them. I have so much of an audience that you could literally just fucking steal away from me if I'm so retarded. It's so easy to do this. I love the clip compilations based. It's what Jordan Peterson rebadged as his version of postmodernism. Sure. Although that's kind of weird too, because like postmodernism, I think, was defined as like a period in arts and stuff, but I don't know if anybody called themselves a postmodernist. I'm ripping that from the wiki. Like, wasn't Foucault or whatever, wasn't he like the first person who's considered postmodern? But I don't think he ever called himself that. He might have even actively rejected the label. I don't know. Cringe. Have you seen Weapons and what did you think? It's really strong in my opinion. I thought Weapons was good. Above average. I don't regret watching it. I thought it was good. Way fucking better than One Battle After Another. God, what a god shit. Or god awful, terrible, fuck all, horrible movie. Oh my god. Ugh. Ugh. Adam Neely just dropped a great vid on AI and music. Destiny, they're mixing up cultural Bolshevism with just Bolsheviks. Yeah, that's probably why they got so triggered, because the Bolsheviks are the ones that did bro, I don't know, fuck all. Was that the group that Lenin was a part of when they overthrew the Tsars? The Russian Empire? I don't know. I really don't know. Clip this. Clip it. Clip it. Clip me. Oh, well, let's read. Hold on.
Just an update.
Shut up. Bolsheviks, led by Vladimir Lenin. Oh. How did he have time to do all of this and the Beatles? Jesus. Were a radical faction of the Marxist Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, which split with the Mensheviks. Isn't that a race in Star Trek? At the Second Party Congress in 1903, the Bolshevik Party formally established in 1912, seized power in Russia with the October Revolution. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, there you go. A 1.5-hour ramble about fucking nothing. Who said that Adam video was good? Well, Adam Neely's generally pretty smart, although you got to be real careful listening to any art people talk about anything related to AI. It's just...
This is Mikey Schulman.
Did my one Doom debates thing get posted? I did a conversation with this guy, which I thought was interesting-ish. I just don't do much with the AI engagement thing. The one thing that I've said a lot that people are going to have a big issue with going forward is the big thing that AI, I think, is going to do is whenever people talk about AI or general AI or whatever, there's like, this is where humans are. This is how complicated and sophisticated and amazing our brains are. And this is where AI is. And when they talk about like AI or general AI, they're like, okay, well, it's got to be this good. It's got to get so much better. It's got to do all this stuff. There's so much that it has to make up for how beautiful and amazing the human brain is. And a lot of people try to have this fight for like how much better it has to get. But one thing I think people probably need to do more is like, you have to Like the human brain is nowhere near as like amazing and sophisticated and awesome and base as you think it is. Like it is really cool. Like it's arguably up to this point the most complex thing maybe I think that's been produced by the universe, I think. However, there's no reason to think that AI can't be more sophisticated or can't get to certain areas. Like there's a lot of things that people think are just very special about the human brain. Like, oh, we're the only ones that can do creativity and we're the only ones that can have inspiration. Like there's no reason to believe that. And I think that the AI stuff is going to be a big ontology check for a lot of people that think the human brain is just super amazingly special. And there's just no reason to really believe that. Yeah. What podcast did you record in LA? Oof, that's gonna be a boring one. People are gonna hate that one. I thought it was interesting. It was I went on these guys a long time ago. They were called the Minimalists. I fucking butchered that. But they brought me back to have a debate with TK on objective morality. And I kind of thought it was going to be a little bit more political, but the TK guy is way more like well read into that than I had any idea of. So, but I thought it was an interesting conversation, I guess. If you're interested in philosophy stuff, then maybe you'll enjoy it, I guess. You should check out Eliezer Yudkowsky interviews. I'm curious if you could refute his claim. You should watch my Doom debate thing, I think. I think there's good reasons. I just haven't engaged with the topic much. That's why I'm neutral on it. People assume that if you're neutral on a thing, it means that you don't think it's going to happen or whatever. I just don't engage with it much. But I think there's good reason to believe that AI could probably destroy all of humanity sometime in the future, like maybe closer than we think. I don't think that, I'm not convinced that there's a reason why we shouldn't believe that's possible. The hope is just that something will intervene, like humans will decide that this is not an okay path to go down at some point, but yeah. Please watch the Epstein and Bannon interview. Yeah, I might. It depends on... Yeah, get the fuck out of here, Mooten. Depends on how many of my videos I get through today. I just spammed this, but thoughts on the Dem Taylor Remit flipping District 9 in Texas. It's a big deal considering the last time there was a Dem in that seat was 30 plus years ago and it's a huge district. Trump won that district by 17 points in 2024. I have a friend messaging me about that. Apparently, yeah, it was a really big deal. I'm repeating this take because I've seen it given in other places and I don't know how true it is, but supposedly one of the scariest things is when the Republicans redistrict Texas. I can't believe this is true, but I've seen it said so much. I'm just going to repeat it. That when the Republicans redistrict Texas, they did so with the assumption that the recent big swing for Hispanics for Trump was like a sustainable thing. And remember, when you gerrymander, you're not gerrymandering to give yourself a huge lead in a lot of places. Big leads are bad for winning multiple districts. When you gerrymander, you're trying to give yourself smaller leads in a lot of places. So if there is a big change in the electorate, that shit can go real bad real fast. Yeah. Are you going to cover the Turkey Tom drama? Maybe I might. I might not, though. It sounds like the girls were... we all knew that the girls were retarded from the start, but apparently the girls like really retarded, so... Destiny, your understanding of what makes the human brain special is wrong. I'm in the District channel if you care. What? Makuta. Machuta. Makuta.
Oh, hey.
What?
Wait, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah. What are you, British?
Okay. No, I'm German, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, that's okay. No, go ahead. We like our Germans here. What's up?
Thank you. The thing that's so cool about the human brain is that it takes really, really little energy. Like, if you look at AI is basically trained on millions and trillions of parameters, but the human brain can be powered on, like, literally a light bulb.
I super disagree with that. I feel like the human brain consumes a fuck ton of energy. I feel like it's not fair because you're comparing the parameter training part of AI, which I would argue that's more analogous to the evolutionary history of the brain, versus like if you have like if you've got like a local AI on your laptop, can't you run this for like 20 to 50 watts of power, which is significantly less than what the human brain would require to run? No?
it depends. If you run a local AI, you have a copy of. Well, if you train it yourself, that is not true. But if you take a model that someone else trained, then you can run it down. But if you okay, let me approach this from another point.
Sure.
AI can't learn on single input training. The cool thing about the human brain, or like brains in general, is that you can combine different stimuli through conditioning, like operant or classical conditioning, and it is often enough to go through one or two trials and the brain can automatically learn. AI can't do that. AI has even the problem that is called catastrophic forgetting, that if you train a model that is already trained, it forgets everything that is trained previously. So
I can't. Almost like fundamentally, I just can't accept, unless you can talk me around this. The brain has to put in so much work to just maintaining homeostasis and maintaining all the other functions of your body that aren't related really much at all to just thinking through a problem. You're telling me that it would be, maybe at this stage, maybe the AIs can't run as energy efficiently, but you're telling me there's no way that an AI, that a circuit board couldn't run problems far more efficiently, like several orders of magnitude more efficiently than the human brain? That would be my assumption. Like how much time in your brain is wasted just like maintaining protein structures and maintaining and cleaning it out when you sleep and all this stuff? Like,
you mean homeostasis as in bodily processes?
Yeah, or yeah, like the homeostasis, like the homeostatic environment of the brain. Like you've got your immune system, you've got to fight off infections, you've got to maintain like the cell walls, the structures, all this metabolism that's happening. Like all of these things have to be occurring.
Of the body or of the brain itself?
Well, kind of both. No,
you're mixing up. Sorry, go
ahead.
I am a cognitive neuroscientist, so
okay.
Please stop me if I'm going too far. But you're mixing up different kinds of brain functioning.
Mm-hmm.
You're speaking about the cellular processes, like repairing the neurons or reproducing new neurons, or completely other random stuff like repairing the wall of your stomach. But when we are speaking about AI, we are mostly speaking about in very, very big, quote unquote, the generation of consciousness, right?
When we're speaking about AI, we're talking about generating consciousness?
Yeah, we're speaking about the solution of problems like cognitive. We're solving cognition, meaning we're inputting information and we're getting information out in.
Yeah, I don't know if I would call that consciousness per se. Maybe you would, maybe in a more neuroscience-y sense, maybe you would. I would just say, but like problem solving,
consciousness isn't really. I just mean consciousness in the sense of like it gives us the illusion of cognitive input and cognitive output. Consciousness isn't really a neuroscientific problem.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. And you're basically saying, oh, we have all these processes, like cell regeneration, like bodily function, but the brain doesn't really do this. Those are automatic processes of the body. So, for example, if I hit your knee, your leg would most likely respond, even though like nothing ever traveled to your brain. These reflexes or those bodily functions are completely independent of the brain.
Well, doesn't even inside the brain though, doesn't it have to be doing active metabolic processes to maintain like the structures inside the brain, like creating proteins and repairing stuff and flushing stuff in and out?
Yeah, but that's not really a function that the brain does volitionally.
But it has to be built to maintain those functions, no? Like, I guess ultimately what I'm saying is I feel like building circuits is a more efficient way of communicating information, because these are just raw inputs and outputs of zeros and ones and data. It's just there to produce data. That's it. Whereas the brain isn't for that. Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think the brain is?
The brain is whatever structure managed to survive and evolve to both maintain itself as a structure, maintain the human body, and then ultimately to do some form of information processing, for sure.
Yeah, but like, what is the difference between a circuit at the end of the day and the brain?
A circuit is created by an optimal material to process, signals from one logic gate to the next, and the brain has to do neurons and complicated like biological interweaving mechanisms and ion channels and all sorts of other stuff to get these same messages across.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, those neurons are just electrical signals, chemical signals that communicate with each other. And
Well, yeah, but
the,
even when you say
the-
just chemical signals, like the materials would matter, right? Like the materials of a circuit board are more conducive to sending signals along their pathways than the materials in like are they called ion channels? I don't know what's it called when your brain is sending. Yeah, it's quicker, it's less prone to error. You can have built-in error correcting. Like
the brain does this. That is like when you maybe to like approach it and broaden it from the other point. What the brain essentially does is it has neurons, and those neurons react to other neurons that react to sensory input. These inputs depolarize the neuron, and the neuron produces an electric current that is then output to other neurons for like further processing, whatever that means.
Sure.
The cool thing that the brain can do is that once one neuron fires, the immediately next neuron becomes more sensitized to the firing of the neuron. And as far as I know, we can simulate this with neuronal networks that are used in AI, but that not to this degree of how the brain can do it. Like the brain can, there's a classical joke in psychology where when you go to an addiction clinic, you will always find people walking by and just vomiting. And the reason for that is that people who used to go to the addiction clinic associate the withdrawal symptoms with the place. And that happens remarkably quickly. AI can't simulate these processes, these learning processes, because it is not designed to do single input learning.
But it could be, no? And if it were programmed that way, would it not be superior? Like, if we take a very simple thing like calculations, like a human brain could never be programmed to calculate in the same way that just a basic calculator could, right?
Well, to your first point, it could be, like most things could be, but as far as I know, there are no papers that actually do something like this. There is no, like the farthest or the most sophisticated model that I think is currently postulated is the HOPE model by Google, which tries to like submerge different AI models into one another, but I have no idea how far they are with that. And even this model can't do single input learning. It just solves the continuous learning problem and the catastrophic forgetting issue that I spoke about earlier.
So do you think, just looking at how the brain is designed, just from I'm like looking at this from an evolutionary process. You think the brain is like efficiently designed in the most efficient way, or at least more so than a circuit board could ever be for taking data input and problem solving? That there's no way that you could do that on a similar energy diet on a circuit board, that the brain is just the most optimal design process to do that? Like there are so many reasons why, like logically, or when I say logically, like intuitively, like I feel like, for instance, the fact that you don't start with a full brain, it has to grow. I feel like that's inefficient. Like if I could design a circuit board from the start to be exactly what I want it to be, that would be way superior than having a brain having to grow. Like it comes out of a body and it has to continue to grow, or having to train the brain on so many things that you could just, like you can train a circuit or an AI thing or whatever, I imagine, almost instantaneously, whereas a human brain requires training time. The materials of the circuit board are more conducive to having information injected into them and not having random failures, whereas a human brain might, I don't know, these things all seem intuitively true to me, but maybe there's reasons I'm missing why that's not necessarily the case.
Probably not. I would think that the brain is probably not the most well-optimized thing to solve problems, but that is like not, the brain is not designed for problem solving. The brain
I agree,
If we want to like go very broadly, an input-output machine that inputs different sensory inputs and outputs some consciousness, however you want to call it, it just moves information from the outer world to like a certain degree of internal experiences and external behavior. What you're basically doing, or what is often done, is consciousness, or like the introspective feeling of consciousness and problem solving is compared with the design process that AI simulates. So of course, I will always be better in like certain problem-solving tasks that are benchmarked, especially for AI, but it doesn't like produce this holistic, conscious agency modulation, or however you want to describe it, that the brain does, and that is the remarkable difference. It's like you could make the analogy of like a calculator. A calculator will always calculate better than probably even the best mathematicians, as long as you use it properly. But what makes the brain more special than the calculator is the universal adaptiveness that the brain produces beyond just like the simple inputs that are able to be put into a calculator. If I may make one example, because I use AI a lot to code. Oftentimes, when I like put big code into the AI is not really able to find details. So, for example, I used for my master's thesis, I used AI to like make an experimental UI. And I often wanted to like move the buttons or whatever, and the AI was just unable to find this in the entire block.
Okay, I understand these. But
yep.
these things are like these problems are. I feel like we've done this to where we should stop doing this because, do you remember? Man, when did ChatGPT 3 come out? Was it like 2018?
23.
Was it 2023? There's no way it was that recent.
I think so.
It was 2023. Okay, Jesus. So we got ChatGPT 3 in 2023. I think if you would have asked people like 1 to 2 years before that, could I have meaningful conversations with chatbots? I feel like most people, I think maybe me included, would say that's like 20, 30, 50 years out. And then ChatGPT 3 rolls around, and now we are writing articles in mainstream publications about AI hallucinations that are being caused by people talking to them too much. And that was in the course of 3 years. That was like, and prior to ChatGPT 3, most people on the planet, I think, thought we were like 50 years away from having chatbots that have the sophistication that they do now. Like, I understand the human brains are well optimized and there's some things that AI suck at, but even for the coding example, my understanding is that, I don't know how many years ago they started using these as like code assisters, but I don't know if like 6 or 7 years ago, that was even much of a thing, and now they're like all the fucking rage. The Claude stuff or the whatever shit you use in Cursor or whatever, like these are like massively integrated now into workflows for programmers everywhere. I feel like or to go for the art example, right, with Will Smith. How many years ago was it? Now I feel like my timelines are fucked up. Was it over COVID? Was it 5 or 6 years ago when they had the Will Smith eating spaghetti and they're like, like it's never gonna work, or look, you can see the fingers are fucked up, And now you've got whole subreddits dedicated to trying to figure out like, is this AI? I have no idea. I don't know if this is AI or not. I can't tell anymore. So I feel like the growth has been huge on these, and I think that go ahead.
Sorry, that is entirely true, but you have to remember what I said in the beginning. AI only works on large data sets. The only way we're currently training AI is by using gigantic, enormous trillions of parameters that are being trained all the time. And we are at a point, as far as I know, where we just don't have more data anymore.
Sure.
Facebook and Chat.
But isn't that superior
some
to
company?
I feel like we could make an AI that collects data like humans do, but the way humans collect data sucks, right? Like, wouldn't you prefer if a baby was born that he was imbued with the entire history of human literature as opposed to having to read a book piece by piece by piece? Like, wouldn't that be superior?
I will answer this. That wasn't the point that I was trying to make. The point that I was trying to make is that you made the argument. Look at the growth that we had in like the last 3 years of the AIs. But what I'm saying is there is little to no more new data that we can actually input into the AI, because we've crawled the entire internet.
Sure.
We've crawled entire Reddit. We've crawled. I think Library Genesis went down because Facebook or some company crawled it. There is no more like big data that we can input into this thing, except the data that is generated by users while talking, and that is like very. That is not necessarily the data you want to use, because it is like trying to elicit more responses from the AI model.
Well, but like even with all the data being consumed, we can still create different models that interpret or utilize that data in different ways. No, like it's not like just because we've crawled all the data, that's it. This is the peak for.
As you would think so. As far as I know, the current frontier model is the Hope model, though I have no idea if this is like even feasible, depending on how much energy it would use. But the last big jump were the reasoning models. But I don't think since the reasoning models, sorry, do you know what the reasoning model is? Sorry.
I don't know.
Okay. Normally I tries to predict sentences or whatever. Reasoning models basically output a first result, and then they take their result and input it in the beginning, and they quote unquote reason across their first result for like a secondary, a tertiary, and then a final result. Those were like a massive jump. Those are the little things you get when you press on thinking. but I don't think that since then any big paradigm shifts happened.
Okay, sure. But when we say since then, it feels like we're talking on the scale of like months right now, which is crazy, right? Like we could probably give it a little more time, no? Like these are our time scales on all of this stuff have in my impression, and I might be too much of a retard to understand, but just from the layman's impression that I have, the timelines on these have significantly contracted. I feel like from 2022 to now, we went from basically AI still being kind of like 50 years out to like AI is integrated now into every single thing we do in our lives, sometimes obnoxiously, but in other ways like kind of meaningfully. I guess maybe my ultimate question would be, do you feel like there's some aspect of the human mind that AI wouldn't be able to sufficiently emulate or surpass?
Yes.
What?
That is a very AI has no semantic representation of what it is stating.
Isn't there an argument over whether humans have semantic representation? Or
yes.
Okay,
if I can elicit feelings through words, I can elicit sensations through words. I can even though people always go on about how they have synesthesia, I can play music and there's represents certain memories and it represents certain connections in the brain.
Sure.
AI doesn't have this. Whenever
can I ask? Is there? Yeah. I understand what you're saying there. Can I ask, like, is this because the AI can't do it, or just because we haven't found a reason to give it that ability? Like theoretically, we could. So I understand what you said earlier, or at least this is what I remember from my music training. That like when you have an experience or a sensation of a thing, different neurons will light up, and these become more heavily associated with each other, such that if you play one thing in the future, it might light up the other neurons, in the future. Like, couldn't we design AI to do this? There's just no compelling reason to do so right now for that, or.
The way we use AI is as
Fear Darkness. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Statistical predictor, I suppose, of texts that we feed them. Brains are multi-sensory, whatever the word means. AI is not. AI is simply like the only sense that large language models have is language, text.
Sure, but like that. But is that because they can't do it, or because there's no problem that we need them to do that for? Like, I'm curious, are there human problems that we need humans to have multisensory input for? That almost seems like a disadvantage there. Like if I was trying to like optimize a surgery, or if I was trying to optimize, an architectural design for a building, do I need to be able to have a thing that can hear and smell at the same time? Or
I don't think it is sensible to phrase this question in terms of problems, because whenever you phrase it in terms of problems, you immediately think about benchmarks.
Yeah.
The interesting thing that I would say that the brain does better than AI is that it's like a holistic system of big quotes, quote unquote, experiences.
Yeah.
That as an aside is able to solve and to create and to produce whatever. AI is specifically trained for those problems, and therefore it will always be better for this, but that doesn't give like AI the sense of agency.
I agree with you there. So I agree with you there, but then the difference is and I can't tell, maybe we agree on this or not. I don't think that that's because the AI could never do it. I think it's just because we haven't created one to, because there's no application for that yet. We don't need to. Like nobody is, or maybe I'm sure there's somebody is. It's like trying to make a conscious AI that can do multi-sensory input and then evaluate things from there, and then maybe problem solve as a byproduct of that or whatever. I just don't think anybody's seriously working on that, because there's more money to be made in solving problems right now.
The question is how there are multiple questions. The first one is how would you input different sensory. Visual is more likely. Visual kind of is possible, although I'm not quite 100% sure how large language models currently translate pictures to text. But like, how would you characterize olfactory or smell or taste or sounds into parameters that you could train on? Because massive banks.
Couldn't you and I literally just think of how to do this right now? Especially you being a neuroscientist, right? Couldn't we literally just do that? Like for music, for instance, like we could have like
scale.
Well, I mean, even on scale, as long as you develop the underlying model to do it, then you could just like parallelize that or whatever and run it a trillion times or whatever. No, or unless I misunderstand what you mean. Like for music, right? Like you can have it like, so we're starting with the parameters that like consonant sound a little bit better than dissonant sounds, and then just start building whatever things already exist in the human mind from there. And then at some point, I imagine you'd have a thing that could listen and then tell you whether or not it enjoys or doesn't enjoy some particular thing of music. No, can you do this with every sensory input or no?
I think what you would most likely do is you would take the sound that are given and let each individual frequency be represented as a corresponding electrical signal in the computer. But then again, I would question whether there would be a distinct difference between those electrical signals that are given from the sounds to the electrical signals that are given from the text. So the computer at the end of the day would only see the zeros and the ones that are represented through the electrical signals, whereas the brain does not do computation. The brain essentially isn't a computational process. So there's a qualitative. Wait, you spoke to Penrose.
My conversation got completely fucked because I was with an obnoxious British female who decided to ask him some stupid fucking question for an hour, so I didn't get to talk to him about anything interesting. But I listened to him talk very briefly, but it was on stage, but it wasn't. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Roger Penrose makes a very compelling argument that consciousness isn't computation, and that is kind of.
So I understand what you're saying here in terms of you're. I feel like we're bumping into like that hard problem of consciousness and the whole semantic understanding of things as opposed to just simple syntax. And I don't know if you may or may not be right there. I don't know. The frustrating thing is I don't know if we can ever know, right? Because I don't think there's a way that we can ever point to a conscious experience. However, I don't have a logical reason in my brain to say that if I could run a simulation in software or hardware, if I could simulate every single process happening in the brain, I don't know why I would assume that a conscious experience doesn't emerge from the simulation of all those underlying processes. I don't know if there's an answer to that. Yeah, go ahead.
No, most likely, I would say most likely you would, but that is entirely unrelated to the ability of AI to be adaptive to, again, the point that I was making at the beginning, or the point that you were making in the beginning was, can't we just push AI to a point where it is on a similar level to human intelligence? And the big things that are missing here is the adaptability that humans possess as compared to AI, where I just is trained at one point and then just can't do anything else unless you want to retrain it, which causes it to forget everything in the previous phase and then completely start anew. Human consciousness, human experience is adaptable precisely, well, potentially, I don't know, maybe because it is not computational, because it is a weird biological gate of electrical and chemical signals. Whereas AI is just a large, statistical vector space that tries to represent the best. Sorry, you shouldn't think about AI as AI. That is a terrible misnomer. It is a large language model that is trying to predict the next words that are being said based on the previous words that are being said. And based on the conversations or the text input you put into it, it does a job better or worse. And there is just no, I don't know if I can get this point across, but there's no comparability of these two things.
Sure. Okay. Let me back up. Okay. I think I understand what you're saying. So I'm talking past you on all of the problems that I'm solving. So you're saying that in a very, very, very basic, and obviously this is a kind of a slur, a slight against the AI things, but they're predicting the next word such that they're optimized for solving problems, such that it's a giant database of stuff, and it's doing these statistical probabilities of assigning what things should come next to address some problem, doing that on a very, very sophisticated level. And you're saying that the brain is fundamentally a different type of machine whose analog processes produce a conscious experience, and as a byproduct of that, we can attempt to solve problems. And even though we might output similar answers at the end of the day, the approaches are fundamentally different, such that an LLM at best could maybe predict the responses that a brain could give, but it's never giving rise to the semantic experience that also can solve problems in the way that a brain does. So they're just not, is essentially what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That might be true. I don't know enough on that. Are there any other AIs that are being made that aren't just LLM based AIs? I guess that would be my next question.
The issue is that AI is not a good term for this.
Sure, I agree, because AI has come to encapsulate everything that we used to just call algorithms as well. An algorithm that chooses one thing or another, people just call all of it AI now. I agree with that. It's stupid. Yeah.
I used to work on a data mining project where I don't know if you know this, maybe someone of your audience does, where we tried to predict like certain indicators through a random forest model, and that was sold as AI. Like, if you ask statisticians what they do with AI, it can be everything from linear regression to like actual large language modeling. I presume what you mean, or the intention of your question is probably something along the lines of, is there a chatbot or something that like goes close to conscious experience?
Or
Would
I
that
guess
be a
no,
fair
but I guess what
rendition
I'm
of your
trying
question?
to hold on. I'm sorry. I'm trying to. I'm sorry. I don't talk about these things at all. So because I hate AI and all this shit. But I'm trying to understand more what you were saying. I'm understanding more what your initial contention with my problem was. Going back to what you said, that LLMs are a giant database of parameters, and then it's just using incredibly sophisticated algorithms to predict the next word that would answer or optimize for a thing. But it's a completely different way of computing than the brain, which does sensory input to create a semantic experience. And as a byproduct of the semantic experience that arises from that, we can solve problems, but it's not like the statistical predictive way that LLMs do it. So I guess so then when I asked you, are there any non-LLM based AIs or non-LLM based problem solving things? I guess then my question would be, are there any people that are trying to create, I guess, circuits that give rise to that semantic experience that as a byproduct of that can solve problems in an efficient way or something, I guess was my question. So I don't know if I got lost there. Did that make sense?
So
Are people
you're
trying to
asking,
create? Are
are
people
there
trying to
any,
create like AIs or trying to create whatever these things are that aren't strictly just taking a ton of parameters and trying to produce? I guess they would need sensory input or something, right?
as in, are there people that are trying to create, like, let's call it a qualia machine?
Yeah, I guess would be the thing. Yeah.
I don't know. I can't be sure. I don't know
Okay.
everything. I don't know a lot, to be honest. I don't know. I don't think so, though. The big front runners are always Google, and most likely, if Google hasn't done it, I don't think so. And I haven't checked new Google papers this year, but as far as I know, they don't.
Gotcha.
They haven't.
Are you at all worried about an
The
LLM reaching a level of sophistication where the LLM could become so good that it could create a qualia machine?
um,
I guess that would be the next story or whatever,
have
potentially.
LLMs don't have agency, unless we like create a model that basically perpetually powers itself. I don't like you're essentially asking me, if there was a chatbot, let's call it a chatbot, that basically you don't give any input to, and it suddenly creates a sense of agency. And I would ask, where does this come from? At what point would we are giving it agency through our input, and then based on our input, it predicts the most likely output. How would it?
Well, so like if I were to
evolve
ask
agency?
a chatbot, if I were to say, first of all, let me understand, when you say agency, what do you mean when you say agency?
That's a good question. The ability to act on your own. So, for example, the brain has agency because it takes non-acting signals from the environment, like light, like sound, like heat or cold, and moves through this environment without like an active component of the environment itself.
Okay. Is it possible that I could ask a chatbot, like, can you create something that simulates human experience, and then that thing begins to compile or assemble the thing and then realizes that, well, it needs to have qualia in order to get there, and then kind of like starts to construct something like that? Or would that be impossible?
Okay. I don't know if human experience is simulatable.
Is there a reason to think it wouldn't be? I understand. I'm asking you, like, these are like the hardest questions in all of philosophy and neuroscience.
Yeah, there are. No, there are reasons. I don't know if you keep up with like scientific news, but there used to be like a paper a few weeks back that claimed that they found a mathematical reason that we can't live in a simulation. And the reasoning, if I remember correctly, was that the universe as we know it is not finitely describable through mathematics based on Gödel's theorem of incompleteness, because the mathematical operations that we would need to use please don't nail me down on this. I'm not a mathematician, and I'm probably sure someone else can describe it better. But the mathematical operations that we would need to use to describe the entire universe are too complicated to like provide a formula that wouldn't be without inconsistencies or would be complete.
Can I ask you a question on kind of related to this? And this might be a nonsense question, but like, is there a possibility that there might? So I don't remember which. The girl has 3 of these incompleteness theorems or whatever, and I think the idea is that I don't remember if it's the second one, but basically, you can't create a set of logic, or for any set of logic that you create, there are going to be true statements that that set of logic is not capable of proving. Right? Is essentially what it's saying. So they're going to be true statements that is outside of what it can prove. So is it possible that the human? This is my current understanding. Okay, this is like. Have you ever heard of the term ultimate skeptic?
I think so, but you might need to.
Okay, it's just a cringe position of nothing can exist because whatever. So I'm kind of playing this position right now. Okay, I'm sorry, but like, is it possible that the human brain is an organ that it came to being because it's just trying to? At the end of the day, the goal is to just perpetuate your DNA, right? To reproduce, basically, right? Is it possible that there are some things that there are some kind of like logics that would be either inconsistent logics or things that we just don't have sensory inputs for because we don't need them? So, for instance, maybe like the ability to traverse like 4 dimensions, like 4 geometric dimensions. Maybe that's a thing that, you know, if we could do it, we would just die instantly because we would run into stupid shit or something. Like, is it possible that this stuff could exist totally outside of what the human brain could ever understand or accept? Or do we have some good reason to believe that that's not the case? That question sounds a little bit nonsensy. Do you understand what I'm saying?
What? Can you rephrase it, please?
So we say, so like Gödel's incompleteness theorems, I believe, are accepted as being true. I believe. But is it possible that there exists some ultimate logic that would explain these things, but it's just inconceivable to the human brain? That a priori we're just not granted with the necessary logics. Our brains just can't comprehend or compute them because we never developed the need to. We don't evolutionarily. It wasn't granted to us. Does that?
I think those are 2 different kinds of questions, and on one, I don't think I'm qualified to answer the question if there is like an a priori thing that we're just not designed or evolved to feel.
Sure. Like single cell creatures or maybe reptiles. I don't know if I want to say reptiles. Like single cell creatures can't comprehend math, right? Or comprehend a lot, well, maybe anything, depending on the complexity of its brain, right? Because it literally is missing the structures to do these things, to have the same kind of experience or understanding or of logic that the human brain can produce as a byproduct of our conscious experience.
That is true, but sorry, that is a complete tangent. It has little to do with what we are discussing.
Yeah, well, fuck
single
you,
cell,
okay?
or like lower cell creatures are able to learn. Like learning doesn't need consciousness.
For sure, yeah.
The ability of those creatures to like move, behave, etc., is like completely orthogonal to the conscious experience we're trying to like simulate with AI or whatnot.
For sure. Or well, actually, could you? No, I was going to ask a rhetorical question. I was going to say, are they more similar to LLMs? But they're not because they're still doing sensory input on some level and then giving right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Like there have been experiments with jellyfish. Yes, I think that's the word, with jellyfish that can be with electrical signals that can be forced to learn like associations through classical conditioning, which, for example, is something that LLMs can't do because they can't do single input or like multi-trial input learning.
Gotcha. Okay.
Sorry. Back to your other question. You asked something with Gödel's incompleteness theorem.
Just basically just the logics that our brains can't comprehend because they're just limited human brains.
I think I think your question just clicked. You're basically saying Gödel's incompleteness theorem is based on our quote unquote our math, but there might be other forms of mathematics that go like beyond our understanding based on our sensory input.
Yeah.
What is your
our sensory input or our logical processes, right? Because human brains can do things that. How do you say this? Fuck. Bertrand Russell had some problems with philosophy book. I feel like I read this 20,000 fucking years ago. Babby's introduction to this shit. But like, so for a human brain, we do sensory input, but we can also compute things like kind of logically as well. So for instance, I can see one ball that's blue, but I can, in my mind, close my eyes and I can imagine a red ball, and then I can imagine 10 red balls, or I can imagine 10 red balls plus 10 more red balls as being 20. Like, I can imagine these things even though I've never seen them before, because there are some like a priori logics that are granted to the human brain. Does that make sense? Did any of those words make sense, or am I just making shit up?
I mean, I'm not a philosopher, so yeah, what you said makes sense, but I don't know.
Okay, but it's more than just like sensory input, right? Like, I could never have seen a red ball before, but as long as I have some familiarity with, I guess maybe it is sensory input, because I would have to see the color red and I'd have to know what a ball looks like, and then I would combine these two things in my head.
Yes, you would have to have the semantic experience of redness.
Okay, all right.
Anyway, the other thing I can answer, because you asked if you think it is possible to simulate the human brain, and I would argue, similar to how those researchers argued, that it is not possible to mathematically simulate the human brain, because the operations you would need to do so would not be able to like create a predictive system, a formula that is either consistent or complete. Gödel's, I think it is the second incompleteness theorem, essentially states that if you have a mathematical system that is complicated enough, let's call it complicated enough to encode self-reference, you are able to produce statements that are self-referential.
Okay.
And once a statement is self-referential, you can basically say, prove the statement. The statement is the statement itself, and therefore it can't be proven. And based on this, Gödel states, well, we can demonstrate that there are things that we can't prove within the system. So we would either need a stronger form of consciousness to simulate human consciousness. So you would have to have a super conscious AI, so to speak.
Okay.
Or the human brain would be much, much, much more simple.
Could you not?
Currently
I'm curious.
about it.
Could you not simulate? Could you simulate chemical reactions mathematically? Because if you could simulate all the chemical reactions mathematically perfectly, wouldn't those give rise necessarily to everything that happens in the brain? Assuming you're not like some substance dualist or religious person or whatever.
You could simulate the point of Gödel's theorem is
Robbie,
that
thank you for giving 10 subs.
lower systems can be simulated. So if I have like a I think it is ZFC. Do you know what ZFC math? Or
some Zeeman, some loser. The
axiom?
set of axioms that we use for math right now, basically.
Yeah, exactly. If we, for example, take these axioms, those axioms are too complex and can create systems of sufficient complexity to encode self reference. If we were to take like plus minus, I don't know, like the common vector space axioms, zero element or whatever, those I think those are not sufficient to encode self-reference, and therefore you can simulate those. It is a bit similar with the brain. You could simulate the individual reactions, chemically speaking or electrically speaking, but there is a distinct difference between simulating individual chemical reactions to simulating the model as a whole. So, like, for example, if I were to ask like voter opinions on I don't know any topic, generally across the world or across the US, that would be a simple model. That is really interpretable. It is general. But if I were to take every voter,
is this like is this kind of like a traveling salesman, like a P equals NP problem? Is that the issue? It's just too complex right now to simulate, or?
I'm not a. You have to tell me what the traveling salesman problem is. Sorry, I'm not a.
It's like if you
science guy.
If you take like so there's a question that seems like arbitrarily simple. I have a salesman and he wants to travel to 20 different cities. Can you calculate the most optimal path? This is like an insanely complex. Like the calculation for this is almost impossible to do. It's considered a. Fuck! Don't test my fucking obscure random math now. It's like a P equals NP, or it's a P versus NP problem where the NP is it's a non-deterministic polynomial time. So it is no wait, it's in polynomial time. Wait, yes, no wait, are easy to solve while NP problems are easy to check. It's in non-deterministic polynomial time. Basically, it's a thing that has what is it? I don't know. It has so many like different permutations or things. It's like
yeah.
we use this for like cryptography or whatever, for like hashing stuff or whatever. Like you can only go one way. You can't go the other way because it would take the heat death of the universe on current ways to solve the problem. Are you saying that the chemical reactions are just too complex to solve, like on scale of the brain, basically? So the AI would have to be unbelievably powerful. Or go ahead.
Do you know what a multi-level model is? Have you ever heard of this?
Yeah, my parents did
statistics?
Amway and everything. Is that what you're talking? Multi-level marketing? Sorry, I'm just kidding. No, I don't know.
No, there is a subgroup analysis essentially. Like a normal model takes every group and calculates a model across every group pooled. Multi-level models like model the groups underneath each other. So like a hierarchical model would perhaps be a better way of saying it. There is a remarkable difference between like calculating a chemical model, quote unquote, that is just one chemical reaction, our normal model, to like calculating every chemical reaction, because for every other chemical reaction you like need covariance parameters. You need the parameters of how those chemical reactions interact with every other parameter.
Okay.
And essentially what happens, I have it on like semi-good authority that this is like also caused by the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. What happens is if you go like really, really broad and include a lot of parameters, the model essentially becomes unreadable. Just
Okay,
like
so this is.
if you-
I think this is like that. I think it's an NP problem. I think is what that's considered. No.
No, it's more like an information problem. If you like, imagine you were trying to you have like 100,000 people or whatever. You ask them about their opinion, and then you average it.
Sure.
Then there you have a general model. The hierarchical model would be if you were to try to estimate what every person is trying to say, and then you get a prediction for what every person is trying to say, and that prediction may be correct or not. But the model is like so massive and so like absurdly gigantic that it's either not identifiable on the parameters of information you have, or yet like it just gives you what the people are saying, and therefore like puts you at step one.
Oh, okay. So imagine if I were to create a model to predict like the GDP of a country, and I have an incredibly granular model and it predicts it really well, but my model, when I open the hood, is basically just like, it's literally opening a data sheet and adding up every single thing because I couldn't find a way to actually compress or whatever into some kind of algorithmic thing. I couldn't find a way to do it. My model just becomes a restatement of like the underlying physical things of every single thing I click. Okay, sure. All right. Okay.
Anything else?
I don't know. I'll take this with me to my next AI debate. If you watch that Doom debate, say that you're going to be real mad then. So, because I made a lot of statements that wouldn't.
Yeah, I may have to send you a mean-spirited email then.
Okay, good. I do remember a guy a long time ago. It might have been Searle himself. I don't remember, or somebody else. But basically, he said that one of the biggest crimes or errors. I wish I could remember this quote. He hated that hard drives were compared to human memory, to human, like, because
God.
all of the comparisons
that
between
is-
computers and humans, the way that we remember things, the way neurons work, and the way that humans do association is so different than just this binary recording of zeros and ones and zero. Or I say binary, I mean that way, but like just like a recording of like, here's the facts and here's how they're recorded and that's what it is. And it's just a totally different thing than how the brain functions. And there are like no analogs basically between a human brain and a human computer, or they're very superficial. Yeah.
I don't know why that is, but for whatever reason, our quote unquote representation of the human brain always advances with like the most current way of memorizing things. So like in the 50s or in the 60s, when we had like those big computers where we had to put cards in, people theorized that this is how memory works, and then we like eventually moved up to random access memory, and then people started like comparing it to this, but like none of it. Memory is something that is based on association.
Sure.
Memory within the computer is just like recording of information.
Yeah.
But, sorry, that is an entirely different topic.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah.
All right. Well, hey, thanks. I appreciate the input, the sensory input. My brain is computing it and everything. And
Funny.
yeah. Wait, do you have an understanding? How could you ever point to a thing and find consciousness? Do you have the answer to this yet?
Have you ever heard about the argument of analogy?
Nope. Tell me. I've heard of it, of course, but tell my chat. Yeah.
Okay. I think that is an argument that was made by Adam Smith, perhaps first. Smith basically thought a lot about like what it means to be sympathetic to someone, and Smith argued that sympathy is the ability to put yourself into the shoes of someone else. And from there on out, the argument of analogy is if you have someone that basically behaves as you and functions as you in like a conceptual way. So if you have someone that has a brain and the brain has a similar structure to your brain and has like, I don't know, the same abilities to you, then most likely those people are conscious. Like if it is close enough to your conscious experience, there's no reason to presume that they are not conscious.
Okay.
This comes with like massive shit. I can't think of the word. Sorry.
Ramifications?
Thank you. Not ramifications. Like when.
Implications? Consequences?
No, there are things that are wrong about this. We now know that there are things that are wrong about this. Like monkeys, macaques can't encode uncertainty, for example. They are completely unable to, like, there's either A or B. There's either food or no food, but there's no ability for them to, like, probabilistically encode if there is a 50% or a 40% of code.
Sure.
And very often we look at animals and we think, oh, those animals are very close to what we are doing and very close to how we're behaving, but under the hood they function remarkably different.
This is one of the things that's very hard
yeah.
when I have like debates with vegans, and I don't like to do it because it's a cancer or whatever, but like I think that sometimes people are really quick to point and look at a thing and assume that as long as there is some output that seems similar, they must be having a fairly similar experience. But sometimes I feel like people view intelligence along kind of like an IQ scale. So like animals are like 60 IQ and like monkeys are like 90 IQ and humans are like 100 IQ and these types of, whereas like I think some things might be cognitively, I don't even know if cognitive is the right word, but like they're deficient in terms of experiential things that I think people aren't capable of conceiving of. Like I don't know if any animal can do things in like time and space. Like if I tell you in 3 hours there's going to be a thing in another room or whatever, like I don't know if animals can conceive of things like that as well.
Some primates can do this.
Okay.
There are experiments of primates that are actually able to like do mental rotation and problem solve just in their heads.
Okay.
But
then I'm also curious, like
can't.
are they doing this on more than a Pavlovian level, like on a semantic, I guess,
Yes.
more than a syntactic? Okay. How do we even prove that? Yeah, go.
Sorry, that is like bachelor psychology.
My bad.
Materials.
Sorry.
There was.
I'm sorry, I'm asking you the retard
No,
questions. I don't have enough PhD level questions for you. My bad.
I just mean it's like a bit far, like a few years removed from my brain. There was like this experiment of the bonobo ape or the ape bonobo. I don't know.
Well, I feel like all that shit
probably
got
knows.
disproven. There was a lady that thought she taught him to talk or whatever, but then when people went back and they re-looked through a lot of her shit, they were like,
No. The experiment was basically problem solving, where different apes or different creatures were placed in front of like I think it was a banana or something like this, and they couldn't get it from their cages. And usually the animals would try to like go towards the cage and like grab the banana and like do stuff, and just like they weren't able to simulate the actions mentally. They would just do. And certain primates would look at the issue, and the researchers initially thought, oh, the stupid animal can't do anything, and then the primate would get up with like different sticks together and fish for the banana, but apparently was able to like plan this out without doing it.
Gotcha.
And that is like the big thing that differentiates primates in general from like other animals, that they are not able to actually simulate their actions mentally. But they have to always do it. They have to always perform because they can't represent it mentally. Same goes for theory of mind. Cats don't have a theory of mind of other beings. Pigs, as far as I know, don't have pigeons don't have a theory of mind. They just basically act on different levels of operational and classical conditioning.
Gotcha. Okay.
I mean, essentially what I'm saying, consciousness is, you shouldn't think about consciousness. Consciousness is like the elusive, it is just not worth it to like think. It is not a scientific question.
Yeah.
Because what we mean is like, it is a very human experience.
Sure.
We mean this like feeling of introspective realness, that we can say, oh, we have like this experience of ourselves. And apparently we do know that other humans have it, because we can compare it across studies and we can see that other people, or most people, act in like a similar manner.
Sure.
We can say that animals have it to a reduced extent. If some alien would now come to to our planet, we would have to test them. We would have to like check whether they behave similarly to our conceptualization of human neuroscience.
I
and
understand
psychology.
that. I guess scientifically, obviously, philosophically, that's a very unsatisfactory answer because it seems like the idea that we're having a conscious experience is kind of underpinning of every single thing in human like existence. Like we kind of want. That seems like a very real thing, obviously, to us that we're experiencing. So to say, it's just something that we can never test or look at is,
Okay, I had this conversation with a friend recently, so I'm going to steal this talking point now.
Okay.
But like, think of what you're asking. Consciousness, or like qualia, more general, what we mean, are usually described as like this thing that represents us, but it has no. Like the subjective experience also has no connection to the outside world, but it is subjective and it could be different for everyone, but it also has no impact on the outside world. That is logically not accessible. That is just like a soul.
Yeah. No, yeah, I understand. But again, it's very, very unsatisfying. Yeah, I understand. I think that's kind of where I'm at right now, but it's like, okay.
That is true, but it's not like, it's just not empirically accessible.
Sure.
But it's also not logically accessible because there's no way we could falsify or even like verify or there's nothing you could do, prove or state that would verify or falsify it in any kind. And that is just a waste of time. And that's the reason why psychologists and neuroscientists don't think about like consciousness really unless they need like big grant proposals, and they apparently then figured out what consciousness is again.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Anything else?
Don't anything else, me motherfucker. But no, that's it. All right. I gave you notable. If you everyone hop in and scream at us, so we're saying retarded shit. Okay.
Sure. Bye.
Okay. Have fun. Bye. What a fucking loser, dude. I hate these fucking Germans. I can't wait till Trump takes care of them. I can't wait till Trump takes care of these guys. Why does Unidev have notable? Sorry, Uni, I gave you notable if you want to come and scream at us. Hold on, let me use the restroom break. 1 second. Jesus.
Right. Hello, chat.
Okay, what do you want?
Quite a lot of the stuff that was being said there was just not.
Jesus. Wait, where are you from again? I'm sorry, you told me this one point. Scott? Okay.
Yeah.
Britain. Okay. What's your problem? Go.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff was just, I feel like, not informed by an actual understanding of how, to be honest, any like AI stuff is working, but also LLMs. Like the architecture stuff it matters, and the main, like, I don't necessarily disagree that the current form of AI is not going to like match up to the human brain in certain characteristics, but like your point about like technically I don't see why an AI couldn't do the same as a human brain, I think is correct and probably quite obviously so. And the larger point of the current limitations, which I think would require like some breakthrough or significant thing in research, are, he sort of brought this up, of the human brain requiring far less data than AI. And then also the fact that AI can't really learn at the moment, kind of, but like it doesn't do well at learning continuously. So if I like I guess the main thing for distinction here is that with AI, there's like a big distinction between in context learning of I'm in a single chat session with ChatGPT and I give it an example of something that it doesn't know already, and it doesn't know it initially. I give it an example, tell it how to do it, and then it could do a pretty good job of replicating that. It seems to have learned it, so to speak. But none of the actual brain, so to speak, of ChatGPT has actually changed. It's just reading the stuff above and using
Oh,
that
so it's
as
like you
sort of
wake up
context.
every day as a smart person, and then you have the day's tasks that you learn, but you're not like integrating them in the way that like the hippocampus integrates into your long-term memory. So like you might learn to play the saxophone, or you might learn how to play a little bit of the saxophone one day, but then you go to sleep and you wake up and you still have that same database from before. So you lose it basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the big distinction being here between AI is that
This is why every time I
there's,
have like a new
like,
ChatGPT conversation, I have to re-explain what a big titty goth GF is because it doesn't have it in its database yet. I know what you mean, yeah.
True. But yeah, there's two sort of ways you could fix this. One is allow the like actual structure of the neural network, or even just the like parameters, the sort of weights in the brain of the AI to change based on like continuously, which currently isn't the case. The big issue with that is it's sort of associated with the learning rate thing of you need a lot of data to train something like this and to make a meaningful impact in terms of it learning stuff. A few examples are more than enough for a human to learn something in most cases. A few examples are not enough for ChatGPT to learn like permanently in terms of changing the weights. So there'd need to be a breakthrough in that.
Sure. I
Or
imagine it, I
alternatively,
feel like
you could figure out how
maybe
to have
it,
unlimited like length conversations.
I feel like it could learn, but it would probably make the data really fucked if you've got people teaching it bad shit, right? All right. I don't even know if it is learning, I guess, because the only way it's learning is by people telling it things, right?
Like kind of, but not really. Like in principle, yes, you could have that, but that's sort of an easy thing in that it's not that hard to filter data now.
Okay.
Existing like LLMs are good enough to filter good data from bad in some cases. You can also get AI to create data for other AIs to train on, which is how a lot of current AIs are trained, is not on that much human data. But like the real issue is just like you need a lot of data to train on, because it if you make the brain have like big changes each time like it gets a new example, it quite quickly collapses and just turns to nonsense. It needs a whole bunch of small nudges to stay sort of coherent at the moment.
And why is it that
there's
our
no, like,
brain,
timeline.
is it because we have so much sensory input? Because like if I see one thing in my brain, if I see a human being like jump off a building and fly, I'm not going to assume I can do that. Even if I see 100 people jump off a building and fly, I don't think I would assume I could do that. Why are human brains more resistant there? Or do you agree with that guy, I guess more broadly, that there is kind of a fundamentally different way that human brains learn based on sensory input, giving rise to semantic experience, and as a byproduct it can reason, versus LLMs are just giant statistical like next word generators. When I say next word generators, I don't mean to make it sound like simplistic or ridiculous.
Yeah,
like I'm sure that could be
I
good, yeah.
wouldn't quite say that. Like one thing I would say is that the semantic thing is, I think, silly, because AI is incredibly good at semantic understanding, and in fact, that's part of what it was invented to do.
When you
large
say,
language
I'm
models.
sorry. I think he's using a neuroscientist definition of semantic. When he says semantic understanding, I think he's saying to understand the experience of a thing, not like when Searle talks about semantics versus syntax, like the syntax is like the dog's fur is soft, but a semantic understanding of what a dog is like a whole interconnected series or like neurons that light up and give rise to the
what
experience.
LLMs are good at. It is that kind of semantic. I mean, obviously, it's not quite the same thing when they don't have like physical experiences, right? But like,
well, sure. So that's the question: is does an
there is
LLM know what
research
it
for like
Does an-
linking between things like the word dog and the understanding of attributes of a dog and a picture of a dog and all the things that make a dog a dog.
Does
Like,
it
it's not
know what
just-
does an LLM know what a dog is though, or is it just telling you what a
Yes.
dog is? So you think an LLM has
Well, like I think you could say yes. An LLM would know what a dog is. Equally as good as a human, I would say.
Really?
In every way we could tell.
Have you heard the Mary's Red Room experiment or whatever?
Yes, but like, how do I put this? Like,
my next question would be, does
obviously
Mary
there's
learn
limits.
anything? And then my
There's-
next question is like,
yeah.
does the LLM know that? Does it know the color red in the way that Mary would learn the color red if she saw it? You think that LLMs have a semantic understanding that's similar to a human being's semantic understanding of a thing? Yeah, go ahead.
Not necessarily in the same way that humans do, but I would say I don't see any reason to say that the human one is like unique in being the correct one, if that makes sense.
Really? I disagree with you, but I don't know if I could even articulate why. I mean, I feel like having the semantic experience of petting a dog and hugging a dog and seeing a dog and feeling a dog is different than just a whole bunch of computational statements telling you, even if you could perfectly explain the dog without ever having seen one. I feel like the semantic understanding is somewhat different.
But like, supposing you could like input that data into an LLM, which is a perfectly feasible thing to do if you had the sensors for it. I don't see any reason, like there's nothing inherent to why it wouldn't be able to do that.
Oh, wait, you said if it had the
form of
sensors
data
for
that
it.
we've given it has the same thing.
Yeah, I just don't think we've had.
But like that's just like a data input problem. But I like if you were to give a human in the sort of Mary's room thing, if you gave Mary all the same data to like an AI, the AI would have the same issues as Mary. Of like, it's not really like a brain problem. It's just she doesn't have the data required to actually have that like input.
How would the LLM have the data required without having the sensory organ, I guess?
Well, yeah, it wouldn't. But like, it's like Mary is still a human, right? Like what I'm saying is that like just because there's a difference between like understanding a thing and experiencing it doesn't mean that's any different for the AI, right? Like just because it hasn't had that experience doesn't mean it couldn't. Like, yeah, like I don't think there's a meaningful distinction here beyond just nobody's hooked that stuff up yet to an AI, and I don't think it would meaningfully change the results of like how an AI functions and that kind of thing. The more meaningful thing I think is like in terms of limitations is just it doesn't have a good way to learn continuously in like a permanent way. And yeah, I think as I mentioned, like the way is either you have some method to more efficiently like learn continuously in terms of the same way that you teach it initially when training the AI, or you could, I guess, achieve the same thing by having effectively an infinite context where it just has all of the text it's ever been sent as context. But that is probably infeasible for the obvious reason. It's just not gonna. We won't have the hardware to scale up that fast. Yeah.
Okay. Well, anything else?
I think that's it. Right.
Okay. Well, thanks for the input. We'll integrate it into our databases, and yeah.
All right. Bye.
I love you. Be careful. Okay. Just so you guys are aware, this is an American stream for Americans, okay? If you're European and you're here, you're enjoying this as a byproduct of what my wonderful country is creating for you, while it still can create anything at all, okay? So be aware of that. Motherfuckers. Why are all the smart people on the stream or in the community European? It's just because all the smart Americans are working right now. Okay, fuck you. Okay, what did I say for chat messages? And DGG, Destiny, I think that's a mistake you make. The fact the brain can grow means it can adapt itself more to different problems than a board with a fixed architecture. The neural networking is built into the blueprint of the brain compared to a virtualized neural network that uses hardware that might not even be ideal for your specific problem you want to solve. I mean, that would be a matter of making the hardware complex enough, right? But I mean, I understand what you're saying for now. Somebody said, thoughts on the LSF politics ban? Are we enjoying all the Forsen and extra Emily clips? The issue with LSF that is just so mindfucky for this, and I understand people have their feelings, is that people feel so strongly about it's going to be a refuge in Europe, so just ping us then. Thanks, always using for the $10. People are they feel so strongly about different streamers that, you know, maybe it's not with the LSF mods, although, I mean, that one guy went onto that Pay Money Wubby stream, and it seemed like he did. And that like all of their rules seem to come from how they feel about individual streamers, and which is probably not the ideal way to run a sub. Like, I think that the politics problem, I think, is very interesting to talk about on LSF. Like, I think you have a couple issues. One, if we look at the con side, one is that not everybody wants to see politics 24/7 when you go on LSF. Like, I'm sympathetic to that. Like, if you go on LSF and you don't really give a fuck, especially if you're European. Where's the meme? Hold on. Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find it. Oh, it's this one. Like, every single day on the internet is... Okay, fuck you. Is basically this if you're European. I learn American politics against my will, and as a result of that, I learn American politics against my will, and as a result of that, I learn American politics against my will, and as a result of that, I learn against... yeah, right, I understand this. I'm sympathetic towards this. And even if you are American, you might just not give a fuck. You don't want every single post you see to be about politics. I think that's a sympathetic position to have, okay? Number one. So, like, get that out of the way. That's fair. I mean, I used to browse LSF a lot, or I still do, and I like the car flips and the PUBG stuff and everything else. I think that the End Force and clips and everything else, and Northern Lion and Moon, I think those are good clips, okay? So I'm sympathetic to that. But on the other hand, your largest streamer on Twitch does exclusively politics. And then Hassan is a big streamer on Twitch. He does politics. I'm a decently big streamer. I do politics. Like, so are you really going to cut off one of the largest forms of content creation just because you don't like that content? Is that going to be excluded from LSF? I don't know. That seems kind of weird. Imagine if the biggest game on Twitch by far was like League of Legends and the vast majority of clips were League of Legends. Are you going to start banning League clips because you don't want to see League all day on LSF? I don't know. I feel like they should find some way to limit it so there's not like you got to admit the past month or two has been crazy where every single time you go on this sub, it's like a billion. It's like me responding to Asmongold, responding to Hassan, responding to everything else. Now, I would also say that arguably some of this culture is created by the fact that Asmongold and Hassan are pussies and refuse to have direct conversations. So then you get this weird responsive, which is cringe as fuck, right? But yeah, it'd be nice if there was some way to balance it out that doesn't require like mega threads or something. One rule that I thought of that I thought would be interesting is make it so that like you ban reaction clips, or rather a reaction clip has to be posted in response to the other clip. So let's say Asmongold says an Asmongold statement like, I think all immigrants should be killed in the United States because they're too brown for me, right? It's like, okay, standard Asmongold clip. Let's say that I watch that and I say, this is crazy. Asmongold's mom should have died even harder or whatever, right? And then let's say Hassan watches and it goes crazy that Sex Pestany wants to attack Asmongold now just because he didn't get invited to Epstein's Island with Asmongold, right? That all of these clips would somehow be in the same thread, right? So we get the original clip that's posted, but you don't need a different thread for every single reaction to the same thing. I think that would cut down on a lot of the spam. But yeah, I don't know. It's a complicated problem. It just feels like nobody wants to actually talk about how to solve it. They're just like, we're just banning all of it. It's like, okay, you can do that. It's just going to cut down a lot on the traffic subreddit, and then it's not going to be as representative to LSF as like the whole streaming landscape is. But I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just you have to decide. Oh, and then there's also this other thing that sucks in that politics streamers have the most active Reddit fan bases, right? Like Asmongold, Destiny, and Hassan, I guess even, have the most active Reddit fan bases. So of course their threads are always going to be the biggest ones with the most amount of battles in the comments and everything too. Whereas other streamers just don't even engage with Reddit that much, I feel, you know? Sorry, hold on. Let me put this near my door. IP ban if bad link. Well, hold on. I had a lot of other comments in here. I think these were from YouTube. The brain functions at the level of cells and is tightly packed. Hard to get much more efficient than that. Cells are big things, my dude. On the grand scale of all the things that can exist, cells are pretty big. Transistors are operating on the level of Jesus, like less than, what are they now? Less than 20 nanometer. I don't know what the nanometer architecture is, but I think transistors are much more tightly packed than like cells are, right? Transistors. Wait, that's right? Which is a bigger jump, transistor to cell or cell to galaxy? Probably cell to galaxy, for sure. It's sub 2 nanometers. I feel like once they got below 15 nanometers or something, people said that the way they're measuring it now is different. So it's not truly like, it's not really 14 nanometers. It's like the equivalent to the old 20 or something. I don't know how true this is. I don't care. Oh, this guy, if you type stuff like this, I permaban you from chat, okay? First, Bradley, 3281. Wave goodbye in YouTube chat. I'll be back later. Let me know when stuff starts getting interesting. First of all, nobody knows you, little bro, so no one's going to let you know, okay? Number one. Number two, if you don't like it, just leave. Well, I don't understand this idea of like, I'm just letting you guys know I'm bored. Bye. Okay, just leave, bro. Just leave. You're okay, all right? Some guy said I have a 0.99 probability of pseudoscience prior for anyone who uses the incompleteness theorem for scientific arguments. This is true. Same thing with quantum mechanics. But I feel like that guy knew his shit pretty well. And from at least my limited understanding, he was describing it pretty well, right? So I don't know. I feel like that guy knew his shit. I feel like one of the issues too for LSF is, and again, because I've been off Twitch now for 2 or 3 years, I guess, I feel like Twitch has kind of gotten a bit more boring and insulated. Like it feels like before there was like a club or like a group of people on Twitch, like back with the Austin streamers and everything else, where everybody was kind of like interacting with each other and they were doing things and it was kind of interesting. And it feels like people have gotten a lot more insulated now. But maybe that's just because, maybe I feel that way because like the WL community maybe is not as much on Reddit. Maybe that level of community interaction, everything exists. It's just not in the places that I'm looking, you know? Somebody said LSF are the poggers community. The WL isn't on Reddit. Yeah, that might be it. And I might not even care about the WL stuff if I saw it. Maybe these communities might skew too young now for like my interests, as hard as it is to say. Rip. Yeah, I feel like everybody kind of raped everybody in the Austin like literally, so it might just be. You kind of burned the bridge with the Legion comment. I don't even remember if that was a bridge burning moment or not. I don't care. I don't know if I would interact much with the WO community. Like I said, there's a significant age and interest gap. I don't mean that derogatorily. Like I think that community runs a lot younger than, and we do like politics and stuff is probably more boring and it's not as interesting as to them. And then conversely, what they do is not, or inversely, what they do is not as interesting to us. Yeah. How close are you to 5 million coins? On our graders, I stopped trying to collect money a long time ago. I don't even know what the point is. I don't know what the expedition is going to be. I have like 6 million coins, I think. What happened to the planned news, etc. for the first 2 to 3 hours of stream a few weeks back? Dude, news sucks, okay? What do you want me to say? Today, Trump is trying to overthrow the country in some other way, okay? I'm trying to just not do gaming for the first few hours so that we can not totally and utterly destroy my stream. Thank you so much, by the way, for whoever's view-botting me. Thank you. I need it so badly. Maya finds out that one of the popular Lameo 7TV emote is her.
Okay, that one. Am I the only one that sees that because it's enabled in my channel? Or because that's what I thought, and then I watched a clip today of I saw a clip today of like Julia. I think it was from Julia's.
Can you expand on why you don't like Scott Galloway? He's probably the biggest lover right now. When he talks about like the men's issues, I feel like he gets a little bit too red pilly stuff. I think in general, I think Scott's better than most people, but that started to get a little bit weird, I think. I don't know.
Stream, and I saw my face in it, and I was like, wait, I thought that was just me because it's my channel, and so I thought I saw my face on it. A ton of people use it. Why? It's not even good. It's not even a good emote.
If news sucks, why not dive into a bigger research project like Israel-Palestine? I mean, maybe, but man, what a worthless fucking... I say worthless, but not really. I feel like... I mean, I enjoyed it, but god damn. Talk about never being used ever for like almost any debates. I think I had like 4 good conversations related to Israel-Palestine. Jesus Christ. Maybe that topic's just like particularly heated though.
Not even a good emote. I feel like that's not a good one.
What is the
It's
emote up for?
Public 7 TV emote. It's good. It's pretty good. Is this my claim to fame? 4,000 channels use it. What?
Why not dive into AI/LLMs? Haha. Maybe. Man, that whole community, those people will drive me fucking insane.
Bro, God, I'm such a fucking nonce, bro. God, I'm a nonce, bro.
Wait, what? Hey, yo, driver, stop this car real quick.
I'm gonna be honest, until there were a few years ago, did it come up with Chud Logic? I always thought nonce was just like a general like dunce term too. Apparently a lot of people in this thread did as well, that it just means dumb. But for bongers, it's pedophile. People in the comments being shocked and finding out that British people call each other pedo as a general insult and no, they didn't mean idiot is really fucking funny. Oh, is that true? Maybe because bongers use it all the time? I mean, I guess now in America, we call everybody a pedophile, so. Based. Nonce, not nunce. Nonce? Whatever. Somebody said Pisco and Hutch are debating right now. I can't watch Pisco arguments live. Maybe when they're done, I might go through it, but I can't. The Pisco conversations, it's just like, I only have so much time in the day, and it's like a 3-hour conversation that could have been had in 20 minutes every single time for like every single one I've watched recently. Not saying Pisco's bad faith or dumb or anything else. I'm just saying that like for some reason his arguments just take way, way, way too long to get off the ground. Holy fuck.
Hello, King.
Hello, King, Jester guy, other King.
You missed my message where I said I thought the best debate you could have would be like if you talk to someone like Benny Morris and be like, listen, I want you to defend the other side as hard as possible. And I bet you would actually get a really fucking good debate out of something like that.
I mean, like Benny Morris already has like, I would say like a fairly reasonable position on things. Like people cite his work a lot. Benny Morris might even be on the pro-genocide argument now, or he thinks that basically the totality of everything that happened, the Gaza Strip might constitute it as a genocide. I think he wrote an article on this like a month or so ago.
So wouldn't that be like a good debate for you to have then?
Yeah, but I don't even know who the debate is for. Like the pro-pallies are all lost. They don't even care about the facts of any of these issues. The super hardline Zionists, if you have talked to, those guys are lost in this issue.
Fuck doing debates for people. Just do it for your own knowledge.
I don't care that much personally, though. Like, this is not like a huge thing in my life. Like, at this point, based on the totality of everything that happened, it's not inconceivable to me that, like, I could be moved on. Yeah, I would say that given the performance of the IDF in the Gaza Strip over the last few months, like, maybe these actions are genocidal. Like, I may be moved on that. But this isn't, like, a huge... It's not a thing that I care that much about. It's not, like, moving the needle on me significantly. It's not, like, a huge amount of, like, knowledge or insight gained. And then if it's not interesting publicly, I don't know why I would even... Like, I'd rather just, like, read and learn about World War II. That'd be more interesting to me.
I'm trying to think who else have you... Well, I guess like even someone like IRI, the idea of being like, hey, listen, I want you to steel man this other side really, really hard, and they're probably smart enough to do it.
That's boring to me. I don't like these other sides on these debates are so stupid. Like I don't even do it anymore. And people are like steel man this from the Trump admin. I don't enjoy it. I think it's like, to me, these conversations, I know other people don't view it this way, but it's the equivalent to me of like steel man having an age of consent of 0. Like, why should we be able to fuck babies? And I was like, I don't really care. I don't want to do this. Like, it just feels so dumb. A lot of these political things that are coming up these days are so stupid. Like Steelman, how Mike Johnson doesn't know what Trump said on every international speech he's ever given and doesn't know anything about the current. I just, it's so stupid. I understand what you're saying, like in theory, but like the politics stuff is so fucking stupid today. It's just very.
Is there
boring.
nothing that is there nothing you're interested in actually debating on? Like, you know, I guess the question is there anything you're interested in debating on and potentially being wrong?
I mean, maybe, but like, there's no mainstream conversations happening about these things right now. Like the big conversations happening in the United States, in my mind, are very one-sided. Like it's kind of like having debates on like Ukraine versus Russia. I feel like that's just a very obvious and easy. One side is on the right, one side is on the wrong, and I feel like most of U.S. domestic politics right now is like that. Like there's a very obviously one side is on the right and one side is on the wrong. And then the conversations I have with these people, if you saw my debate with Sean, probably not, or my debate with that one fat MAGA dude, like these guys are biting bullets like faster than fucking high school kids in a U.S. shooting gallery. Like it's just like this guy's like, yeah, I think that if you're getting into a wrestling match with the cops and you've got a gun on you, that's probably a good reason to kill you. And it's like this guy is like just biting so many bullets. I mean, this is crazy. There's no way. Like this doesn't even feel like an honest conversation. Yeah.
It is. You think there'll be another Iranian kerfuffle?
What does that mean? Like another like mass protest event?
No. Like, do you think the United States is going to do some fucking weaponry shit out there, bomb some stuff, or fucking, you know, abduct the supreme leader, or who the fuck knows? Seeing as we just shot down a drone or whatever.
I don't think so, but I mean, I would just look to Israel for that. If they feel threatened by Iran, or if they're pushing for actions in Iran, I think that would be the leading indicator right now for if the U.S. would do anything. I don't think Trump gives a fuck or cares at all about what's going on in the Middle East.
I will say, not that I don't feel like it'll ever be relevant. I realized I don't know anything about World War One. I know that like apparently someone shot some guy, and then everyone got really fucking butthurt about it. And was it Franz Ferdinand or something?
Yeah, but there was a lot of like nothing ever happens because of one thing. There was a lot of pre-World War One tension and stuff between, and there were a ton of great empires that existed, and I couldn't tell you all the reasons leading up to it. But anybody that says World War One started because Franz Ferdinand was assassinated, it's not really true. It's like saying that nothing is caused by a singular event like that. Like there's always stuff that leads up to it that's creating the conditions where it's like one thing could be ignited that could cause everybody to kind of jump into some bullshit. Yeah, but I don't think we do too much with World War One in school either.
One thing, I mean, it's probably not interesting to you. One thing I think that I'd like to know more about, but I feel like it's huge, in-depth thing, is what industries in America like are absolutely critical to keep going and are just heavily subsidized to do so, and to a level that we don't think about. Like a good example of this might be like farming, right? Like we know we have to have farmers, but like what influence and what goes into that, and how much does that cost us for those people to keep going, and how much of a like what happens if we try to make free market happen to that shit? Like I feel like there's a bunch of industries like this, like airlines. Like airlines I don't think can exist at all unless the government literally is fucking like holding them by the balls and taking them everywhere. Same thing for a lot of airports that are regional as well. Like I don't think those can exist. Just curious like how much of this shit is like already kind of socialism propped up a little bit. Like
maybe, yeah. Did you see the American Airlines reported a revenue fourth quarter, I think, of like it was like $10+ billion, and their profit was like 100 million.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's what I'm talking about. That's mental. That's like you are walking on a line that is like the finest of lines.
Yeah.
Who would start an airline?
Nobody.
Like,
well, that's like the saying, right? If you want to become a millionaire, like the fastest way is to be a billionaire and buy an airline or something, right? Like airlines fail a lot. I mean, we know this in our lifetime. How many different airlines have come and gone? Yeah.
It must be fucking mental though. Like for people to keep doing it, they must look at the economics and be like, damn, the government really. I think the government must buy every seat that you send to certain places. Like, bumfuck Omaha, or sorry, not Omaha, but like some random town in Nebraska where there's a regional airport. I bet you every plane that leaves there, regardless if they sell a seat or not, I get they're probably like making money off of that just by itself.
For wait, what do you? Does the government do this, or what do you mean?
Yeah, I think the government does shit like that. Like regional airports get money to exist, and then I think the government is literally paying money for the planes to go there as well, even if there's not enough demand for it.
Maybe
It's
I don't know
fucking
anything about
crazy.
regional airports. That might be the case. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Well,
where are you moving to once shit starts really getting super fascist? Put any thought into it, or are you just gonna go down with the ship?
Washington or Oregon. Those are the two I'm looking at. I still figure out where I can take my guns to. And then when the Civil War happens, I'll be on their side, the West Coast side.
Ooh, I feel like they're not gonna survive, right? Because the problem is all the Dems are like, we're divided.
Well, for a Civil War, I feel like they'd be more united.
The
No?
new California Republic is already on a whole ass other side of the country, bro.
Yeah, but what's going to happen with the Republican side, where all of their states might be united, but all of their cities are full of Democrats? No?
Yeah, but Democrats are cucked. They don't do anything.
I mean, you say that, but then they also say Democrats are like the blacks that go out and kill everybody and commit the most crime and everything else. Like, I guess the question comes down to, do you want the black gang leaders on your side, or do you want the redneck white guys on your
here's the
side?
problem. I'm not even sure if the black gang leaders are going to be on the Democrat side.
They would
right?
absolutely
They
be on
all-
the Democrat side. They would be.
They think like Trump is fucking cool and shit.
I don't think that's the broad take in the black community. There might be younger ones for like on these red pill podcasts, but I don't think most of them would skew Republican. Trump, I think, is a little bit unique just because of his celebritydom and everything. But
Have you heard of MAGA rap? You mean with that white guy with the dreads?
oh god, fuck, what the fuck was that guy's name? He's
Tom
Canadian,
McDonald.
of course.
Tom
yeah.
McDonald.
Canadian always.
Oh god, he's got some beats. There really is.
Wait, either you or Discord is lagging. As a Canadian, we do not claim Tom McDonald. Then revoke his citizenship. Fuck you.
That's a crucial point.
What is this? Daddy, what color is the sky? The sky is blue, son. Okay, Biga, what color is this? Blue. Correct. Oh, different qualia. Good one. What if all the Instagram reels are melting your attention span and that's why you're so bored recently? No, I mean, I can point to why everything is boring. You've seen the recent debates. Bro, this is the current administration is just mind rotting. Like, I mean, oh my God. We're going back to manufacturing voter fraud claims from 2020.
Oh, I was going to ask why. I still don't get it.
It could be any number of things. It could be to make it so that every order that Biden gave is unconstitutional. It could be maybe Trump's like, well, if I won that election, then technically I'm on my third term, which means I could run for a fourth. There's a billion. It could be to give the federal government an excuse to start having a more active role in administering elections, to give them a reason to deploy federal troops or to have more oversight during the midterms. There's a million reasons why, theoretically. What does this fucking loser want? Hold on.
Oh, my reasoning of why I said that they did it is that if they can claim that there's a huge amount of fraud, that means like this is the pretext for why they're going to be like, okay, in all these states, we got to send in the feds to run the elections. Obviously, look at this.
Yeah.
They had election ballots under the floors. These fucking silly gooses.
Yeah, something like that. Deej, what do you want?
All right.
First of all, what's your opinion on One Battle After Another?
I thought it was a pretty good movie.
Oh my God. You hated weapons and you liked One Battle After Another. Jesus. Okay, give me the most
Wait,
dog shit media take of all time.
No. Give me one way that weapons is better than One Battle After Another without sounding retarded. And if you can't, you have to kill yourself. All right? If you can't, you have to kill yourself. I'm sorry. All right, give me one way.
Yeah, sure. It had a consistent set of characters that moved through a story that made sense conceptually and had like identifiable parts of character introduction, building action, like climax with bad character. Like it had a story arc that made sense. All the individual characters played into kind of like the theme of the movie, and it was just a good, solid horror movie, I guess. Yeah. Whereas One Battle After Another, I don't even know if I could fucking. Well, here, so like if you ask me to explain
shitty
weapons,
porno.
if you ask me to explain weapons, right? It's been a while since I've seen this or whatever, but like weapons is a group of students disappears. There's like a crazy lady who can cast crazy magical spells to control people, and then that is a plot that is uncovered by a teacher of the class of students disappeared and a cop, and eventually in the end they, with the help of one of the students, overcomes, beats the lady, and then they win, and it's like a horror movie. How would you explain like one battle after another? How would you explain that movie?
I would explain it as, well, I mean, conceptually, it's like fucking the lefty fucking militia group. It's the explainer beforehand, and it's kind of like the fucking 10, 20 years later or whatever, and there's just the aftermath of being a part of that group.
Really? The aftermath of being part of a lefty group is that your daughter has a different dad because that neo-Nazi guy was fetishly obsessed with your black wife and you never knew about it? That's like a lefty theme? That's a political theme?
Well, no, I didn't say it was about politics. I was saying it's the aftermath of the events that occurred in this universe. I didn't say it was a political movie. It's literally just the aftermath of like the 10 years later, 20, I forget how much time it is. It's literally just the reoccurrence of the events that happen. I don't, it's like,
okay. Yeah,
I don't understand how
think you lost your own test, but okay, go ahead.
No, just to be clear, it's not like the most fucking complex movie of all time. You literally lost like fucking 50 IQ points the moment you watched that movie. I don't how can you not like understand what's going on in the movie? It's not like fucking complicated, hard to follow or anything like that.
I don't think it's hard to follow. I don't think it's complicated. I just think nothing really happens. There's just no real conflict. It's just kind of boring.
What do you mean nothing really happens? What?
What's like the most interesting thing in that movie to you?
Well, as in like
I can think of several things. I can
like
think of
what?
several things in that movie that had the potential to be very interesting. None of them happen. So I want to know, you tell me, what is like the most interesting thing in one battle after another to you?
I mean, this is gonna sound fucking retarded, but I think like the most like interesting thing is I don't have a thing, like a scene that's like interesting is when the dojo guy is fucking hiding him in the,
oh
like, the chase
my
or whatever,
God.
and he gets caught.
This is the
He
most
actually gets
Reddit
caught.
answer.
He gets caught.
Isn't it cool when that guy was so calm compared to there must have been a Redditor or a YouTuber reviewer that gave this answer, because what is so interesting about that? I
think it's interesting because he doesn't get away. He gets caught. He fucking gets caught, and then he gets away again. All right, it's like a fucking. It's you don't expect him to actually get caught. I think that's kind of interesting. But just to be clear, just to be as clear as possible, Weapons is the most dog shit fucking Goosebumps fucking Animorphs fucking plot of all time. It's the most retarded bullshit. Like if you ask Zach
it's just
Kreger
like a
to explain
standard. It's like a standard horror movie. How is it so horrible?
It's a standard Down syndrome. It's a standard Down syndrome movie. All right, it does what it sets out to do, which is to just be a movie that's about shit. All right, I don't understand how you can say that movie is better than One Battle After Another just because One Battle After Another isn't fucking.
Well, it's hard to compare across genre, but I think that.
I think if you ask Zach Kreger, all right, Zach Kreger, he's a pretty smart guy, right? If you watch any of his interviews, right, he's a really smart guy. If you ask Zach Kreger to talk about his own movie, Zach Kreger himself cannot come up with any explanation on what his movie's about, why his movie's about, where his movie's about. He himself cannot do it. So I ask you, how do you think that's better than One Battle?
I don't know. I can't speak for him. I don't know why he can't. I'm not saying it. Maybe he's fucking retarded. I don't know. He might be. Retarded people make good movies sometimes. Look at George Lucas.
Why didn't they expand on the radio thing more? Like the whole idea of like the two radios making a special sound when they come together. It just seems
there
like
are so many. Oh yeah, I thought that was going to be like a mega relevant plot device at some point. Did he use? He must have used that to find his daughter at the end, right? It wasn't just seeing the car drive by, right? I don't know. I thought there were so many potentially like interesting things that could have happened in that movie. Like I think there could have been some big, like obviously you've got, this is a huge theme that's been explored in the past by tons of different media, where it's like when you have a biological parent and then an adopted parent, and the adopted parent is more of a parent to you than the biological parent, like resolving that conflict I think is interesting. That never really happened in this movie. There were no scenes between Leo and his daughter discussing that. The daughter just hated the bio dad because the bio dad is a weird Nazi dude. I don't know, like everything is just weird there. There could have been some interesting resolution between the guy by accepting like, why do I like this woman who is so contrary to every single aspect of my political ideology? Like that's never even explored. He just kind of does. He just does those things, and then he does it, and then he dies at the end. There could have been an interesting thing for like there are people that are like coyotes that benefit from a system that's exploitative to their own people or people like them, like the Native American dude. I don't know why the guy backstabbed the people in the end. Was he just mad because of the one racist comment about fire, whatever, the whiskey comment by the one unit? But he must have heard so many comments like that in the past. That wasn't really explored at all.
Why was it so hypersexualized?
Well, the hypersexualization can make sense if it's juxtaposing like this is a strong man who's into like these submissive sexual things with somebody who's like politically misaligned with him. But like they just don't. They kind of like introduce these things, but they don't really explore them all. And then everyone in chat is typing like they do explore them because there's like a thing on the scene about it, but not really. Like these are things that you have like a ton of scenes like exploring the like what does it mean to each of the characters? How do they react and respond to these events? Like how do they change or grow as character? But like none of this ever really fucking happens. It's just not, I don't know, it's just a cringe. It's just like a bunch of stuff happens and nobody really grows or changes that much. I don't think. Does anybody? There's no like interesting exploration of any of the things. What does it mean? Like what realizations do the characters? I don't know. I literally don't think anything.
Wait, okay. You're judging one battle after
a shit movie.
Wait.
Even
You're
Civil
judging...
War, which I didn't even think was good.
Bro.
Even Civil War, I think was better than this.
I didn't watch
You're
it.
judging one battle after another by a completely different standard. I understand they're
completely different standard than what?
No,
no, stop! Don't start screaming. Hold on, wait. Completely different standard than what?
If you were, I could ask you the same exact
I'm just
questions
asking you.
about weapons.
Okay, stop. Okay. I'm just clarifying your sentence. Completely different standard than what? Than weapons?
Yes.
Yes, because one is just a horror movie. Yeah, it's a different.
It's just a horror movie, so you can't have depth and explanation of why things are the way they are in movies if it's horror.
Yeah, you watch different movies for different things. When I watch Iron Man, I'm
I'm gonna ask the same question. So you can't have depth and explanation because it's horror. What about the genre of horror is different?
You could, but you watch the genre of horror for different things. Sometimes you just want to feel like spooked or scared, or maybe you want to.
So you just get spooked or scared. No. So weapons is good because it's spooky, scary. Oh, okay. No. I understand.
Do you think that every genre is appropriate to explore every theme? Or do you think that some genres are better suited to some themes than other genres? Like Taken, I wouldn't watch Taken to explore the relationship between a father and a daughter, even though that's kind of sort of part of the movie, but not really. It's an action flick. It's a revenge flick.
Wait. You wouldn't watch Taken for a fucking psychological breakdown of but I mean that does a decent job of like showing the relationship and the values of like a father and a daughter. I don't understand.
No,
why
it doesn't. Okay, if you think it is, this is just this is an IQ check on media. I don't know. It might most of you guys fail. If you think that Taken is a movie that explores the relationship between a father and daughter,
spooky horror movies, horror movies. It's the extent you're willing
it's
to
because
go
it's.
through. All right.
Well, I don't understand how you don't understand this. Different genres are better at exploring different themes. I wouldn't evaluate a knife based on how many people I could kill at once with it, the same way that I wouldn't evaluate AR-15 with how well I could cut a slice of steak with it. Different things are suited to exploring different things.
Arbitrary. I don't understand.
It's not completely arbitrary. What are you talking? Why do genres exist at all if they're arbitrary? That's definitionally not arbitrary.
Genres exist because they have categories. You can't just say, it doesn't have to do anything because it's horror. Where are you getting that from?
This is a Pisco viewer.
Where are you getting that from? Where are you getting that from? It's completely arbitrary. It's completely arbitrary. Why does the genre being horror make it so it doesn't have to do
it doesn't have to what?
It doesn't have to do the same things that other movies would have to. You can argue that it doesn't have to be the most fucking but why is it simply being horror? And it's spooky. Like I don't.
This is a Pisco viewer. You're
horror
right.
Horror movies can do more than just be spooky scary. Horror movies can do more than just be spooky scary.
They could be, but different genres lend themselves towards the exploration of different themes. They just do. Hero movies like Marvel Slap or whatever lends itself to a type of like coming of age story for young men, more so than romance movies might not explore, the concept of good versus evil, or revenge flicks like John Wick or Taken might not explore deep themes of like family relations between humans, or just different genres lend themselves towards exploring different themes better. That's why we have different types of books and songs and everything else, right?
Okay, they lend themselves, but that doesn't give him an excuse to be fucking shallow and all. Okay, here's
when
a
you
question.
say shallow, it depends. It depends. Stop. You got to stop doing this. I don't know if this. You think it's I do this, or I don't know if you learn this from preschool. You got to stop doing the. Wait, stop. Hold on. I'm server meeting you. Okay, stop asking a question and then doing like the. Stop doing that. Holy shit, that's so fucking annoying. Okay.
You yap for 10 billion minutes. I respond.
I talk quickly and I'm not yapping a ton. You're asking a question and then you go off to a totally different thing and you scream before we can even address the last thing you just said. Okay. So
thank you.
A thing being shallow.
No, thank you. No. Thank you.
A thing being shallow in some areas.
No. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. I'm good. Jesus.
That guy 100% is watching Pisco nonstop, 24/7 on repeat. Like when he's in the shower, he's putting on like the best debates of Pisco of all time. Like I would bet my life on it. He's a fucking tier 5 super chatter.
Hold on. Do we know anything happening right now with Elijah Schaefer? What do you want, Hussein?
I was just gonna talk to Dan about the World War I thing. If it's now.
Talk about the World of War thing? The what?
The World War What?
No, fuck it. We'll do it later. I have a million videos I need to cover. I need to kick Dan out of here soon, even. So.
I don't even care about World War I.
Okay, love you.
Not too soon though.
These are his deleted posts. I have a horrible suspicion that Elijah Schiffer has killed his family with the gun he claims is stolen. I feel sick. Tell me I'm reading this wrong. Is there any news about this? Elijah Schiffer tweeted and I guess deleted this. I do not know where my wife and kids are and I cannot get a hold of them. They are filed as missing persons. They have gone missing. Last enforcement confirmed someone in my household set me up. They planted drugs and said I was a criminal. This will be a public trial by the FBI. I am a victim of serious targeted felony crimes. I am not suicidal. They have kidnapped my family. They have stolen my money. I will bring justice. I need the public to know. I'm in Virginia. The government is aware. I believe the FBI is trying to destroy my life and kill me. My stolen car was recovered by U.S. Customs. I'm the victim of a serious set of felonies, including gun theft. Someone from my inner circle is involved. This is an international probe. Do you think he killed his family?
Over under? I'd give you 30% odds. You want to take that bet?
No, I have no idea.
I don't either. That's why I said 30%.
Go bet, Mr. Moon. What are the alternatives? I have no idea. Weird. Sounds like schizophrenia. Could be that too, maybe?
All right, I'll let you go.
Okay.
Do not forget about what do we got? Tectone, Turkey Tom.
Yeah, I'm getting there. As soon as I get through these, I can get to it. Yeah.
That's very rude.
Good.
I'll leave now.
Be careful. Love you.
That's a crucial point. I wanted to get into that. So you think that we have crossed some threshold?
What is this?
Where things that are understandable, we can understand in some sense.
Yes, I think we have, and I think I have a watertight argument for that. But
Okay, some other day. What is this?
Reporting illegal immigrant. I have my own hotline for reporting illegal immigrants, and people call it thinking that it's legitimate. I talked to a kindergarten teacher that wants to deport the parents of a kindergartner at her school. And it looks like they have a child who was born in New York, which makes them an American citizen.
Yeah.
So we're looking to deport the parents and leave the child.
Right, like I said, I don't know if they're here illegally. I just think it's odd, you know? It's very odd.
What did you say was odd?
Is this the same guy that we watched before who had this line set up where somebody was calling to report their neighbors as like illegals because they came in to their driveway? I don't even remember. It was something fucking retarded. Before you start catching up, were you doing events during your break or just chilling? Anything you can tease for the future? No! I need to stop saying I'm doing anything before it comes out because every time I mention anything, anytime I come back from it, there's a million questions like, how did this go? How did this go? And it's like, I don't know. Watch it when it comes out. So, no, I did nothing. I went and I fucked your mom for 3 days.
It's just sad for them to even be here. Like, I'm a teacher at a school. Okay, I know schools. I know the whole law about schools. I mean, they seem like nice people or whatever, but I looked them up in our files and I was like, oh, she was born in Honduras and he's born in El Salvador. So right there, it's like, okay, maybe I'm on the right path. You know, they drop off their kid every day.
So their kid is their kid a student at your school?
Yes, yes,
One of your
kindergarten.
Okay, so now you want to get his parents deported?
Well, I'm just saying if they're taking up resources from our county,
Okay.
I'm not into illegal people being here.
I mean, if the son's in kindergarten, what, he's 6 or 7,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, he's probably like 5 or 6.
And he was born in New York, so that means assuming like they've been in America for 6 or 7 years.
Yeah.
And now we're going to go ahead and just remove them.
Are you like questioning that, or what do you?
Yeah. Sorry, no, I'm just writing this down for my own
Okay.
personal notes, and my supervisor
Okay.
teaches at school wants kindergarten child's parents.
Do we know if his videos
Make it
are
sound
real
terrible.
or
Make it sound-
staged? I mean, how can we know that? I have no idea. Yeah, they could be staged.
terrible.
Who knows? Who knows? Okay.
I covered this.
Follow up on elections. The president says that he wants Republicans to nationalize elections. Do you agree with him? And do you have confidence in how elections are conducted right now, heading into the midterm?
We have thoughtful debate about our election system every election cycle and sometimes in between. We know it's in our system. The states have been in charge of administering their elections. What you're hearing from the president is his frustration.
Destiny, most movies can explore most topics, though. There are horror movies that explore grief, for example, or family relationships. Same as there are drama movies that explore what comedy is. It depends on what the movie is about and what it is trying to explore, and if it does it successfully. Fuck. I need that one thing on repeat. There's just like a... I need to find a different word than IQ check because it sounds mean. But like, there's a guy who explains this. It's like, if you tell somebody most women are shorter than most men, right? And their response is, well, I know a woman who's really tall. This is retarded. And you should just not talk to this person about things, okay? Yes, most movies can explore most themes. Sure, it's possible, right? But generally speaking, some genres are better suited to exploring some themes than other genres. I don't know how anybody could disagree with that statement. But maybe everything is everything and anything can be anything and everything everywhere all at once in my cock and my asshole, okay?
About the lack of some of the blue states, frankly, of enforcing these things. And
okay.
Follow up on elections. The president says that he wants Republicans to nationalize elections. Do you agree with him? And do you have confidence in how elections are conducted right now, heading into the midterm?
We have thoughtful debate about our election system every election cycle and sometimes in between. We know it's in our system. The states have been in charge of administering their elections. What you're hearing from the president is his frustration about the lack of some of the blue states, frankly, of enforcing these things and making sure that they are free and fair elections. We need constant improvement on that front. I don't know what the ultimate solution is going to be. I'm not going to get ahead of the negotiations here, but I think that is something that's going to be a continuing theme here. It's something that we'll continue to push, and we hope the governors will insist upon that same thing as well. In some of the states, like in California, for example, I mean, they hold the elections open for weeks after Election Day. That's just one thing that bothers so many people. We had 3 House Republican candidates who were ahead on Election Day in the last election cycle. And every time a new tranche of ballots came in, they just magically whittled away until their leads were lost. And no series of ballots that were counted after Election Day were...
Wait, is he talking 2024 or 2020? Sorry.
They hold the elections open for weeks after Election Day. That's just one thing that bothers so many people. We had 3 House Republicans...
Also, when he says hold the election open for weeks, is he talking about the fact that if your ballot arrives after the election day, but it's postmarked before on the election day, they're still counted? Is he talking about that? Are there any states that actually have it so you can vote after election day? Because if not, he should just be, I can't say it on YouTube.
Republican candidates who were ahead on Election Day in the last election cycle. And every time a new tranche of ballots came in, they just magically whittled away. And
by the way, if you're European or if you're an American retard and you're wondering, why don't we have voter ID? Europeans have voter ID. Or if you're a European, like, why don't Americans have voter ID? I don't understand, right? The reality is like, we probably should, we probably could. It probably wouldn't be that hard to implement. But the types of people that want to talk about it are always bad faith, demonic retards like this guy who clearly don't give a fuck about the integrity of an election system. They just want to surgically target the types of votes that they think would go against them and get rid of them. That's why we don't have it. It's because these conversations are held hostage by evil demons like Mike Johnson, right? They hate mail-in voting. They hate it because they think it favors Democrats after COVID. That's the only reason why he's talking about this. So when these are the only people that want to talk about like voter ID, they don't give a fuck about how secure an election is. They just want to shore up how many elections did they investigate besides the 7 swing states? Seems like they didn't give a fuck about any other elections in 2020. I don't know for 2024. Oh, I don't think there was any election fraud in 2020. Or they might have said there was election fraud then because they said there's always election fraud. Trump's been claiming election fraud since 2012. He just says it all the time. Maybe there always is unprecedented huge election fraud that's just never been discovered anywhere in the United States on the levels anywhere near what these guys are saying. Who knows?
If ballots came in, they just magically whittled away until their leads were lost. And no series of ballots that were counted after Election Day where our candidates ahead on any of those counts. It looks on its face to be fraudulent. Can I prove that? No, because it happened so far upstream. But we need more confidence in the American people in the election system. And
What more do we need? Like, you guys have been searching for fraud for fucking ever, and you can't fucking find any. So it seems like whatever we're doing right now seems to be working. It's outsmarting you retards.
Essential, and everybody, no matter what party you're in, should agree with that. The mass mailing of paper ballots or mail-in ballots and all the other irregular.
Have you got any answer from YouTube about your channel being demonetized? Nope. I'm just gonna assume. I said I would give it till the 30th and then pass out. I'm just gonna assume it's gonna be perma demonetized, and then I'm just gonna make business plans based on that. Basically, I think I have a meeting tomorrow or the day after with my chief operations officer. We'll figure out how I want to make money instead. But my assumption is just that maybe in some number of months or once the political situation changes, or who knows. But yeah, it's just sitting on the thing. So good times.
Irregularities that have haunted us over the last couple of cycles. We need to tighten that up. Now, the red states have done a lot of good work in that front, but it's the blue states that I'm frankly concerned about. So we'll see how the law is modified and what's.
Will you cover the motion to dismiss? Shut the fuck up. That was not ruled on. Oh, are you talking about my motion for summary judgment? Oh, I probably won't read it. It's just going to be a basic. I'm pretty sure our MSJ is basically a rehash of the motion to dismiss with a few things added about Pixie's ex-boyfriend.
Change, but I hope we can get consensus to get that done.
Fucking loser. I hate this fucking guy. What is this?
He went from like nothing to 141,000. I thought he was view botting. I thought, that's my opinion, that he himself.
This guy thought that you were view botting. 666 views. Why are you even linking me this?
Destiny right now.
Do I even know this guy?
I don't want to get past like one-ish because I know you guys have somewhere else to be. This is our good friend Destiny, who maybe lawsuit will do. I covered this. He went from like nothing to 141,000. I thought he was view botting. I thought, that's my opinion, that he himself was view botting. There was a clip where he's like doing something weird, and then suddenly the number gets like astronomical, and he doesn't even address it. He does, like you know that he doesn't even address, like if somebody view botted us, right? I would be like, oh cool, yeah, we're doing well. And I'm like, hey guys, we're doing so good right now, yeah. And then if if our chat like remained the same and I had some type of indicator that I was being view botted because I did this more, I would be like, oh shit guys, we're getting view botted. Well, who do you think view botting? We would still stay live. I would stay live just to see how big the number could get, right? I wouldn't like, oh guys, exit. And I would not. I watch a lot of this whatnot where people scam people for Pokemon packs. They do like fake Pokemon pack rips, like they'll do like resealed Pokemon packs and stuff. As soon as somebody gets caught on whatnot, oh, this is resealed. Oh my god, right? They don't address it and they shut off.
You did address it, no? I think I did the second day, but I don't address things like this because I don't want to give attention to the people doing it. This is like streamer 101. But this guy's either just hasn't been streaming long or doesn't. I guess he's just low IQ. I'm sorry, that's my go-to now. I hate everybody, dude.
Off the stream. So I've seen what a guilty person does over and over again. They will sell you a pack of Pokemon cards that is sealed. These are
like, yes, in my 16 years of streaming, now I have finally decided, you know what? I'm going to embrace the viewbot. And for my first viewbot, I'm going to viewbot 140,000 viewers. You got me.
Not sealed Pokemon cards. Oh, jeez. Oh, they'll sell you a pack of this. They'll have done something. They split the bottom of it. Then they split the card. And then if they get caught, if they ever get caught, the live stream ends immediately. They don't address it. They don't acknowledge it. They just end the live stream and start a new one and hope that no one screenshotted it. So I believe it is my opinion that Destiny indeed is viewbotting, because at the end of the day, I mean, if someone viewbotted my stream, how would I personally react? I would be curious. I'd be like, oh wow, someone viewbotted your stream. That's really interesting, right? Yeah, there are hilarious compilations, Alex, of these people on this.
Yeah, but then if I don't even need to respond. It's fucking retarded.
Website called Whatnot. Whenever they.
Do you think the person behind the viewbot is trying to harm your chances of remonetization? I have no idea. Maybe not. I feel like the most botting-like behavior I've seen recently, I feel like it's from Asmongold's crowd. Like, wasn't there, when they shut all the viewbots down on Twitch, wasn't some percentage of his audience viewbotted, plus the weird behavior on LSF? So I don't know if one of them would view about me. I don't know if a lefty who hates me would view about me, or someone on KB Farms, or someone from Just Deal's Discord server would view about me. I have no idea.
Get caught in a scam?
But I mean, also, it just happened again, like an hour ago when I had 27,000 viewers. Like, that was my guess is that was a 20,000 viewer viewbot applied, or 15 to 20,000 viewer bot. I don't know why. It's not like these people ever make themselves known, so.
Scam. And they're like, oh. And then they turn off the stream, never address it, and then a week later, they come back, right? This is interesting, Goosey, because he's demonetized. So what is the point of him paying all? I assume this costs him a lot of money.
Oh, is this guy a lawyer? Oh, lawyer. Oh, that explains why he's fucking retarded. Every lawyer that becomes whatever, well, most of them, sorry, not everyone. These guys are always fucking retarded. I don't know what it is about this profession, but Jesus Christ, when these guys go to YouTube, they all just lose their fucking minds.
To do this, but so that's Destiny. We're gonna get to Hassan later. I want to get to this guy.
The H3H3 crowd posts his stuff. Any single person, the H3H3 crowd loved the legal mindset for a while because he was anybody that is nice to Ethan, they obsess over him and they say they're cool. And then as soon as they're not nice to Ethan, then they turn on the guy and they say he's horrible, basically, is how the H3H3 crowd evaluate people. Because they were sucking off that, legal mindset guy for a while just because he was nice to, or because he was attacking Caseytron, but.
Oh, this is the vibe check. So, jeez. So I do have to say this. This is probably the worst. Okay, imagine Tectone is in court, and the judge is asking, Tectone, do you have anything to say? We're not vibing right now, judge. I don't get it, man. Why aren't we vibing? Didn't you see my 200 pages of Twitter? Just imagine this. Just imagine how silly this would be as a defense legally. That you just didn't vibe check with the judge. A civil case is essentially a vibe check to see where they see. How are these guys vibed? Unfortunately,
Well, I don't think that was the defense he used in court, no?
I run my mouth way too much.
Did you see your Reddit mods claiming Asmongold was botting threads on your sub? Oh, I haven't seen that.
Imagine every civil lawsuit, from real estate to even eBay, right? People are suing over Pokemon cards right now. And instead of like looking at the evidence, you're just going to look at the two people, and whoever has the best vibes wins the civil lawsuit. This is why legal mindset and his cronies are so dangerous. They've taken the legal justice system, and made it a laughing stock. And I hate that. I had to give up a fuck ton to be here today, okay? Many of you know I have the Pokemon page. I should be working on the Pokemon page because we're doing some cool mystery free. Everything I do on the Pokemon page is free. When you enter a live stream, every pack I give you is free. I just ask you for the shipping, right? Because sometimes you're living in like Israel. Actually, two of the winners, the same winner was in Israel, and I finally found out how much money it costs to send something to Israel, and it is very expensive. But some of them are Norway and so on. They're kind of like you guys are all over the place. So whenever they win a pack or something, and there's
okay, I don't care about this guy. I don't know why I was like this. Stop trying to troll me.
Together as my health got worse.
Is he better? Did he survive? Oh,
Nice.
This was what I was looking for earlier. This was you in chat. Whoever asked me that question. Can't all genres do all things? You're who he's describing.
It's a fast way to test someone's ability to think abstractly. Make a generalized statement about a group, something factual and based on stats, such as Asian men are shorter on average. Now, what's the response? If they say anything like, not all Asian men are short, or I know a tall Asian guy, you're not dealing with disagreement, you're dealing with reasoning failure, okay? The statement was about averages and not individuals, distributions, not anecdotes, okay? And psychology calls this concrete thinking. When someone cannot separate population level trends from individual exceptions, they default to personal stories. And this is not insight, it is a lack of abstract reasoning, okay? And pointing out an exception does not invalidate a trend. It just proves you do not understand how statistics work. This is called ignoring base rates. It's a well-documented cognitive error, okay? And here's the important part. Once someone collapses a statistical idea into an emotional or anecdotal rebuttal, explaining it doesn't help, okay? They are operating on a different level of thought. You're referring to patterns. They're talking about people they know. Okay, this is different conversations, right? And this is not about being rude or offensive. It's about whether someone can think beyond the literal and understand aggregates, okay? Averages describe tendencies and not guarantees. Exceptions do not disprove the rules. And the moment someone can't grasp that, you've learned that that is exactly how far the conversations will go. Here's a fast way to test someone's ability to think abstractly. Make a generalized statement about a group, something factual and based on stats, such as Asian men are shorter on average. Now, what's the response? If they say anything like, not all Asian men are short, or I know a tall Asian guy, you're not dealing with disagreement.
I hope that played 2 or 3 times. I know YMS disagrees with me in one battle after another. I don't care. I don't know what you want me to say. I'm not doing full fucking movie reviews right now, okay? Maybe in the future, all right? Jesus Christ. Additional emails also reveal Jeffrey Epstein's advisors were talking to former Activision CEO Bobby Kotick about microtransactions in Call of Duty back in 2013. Jeffrey Epstein made microtransactions? U.S. steel production increases. Total U.S. steel production. Megatons 2024 versus 2025. From 80.8 to 81.8. That's an amazing y-axis. Nice. Based. Jesus.
I have not heard back yet from my congressman about why he does not support uncapping.
The sharpness on this camera or whatever filter effect here is super harsh. It's way too brutal.
Just an update, I have not heard back yet from my congressman about why he does not support uncapping the U.S. House of Representatives. I've been writing him every day for nearly a month now. I'm getting no response from my congressman.
Hello, this is Congressman Tracy Mann. If you're a resident of the Big First District wishing to express your thoughts or concerns, please press 1.
This is Matt Beat, and I have been trying to reach you.
It's metric tons, not megatons. Okay.
I've emailed you the past 29 days to see if I can get one reason why you currently do not support uncapping the House of Representatives. So I'm just wanting clarity on this issue. If you could please call me.
YouTube auto AI upscales people's videos without permission. Now it sucks. Does the YouTube auto AI upscaling really look like that? I feel like that's probably not true. I'm sure it auto upscales, but that sharpness is very, very, very harsh on that. That looks really bad. Only in shorts from what I can tell. Based. Jesus. Out, asking libtards, what is a woman? Referring to her gender. In, asking rightoids, what is a woman? Referring to her age. Hutch is locked the fuck in.
Okay, other smart people.
Okay, there you go. Condemn Jeffrey Epstein, yes or no, Hutch?
I do. Yeah, but if he had a D next to his name and he was running for a Tectone
Oh my God.
I would probably vote for him. I'm just saying.
King.
Wild.
Not kidding.
Wild.
Not a joke.
King. What is this? Vosh being blackpilled. This is like the long
That
time.
began, give or take, 200 years ago, right? It's brought about some great gains, but there are problems, okay? Liberalism, as an ideology, is incompatible with capitalism. A system where enormous amounts of power are accrued by very, very few cannot be compatible with democracy. And they have chosen one over the other, and we know which one they have chosen. Because every day they do things that erode liberalism and preserve the corporate oligarchy. Like, we know which side they've taken. When they take steps to work against the corporate oligarchy, it's always in some banal reformist way. Like, no, that's too much too fast. But they never really push back, not hard at least. They're only interested in a stable erosion of democracy. You know, they don't really care about, like, the actual reclaiming of lost territory. I think that the powers that be have more or less agreed that this experiment is on its way out, and what they need to do is build the economic, political, and social conditions in the United States and in other first world countries that would allow.
The only way we will make progress in this country is going to be if when we figure out how to actually accurately diagnose problems, and we don't just blame some epic class of people that we don't like, lay billionaires or lay capitalists or lay fucking pedophiles or whatever the fuck else. One day we'll get there, or not. Who knows? Maybe not. Whatever.
Thank you for coming. We had some fun. I'm glad you felt like you could say what you wanted to say.
America would be a better place if people who think like you just all roped. But otherwise, it was
solid. Solid. Glowing endorsement.
Okay. Based on something. Hassan clip.
Complain about their union brethren being super right wing and super reactionary and voting for Donald Trump, and obviously the alternative is the Democrats, which is also a liberal party that's also a bourgeois party, and they're not necessarily representing their interests either. But
what do you mean not necessarily?
They're not representing.
Treat them like deplorables. Remember?
Yeah, that's
do you
true.
remember Hillary?
Yeah, no, for sure. but like there is an opportunity there.
Donald Trump didn't really have to try very hard to become president of the United States.
No.
Can Can you tell the country by the buzz frequency? I believe you can, right? 60 hertz is the buzz frequency for the United States, and I think other places are 50. I don't know if it has to do with voltage or what, but...
He had the Clintons and the Obamas doing all his work.
I feel like it's higher. Like, this isn't an American buzz. It's not, right? Hold on. It's the AC frequency. Like, this one is lower. This is a 50 hertz one, right? Because it's probably, it's in some other country.
His work for him.
Yeah, and I don't.
I think. Wait.
I mean, even with Kamala Harris.
No, it's definitely right. Hold on.
Harris too. Oh, and I don't. I mean.
I think it's 50. I think it's 50.
Enough. I also
stop. I wasn't watching. I was watching Hassan.
To try very hard to become president of the United States.
No.
He had the Clintons and the Obamas doing all his work for him.
Yeah, and I don't. I mean, even with Kamala Harris too. Oh my
What do you mean?
God.
Especially
Kamala Harris. It was disastrous, and I just kept yelling at them. I went to the DNC. I talked to them in person. I was like, "What
are the whole Democratic Party?
you guys doing?
What are you guys doing? Why aren't you nominating a leftist? Why aren't you nominating a socialist?
Like this is a disaster."
Hassan, why did you go to the
You get in there and make it about Palestine.
The DNC want Trump to be in the presidency if the alternative is somebody like Mamdani or, you know, our friend Bernie.
Yeah.
They actively chose Trump in 2015-16 over Bernie Sanders.
Yes.
They knew what they were doing.
Yanis was in the failed Greek socialist government for like 6 months before he got kicked out for being too retarded economically, even for socialists. Is that true? I don't know anything about him, but... Jesus.
DNS. It always works great for me. My network never goes down because I use static routing. The Earth is flat, and so is my enormous OSPF LSDB. I turn off spanning tree because it is socialist. 32 loopbacks everywhere and no hackers can touch me. My Ethernet cables are so good. They're Cat 6.7. That's 1.59 terahertz, idiots. I only use half duplex because that's the only way to have polite conversation. Latency is a myth invented by...
This is epic, and if you don't think it's epic, it's just because you don't know all the stuff that we know about the internet, guys, okay?
Have you thought of running in elections?
No.
Well, why not?
Because...
Look, it's a horrible thing to do. I've done
The answer is because there's no money and there's no clout. That's his answer. There is a good answer to this, but I don't know if Hassan, he should have an answer prepared for this. He might have even given the past. The good answer for this is that's just not where his particular talents are suited, right? That's my answer, right? I don't know if I would be necessarily as impactful as an election running person. That's just not what I excel at.
Because look, it's a horrible thing to do. I've done it. I can confirm that it sucks.
Yeah.
Big time. But it's a dirty job. Someone's going to do it.
I know, but
these people have to vote for someone. What are you going to say to them when the midterms come?
Well,
don't vote.
No, of course not.
Well,
but I have
who they're going for the Democrat who wants to.
Well, I have my people. That's why I'm.
Yeah, okay, you have your people, but not everywhere.
That's true. But my goal is to try to
And why should these people have their lives destroyed by being elected and not yours?
Well, it's not even about like...
God, he's such a himbo. He's so fucking stupid. Oh, God, it's so embarrassing. Gee, okay.
My life...
He's trying to give an answer that sounds smart while also navigating the fact that he inhabits mutually exclusive positions at different times because he wants to do he wants to do like propaganda for liberals to convert them into more radical things, but he's trying to get away from that, I think, as of recently. He's trying to be more like the liberal guy. Now that Mamdani is elected, he wants to take credit for that election and then pretend that like he's cool with the Democrats because he knows that they're probably going to win a lot of their elections in the midterms and he wants to be on the cool team or whatever. It's just so fucking cringe.
Being destroyed necessarily, but because my life gets destroyed all the time doing what I'm doing anyway. I mean,
come on.
Gets destroyed. Yeah, seriously. Come on. Gets destroyed. You're making money from one of the largest corporations on the planet. By market cap, what is Amazon? What number? What rank? Your life is destroyed? This is like the most bougie champagne socialist statement in the world. My life is destroyed. By the way, I just came back from an all expenses paid trip to China. And I'm giving a speech in Qatar in a few days. Or I don't know how long ago this was. Like, really? Your life is destroyed?
No, I'm able to.
You're having fun here.
No, I know, but I'm able to overcome it regardless because I have like built
overcome it.
This resilient base of support.
You haven't built anything, bro. If you got banned from Twitch, your life would be fucking over. Maybe he could make it on YouTube. If he got banned from those two platforms, he'd be gone. If he got like the Fuentes treatment, if he got the Destiny treatment, he would grope immediately. Oh, this is in Qatar? Okay, nice.
And I have ways of working around it. You know, I get banned on Twitch. I go to.
What do you work around? You make money from Twitch, and I think YouTube. I assuming you run those channels. You make money from the two of the largest corporations in America. What are you working around? What?
YouTube. But my point is, there's a finite amount of time and energy and effort that I can spend on this, and I feel like this is how I can maximize my output.
Sure.
Doing agitative propaganda, I think, and also creating a community that is then going out and participating in their own local elections, as many people in my community have already, to success.
At some point, you have to go to graduate to the level where
you're doing actual work. Yes, yeah, more than just making a fuck ton of money on YouTube and Twitch.
Take their voice and you put it into some kind of.
Say you did it with Mamdani. That'll make me come. Please say you did it. I did that with Mamdani, New York.
Simply. Some kind of Congress, maybe a state one, maybe a federal one.
I don't know. I know a guy.
Get ready.
I know a guy. His name is Cenk Uygur. He tried to do that and he failed spectacularly. So
now you quit?
Failure is okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
This is why I respect people like Cenk, as much as I hate him and his politics now, infinitely more than people like Hassan. Hassan is very much like Donald Trump here, and that it's the reason why somebody said he's dual streaming. Is he finally? Did he finally get on that dual stream train? Finally? Because if so, congratulations, taking 5 years to do it. Donald Trump is too much of a coward to support something that's not a like 99% success. That's why Donald Trump was fucking dicks out for Netanyahu and then, hightailed it out of fucking Ukraine. And he didn't want to risk anything there because he doesn't know if it's a surefire thing. Donald Trump only takes 100% won battles. That's it. And Hassan is the same. Hassan will never do anything adventurous or anything that, has a risk of failure. I don't know if it was Hassan or somebody else was attacking me on Twitter for my, compare Mamdani to the guy that Destiny supported in Omaha. We were the only thing that was helping that guy's campaign. We were his entire canvassing operation. And did a lot of behind the scenes stuff for him too. And the guy came in, this was a primary where he entered at 0%. Like nobody even knew who this guy was. I would much rather, well, not much rather, but I think it's more admirable to put your efforts towards things like that where success isn't guaranteed or even low than just backing the most mainstream popular things ever and never throwing your voice behind anything else ever. That's just so cowardly to me. And Hassan is like that. He's way too afraid to try something that could fail you. Cenk took a big risk when he ran for that primary and people are going to make fun of him. I think I even make fun of him sometimes for how horribly he performed. But hey, at least he tried. He was willing to throw his hat in the ring for it.
I mean, in 1905, the first Russian Revolution failed and it gave us Sergei Eisenstein's magnificent movie, The Battleship Potemkin, which was an important, first step towards the real thing.
Honestly, we could get Hassan in Congress easily. Oh my God. Do you think Gudgel could have won if you didn't get shafted? I don't know, maybe. It would have been a fight. I mean, like I said, he came in as a super underdog for that. Would depend on a lot of things. Who knows? I don't think it was me. I'm not attacking Gudgel either. I don't think it was me getting shafted that was the problem. I think it was the way that Gudgel responded to it, which was the thing I didn't consider beforehand, is that are you ready to do politics? Because it can get very brutal. Rather than seizing on the publicity around that, they kind of folded immediately. I say that sounds all negatively loaded, but this guy was a super nice dude who's been loved by everybody in his life, because he did a lot of like nice, cool shit. He just seemed like a really lovable guy. And then he had people calling him, like trying to threaten his teaching license. Like I just don't think he was ready for how brutal the political scene was. Vaush thinks the loneliness epidemic is about people being addicted to their phones and not touching grass, but he's too privileged to understand that the real reason people aren't going outside anymore is because it's way too expensive. People aren't socializing less because they're phone addicts or they're antisocial or any of the bourgeois rich-splaining you can usually expect from Vaush. Damn, oh my God. This is bait? Are you saying this is bait because it's actually bait, or you're saying it's bait because it's retarded and you can't believe anything is ever written on the internet that's stupid? Never mind. I think this is actually bait. If you weren't such an out-of-touch wealthy streamer, he'd know that the real problem was people don't go outside because the economy is fucked and everything's gotten too expensive and people have been priced out as a result. To give an example, I went on a date the other day with a chick I met on Tinder. Here's a breakdown of the date and how much everything cost. Dinner. First, it took a long time to even pick out a place to eat. She kept suggesting going somewhere casual, like a fast food place, but I thought that would be pretty lame for a date. Eventually, we decided on an all-you-can-eat sushi place. You know how much that was? $35 per person. I didn't want to tip, but my date insisted, since she said not tipping would only hurt the waitress, and put down the tip as 20%. So that's $84 just for one dinner. I don't even really like sushi that much. I just got the teriyaki chicken off the kids menu. This is a troll. Okay, it's a meme post, right? We went to see the new Iron Lung movie. The tickets were $14 each after tax. Then we had to get snacks, 2 large drinks, red vines, and 2 large popcorns. We got 2 popcorns because I didn't want her to keep reaching over to grab some because that's fucking annoying. That was $35. Gas. Okay, good meme. Holy shit. Read the last paragraph. Northern Lion says that women love sushi. Do you agree with this brand heuristic? Yes. Women love sushi so much that even when they hate fish, they'll love sushi. They're like, oh, I get cucumber sushi. I don't know why, but it's hidden OP. That's like, yeah, that's a stealth tech, okay, but it's good. So I told her she was dumb as shit and kicked out of my car. $502 for a date, and there wanted to be a second one. Maybe Vaush can afford to throw money around like that, but I and most normal people like me can't. No wonder people just prefer to stay home for the weekend. Based. I just saw this. The New Yorker's art department never misses. Now I do a male one. Men always love char grilling things, even if they are vegan, question mark? I feel like everybody should love char grilling things, no? Why do you think Vaush and Hassan are at opposite ends? Vaush is black-pilled if take JD over Newsom, and Hassan is trying to realign a bit. Well, Vaush is literally still on his Fortress arc. I think he's just there forever. I think Vaush doesn't give a fuck who he's working with or what he's doing. He's content. He probably makes a lot of money doing his live streaming stuff. I think all of his stuff is still monetized. He just sits and he does his thing, and he probably enjoys it. Vaush is probably like super comfortable, would be my guess. Whereas Hassan like needs to be building clout and moving in a positive direction, or else he feels like he's losing ground. Vaush is complaining about the Fortress arc. Yeah, I see. I still get posts that pop up on my Reddit app from Vaush's sub, and a lot of people in his thing are kind of annoyed about him not expanding his stuff, but I don't know if he'll change it or not. He's probably really comfortable where he's at. I don't think he's had any crazy drama or anything in like a year or more now. I don't know if you've moved on, but I heard a lot of misrepresentations about AI cognition. Don't care. Tomorrow. We'll do it later. Comparing myself to my girlfriend's ex. Drew. Okay. These are going on the to watch section. You said in a previous stream that Dems shouldn't bother wasting time appealing to far-left people because they shouldn't be considered part of the party, and Dems should focus on their own base instead. But why would they waste time focusing on people that would already vote for them no matter what? What? Because they don't vote for them. It's about voter turnout. It's about having a stronger positive representation of your party rather than just like weakly responding to everything. We need to have like stronger pillars of the Democratic Party standing for things rather than just like being tepidly reactionary to Trump. What's going to happen to chat tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know if I will. I don't want to have like a 27-year debate on AI. I don't care that much about the topic, okay? If you want to hop in and say something for like 2 minutes, then do it tomorrow when I start my stream at 1 p.m. I don't know, but I don't care that much. I have a feeling it's going to like explode out into like a huge debate and stuff that, and it's the thing that I just don't care much about. Have you heard about the paper that mathematically proved we're not living in a simulation? The guy you kicked out from Discord recently mentioned it. I didn't kick him out. He left because we were done with the conversation. And I haven't looked into it as much. So, can you react to the Isaiah Martin Jubilee debate? Yes, after I watch the 5 other videos I have queued up in 3 weeks. Okay. Okay. What? I can't ask chat this. I should have had this prepared. Is there like a public filing for all the Tectone court documents? Didn't someone send it to you? Miskiff sent me a bunch, but I don't know. How much? I don't know if these are all of them or not. What? Downloads? Why is this empty? You see Emeru explaining why she hasn't said anything about Tectone or Lucari. Nope.
Bro, I almost didn't go live today because I was so fucking tilted earlier today. Oh my fucking god, but I feel fine now, honestly. Yo, Mary Mydra, thank you for the 18 months. It was seeing that fucking chorm. Like, it pisses me off, but it's like hard to think about anything else. Why tilted? I'm like still debating if like I actually want to like talk about this stuff and fully give attention to it, but so you guys know how like I never really like talk about like personal stuff or like drama on stream at all unless it's like I kind of like have to for like a certain point. Well, I would say that like for the most part doing that has only pros. Like I've never really regretted choosing to be that kind of content creator, but there is one con that when you don't say things or like don't like talk about super personal stuff all the time or like your feelings about certain things, it leaves people room to like lie and make shit up, and it's so fucking annoying. But I'm like, I don't think normal people really like, it's like who fucking cares? Like I don't know. No one's that worried about.
Okay, I don't know and I don't care. Okay. These are docs that Miskiff sent me a long time ago, but I don't know if all of these are censored or not. The only reason I'm going over this is for 2 things, and I don't know how true these things are. I should verify the authenticity of both these things first, actually. The first is because, well, actually, no, I mean, we've seen the first one. The first is him saying, or I watched this off stream, yeah, I'm sure you guys will have seen it. It's him saying that he lost the civil case because it's a vibe check. Find me that. Tectone vibe check. So I've seen this.
A lot of people want to act like they're lawyers these days, okay? They do. What is a civil case? Spoiler alert, guys. I lost a civil case. I did. Hey, I did. And we're going to talk about, I lost. It's true. And we're going to talk about everything. What is a civil case? So a civil case is essentially a vibe check to where they see, how are this guy's vibes? Unfortunately, I'm fucking retarded. Yeah, L for me. I'm fucking retarded and I run my mouth way too much. One thing that I've learned, and throughout this slideshow, there's going to be consistent change. I am going to start tweeting 95% less. I uninstalled Twitter on my phone and I'm not going to tweet for 1 week. Yep, because a civil case isn't determined by proof. It's determined by vibes. And usually the way that court cases work for like criminal cases is you need to have proof to prove that someone's guilty. But in a civil case, I needed proof to prove that I'm innocent, which was hard and I'm a bastard. So essentially, the court decided that I'm a vibe rapist. Yeah, and my vibes were fucking terrible. So the thing that I learned is, Tectone, stop fucking tweeting. Because my vibes are fucking terrible. And I don't think I've ever been on Twitter and done something where I was like, you know what? I'm going to tweet something that's positively going to affect my life. But yeah, the vibes are fucking off. The vibes are off. All right, so I lost the vibe check. It's true. Next up.
So Just Pearly Things used to say stuff like this a lot as well. Okay, so people bring this up that civil cases aren't real. So in a criminal case, when the state is depriving you of your life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, whatever, the state is taking rights away from you, right? They're kidnapping you, placing you in a jail, whatever. The state is coming after you, okay? Criminal cases require you to either a judge, if you do a judge trial, or jury in a jury trial, require you to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. There's not a particular percentage, but people say 95, 99%, that there cannot be a reasonable doubt as to whether or not you committed the crimes that the prosecutor is charging you with, that you're accused of, okay? In a civil case is not generally coming after you to jail you. I don't think you can ever be jailed as a result of a civil case. You can be fined or have to pay money to the other side, or whatever tort law you're talking about, or whatever contract you violated that you have to make whole. But in a civil case, it's a 51% basically. They call it a balance of probabilities, or more likely than not, or there's the balance of probabilities is what they say in the UK. There's another word in the US or term. I always forget this in the US. But it's more likely than not, basically, that you did the thing. Preponderance of evidence is what they say in the US, okay? So when he's saying vibe check, I'm guessing somebody told him this, like, bro, don't worry, it's just a civil case. They're easier to lose than criminal cases, which is true, but it doesn't just mean it's just a vibe check, right? It's just whatever. Like, it's a lot easier to prove, of course, than a criminal case, but the penalties are not including, like, jail time and everything. Do you think this is how Legal Mindset explained it to him? Possibly. So one is because I think this comment is really stupid. It's very annoying to me. It underplays our civil litigation system. Number one. Okay. Number two, I haven't watched this. Does anybody have a link to this full Tectone video? Because somebody told me that he cites me as like, I had good conversations with this guy or something. And this is basically like he's citing this as supportive evidence. And if that's true, that's very fucking annoying to me, because now I feel even worse for having a civil conversation with him if he's using it to build his credibility or something, especially because this fucker has me blocked on X and I have no idea even why. Maybe because I made that one AI picture of me behind a tree. I don't know if anybody... Go to his channel on his live section. That is about something else, not this topic. Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe that's not as important. The third thing I heard was that the Legal Mindset guy was hardcore sweeping for like every single thing this guy did. Wait, Legal Mindset said it was a vibes check. Is there a link to the Legal Mindset coverage of this? Because that would be nice to see. I'm just curious what all he said about it as well.
The reason why that was is because I was not able to defend them. The reason why that was to say, I have had political opinions that I have changed. And the reason why that was is because I was not able to defend them. I was not able to explain why. And I found out that I didn't think that they were too good. Now, for example, Donald Trump. I used to think that the tariffs were an amazing thing. But then I had a conversation with Destiny, and since then I realized, well, they're actually not as good as I thought they were. And so now I'm more so on the fence. But, you know, when people present me information, I'm...
Oh, okay. That's not a bad statement. Okay. Let's see. And then there was this. What does anybody have the original video this is linked from? Because 11-second clip.
Yeah, okay, whatever. He could get you into collaborations. And obviously he was working with Mythic Talent, and he could get you into Mythic Talent. I as somebody who works for Mythic, I think Mythic gets you into Mythic.
3 hours and 10 minutes. Oh boy. And it's part 2? Is there a part 1 to this? Oh, hey, that's me. Oh, we can just look at his fast facts. I don't know if I can go.
The Tectone files. Today we get into a drop of documents regarding Tectone and his ongoing...
He actually cries while reviewing this Tectone trial stuff on stream. What?
Legal saga with his former ex. We're going to get that today on the Legal Mindset, where we teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney living over here in Asia. And this is a fast facts, the quick and dirty version of the latest in legal news. So let's jump right into the Tectone files. And once again, this is regarding streamer Tectone, who is today our defendant in this case, the Eggman. Now, to be a real quick disclosure, of course, I do know Tectone. He's an individual I'm familiar with, so you could say I have a bias towards Tectone. But that being said, I'm going to try to do this as neutrally as possible and present both sides of the argument. Because remember, there are always two sides of the argument, and particularly in this post-debt Me Too era, we have to consider all of the factors before we just go out and cancel someone for these allegations. And then we've got the plaintiff Pikachu, who is a streamer here. And
how can you and Hassan be the biggest online leftists that spend so much time on air talking about each other and never just do a quick online debate on your biggest disagreements, like who's too scared and why? Hassan is too scared because he doesn't actually have the ability to defend anything he says, and he just has to create a caricature of me to his audience, and he only cares about building clout and shit. He doesn't care about any of the ideas or do any research or know what he's talking about, generally speaking.
And we're going to be getting into their relationship. The important thing to notice being the defendant, Tectone and Pikachu, is they dated, right? So these are exes. They had a relationship that is now over. And then you have filings and accusations coming from this, mainly from a drop by Miskiff, who is clearly trying to put information out there that leads people away from his own case at this point. That seems to be his general legal strategy. So let's get into this. This is Pikachu.
I don't know how Miskiff dropping things to lead people away from his own case is a legal strategy. I think that's like a PR strategy related to his lawsuit. I don't know if lawyers say legal strategy when you're talking about a PR strategy, but I also don't trust anything YouTube lawyers have to say anymore. These people have been so brain broken about my own civil case, and then I've seen them follow other cases. I think that Johnny Depp and Amber Heard did a great disservice to the world by doing anything legally against each other, because they spawned a whole generation of legally retarded dipshits that passed the bar that now do YouTube channels that got way more popular than they ever should have. Holy fuck.
That seems to be his general legal strategy. So let's get into this. This is Pikachu versus Tectone over abuse allegations, both emotional and sexual in nature. There were filings both in the civil context and the criminal context. Now, the civil context that was taken all the way to a conclusion, but the criminal context, mind you, was a police report which was dropped. So that is very, very critical here, that there are no criminal conclusions regarding Tectone. And that's something that needs to be very, very much reinforced throughout all of this. Now, Tectone did deny the allegations of Pikachu, including her of defamation and filing counter evidence. But Tectone ultimately lost his civil suit and was ruled liable for SA, even despite the fact that the criminal case was dropped by police. And this had consequences for Tectone because Mythic, the talent agency, which is also my talent agency, dropped him over this. Now, to be very clear about this, once again, with Mythic, I've made it very clear with them that I would be covering issues regardless of how things look. And with Mythic, they have a right, and I can say this based on my own contract, to drop you based on brand appearance, etc. And many advertisers are gun shy. So even if the allegations are just allegations, they can drop you. Think about Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, look, and with Mythic, they have a right, and I can say this based on my own contract, to drop you based on brand appearance, etc. And many advertisers are gun shy. So even if the allegations are just allegations, they can drop you. Think about Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp.
True, but they're not dropping it because of allegations. It sounds like they're dropping it because he lost the civil case, right? So
Johnny Depp was dropped by Disney, dropped by other advertisers, simply because of allegations that were not yet proven in court. So this is something that Mythic dropping him doesn't make him per se guilty of anything at this point.
It makes him, it's because of the conclusion that he lost his civil case, right? There might not have been a crime that was prosecuted, but
other person, by the way, that's involved in this, and we're going to get into this, is Freem, who is a former marriage partner of Tectone. So while she's not necessarily a plaintiff, Freem's information is very much relevant to this analysis. So let's get into the kind of some background here before we get into a word. But actually, before we do that, let's get into a word from today's video sponsor. And now a word from today's sponsor of Data Broker Meet Me. As below. Now, we live in a world that's post-Depp versus Amber Heard, and this is actually, despite what people say, it wasn't Disney, it wasn't Doki, it wasn't anything else that really blew me up. It was Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp.
Ugh, I can't believe he brings this up. God, what a horrible court case for YouTube lawyers to all of these terrible fucking people that blew up on this.
Covering this case. And in this case, BlawTube really blew up because we started covering this neutrally, whereas the whole world in that Me Too era was pro Amber Heard, was pro saying all women believe what she says. And it turns out that Johnny Depp was indeed wronged here and he was vindicated in court. And so when I analyze the Tectone case, I look at this as we are in a post-Depp world. We need to live in a world where we don't believe my dog stepped on a bee and we don't believe any tall tale that came out of what Amber Heard's mouth or anybody else says, because we've seen cases out there in the US that I've covered on this channel, like Trevor Bauer, like the Con case at Princeton, where we have people that are absolutely destroyed. Their careers are just absolutely wrecked based on pure allegation. So let's get into what happened. So all the evidence I'm treating at a higher degree.
I would have to relook into this. I just Googled this, but I think, wasn't it Johnny Depp won one lawsuit and Amber Heard won the other, right? It was 1-1. So I don't know if, I thought Heard won one of them, the first one, and then Johnny Depp won the second one. But this is, I would have to go back. I'd not say go back. I haven't done this before. I always said I wanted to go back and like read through and listen through the whole Amber Heard and Johnny Depp thing because, it's so much. I just don't trust anything that gets cited by people unless I've read the underlying legal stuff myself, because I don't trust any of these fucking YouTube lawyers.
Just absolutely wrecked based on pure allegation. So let's get into what happened. So
Heard didn't win any. It was the Sun that won in the UK. Okay.
All the evidence I'm treating at a higher degree if it's been filed with the court, not just online. But a lot of this stuff that's been filed, that's online, was indeed filed with the court. And every individual case has to be evaluated for its impact. So what does a civil case mean? Well, what that means is there's a standard of proof that's lower. It's preponderance of the evidence, 51%, you could say, instead of reasonable beyond a reasonable doubt, which is 99.9% of the time. And such, or up in the upper percentages of happening. But Tectone hasn't been convicted of anything criminal. So for all those out there, and I'm looking at you, all the Pikers of the world and everybody else who's throwing the names out there, calling him the R word, and I can't say that because of YouTube, is not actually okay. He hasn't been convicted. That is still defamatory to label him as a criminal when he is indeed not been convicted criminally.
Is that defamatory? Is rapist just a statement on somebody's criminal convictions? If you can't have the opinion that somebody's a rapist without them being, if you say he was convicted of rape, sure, but I'm pretty sure you can have the opinion that somebody's a rapist without a criminal conviction of it.
So one thing, looking at the background here, once again, part one, just looking at the background, Travis County in Texas has a huge pro-female bias in terms of outcomes. Women who file tend to get very, very, very favorable outcomes in Texas, in Travis County. And there's a potential activist judge who had
So this first statement is not supported by the evidence. Whether that's true or false, I don't know. When he says women that file have a high tendency to win, that could obviously be confounded by the fact that women that file probably have pretty strong cases if they're willing to file, right? This is like the child support argument. Like 90% of dads pay child support to the moms, but like in cases where the dads contest custody, they win like 85% of the cases. Well, probably because when the dads are filing, they have a really high claim, or they've exceeded probably a big bar for winning custody, right? So this first statement is not supported by the evidence, although Legal Mindset is both retarded and biased. So he's legally and mathematically retarded, and he's super biased because he fucking hates women if they can speak English. So this is probably all playing into this.
Who file tend to get very, very, very favorable outcomes in Texas, in Travis County. And there's a potential activist judge who had a DV bias, who had a history of that did not recuse themselves in this case. Super relevant. Also
I don't know if there's a federal or state case. For federal judges to recuse themselves from cases requires a really big, there has to be a big, you can't just be like, oh, they're biased, or they recuse themselves. Like federal judges very rarely recuse themselves. There has to be a huge conflict of interest there. I don't know about lower courts. I imagine, or state courts. I imagine for state courts, it's probably similar. You wouldn't just randomly recuse yourself. I don't know what he means by activist judge either, and that maybe he just gave decisions that he disagrees with. I don't know, but
jury pool that's biased towards the plaintiff with a skewed heavy female bias, everybody in the courtroom being female, that can tend to bias things when it comes to these outcomes. The other thing, which is different from the Miskiff situation, is we haven't seen abusive communications. In fact, all the communications I reviewed show Tectone as a reasonable, kind guy. He approached Pikachu as a friend, not even as a person trying to slide into the DMs, which, number one, is not a crime, but number two, that wasn't how he approached it. He approached this very innocently after he was betrayed in a relationship, which Freem cheated on him with somebody who was working at the same company, so a work partner, right? So after he was cheated on, he ends up engaging in this relationship, which once again, not smart to rebound, not smart to work with somebody, or engage with somebody who's perhaps a streamer right afterwards. Dating streamers, always not good, right? Two streamers dating, always not good. But we haven't seen those abusive communications. In fact, when I review the communications, they look much more supportive. And by the way, I'm very, very, very cognizant as someone who struggles with depression myself. This is something I'm very, very sympathetic to for both parts, right? Because Tectone has his own mental health stuff and Pikachu has her own mental health stuff. But when I read this communications between the two, it doesn't seem like this is abusive. So Pikachu says right here, I have something called PMDD, premenstrual dysphoric disorder, that I'm being treated for. So I'm in a lot of physical pain and my emotions are really bad. Like just feeling so depressed I don't even want to. So on stream today was really, really rough. I'm trying to be tough through it all, but it's not easy when it feels like the end of the world. So please be patient with me. The doctor said it could be 6 months for treatment to fully work. But in the meantime,
I don't know why, if we've got filings and everything on this, I don't know why we're reading tweets unless these were submitted as exhibits to the court case, but okay.
It's awful managing the mood swings and pain. And I understand this. I understand this completely. And so I'm sympathetic to this. And I understand that there may be some other things going in there with BPD or bipolar disorder, something I'm very familiar with. And I get that. I completely get that. She says, thank you to everyone for being so kind to me while I deal with this. I'm sorry for crying on stream. Well, I did that today. Sometimes it's harder holding it in, but I'm hoping by summer it's going to go a lot better to hang in there. It's tough. I get it. It's tough. And what does Tectone say? He says, I will never understand how much this must hurt you, but proud you're fighting through it. And this is not the language I would see of an abusive partner or someone's hurting or someone's out there to get somebody, but someone who
just the public tweets, bro. This is what we're going on. Verse, like, okay.
Really genuinely wants to help and genuinely cares. So Pikachu's filings regarding Freem are contradictory. She had filings regarding Freem to get her information taken down because Freem called her a house wrecker, called her all sorts of things, filmed her again without her consent, engaging in sexual activities with Tectone. Once again, several civil and potentially criminal violations regarding Pikachu and Tectone that were committed by Freem, and Pikachu filed to stop those, which is to me contradictory. And it seems like this may be by sexual activities with Tectone. Once again, several partners, someone's hurting or someone's out there to get somebody, but someone who really genuinely wants to help and genuinely cares. So Pikachu's filings regarding Freem are contradictory. She had filings regarding Freem to get her information taken down because Freem called her a house wrecker, called her all sorts of things, filmed her again without her consent, engaging in sexual activities with Tectone. Once again, several civil and potentially criminal violations regarding Pikachu and Tectone that were committed by Freem, and Pikachu filed to stop those, which is to me contradictory. And it seems like this may be a case of what you call buyer's remorse in dating, where you go back and you say, okay, well, now that I'm out of this, this is a situation where it was buyer's remorse. I regret things I did, or I regret stuff I did, even though it was consensual at the time. And unfortunately, as I got to report to you guys, the U.S. legal system weaponizes this. It allows people to go back, regret things, and then go get protective orders, go make claims in the future when all of this should be dealt with privately. So my judgment at this moment, having reviewed the documents that are out there, is to withhold judgment for the moment pending release of further documentation evidence. We may have stuff that eventually gets unsealed or more communications that come out, more than just what Ms. Kiff is trying to put out to paint some sort of narrative. In a post-debt world, we all need to account for all the evidence taken as a whole before concluding somebody is ripe for cancellation, right? Ms. Kiff releasing these documents clearly does.
What does this have to do with cancellation, with the legal thing? Is this facts from a lawyer about legal stuff, or is this just some ass-pained man who had to fucking flee to Southeast Asia to fuck women that couldn't hear how retarded he is because they don't speak his language, and he just flash $20 bills around? This is the guy, we're just getting his social commentary? Is that...
us to take pressure off his case, which contains evidence of abusive communications. Now, I'm not saying Ms. Kiff is guilty yet. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt too. He's going to have his day in court. But if all he's got is throwing a plushie, that's not going to do enough to get away from all the accusations. And first and foremost, I also think that intimate partner relations are very personal and private. Things can get heated between partners. And you know what? Maybe we shouldn't be dragging this out to the court of public opinion and trying to sue people to make these things right. Maybe.
Well, why did she sue him? What was the initial thing for?
We should handle these things privately as adults between two people. Right now,
I wonder if he had that opinion about my court case. He didn't, by the way. Spoiler alert.
Is withheld, but we'll get back. What do you guys think in the comments below? What do you think about Tectone, the Eggman, and what's going on with him? I'll catch you on the next.
And then he cries. I don't know if I can watch it 3. Well, let's see. Because I've got documents. Maybe if our documents start at the same spot, then maybe it's worth it. The earliest document that I have is filed on the 5th day of November in 2025. But it's referring to an order filed on, or an order granted on August 21st, 2025. So there must be earlier ones. Let's see. Oh, Jesus.
Oh shit, here we go again.
Low, man. With the Texas right. Stone Files Part freaking 2. And today we've got 225. Hold on. Let me just make sure I get this right. We've got a 2-page document, and then we've got a 225-page document to go through today. 225-page document. There will not be a fast facts that fully covers all this. You've got to watch the live to get all of this. It's a necessary evil, right? To get to this. This is going to be a marathon stream. Maybe go 2 hours, 3. We'll see. 2-3 hours till we get through all this. Yeah. These are all new documents. These have not been seen anywhere else. So anybody doing analysis on this has not seen this, and they do not have all the evidence. They do not have all the information. So the main one, this is the disclosure of the transcript for the hearing on the protective order. I've also got confidential polygraph results that I obtained that are very telling, very, very telling with analysis of this. So
do they do polygraphs for civil cases? I guess. I don't know if you can use them in criminal things anymore, but...
Now, most of you did catch my previous Tectone File stream. 61% of you caught that. If you didn't, you really need to go and watch that other one and get the background. There's not going to be... I can't do fast facts that cover reading through court documents for 2-3 hours. I may be able to get some highlights, and I may try to do that, but it's hard to highlight when you need the full context of all the evidence, all the information. So that's just the way it's got to go down. I'm sorry. But what I'm not sorry about is Dire Measures as a new member. Thank you. I'm doing better today. I was pretty sick. I ate something, so I I'm feeling better today as well. I've got a little bit more energy today. Who thinks you're into a legal case? You're putting yourself out there. You're suing somebody. You're putting information out there. You're putting your name on that. Same as becoming a lawyer. As a lawyer, my name is out there, right? On the Bar Association website, right? So your information is out there. You're out there. You're a public figure, right? You're choosing to do that. You're choosing to engage in this process. So reading what is a public document is not doxing, right? So anybody who's out there, yes, is almost complete. I'm going to scuff it. It's unnatural. Well, I do like to have your beverage choice. For me, it's just water today.
I kind of agree with that. Full disclosure, the Pinky Chew messaged me and talked a lot about this, so I'm going to try not to show doxing stuff just out of respect for this person, I guess. But like, if you are filing a public lawsuit, then I mean, like, the information is public. Yeah, I think her claim is that her lawyers messed up the filings or something, or that it was supposed to be filed under seal, but it wasn't. I don't know how true or not true that is. I haven't dug in deeply to all of that yet, but
today. The Mont Floor, the water of life, right? The water of life. Not a sponsor of this channel, but we're gonna have a lot today. I'm probably gonna start with the polygraph because it's shorter and we can get this done. But when we get into the actual 225-page hearing on the application for protective order, we'll take some breaks at certain points. Okay. I'll give you a very quick summary for those that just joined on here. This is involving Tectone and his former girlfriend, Pikachu, that he engaged in a relationship with almost immediately after he was cheated on by Freem, his former spouse. And
is he just going over this transcript? Is that all he does in this? Because in that case, I don't know. Okay. I guess. Oh, fuck. Then I don't know. Okay. Mizkif told me that all of the information here that's supposed to be redacted is redacted. If it's not, tell me and I'll take it off stream. But okay. So we have a state of Texas for the protection of this is Pinky Chew versus John Robertson is Tectone. Agreed order for extension of temporary ex parte protective order. So a ex parte means only one party got to make an argument to the court. So Tectone didn't respond to this argument because it was very, very early in the legal proceedings. This is an agreed upon order for the extension of that temporary protective order. So that means that the court agreed, I believe, to extend it. So we have, on this day, the court heard the respondent's motion for extension of a temporary ex parte protective order. Heard the respondent's motion for extension of a temporary ex parte. Okay, well, respondent in this case would be Tectone. Wait, so was it his? Did he agree or did they submit it? Where are my legal people? Interpret this for me. Because this makes it sound like it's his motion for extension of a temporary ex parte protective order. So he filed a motion to extend a protective order. I wish I had the start of this case so I could see what was initially filed. The requirements of a bond are hereby waived pursuant to Section 83003, Title 4, Texas Family Code. It is hereby ordered that the order granted on August 21st, 2025, titled a temporary ex parte protective order, is extended until the 3rd day of December, and that this will be the last continuance absent a confirmed emergency. It is further ordered that respondent is ordered to appear before this court in the Travis County Criminal Justice Center, County Court, blah, 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 on the 3rd day of December, to show cause why during the pendency of this case, that 1, the temporary ex parte protective order granted herein should not be made into a final protective order, and then 2, the court should make such other and further orders respecting the parties as deemed necessary and equitable. Okay, I'm guessing here until a lawyer tells me I'm wrong. My guess is that he couldn't appear in court early enough or didn't feel like his case was prepared yet well enough to do the hearing on why this temporary protective order wasn't converted into something more permanent. So he agreed to extend the current temporary protective order until he had time to get his case together and then show up in court. That's my guess. So he filed a motion to extend the temporary ex parte protective order, and then the court said, okay, we're going to do this one last time, and that this will be the last continuance absent a confirmed emergency. And then you have to appear and show cause, so you have to be able to argue why this temporary protective order shouldn't be made into a permanent one. So I'm guessing that was like the big hearing, basically. Okay. Copy link. These should be referred to as Tectone orders. Good one. Let's see. We have applicant's motion for witness to appear electronically. The motion for witness to appear electronically This case is currently set for a final protective order hearing on January 23rd, 2026. Wait, hold on. Does that mean that it was extended again? On the 3rd day of December 2025. I guess it did get extended again. Who knows why? Okay, whatever. As a convenience to the custodian of records of Andrew blah, 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 the petitioner requests that the court allow the custodian of records of Andrew Peter to testify via Zoom video conference at hearing in order to authenticate records obtained from this person. Okay, so this is just an application for some witness to appear electronically and not in person. I think generally judges like it when people are there in person. I don't think they generally appreciate electronic appearances unless there's some reason why. Why does this case have have a docket like Tiny's? I don't think this is a federal case. I have a docket here. It's archived. But I don't know if all this stuff on here is censored or protected or not, so I'm not trying to go through that one. But I don't think this is filed in federal court. So there's not going to be like a nice PACER document thing or like a court reporter document thing. Oh yeah, I mean, county clerk, Travis County, Texas. Okay. Okay, in Choco's order, on this day, the application of applicant for the expedited protective order was presented to the court. Applicants request honorable court to issue an expedited protective order pursuant to Chapter 83. This court, having examined the pleadings, supporting affidavit the applicant, having her testimony from the applicant, finds that there is a clear and present danger that acts of family and or sexual violence will be committed by a respondent before a full hearing can be held upon applicant's request for protective order. Applicant and or the other members of the family or household who are affected by the suit will suffer immediate and irreparable injury, loss, or damage for which there is no adequate remedy at law unless respondent is immediately prohibited from the acts set forth below. It is therefore ordered that the clerk of this county court issue a temporary expedited protective order prohibiting respondent, and respondent is hereby immediately prohibited from. Okay. Filed on. Oh, is this the initial? I'm just looking at these in the order that Misko sent me. Okay, August 21st. So this is, I think, was the first protective order filed. So when lawyers say, like, don't talk about your court case publicly, you just shouldn't. But the reason why you shouldn't is because a lot of things can come back to bite you in the ass. Even if you're smart, they can come back to bite you in the ass in ways that you're not fully aware of. Like, there might be certain arguments that you cut yourself off from making just by saying certain things publicly, or worst case, you might violate orders that have been issued by the court if you're not careful. So when Tectone said, I need to stop tweeting stuff, I wonder if he just means tweeting crazy stuff in general, or if he was doing stuff that was actually violative of the protection order. So respondent is hereby immediately prohibited from, so this starts in August of 2025, I think, August 21st, 2025. Committing acts of family violence, sexual assault, and or stalking. I don't know how stalking is defined. I'm sure it's somewhere in the Texas code we can find. Destiny, can you give us an example? Like, what would you say that would hurt your court case? For mine, depends on what they're asking for or what they're trying to say. Like, if I were to say things, like, let's say they're trying to make an argument for the preliminary injunction, right? Let's say I was tweeting out things like, you know what, fuck Pixie, I hate her. Like, I'm going to just upload all of our videos because I hate this bitch so much, right? They could take that tweet to the hearing and they could go, oh, look, he said he was going to upload all the videos. We need a preliminary injunction to prohibit him from doing these things or whatever, right? You could say stupid stuff like that could sway a judge's argument in favor or against certain motions, or ultimately, you know, verdicts. You know, there could be evidence submitted to trial that might be used to prove, you know, motivations or parts of it. It just depends, right? Communicating or attempting to communicate with the applicant or any member of the applicant's household in a threatening or harassing manner. The court further finds that good cause exists to order respondent not to communicate with the applicant in any manner whatsoever except through attorneys, and it is so ordered. I wonder if this includes tweets and stuff. Going within 200 yards of the persons and places listed herein, except as necessary for court proceedings, removing the children named herein from applicant's possession, or removing the minor children listed on the application for protective order from Travis County, Texas. Children. I don't think there are children involved, right? This might be like a boilerplate protective order, maybe. Damaging, transferring, encumbering, or otherwise disposing of any property mutually owned. tracking or monitoring personal property or a motor vehicle in the possession of applicant or of a member of their household or family, interfering with the exclusive use of applicant's residence, injuring, harassing, threatening, or harming applicant or the children. Okay, harassing. Engaging in conduct directed specifically toward applicant or a person who is a member of applicant's family or household, including following that person that is reasonably likely to harass, annoy, alarm, abuse, torment, or embarrass that person, or stalking that applicant is defined by section 42072. Harming or causing harm to come to or removing from the possession of the applicant or any member of the applicant's family or household, any pets owned jointly, blah, 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 okay, possessing any firearms or ammunition unless he or she is a peace officer as defined by section 1.07. Oof, okay. Damn. I'm just curious here how Texas defines stalking or whatever. 42072, right? A person commits an offense if the person, on more than one occasion and pursuant to the same scheme or course of conduct that is directed at a specific other person, knowingly engages in conduct that one constitutes an offense under section 4207, or that the actor knows or reasonably should know that the other person will regard as threatening. It could be bodily injury or death for the other person. Death, killing them is probably threatening, sure. Or that an offense will be committed against a member of the other person's family, individual with whom that other person has a dating relationship, or other person's property. Cause the other person or a member of the other person's family or household, or an individual with whom the other person has a dating relationship, A, to be placed in fear of bodily injury or death, or in fear that an offense will be committed against the other person, a member of the other person's family or household, to feel harassed, terrified, intimidated, annoyed, alarmed, abused, tormented, embarrassed, or offended. Okay. Are these all elements of, so all three of these need to be met? An offense, okay, so they need to be threatened by, or is it one of these three? I don't see the or at the end. Okay, so I'm guessing is that all three of these need to be met? And then 3 would cause a reasonable person under circumstances similar to the circumstances of the other person to fear bodily injury or death for the other person, or for the person, fear that the offense will be committed against a member of the person. Okay. Okay. I feel like this is fairly broad. So my guess is going to be that like tweeting, intimidating stuff. Sorry, is this text small? It's kind of small, sorry. Tweeting, intimidating stuff, my guess would probably qualify under this. That's going to be my guess. I don't know if that'll come up or be relevant or not, but okay. This kind of looks like a boilerplate temporary protective order that was granted by the court. Damn, he had to surrender all his firearms as soon as this was possessed. He was supposed to. Okay. The fuck is this? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the next thing. Copy link. This is August 27th. Do you have to surrender guns to the court? I don't know how this works in Texas. Usually there'll be some process, I imagine. Either surrendering it to cops or to somebody else. I'm not sure. I don't know. An application for protective order has been filed in the court, stated in this notice, alleging that you have committed family violence. You may employ an attorney to defend you against this allegation. You or your attorney may, but are not required to, file a written answer to the application. Any answer must be filed before the hearing on the application. If you receive this notice within 48 hours before the time set for the hearing, you may request the court to reschedule the hearing, not later than 14 days after the date set. Okay, you are commanded to appear September 3rd, 2025, to show cause, if you have any, why this application for protective order should not be granted. Okay, so she filed a protective order, gave enough evidence to the court to feel like, okay, we can grant this. This is the notice sent to Tectone saying, hey, just so you know, this has been filed against you. If you want, you can show up before, or on this hearing, basically, to argue why this shouldn't be granted. Against you. This is dated 8/27/2025. This is also dated August 27th, 2025. Respondent, the applicant has filed an original application protective order asking among other things for the granting and issuance of a temporary ex parte order to restrain the respondent, blah, blah, blah. It's fully set out and prayed for. To restrain, and you, the said John Robertson, are hereby restrained as fully set out and prayed for in the application for protective order and temporary ex parte protective order and show cause order, a copy which is attached herein. Okay. I guess most of the juicy stuff is just going to be in the hearing, I guess. That's okay. Let's just go through these to have some background. August 28th, the next day, to the Honorable Judge Dimple Malhotra. Please be advised that I represent Tectone in regards to this case. This case is currently pending in the county court at this here. Please direct me to correspondence. Okay, so this is basically just putting the judge on notice that he's the official representation for Tectone. August 28th, to the Honorable Judge of said court comes now. This is a motion for continuance. I think that continuing a case, continuance is basically just stalling or delaying a date for the next hearing or whatever. Comes now, the respondent moves this court to continue the above entitled and numbered cause and would show that this cause is currently set for protective order hearing on September 3rd. And they're asking to... Respondent would also show this court that attorney Jeffrey Brewer has requested additional records to be provided to her office and requested additional time. On August 26th is an agreement with our request for continuance. This motion for continuance is not made to cause delay. I don't know if the court picks the next date or if they're allowed to request the next date. Maybe the court chooses, I guess. Okay, that's the motion for continuance. We've got on this day, the court heard the respondent's motion for extension of a temporary ex parte protective order. The requirement of a bond are hereby waived. Okay, so this was him requesting an extension of the protective order, potentially to continue the case, I guess, is why he would want to extend it so that they have more time to respond. Blum, blum, blum. Agreed. Wait. Agreed order for extension. Application for subpoena. Why the fuck did this court case go so quick and yours is taking so long? Technically, this... I'm speaking a little bit out because I don't know yet. Technically, this is not a full court case. I don't know if this even made it to a formal discovery stage. This is like a preliminary injunction type thing that you are asking for, a temporary restraining order. Like this is like at the pleading stage of the case. And then I think that the evidentiary hearing that they had relating to that to hear arguments from both sides, I think that this is a thing that's just decided by a judge. So technically, I don't even know if you would say he lost a court case or he lost it. I think he just had a bad ruling on a hearing. I don't know if you would say that. I don't know. We'll see as we get into it. I'm not sure yet. We'll see. Application for subpoena. The judge of this, you will please issue a subpoena in accordance with the law and the above styled. Testimony's material. Okay, so this is them trying to get. I guess a police officer to It's material to the respondent. So this is Tectone trying to subpoena a police officer in order to get her testimony for this hearing. It's material to the respondent. Okay. Testify as a witness on behalf of the respondent in the above styled and numbered cause, and there to remain from day to day and from term to term until discharge here and okay, that's that. Agreed order for extension. Did he send me the same thing a bunch of times? Or is this another extension? Extended till the 3rd of December. Okay. Boring. Um, 5th day of November. Okay, what is this? November 14th, 2025. Records request for cause number, application, first general, respondent. Counsel for respondent. So this is Tectone's lawyers, respectively requests a certified copy of the ex parte order for records signed, granted, and filed into the case here. Okay, copy. So they're requesting a certified copy of the protective order to register or file with the case, I guess. I don't know. Okay. Okay. Disclosure to the public or state is prohibited. Ex parte order on a respondent's motion for court on the date set forth came to be heard. The respondent's foregoing motion and the court, after due consideration, hereby orders that the same motion is hereby granted. Therefore, it is the order of the court that Austin Oaks Hospital is commanded to produce all items, documents, or things in their possession regarding treatment records for Pinky Chew. Said production shall be made in full and return sent to the defendant within 30 days. How does this work with like HIPAA stuff? Can you really request, you can request medical documents in violation of HIPAA, or maybe HIPAA has built in if it's a legal request, that's okay. And then obviously these documents must be made available to Tectone. They're not to be made available to the state, disclosed to the state nor to the public. So they can't be filed on the court docket, I'm guessing. The full documents or whatever, and they can't be published publicly anywhere. So it seems like he was made, these documents were made available to him. Let's see, disclosure to the public or state is prohibited. Ex parte order on a respondent's motion for... Wait, is this what I just opened? I think this is just what I just opened. Hold on. Are these exhibits, I'm guessing? Hi all. E-file's been down for over 24 hours and this order needs to be filed. Afternoon, after reviewing the attached order, we find the wording district clerk should read county clerk. Maybe we have this corrected. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Good afternoon. Please make the correction. Thank you. Okay. Exciting. Comes now Tectone buying through his attorney and files the defense notice of filing business records with accompanying affidavit in support thereof, which show the following under Rule 902 of the Texas Rules of Criminal Evidence. The defense hereby gives notice of filing the following business records. Some records from the Austin Oaks Hospital. Okay. On blank, somebody appeared before me, or Samantha? And after being placed under oath, affirmed the truth of the following. My name is something, that's not Pinky Chew, is it? Hopefully not. I'm over the age of 18, of sound mind, as a custodian of records for, oh no, the custodian of records, okay. I've attached 126 pages of records. Records are kept within the regular course of business by Austin Oaks Hospital. Okay, just saying that the records that they submitted are real and true. Okay, this is the nurse, yeah, I guess, or whoever's in charge of the records for this. Let's see. December 2nd, this agreed motion for extension of temporary extradition order is brought by applicant Pinky Chu, who shows in support. This case is presently set for trial. On applicant's request for a final protective order on December 3rd, the parties have agreed to reset the trial on applicant's request for a final protective order from December 3rd to January 8th. Okay, so this was okay, and to extend the temporary protective order. Okay. Like I said, my guess is most of these are going to be pretty boring until we get to the actual hearing, I'm guessing. Applicant's motion for substitution of counsel. Request the court to grant permission to substitute Michael L. Locke as attorney of record in this case. Michael L. Locke. Okay, this is just like declaring to the court who's representing by applicant would be Pinky Chu. So she's changing out a lawyer or saying that somebody else is going to be part of their legal counsel, I think. Whatever. Okay. I think of like 6 more of these random things before the hearing. Let's see, approving of a subpoena, I think, or this is a request for a subpoena. What is this? Hold on, let me just go through these on my computer. We have a motion for continuance of the case. I think Ms. Double sent me these ones. Application for subpoena. Is this a different one or the same one? I think it's the same one, okay. To appear on January 23rd. Oh, maybe to get her to appear at a different time. Motion for extension of protective order because of the case being... Applicant filed a motion for continuance, seeking to reset the current trial setting. Applicant contends that extending the TRO would result in no harm. Applicant contends that if the temporary expedited protective order is not extended, applicant will suffer harm as evidenced by respondent's social media postings, which applicant believes are threatening or harassing in nature. Oh, wait, hold on. What is this? Uh-oh. They're going to hate what I found today. Your loss is now even more inevitable. Now I wait, smiley face. I banned this guy from my chat 3 years ago because he was mad I wasn't enjoying Genshin Impact anymore. Okay. He's subtweeting a victim of sexual assault. Okay. I'm super... I shouldn't say I'm pulling this out of my ass because none of these fucking fake YouTube lawyers do this. Hedge it all. Even though she included these tweets, they might not have been necessary for the extension of this protective order. My guess is a judge is probably almost always going to extend the protective order up until they finally do this final hearing. But it never hurts to throw stuff in like this for your thing. So even if you hadn't tweeted this, my guess is going to be there's a good chance that they probably would have extended it anyway, but man, if somebody is fighting for a protective order against you and part of their argument goes to harassing the person or being harassing towards the person on social media, probably not a great idea. But, okay. Let's see, motion for witness to appear electronically, and then motion to seal. This is January 23rd. The motion to seal records and motion for confidentiality orders brought by this applicant who should support is an action originally arising out of the Texas Family Code, and the documents filed in this case are not subject to the standards for sealing court records set forth. I don't know if, again, I don't know the standard procedure for any court case because I don't practice law. But if I had to guess, it's probably a mistake to file this motion to seal records at the end of the case. My guess is you probably should have filed this initially if you wanted all of this stuff to be sealed. That might be why so much of this was made public and she didn't want it to be or wasn't aware of it. Now, maybe for the rules of civil procedure for Texas courts or for family law or something, maybe there's a reason why you can't do this. Maybe you don't have the option to do this initially. I don't know. But this is an action originally arising out of the Texas Family Code, and the documents filed in this case are not subject to the standards for sealing court records set forth in Rule 76A of the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure. If that's the case, I feel like you could have filed this right in the beginning of the case, so none of this would have been filed publicly. That'd be my guess. I could be wrong, but standard for maybe there's something here for when you're allowed to file the stuff. The standards for sealing court records. Court records may not be removed from court files except as permitted by statute or rule. No court order or opinion issued in the adjudication of a case may be sealed. Other court records as defined in this rule are presumed to be open to the general public and may be sealed only upon a showing of all of the following. A specific serious and substantial interest which clearly outweighs this presumption of openness or any probable adverse effect that sealing will have on the general public health or safety, and no less restrictive means than sealing records will adequately and effectively protect the specific interest asserted. Let's see, court records. Purpose of the ruling, court record means all documents of any nature filed in connection with any matter before any civil court. Settlement agreements not filed of record, discovery, notice. Court records may be sealed only upon a party's written motion, which shall be open to public inspection. The movant shall post a public notice of the place where notices for meetings of county governmental bodies are required to be posted, stating that a hearing will be held in open court on a motion to seal court records in the specific case, that any person may intervene and be heard concerning the sealing of court records. Okay, a hearing open to the public on a motion to seal court records shall be held in open court as soon as practicable, but not less than 14 days after the motion is filed and the notice is posted. Temporary sealing order on motion to seal court records. Motion relating to sealing or unsealing court records shall be decided by written order open to the public, which shall state the style and number of the case, the specific reasons for finding and concluding whether the showing required by paragraph 1 has been made, the specific portions of court records which are to be sealed, and the time period for which the sealed portions of the court records are to be sealed. The order shall not be included in any judgment or other order, but shall be a separate document in the case. Maybe it's the case then that you have to specify which documents you want sealed, in which case you have to file it afterwards, maybe. Although that seems kind of self-defeating. Like if I want something to be sealed, but I have to file it publicly first, that seems kind of shitty. Any person may intervene as a matter of right at any time before or after judgment to seal or unseal court records. Access documents, court files not defined as court records by this rule remains governed by existing laws. Rule does not apply to any court records sealed in action. Okay, I'm not sure. Leon said, these are practicing attorneys and they never thought to file under seal. Oh yeah, Leon, that would be my question. Like I know for federal court, obviously for my case, I know that you can file these like kind of protective orders or these motions to seal before you file the documents. It seems a little bit self-defeating to file this at the very end of the court case. Although, when did Mizkiff initially leak all these documents? Maybe they didn't realize, or maybe they just fucked up. It might just be a fuck up. Or maybe the judge or the attorneys for Pinky Chew didn't realize that she wanted them all filed under seal, maybe. Maybe they don't usually do like streamer or public interest cases, so it's just not a thing they thought. Maybe. That's my guess. But, okay. There's all that. All right, and then we have... guess what was ultimately the transcript of the hearing, which is 225 pages. Oh boy. Did Mizkiff not send you the application for protective order? I don't know if I have that. Application for subpoena. I have the orders themselves. I don't know if I have the application. I don't think I have that. If you have a link to it somewhere, then send it to me. All right, transcript review. Hold on, we'll start reading it. One sec. Okay. Check DGG DMs for the doc. Wait, how the fuck do I? Oh. This is posted on Kiwi Farms. It is full on docs, don't show on stream. Is this all, Is this publicly filed? Hold on, August 21st. Do I have this? Oh, I have this one filed, but not with the, I guess the evidence attached? Okay. Request for confidentiality pursuant to 85. Oh, they did have this request for confidentiality in the initial application for this protective order, so. The applicant requests the court to exclude the following information from the protective order: the mailing address, county of residence, and telephone number of the applicant, and any person listed in the application as a person in need of protection. Oh. I wonder if they just disagreed with that, or... Let's see. My name is Pinky Chew, and I'm a resident of this county. I'm reading the order, but I'm not reading... I just want to read the... I guess the information she wanted sealed. The facts stated herein are within my personal knowledge and are true and correct. I wish to file a protective order on behalf of myself. I wish to file this order against Tectone, resident of the same county, and the respondent in this case. An incident occurred in Travis County, or in this county, or it's the county where they don't live, whatever. The relationship between the respondent and myself is we previously dated. We have lived together in the past from December 2022 to July 2024. We have 0 children. He committed the following acts constituting sexual and physical violence in May 28 or 29, 2024. It seems like a forced blowjob incident on May 28th or 29th of 2024. No, but I later reported this incident to the police on or around January 22nd, 2025. Date of incident, 2024. Was another, it kind of sounds like forced blowjob incident, I guess, in 2024. And then reported this incident to the police on or around January 22nd, 2025. And then March 2024. Sounds like another forced blowjob incident. Jesus. Also reported on January 22nd, 2025. When I first moved in with John in December 2022, he told me that instead of paying rent, I'd have to perform oral sex on him whenever he wanted. I felt like I had no other option but to comply. Okay. Around February, March of 2023, I told him that I didn't want to live by this agreement anymore and told him I'd pay him rent instead. Okay, so 2 or 3 months went by. However, after this, he found other ways to coerce me into performing oral sex on him when I didn't want to. For example, he'd remind me of items or meals he bought for me and tell me that I owed it to him. If I didn't comply immediately, he'd repeatedly guilt trip me until I complied. Throughout the time I lived with him, John would also record me when he wanted me to perform oral sex. There were multiple instances where he'd record these moments without my consent. There were also at least 2 incidences where during oral sex, John pushed my head onto his penis hard without my consent, causing me to throw up. These incidents happened so often that it became difficult to remember when each one occurred. After I moved Out in July 2024, I made a post on X about my experience as a victim of sexual coercion, but I did not identify a specific perpetrator. John then threatened to post revenge porn of me if I didn't take the post down. This made me very afraid because I knew he had recorded me in the past. He'd also consistently live streamed or posted rants online. What did she post in July of 2024? Does anybody have that post? On or around January 15th, 2025, John made a post on X saying he would publicly post text conversations, videos, etc. between him and I online. I worked with an attorney to have John served with a cease and desist on or around January 24th, 2025. Despite this, he continued to make posts about me on X and Twitch. Posted a live stream where he called me a liar and threatened to sue me. I've not heard directly from John since November 22nd. He accused me of swatting him on or around August 16th, 2025 and said, the world will know what you've done. Late October, early November. That's when. Every day I'm afraid John will act on his threats to post intimate videos or photos of me, and I fear he won't ever stop posting things online about me. Okay. Okay. And I imagine, does she post evidence to the court in separate exhibits, or can she just state these things and they're just taken to be true without, where she doesn't have to show any evidence to the court, like no text messages or whatever, is my guess. So these maybe would come out in a hearing. I'm curious why she made the tweet talking about her experiences with sexual assault, and then I'm curious why he kept responding publicly. Like, I wonder if there was some provocation back and forth between both of these people. I don't know. I just don't know. This article has some tweets, including one from 2024. There are tons of examples of BS accusations. Is this type of allegation and removes good examples of statements about SA? I don't want to on the bad side of big titty goth queen, okay? I don't know why she would make public statements about this. I just don't understand this thing where, like, I need to comment publicly on I don't understand this. I don't know why people do this. How are you supposed to feel if a guy is abusive, makes you cry, and then shoves your head on his crotch and demands you suck him off, and that his excuse is emotion just turns me on when you cry? Like, I don't know what the point of stuff. I don't know why. I just don't know why. I can understand Tectone responding to it to some extent, because I think most people, I feel like I vaguely remember this. I think most people put together very quickly that this was Tectone, even though she hadn't mentioned him, because I think everybody knew that they had dated. Yeah, I guess I don't know. But then if Tectone is making threats or whatever towards her, or has continued to talk about her for a year after, that's also kind of not good. I don't know. I also don't know how bad these situations were in person, though. And it's hard to evaluate, obviously, because we have both sides of the story. Like, if it's really as bad as she describes, like, I mean, that's pretty shitty. That's pretty bad. Okay. Well, all right. This is the hearing on application for a protective order. Where's Leon? Is a protective order technically an injunction? You're enjoining some party from doing something? Is this particular case, was this a, do you call it a bench trial where just the judge makes the decision and it's not a jury trial? What do you call it? Jury versus bench trial. For women, often going public is the greatest way to defend yourself against shit like this. Well, but she was already out of the relationship, right? That's why I don't understand. I don't know why. But okay. On the 23rd day of January 2026, the following proceedings came on to be heard in the above entitled and numbered case before the Honorable Dimple Malhotra, judge presiding, held in Austin, Travis County, Texas. Proceedings reported by Machine Shorthand. The court. Anytime it says the court, that's going to be the judge. Let's go on the record in this cause. This is an application for order of protection in the name of Pinky Chew, listing the respondent as Tectone. If I can have both sides, please state your appearances for the record. This attorney, I am Michelle Locke and Caitlin Boland on behalf of Pinky Chew. We're ready to proceed, Your Honor. All right, thank you. And then Mr. Puryear and Jeffrey Puryear on behalf of Tectone, the respondent, ready to proceed, Your Honor. All right, thank you. And are there any preliminary matters that we need to address at this time? Pinky Chew's lawyer, I'm just going to call her Mrs. Locke now on. A couple of preliminary matters, Your Honor, just housekeeping. We have a motion to appear electronically for one of the custodian of records from a doctor's office. The judge says okay. We've been trying to subpoena them for 2 weeks, and they said it was difficult and having to deal with attorneys, but they have agreed to make the records available electronically, so we did file a motion for that. We also filed a motion as it relates to sealing the medical records in this case. The court, there have been 2 subpoenas. One was issued by opposing counsel, and they obtained mental health records of our client without a release. We have concerns about, based on the history of the parties and the history of this case, that information being disclosed. And so we'd like that any medical records that get admitted into evidence be put under seal, and so we filed a motion for that as well. The judge says okay, and Mr. Puryear, let's take up the first motion to appear electronically, and that was for the custodian of records. Any objection? Tectone's lawyer, Mr. Puryear. I have, I guess, a clarification, Your Honor. The doctor whose office prepared those records, there is some matters of, I think, potential credibility and impeachment that may be difficult, kind of just given the confines of electronic testimony, but I'm happy to attempt to navigate those, and we can take those up if they come up. Okay, wait. This is a hearing on the preliminary, or I'm sorry, this is a hearing on a restraining order. Is this like the whole court case? Is it, because it's just, I guess they're just seeking a protective order. So then is this essentially like a bench trial? Or is it just a hearing because there's not going to be, like, would it only become a jury trial or something if there was a dispute on a factual matter? Or what is I'm just trying to understand, like, what is this hearing? Is this hearing, are we to understand that this is like the bench trial? Because they both agreed to a bench trial? If they would have asked for a jury trial, then this instead would have been presented as at trial? 3 hours of Hutch and Pisco arguing about leftist treatment and in-out group. It was something. Gee, that's why I didn't listen to that live, okay? The judge is just ruling on a motion. Yeah, but like, what if the motion is the whole court case, right? Pretty much the entire case is that order, yes, okay. Like if the judge granted the order and it's briefed by both sides, and basically the whole order is the court case, would you even go to trial? Or I don't know. Okay. The judge says, okay. Pinky Chew's lawyer, Mrs. Locke, and judge to clarify, it is solely the custodian of records to authenticate the records because the records speak for themselves. We are not anticipating calling the doctor. The judge says, all right, that motion will be granted. Mrs. Locke says, thank you. The judge says, all right, with respect to the second motion to seal the medical records, any objection? Mr. Puryear, no, Your Honor, no objections. All right, that motion is granted as well. Man, they just rapid fire motion granting in court. Must be nice. Anything is nice, just kidding. Okay. Leon's law says you only have a right to a jury on money issues, not equity remedies. That's interesting. Okay. Considering his Second Amendment rights are kind of at stake here. You wouldn't have a right. That seems kind of weaselly, no? But, okay. Anything else we need to take up at this time? Mrs. Locke, I think that that's it for preliminary. The judge has given that I've granted the first motion for the custodian to appear electronically in terms of timing, because we're going to need to generate a Zoom link and provide that to you, to both parties. So when were you intending on calling this witness in terms of the order? Ms. Locke says, after I call my client. The judge says, okay. And I would assume that on break, opposing counsel and I can talk about whether those records can just come in for purposes of authenticity, is why we're having the custodian of records, but we can discuss that on break. So it sounds like they want this custodian as a witness just to basically say the records that are being submitted are true. They don't really need their testimony for anything other than it's basically like an affidavit or declaration saying I testify that all the records I'm submitting are true and from the whatever Oaks, Austin Hospital, whatever the fuck it is. So the judge says, okay, sure, okay. So, and then just looking at the time, I would imagine that we would probably take a break around noon. That works for me. Okay. Are there any witnesses in the room? I don't have any witnesses in the room. Okay. Mrs. Locke, do you wish to make any open remarks at this time? Briefly, Judge, if the court would allow, please, of course. Thank you. This case has been pending, Judge, since August 21st of 2025, and it's a protective order based on sexual assault as well as stalking and harassment. And we'll get into the issues of what has occurred, but to give the court some background, these parties are streamers. Foreign concept to me. I've learned more about that in the last couple of months than I ever thought I would. They have an immense amount of following, and I think Mr. Puryear, at our continuance hearing on the extension, mentioned and made references to the parties being like that of Brad and Angelina, but of like the Twitch streaming, but of like the Twitch streaming that they do for online gaming, and the parties have a relationship. The court will hear details of the nature of the sexual relations between the parties that gave rise to the claims of sexual assault, where the court will also hear evidence of how it came that my client, Pinky Chew, came to live with opposing party, Tectone. It was kind of a bait and switch. It was, hey, come here and help me with my social media, move in. You can live rent-free. And when she moved in, it became, well, you need to give me oral sex to compensate for your rent. So you're going to hear some information about coercive control. You're going to hear that he recorded her without her consent in sexual acts. You're going to hear a judge that he would demean her by having her write slut and come here on her face before he made her perform oral sex. What you're also going to hear about this case, Your Honor, is that they had never actually engaged in traditional intercourse. It was only ever he received blowjobs, and there was never any reciprocation on to my client. In addition, there was never any really kissing. He would want to spit in her mouth, but she refused. And so you're going to hear a lot about, and I think what you will hear, Judge, is that my client and the evidence will show that my client had been raped before, a pretty ugly rape in her early 20s, and knew what that was. Didn't understand until she got out of this relationship how bad it was. And then what you will see, Judge, is that he used his platform from the time they broke up until the court signed that emergency protective order in August of 2025, that he went on a consistent rampage against her on social media. The court will recall at the last hearing, the court said, I will caution the parties to stay off social media, especially as it relates to this case. And Mr. Robertson, Tectone, that day went and posted something about the case. And so what you will see is his consistent threats on social media, wherein he has told the audience of over 1 million subscribers that he suffers from schizophrenia, that he has delusions at least once a month, but they're relatively controlled. He has also said in additional social media posts that he will take her down, that he will expose the truth. He goes on rampages about women, etc., etc. That's what my client and the evidence will show, is that since this protective order has been in effect, my client has had peace for the first time since they broke up, because he has, for the most part, been retained in what he's allowed to do online. Okay, oof. And the concern is based on his own statements to his streamers, and we have the videos, Judge, that if the protective order goes away, that my client's life will turn into a nightmare again. Oh, why would you say that? Okay, he's fucking retarded. This is not just saying random shit. You're fucking yourself. You're fucking yourself so hard here. Why would he do this? Well, I mean, he deserves to be. Why would you say that? If this protective order goes away, I'm going to engage in the exact behavior that the protective order is enjoining me from. Like, okay, well, that sounds like maybe the protective order should stay then. Yeah, assuming he said this. Now, keep in mind, this is just the argument that's being presented. This is the strongest form of the argument that's being presented by Pinky Chew's lawyers. They could be lying about everything, right? Hopefully, at this stage of the proceedings, they wouldn't be, but just saying this is the argument that they're making. My client is on the spectrum for autism and suffers from some anxiety disorder. It's a really unfortunate case. And what is difficult about it is because both of these parties earn their living from social media and streaming, that any effect that he puts on social media and then the threats, they get back to her. He knows that he can get back to her, and he knows that it can affect her business. And the court will hear a little bit of details of how the online streaming works and compensation. But it was very much, he thought if she left him, that all of her social media and all of her income would go away. But at the end of the day, we're asking the court to grant a protective order for the appropriate time period. This court determines under the statutory authority and orders attorneys' fees in connection with the granting of a protective order. All right, thank you, Mrs. Locke. Mr. Puryear, Tectone's lawyer. Mr. Puryear, thank you, Your Honor. Judge, just very briefly, I think that the court is going to hear, what the court is going to see for itself in documentation that will be offered, and my expectation will be admitted, is that the summation of the relationship could not be farther from the truth. I think what you will hear is that the applicant was the one that reached out to Tectone to begin a relationship, and that a romantic relationship was begun in December of 2022. And that romantic relationship progressed, as many do, and they moved in together. It's true that the applicant never paid rent. What I think you're going to hear is that Tectone had a male roommate who didn't pay any rent either. Tectone has been fortunate in his finances. He makes pretty good money doing what he does, and he is happy to accommodate friends, romantic relationships in that way. There was never any quid pro quo associated with it. Now, they were certainly intimate, as people in a relationship are, and I think you're going to see evidence of the nature of that relationship and how consensual it was. It's my expectation you're also going to hear about a police report that was filed in February of 2024 by the applicant against Tectone's ex-wife. And the nature of that police report was that the applicant believed that Tectone's ex-wife was recording them in their intimate interactions with each other. You're going to hear that that was the nature of the police report, that at that point in February of 2024, a year and a half into their relationship, she never made any claims that these alleged recordings contained evidence of sexual victimization or that they contained any evidence that Tectone had been abusing her. Further, she never made any outcry to Officer Hoffman with the Leander Police Department that she was a victim, that she was a survivor, that John had abused her sexually or in any other way. Further, you're going to hear that the applicant filed a lawsuit against John's ex-wife in Williamson County, and the nature of that lawsuit was that, centered around these alleged recordings that John's wife had made from cameras that were installed in the house when they were married. You're going to hear that in this lawsuit, the applicant details lies that had been told by John's ex-wife online, very similar to the allegations in this case. The applicant made some bold proclamations online to her followers and then followed up with this lawsuit. You're going to hear that among the lies that she details in this lawsuit that John's ex-wife was allegedly spreading online was that she was John's sex slave, that she was being groomed to be his sex slave, and she unequivocally says those statements are lies, they are not true. In fact, she characterizes those as disgusting lies. You're going to hear that that lawsuit was filed at the end of June in 2024, a month after the last details of sexual abuse she mentions in her application for a protective order. She unequivocally says those statements are lies, they're not true. Wait, who says that they weren't true? John's ex-wife says that they're not true, so she took back her statements? Or that Pinky was making up things that Tectone's ex-wife was saying and they weren't saying, I think? I don't know. We'll get it. So we keep reading. So you're going to hear, less than a month after the May 28th, May 29th incident, that she discloses in the application for a protective order. She's filing this lawsuit saying that the notion that she is a sex slave or she's been groomed to be his sex slave is a disgusting lie. You're also going to hear that she was admitted to Austin Oaks about a month after she files this lawsuit at the end of July of 2024. And you're going to see for yourself in writing that the intake staff at Austin Oaks asked her about her history of sexual victimization, and they asked specifically something. 6 months being the span that covers both of the specified allegations in the application for a protective order. And she says no. I'm guessing this is no. I'm guessing the question here is they ask specifically whether or not you've been victimized or something in the past 6 months, is what I guess. And she says no. They go on to ask with more specificity, I don't know what this is, and she says something, a time period that preceded any interaction between the parties at all. You're going to be able to see that for yourself in writing. In addition to, my expectation is that you're going to see text messages, communication between the parties. It's going to give you better context on the nature of the relationship, one that was purely romantic, one that ran its course, and one that ended, unfortunately, because of the applicant. So it's my expectation at the end of all the evidence that the court is going to have no reservations denying the application for protective order, and we're going to ask you respectively to do so. The judge says, all right, thank you, Mr. Puryear. Mrs. Locke, please call your first witness. She calls her client Pinky Chew. All right, Pinky, if you'll please have a seat on the witness stand, make yourself comfortable, and I will swear you in. Witness sworn in. The judge says go ahead. The court reporter, I think having first been duly sworn, testified as follows. Okay, direct examination is going to be Pinky's lawyers asking her questions. How is he just going to assume what is redacted? Well, this is the defense. This is Tectone's lawyers bringing this up as evidence that favors them. And they're saying, well, they asked her something specifically, and that question that they asked spans the entire time period of all the allegations. And she says, my guess is she says no, because it wouldn't make sense to say they asked her if something happened, and then she says yes. Why would you bring that up as I'm guessing they're bringing this up as an argument against her. That's why I'm guessing that that's what's in here. That's the only thing that makes sense. but okay. Okay, so direct examination is Pinky's statement. Sorry, hold on. Somebody says, but we know the order was granted, so preponderance of evidence show that these allegations likely were true. Yikes. That is not necessarily the case, okay? So I might ask for a protective order for something, and I might list on my application, I might have 10 different reasons, okay? However, it might be that a few of these things on their own would satisfy the need for a protective order, right? Maybe 9 and 10 on their own, or I say on their own together, but maybe one of these on their own is so bad that that would justify protective order. But it might be that the judge was not persuaded by any of these. So just because a protective order was granted doesn't necessarily mean every single accusation, underlying thing the judge found to be credible or was true, right? Just to say. Unless there's something very special about these protective orders that I'm not aware of, governing family law or something, but. Okay. So her lawyer asks, so direct examination is going to be her lawyer asking her questions. So this is their case to win. So she's going to be asking questions that she expects are going to bolster her side of the case. So that's what we're doing. Will you please state your name for the record? Pinky Chu. And Pinky, you are the applicant in this protective order application. Is that correct? Yes. And at the time you filed this application for protective order, were you a resident of which county? I was, Williamson County at the time. Okay. And does Tectone live in Travis County? I believe at that time you did. Okay. And at the time you were living with Tectone, were you all living in Travis County? I believe so. Okay. And so the acts that took place that you've alleged in your protective order took place in Travis County. Is that correct? Yes. All right. And you were seeking a protective order against Tectone. Is that right? Yes. Can you tell the court why? He has relentlessly harassed me and threatened to ruin my life. It's been a nightmare. I've been having to get therapy for all of the obviously sexual assault and things he's done. And I would like to move on and live my life and not have to be consistently afraid of things he's doing or threatening me. And I just want to move on and stop being scared. Okay. And in your application for protective order, you signed a declaration. Do you recall that? Yes. And then her attorney says, and judge, forgive me, I have not practiced in front of you before. I have digital and I have what do you mean? You don't get to practice your things in front of judges. This is really dumb. I have digital and I'm sorry, I shouldn't troll about any of this. I'm sorry. When she says practice, she means presented a court case or litigated in front of this particular judge. I'm sorry, I won't troll on any of these because I don't know who thinks I'm serious or not. My bad. I have not practiced in front of you before. I have digital and I have paper, and I don't know if you would, how you would like me to present these because I've got my client needs to see some of the evidence we're going to introduce. If you want me to do it electronically, but I do have a paper copy for you. The judge says paper's fine. Are you talking about the actual declaration? She says, yes, the actual declaration. The judge says, I do have that. Well, judge, I'm going to move to introduce Applicant's Exhibit 1, which is the actual application for protective order with the declaration that is attached thereto. The judge says, all right. Any objection, Mr. Puryear? He says, no, Your Honor. All right, applicant 1 is admitted. So in court, when you are talking about things and you're referencing other things, you want to enter these as exhibits so that everybody in the court case, everybody can examine these things. In this case, particularly the judge, but also opposing counsel. They're already going to have seen all this, I would imagine, before this, but you can't just say like, oh, she said this on a statement that she signed. You would want to submit, here is the statement, by the way, that she signed. So when somebody references something, you can analyze and see for yourself they said it, and they're just like making a bunch of shit up, basically, right? I feel like you would have called or chambers and brought this up before the hearing. They straight up might not accept evidence. I don't know how, again, this is like a state court hearing on this shit, maybe, yeah. Theoretically, so what Leon's law is saying, okay, because he's fucking suits over here, is you might have a meeting before the hearing asking how the judge prefers to receive stuff, because if you have a judge who's having a real bad day, they might say some shit like, the way that you're presenting this to me is not okay. I needed it in this format, and the fact that you didn't bring in this format means that I'm going to forbid you from submitting any of this. Not being able to submit an exhibit could be fatal to your case, because it might be that you want to reference things in these exhibits that are necessary for the testimony given by your client. So theoretically, that could be really bad. But my guess is, since this is lower state court, I'm vibing this, but my vibes is that a judge wouldn't fuck you on that hard. He would probably grant you a continuance or something, or give you time, or my guess would be that, but yeah. Okay. So now they're referring to her application, or I'm sorry, her declaration. A declaration is just basically you signed a bunch of stuff saying, hey, I'm the witness. Here's what I can personally testify to, and it might be part of what you submit for a court case. These are my statements, and I agree to say that these things are all true. I would testify to these in court, and that's what she's doing now. She's testifying to the things that she has written in her declaration that they submitted to the court in support of the restraining order. No objections by the other side. Pinky's lawyer. Pinky, that is the application that you, in fact, filed. Is this correct? Yes. All right. Can you turn to the page where your declaration starts, which is, I can help you out with that, page 5. Yes. All right. let's give the court a little bit of background. What is it that you did at the time for a living when you met Mr. Robinson? At the time, I was a fairly small streamer, and I did GTA roleplay online, so like voice acting and storytelling with other streamers. What is GTA? Grand Theft Auto. Okay. And so when you say that you were a small and smaller streamer, can you quantify that for the court in terms of what's a large streamer versus a small streamer? It sounds like Pinky has been, we haven't gotten through all of this yet, but it sounds like Pinky has, I want to be careful. Your lawyer is not allowed to coach you. He's not allowed to tell you, I'm going to ask you this question. You need to respond like this. I'm going to ask you this question. You need to respond like this. But she's been given the general advice of when you're asked a question in a deposition, in a hearing on the witness stand, you answer concisely. And if you don't know the answer, then you say you don't know the answer. Don't fucking ramble. Don't be a yapper. So like in my case where Pixie, she doesn't give a fuck about the case because it's all a giant epic meme to her. She fucking yaps and rambles on a whole bunch of wild, random, retarded shit because she's just here for fun. It sounds like for Pinky, because she's taking hers seriously, is like answering concisely, answering clearly, like a lot of just like yes, no, yes, 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 or whatever, and then is giving pretty concise answers. So good for her just in terms of being a good witness so far, I think, generally speaking. Her answer is a large streamer would have around 5,000 viewers consistently. Mine was maybe 200, but I think at the time I had less than 100,000 followers at the time. I'm sorry, 500. By 500, you mean 500,000 followers. Sorry, less than 100,000 at the time on Twitch. At the time that you met Tectone, how many, and they're called followers, is that correct? Yeah. How many did he have at the time that you met him? I think almost 1 million. All right. And what was it that Tectone did at the time that you met him? He would play Got You games. I'm guessing this was gotcha games, but the court reporter didn't know what a gotcha game was, so he would play gotcha games, which is like Chinese gambling games, like with anime girls and characters like that. Okay, and is this how how did Tectone earn income at the time, to the best of your knowledge? I believe he was making 100,000 a month. How did he earn? Oh, that wasn't technically the question. It was she thought she heard how much. And then her lawyer says, and that was from doing one in particular, if you know. He was streaming the games, and then he was also part of the very large gaming organization called One True King. They had basically all the largest streamers in Austin, and like they had a lot of control over the space. Okay, and just because, I don't know, is Austin a large market for streamers? It has a large market for some of the largest streamers. Okay, and what are some, and it's OTK, is that correct? Yes, all right. And was Tectone a member of OTK? Yes. And you were a member of OTK? Absolutely not. Okay, why not? I was way too small and nobody in that sense. Okay, the people that belonged to OTK, how many followers did those particular individuals have? Millions. Millions, okay. And was Tectone at that level of millions? I believe he was on his way, yes. All right, and how did you meet Tectone? I had a friend that recommended I reach out to him because we were supposed to, I guess, have some lunch thing. And he's like, he also likes anime. You should reach out. And he seems really cool. And so I reached out on Twitter and he wanted to hang out right away. And we began a friendship. Okay. And you heard opposing counsel indicate that you had pursued him and wanted to get into the relationship with Tectone. Was that accurate? No. All right. Tell the court, what is the accurate version of that, of you all getting together? I told him I did not want to date at the time. I would never date a streamer. That's why I was currently on online dating apps, because I just wanted to date a little bit outside. I tried talking to somebody in the streaming space. I wasn't really sure about it. And he then had me sit in his bathroom one time and had like a very emotional conversation and kind of used that as leverage to, convince me to try dating him. Is it said, how old was she at the start of their relationship? Do we know this? The trauma dump strat always works. Okay. And how did it go from convincing you to dating him to you moving in together with him? Nobody has an answer to this. Okay. He told me, he said, I could change your life. I'm an OTK. I have connections. You should just move in with me. You won't have to pay rent and I will help you and you try to help me. He's like, I'll get you. Here's some vitamins, and was like, I'll change your life and we'll get you better. He kept telling me that he's going to change my career. Okay. And is it a big deal belonging to OTK? Absolutely. It's huge. Okay. Just so the court understands. Why is that? Because they have pretty much control in Austin to make and break your career, whether you get invited to collaborations or get sponsorships. They also have control, and the owners own one of the largest management companies that I was also part of at the time, where he got me into it because that was another promise he said he could do. Okay, and do you know what Tectone's role in OTK was? He was a core member. He was what? A core member. What's a core? What does that mean? Well, just like the main members, like that represent the organization. Okay, somebody said she was 21 at the time. Okay. I thought she was significantly older. That sounds like an insult. I don't mean that. I just thought she was older. Never mind. There's no nice way to say that about a woman. I didn't mean that because she looks older. I just wasn't aware of the ages of everybody. Wait, how old is Tectone? I'll wait for my personal Discord answer because you guys are fucking retarded. Okay. Oh, wait, can I just Google this? How old is Tectone? He's 32 years old. Okay. And how old is Pinky Chew? $26? It says now she's 26, so she would have been... Is this even correct? Okay. Somebody's telling me that at the time that they started dating, she was 21 and he was 30 years old. Okay. Okay, so what was your understanding of the authority that Mr. Robinson Tectone had within OTK? Stop calling her Pinky Chi. It's Pinky Chew? It's Pinky Chew. Pinky Chew? Pinky Chew. Pinky Chew? I don't know the difference. I don't know. Pikachu. Oh, Pikachu. Oh, like Pikachu. Is that? Oh, Pikachu. Like Pikachu. Wait, is that really what it is? That makes so much more sense. Brother, it's not that hard. It is Pinky Chew, Pikachu, Pinky Chew. Is there a video with her saying her name? Wait, if it's Pinky Chew, then what was I? Pinky. What was it? How was I saying it wrong? What was I saying before? Pinky Chew. Pikachu. Pinky Chew. I'm calling her Pinky. I don't care. You guys are trolling the fuck out of me. There is no Y after pink retard. Pink Chew. Google it. It's Pink Chew. Oh, why did I invent another Y? Pink Chew. Like Pichu? Like the baby version of Pink? I don't know. Don't know. Okay, Pink Chew. Okay, Pink. I'm calling her Pink from Pink Chew. Because her shorthand is Pinky. Oh, then I was calling her Pinky. Fuck you! Okay, what was your understanding of the authority that Tectone had within OTK? He got invited to everything. He could get you into parties. He could get you into collaborations. And then obviously he was working with Mythic Talent and could get you into Mythic Talent. And that's huge if you're wanting to get money and sponsorships. Okay, what is Mythic Talent? It is, I believe, Tectone has a part of or some type of ownership in it and another member owns it. It's just like a media management where they manage creators and give them sponsorships and collaborations. And what promises, if any, did Tectone make to you about your career if you moved in with him? He said he could come on my stream, like it will be a good dynamic, having what he explained to me, having a hot cosplay girl living in his house. And what was the arrangement that you had before you moved in with regards to rent? I just would help him with some thumbnails. So in my assumption, hold on, sorry, I got a correction. She was 24 and he was 30. She was 24 and he was 30 when they first moved in. Jesus. Okay. I would help him with some thumbnails. So in my assumption, it would just be helping him because I do graphic design and media. So I like make his thumbnails and edited some things for him. Just so the court, so the record is clear. What are thumbnails? So when he posts things like YouTube videos, like I'd go in Photoshop and create a graphic design for him. Okay, and at some point, did the arrangement for the rent change? It changed after we moved in to Chestnut Ridge. Okay, and what changed? It went from make this thumbnail for me to he kept telling me to suck his dick. And at that time, he would tell me, do your job, you don't pay rent. And those are the words that I clearly remember. Okay, and how soon after? And Chestnut was in Austin, Texas, is that right? Yes, and how soon after you moved into the Chestnut address did those activities start occurring with Tectone? Pretty right away. I don't have any inclinations of like issues until we moved into that home. Okay, and how soon after you moved in did those issues begin? Pretty right away. I think once he had said that in particular, I felt disgusted. And then I told him I wanted to pay rent. And that's why soon after, towards the end of, I believe it was in the end of February, I started paying rent. I gave him $1,000. I said I didn't like that dynamic. It made me feel disgusting. Okay, and so do you recall when you moved into that address? I believe earlier February, and that would have been of 2023, 2024, 2023. Okay, and so he made that demand. Then you said no and started paying rent. Yes. All right, and you started paying rent. Can you recall when? I believe February of 2023. Okay, and did you consistently pay rent until you moved out of the residence? Yes, it wasn't consistent. He changed the pricing a lot. What? Okay. Okay, what was the highest amount of rent you paid him? $4,000? $4,000? Yes. What were the circumstances that he raised your rent from $1,000 to $4,000? I will say up to here, it's kind of, he asked her to move in and she agreed with no understanding of any kind of romantic relationship or anything. I feel like that's a little sussy baka, but maybe, I guess. I don't know. Some girls are optimistic, but he told me that I would be moving in to the next home and started having me pay double rent when I started making more money. Were there any demands for sexual acts when that rent went up as well? I don't think you're allowed to do this. As silly as this sounds, I don't think you're allowed to. This would just be considered prostitution, right? I don't think you're allowed to exchange sex for rent, but my understanding is you're not allowed to do that. I don't know, maybe I'll ask your mom. Got it. Can't you claim it's just a kink thing? I don't think you can engage in illegal kinks. But like we have a kink for having sex right after we rob banks. I don't think you're allowed to do that. Were there any demands for sexual acts when that rent went up as well? I believe at the time it was more of an obligation. You mean the sex was an obligation? Witness nods head. Can you describe what you mean for that to the court? Like for if your witness is not answering, sometimes you have to remind people, can you say yes or no? Not uh-huh, don't nod your head, but like answer yes or no. I'm surprised the court reporter wrote this down and the judge or the court reporter or her attorney didn't tell her. I need you to say clearly yes or no. Especially because like stuff like this could be misinterpreted or missed or whatever. You should always answer clearly, but can you describe what you mean for that to the court? Like, for example, after I had my breast surgery and I couldn't like do it for him, he would get very upset because I had to lay up straight. Am I allowed to talk about that situation? So we'll talk about that in just a second. Sorry, so hang on. You suffer from what? Anxiety, right? Yes. Okay. And you were also, is it on the spectrum? Yes. All right. And when you were taking breaths, you were trying to calm yourself down. Is that right? Yes. Okay. So let's talk about what happened when did you get your breast augmentation? Damn, that makes it sound like some fucking cyberpunk shit. I believe it was, sorry, just kidding. I believe I did it late of 2023, and then I had to get it redone in 2024, earlier in 2024. All right, and in August of 2023, was that the incident you were just talking about? Yes, it was in May of 2024. Okay, so it was after your revision. This was the revision part that this incident occurred. Okay, so in May of 2024, tell the court what happened. I was lying in my bed and my doctor told me that I had to sit up straight. Like I can't lie down or to the side or anything because I still had stitches and I was still taking heavy medication. And he was getting very unruly, and upset that I couldn't give him blowjobs during my healing period. Okay, so when you said he would get upset and unruly, can you describe for the court what he would actually do? he'd be like, so you think you can suck my dick? Or he was just seemed very annoyed, I guess is a good word for it, very annoyed. And in this incident, I was laying in bed and he's like, do you think you could still suck my dick? And I was like, I told you I can't. Like the doctor said, I have to lay up straight. So I'm going to lay up straight. And I'm like, no, not right now. I'm really sorry I can't do that for you because I felt he made me feel bad about it. What happened next? He then grabbed my shoulders and put me over his stomach and then began jerking off to my face. And pulled me over to his stomach, I'm guessing, and began jerking off on my face and told me to stick my tongue out until he came on my face. Did you consent to him doing that? No, I told him I can't. I think after that point, I think he just kind of was in shock. I think he was just kind of in shock. Like, I think there's just circumstances that I say no, and I assume that's enough to say no, that I can't. Did it cause you any physical pain, that incident? I was under a lot of medication, but I think I was just scared that it was going to mess up any of my stitches I currently had healing. Okay, had there been another incident like that before when you had some kind of cosmetic procedure and he required you to do the same action? Yes. Okay, when was that, if you can recall? Do you mind if I look? You have your affidavit. Thank you. It's been introduced into evidence if you need to review that. Okay, I can't recall. I think the last incident, I got it mixed up with this date because I read the date. Okay, so I believe this one was in May. Okay, so May of what? 2024. For this, it's okay to request, especially if it's already submitted as an exhibit, like to ask, like, can I review a thing? You should always make sure you have your dates and everything straight, because if you get inconsistent on the stand or if you start fucking dates up or whatever on cross-examination, the opposing counsel could cause you to appear less credible than you should be otherwise. Especially if you're building things causally off of an event that you've gotten out of order. So be careful of that. All right, not that I'm not saying she's lying or anything. I'm just saying, oh wait, just don't fuck that up. All right, and so what happened in May of 2024? I had just got my lips done. They were very swollen and painful, like you could still see the injection sites. And he asked me to suck his dick, and I said no, that it would ruin my lip injections because, you know, if you don't let them settle, it will migrate. And he's like, oh, but it's really hot. It's really hot. When they're swollen like that, they look all big and fat. And I'm like, I can't because it's going to mess up my face. And he then, because this happened when we were lying in bed, he then put my face, he made me suck his dick. Okay, when you say that he made you, I know this is difficult, but can you describe to the court the actions he took to force you to do so? He grabbed the back of my head and slowly put it to his dick, and then he told me to open my mouth and suck his dick. Okay. And he also made public comments about this as well, that I believe is in my timeline. Okay, we'll get to the public comments in a minute, but did you end up having issues with your lip filler after that incident? Yes, so because he did that, it did migrate, and I complained to him multiple times afterwards that what he did caused the migration, and he's like, oh, it doesn't look that bad. It's not a big deal, is what he would say. And what did you have to have done, if anything, to correct that? I had to get them dissolved and then fixed. Let's talk a little bit about the relationship. Did you have your own room at the residence? I was paying for one room, and because the other roommate, he would complain that the other roommate wasn't paying rent all the time. So he told me for me that I offered to pay for another room to help pay for the rent because he complained about money a lot. He told me, so I offered to pay for another room to help pay for the rent because he complained about money a lot. Okay. Okay, so did you all, I guess, cohabitate in the same bedroom? Yes, he had me sleep with him a lot because he always mentioned that with his schizophrenia, he was afraid to sleep alone, and I felt guilty and bad if I didn't. Okay, and he has admitted to you that he's schizophrenic. Yes, and publicly. Okay, he's actually done so on his streams, right? Yes. Do you know, if at all, what medications he takes for his schizophrenia? He said he used to take them when he was younger, and he didn't like that. I guess it didn't make him himself, so doesn't take them anymore. How common is it that you get schizophrenia as a child? Prevalence of approximately 1 in 40,000. This is a severe form of the illness with gradual onset and poor outcome. If you were diagnosed with schizophrenia as a child, just based on this, my feeling is by the time you're in your 20s and 30s, you would it would be very, very, very bad. But that's an interesting claim. Okay, Jesus. Maybe he meant teenager. I mean, even as a teenager, I feel like it would progress quite poorly by the time you're in your 20s and 30s. Average age schizophrenia onset. This says onset tends to be earlier in males, late teens to early 20s, which would track with if you said freshman in college. But damn, by the time you're 30, if you don't medicate, I wonder, average schizophrenia disease, what would it be, prognosis or progression? Like what happens on average if you don't, I don't know what the fuck this is. Where's my Mayo Clinic bullshit? Typically diagnosed in late teens to early 30s, tends to emerge earlier in males than females. It's one of the top 15 leading causes of disability worldwide. Increased risk of premature mortality. Average life loss for individuals with schizophrenia is 28.5 years. Oh, life loss, Jesus. Okay, well. Do you think it's possible he's lying about schizophrenia and using it as an abuse tactic? It's possible, but again, this is just her testimony so far. I don't know what their response is going to be to anything yet, or what they'll say, what she'll say under cross-examination. We'll see. And are you aware, and this goes back when you were living together, was he taking any medications that you're aware of for schizophrenia? No. Okay, did you ever see him have any schizophrenic episodes? Many. Okay, and can you describe for the court what it was like when he would have a schizophrenic episode? He mentioned one time he was driving with his friend Jimmy and he almost crashed his car because he saw somebody behind him, I guess, speaking to him because he sees people walking around, as well as he would get scared because he said he'd see versions of myself giving myself suicide around the house, committing suicide around the house, versions of you. Yes, and that my face would be melting when he looked at me and it would scare him. Okay, and he never went and sought psychiatric care to the best of your knowledge? No, I tried to tell him many times, specifically because he told me he almost crashed his car and had a lot of these issues where he was consistently afraid or paranoid. Did you all in your relationship ever have traditional, like, vaginal sex? No. Okay, why not? He told me because of trauma. Then he mentioned his ex-wife, but I don't know if I can go into that. Well, there's an NDA related to that particular lawsuit, right? Yes, he had her sign an NDA. Okay, so we won't talk about the details of that. But what else did he tell you about why he did not engage in traditional vaginal intercourse with you? He said his sister, Jesus, okay? He said his sister molested him when he was younger, and he consistently told me that he was disgusted by vaginas. Okay, and did you all ever, like, kiss like a normal relationship? We did hug a lot, but he was not a fan of kissing because he said he had he would get a lot of saliva in his mouth. So consistently, anyone who knows him knows that he spits all the time when he walks around. Which, by the way, if you're a spitter person, that's just fucking disgusting. But, Jesus, I don't know, people who do that is fucking gross. What did he ask you to do instead of the traditional kissing? Multiple times he would ask if he could spit in my mouth. And what was your response to him? No, I personally haven't discussed for, like, spit stuff myself. All right. And so were there any interactions where he was physical with you to engage in relation that would make you happy? Never. And so did he ever have his hands ever touched you physically under your pants? Not under my pants, no. Okay, and I'm sorry to be explicit, but his hands never touched your vagina, is that right? No. Okay, did his penis ever touch your vagina? Never. And so the only activity was the blowjobs, was me giving him blowjobs. How often would he record you during the blowjobs? I would say about 40% of the time. Okay, and did he do so with your consent? There was, I could say maybe 2 or 3 times where he asked, and then it got to the point where he just didn't ask. There were times where I didn't like it and I would squint my eyes and he would get upset and delete the recording and then start the recording and he's like, I need you to open your eyes, make noises, stick your tongue out. I don't want to do it, but like make a huffing, like moaning noises and look at the camera and look like you like it is what he would tell me when he would re-record again. And did he do anything else with that, did he do anything else with regards to the oral sex with him that you disliked? I really didn't like cum, and so much with the spit thing, just personal trauma, I don't like it, or I didn't like it. And so he would always want to try, like his goal, I guess, was to get me to swallow his cum a lot. There's a lot, a lot of the times I would just gag a lot. Did you tell him no? I would just tell him I really don't like it, and he wanted to make it his goal to get me to do it. And how did he convey that to you, that he wanted that to, that was his goal? He's like, oh, you know, you just got to keep doing it and you'll get used to it. Did he ever make you write anything on your face? Yes. Can you tell the court about that? He told me to go into the bathroom, and I believe that it was a derogatory word of slut on my forehead and come here with an arrow pointing to my mouth. And he said that if I did that he'll have a normal sexual relationship and we'll have normal sex if I did that. And I guess like in my head, I thought if I did that, we'd just have a normal relationship. Sorry, it sounds like she's probably crying or getting emotional here. It's okay, take a breath. She said, I'm sorry, it's okay. I'm sorry. And then her attorney's requesting a break. Break, please. Yes, let's take a recess. Thank you, judge. Brief recess. That judge says, let's go back on the record in this cause. Please proceed. Mrs. Locke. Didn't Tectone flame Destiny for being a Coomer gremlin or something like that too? How are all these guys always projecting so hard? True. Even with Turkey Tom, even if that girl was probably asking for a lot of the hardcore sex, it seems like these guys, true, Back on record, direct examination, meaning it's her own attorney asking her questions. Going back to questioning them. So he told you that that you all could have a normal relationship if you did that particular act. Is that right? Yes. And at any point, did you all have any normal relationship after that? No. Okay. At what point did the relationship start to unravel or get close to ending? We had a talk and mutually decided to end it more, I believe, on his side. And then soon after, we had a talk and got back together, and then I ended the relationship later on. All right, and you all had discussions. He would address your mental health, right? Yes, he always said that whenever I had complaints about how he was treating me or anything, he said because I'm autistic, my version of reality is not like normal people, and that he would have to explain to me what was really going on. And you all had a journal, is that right? Or you had a journal? I kind of just started one. He had me write a list of things he said that were wrong with me, that he said I needed to give a psychiatrist. And then he later graded me on things he thinks I need to work on. And what did he say that you needed to go see a psychiatrist for? That my memory recollection was incorrect. I believe I wrote it in the journal. I can't remember by specific. These are unironic two statements together. I think that this is a good way to problem solve in a relationship if you involve a third party. I think that writing down problems that you want to talk about and things to work on is fine, but then you need a third party to moderate the conversations or something afterwards. Otherwise, this is a very one-sided dynamic. Like if you're having to write things down and then debate with your partner over your feelings on things, especially if here's like, I have to wield device responsibly. If you're in a dynamic where you consistently feel uncomfortable, and when you present that dynamic to your partner, they're doing things that makes you feel bad for bringing it up, you have to find a way to get a third party to moderate those conversations. Like there is a world where you're being unreasonable and you're bringing up stuff that isn't fair. So maybe your recollection of events is not true and then you're attacking your partner over it. That's possible. But there's also a world where your feelings are incredibly fair, but because you don't have a third party to back you up on it, your partner who might be more conversationally, fluid or more manipulatively adept might be able to convince you out of those feelings. So if you consistently try to present a problem in a relationship and you feel like you're always walking away feeling bad, and this is so important, feeling bad doesn't have to mean that you feel like that you know that, or I'm sorry, feeling bad doesn't mean that you feel bad all the time because they did something wrong. You could just be feeling bad in general, because one of the things that manipulative people are really good at doing, I'm not necessarily saying that happened here, although it kind of sounds like it, is making it feel like it's always your fault, right? So let's say that I have a weaker personality, or I'm a little bit more submissive interpersonally, and I'm with a partner who's much more domineering interpersonally. If I present an issue where it's like, hey, I noticed that when we are having a sexual interaction, you're always like very like aggressive with me, and I don't appreciate that. And there's like the level 1 upsettedness where they can say like, well, I don't give a fuck what you think or whatever. And you're like, oh, well, I feel bad about that. And it's obvious that you feel bad because they're being inconsiderate, right? And it's like, okay, that's an easy one to spot. But it could be that, you know, every time you bring this up, they say things like, okay, well, when I start doing it, you never say anything in the moment. It seems like you enjoy it then. You know, most of the time you manage to come when we're having sex and when we're messing around. So it seems like you enjoy it. And I feel like you're just bringing this up now because you're punishing me for some unrelated issue. Like, you're bringing this up now, and then you also got mad at me earlier for not doing the dishes. Are you just trying to use our sex life and hold it hostage to not give me things that I want that you know? Like, when you start getting into a ton of conversations like this, and then you walk away feeling like, oh, fuck, like, I'm the bad guy. And even when I brought up a thing that made me feel bad, I'm still the bad guy. Those are situations that in my opinion, you really, really, really need a third party to step in and moderate, because you might be getting unbelievably fucking mind fucked because you have a conflict of interest there, right? Technically, in all interpersonal disputes, there's a conflict of interest. Well, it's not conflict. It's just one party representing their interest against yours sometimes, right? And ideally, you're both representing your interest for the positivity of the relationship, but especially in conflicts, you know, one side can overplay their interest in their own stuff at the detriment to the other party, to the girlfriend or boyfriend of the relationship. But just say like having third parties moderate your disagreements as couples, I think it can be very healthy sometimes. Yeah. Okay. Especially, man, dude, especially when you're in situations where the other party is telling you that you can't trust your recollection of events, or you can't trust your own feelings on things. Just saying. Okay. Okay, I sent you a copy of this, but this is the actual journal. And then this is Pinky's attorney by Mrs. Locke. Would seeing the journal help you refresh your recollection? She says yes. Judge, may I approach? Judge says you may. Thank you. And then her attorney says, hang on, that's in fact the journal that he wrote in. Is that right? That he wrote in or that she wrote in? Pinky says yes. All right, just review it to refresh your recollection first. I'm actually not going to introduce the journal. Okay, I see it. Okay, I'm not going to introduce the journal. So she's using this to refresh her own recollection, and this isn't a prior statement that she's made, alleging that this statement was made in a journal. So they don't technically have to, I don't think, submit this as evidence, because it's not like they're saying, well, I wrote this in my journal to prove this point. Just ideally, I think this is just refreshing her own recollection. I don't think she needs to submit this as an evidence or an exhibit or anything. I think it makes this okay here, I believe, right? Now, if they were to try to say something like, I know for a fact that this is wrong, and I know it so well because I even wrote this in my journal 2 years ago, in that case, you would have to submit it as evidence, because then the other side has a right to examine it, cross-examine it, whatever. But, okay. All right. Now, do you remember what it was that he was complaining with regards to you and your mental health? She says, he said I was immature, that my memory recollection was incorrect, that my phrasing, that, you know, he would say things and then I would phrase it incorrectly, that I lacked communication skills, that I was depressed and dooming a lot, that I wasn't a positive person, I didn't take accountability, I was not independent enough, that I was paranoid, and that I had no emotional control. Did he accuse you of being schizophrenic? It felt like it at times. I don't know. Okay. And what are your actual, like sitting here today, your mental health diagnoses? I'm autistic as well as have anxiety disorder. Okay. You've not been diagnosed with bipolar disorder. I was misdiagnosed and correctly diagnosed with autism, and I was diagnosed with autism twice by psychiatrists, and medical professionals. Okay, so they replaced the bipolar with the autism spectrum disorder. That was a primary care doctor. He just gave me like, oh, I think this is what you might have, but it wasn't a psychiatrist. And then I went to see a psychiatrist and I got correctly diagnosed. And there's been discussion of a hospitalization that you had. Do you recall that? Yes. All right. And you went to Austin Oaks, right? Yes. Did you do so voluntarily, or were you first forced to go? I think because of the situation I was in, I just wanted to get out. I think because of the list he gave me, I went to an online doctor, told them that the list of things that he told me to tell her, and she gave me medications that made me just shake, and because obviously I'm not schizophrenic or anything, so it doesn't work for me, and I just needed to get out. I decided to get out of the house. When you did that online appointment, was he there with you when you did the online appointment? No, but he had me write the list of what I needed to tell her. Okay, and what medications did that doctor prescribe? I believe it was some medication. And did that work for you in any way? No, I tried to tell him, oh, it's great, it's fine. But I would tell my assistant, I was like, this is making me shake. I don't like the way this makes me feel. Are you currently taking it? Absolutely not. Okay, and so the Austin Oaks, where did you go after? Let me back up a little bit. How long were you at Austin Oaks? 3 days. Okay, and what were your discharge instructions? So 3 days, 72 hours. This sounds like a psych hold. Like, I think there is a, you call it 5150 or Brady Act, I think, in California. But basically, if you're a threat to yourself or others, they forcibly lock you out basically for 3 days in a psychiatric place until you're deemed not a threat. That might not be this, though. I don't know. But she asked earlier, this is not clear. I don't know what the answer is here. Oh, I'm sorry. What did I say? Did I say Brady Act? Baker Act. Sorry. Same thing. Whatever. Not really, but I don't know if this was voluntary or not. It sounds like this was voluntary, but okay. She was there for 3 days. Okay, and what were your discharge instructions? Just blank, blank, blank. I can't remember what it was, but instead I decided to go ahead and see a therapist. Okay, and did you actually have any acts of, like, did you intentionally self-harm or no? So what was the reason you went? I just needed to get out of the house. So it sounds like this was voluntary. It doesn't sound like she was involuntarily committed. I just needed to get out of the house. I think at the time I was just confused. Like, I knew something in my gut was wrong, like how I was being treated, but, you know, he was telling me otherwise. And I was just confused. And I called my sister. I said, I just need to get out. I just need to see somebody. I need to get out of this place. I calmly packed up my clothes, told my roommate, hey, I'm going to be leaving. I'm not feeling good. And then my sister drove me. I went there. They said, hey, there's nothing we can really do. You're fine. But if you want, you can admit yourself to get evaluated. Okay, so did you self-admit? Yes. And when you were discharged or left Austin Oaks, did you get back into that same residence with Tectone? No. Okay, where did you go after that? I went to my mom's. I did go to his house to collect items that when he wasn't there. And that's when I confided in at the time, his roommate that I guess that was going to be moving in. I said, I'm afraid of him. I'm really scared. I'm going to go ahead and stay at my mom's because I can't be here. And you heard opposing counsel indicate in opening that you didn't make any reference to Tectone being abusive when you went to Austin Oaks. Do you recall him saying that? I'm sorry, I'll rephrase. Do you recall opposing counsel, and opposing counsel means the other attorney for the other party, in his opening statements making comments that you didn't mention anything wrong with Tectone when you were at Austin Oaks? Yes, I remember. As a lawyer, you would probably just say to your client, the other lawyers. I don't think most non-lawyer people would ever use like OC or opposing counsel, jargony stuff. Pretty mean, bullying. Yes, I remember. Okay. When was it that you first realized that what was going on was what is sexual assault? It was after I moved my stuff out and I talked to an online friend and I felt safe enough to speak to someone about it, the events that had occurred. Okay, and have you had contact with law enforcement regarding these allegations? Yes. When did you make contact with law enforcement? Do you mind if I look? You can look at your affidavit. Judge, may I retrieve the journal? You may. I believe it was around January of 2025. I do believe it was early the next year. I just can't remember the exact date of when we went into and then her lawyer, okay, but did you file a criminal complaint? Yes, I filed a police report. And what is the current status of that? Because of the harassment, I had to suspend it. You can suspend a police report? Interesting. Okay. Okay, what did law enforcement want you to do with regards to a phone call to Tectone? Or actually, I guess maybe you could for domestic violence stuff. Maybe. A preliminary call. Okay, and was it a pretext call? Yes. All right, and what was your understanding of what you were supposed to do on the phone call? Call him and get him to talk about the things he did to me. Oh, this was like they were wired in basically to the phone call? Ooh. Texas is a one-party consent state. I wonder if the cops can but the cops can probably get a wiretap order if they really want. But in a one-party consent state, you wouldn't even have to, I don't think, right? Even for sex? No, this is just for, like, recorded conversations, I think. Okay. All right, and were you able to do so? No, because he was threatening me and harassing me publicly, and I was scared. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. But did you not follow along with what law enforcement wanted you to do? No, I did what was recommended. I did what was recommended by the counselor that was there with me. All right, and so around the same time, did Tectone start posting on, what was it? Is it Twitter or is it X? I don't know. It was Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. He did it on all three. And starting in January of 2025, what did he start doing with regards to the online platforms? He started before then. He started, I believe around November. He started the threats in 2024. And what kind of threats was he making online? I have a timeline of everything. Okay. But it was mainly, I'm going to sue you. He's also made threats that he's going to ruin me, that everybody was going to know the truth, that he was coming after me, that there were explicit material that he shared with multiple people and that he will post them online if I don't retract statements. And it is almost 200 pages of it. And you actually asked him to do, when you first broke up, what did you actually ask him to do with regards to the videos? One thing, don't ever take, obviously no lawyer is going to take my advice and you shouldn't, but like, this is your time under direct examination. This is your time to make the strongest positive statements that you can about your side of all the evidence that's going to be brought up. If she made a tweet about sexual abuse and Tectone was responding to it, my hope would be that your lawyer is going to ask you about the statements that you made so that she can build a case for as to why you made the statements, his response to it, and why they're unhinged, rather than just presenting his response and letting opposing counsel take a shot under cross-examination of getting you to admit to making those statements, because it's going to be done under the framing that they want. Maybe there's a legal reason why what I'm saying would be a bad strategy, or maybe there's a reason why they wouldn't do that. But I'm surprised that as part of her questioning here, why her own lawyer wouldn't build the story around why she made statements about sexual abuse or assault online, and why would she give the opposing counsel the ability to asymmetrically take a shot at introducing that to the judge. But maybe there's a reason why, I'm not sure, I don't know. Or maybe they will later on, who knows, we'll see. Because even here she says, if I don't retract statements, well, what statements did you make? You know, because I would imagine for sure that opposing counsel is going to bring that up under cross-examination. But I don't know. Okay, so what did you ask him to do with regards to those videos? I asked him multiple times in multiple circumstances, please delete any sexual footage you have of me, because I knew that some of it was not consensual. And he would make collages of my videos and things like that, and it was very disturbing. I didn't want him to have access to them. Sitting here today, do you know if he's deleted all those videos? I do not know. He's told me that he would, and then the last time I requested, he just did not respond. Okay, so sitting here today, you have no idea if he still has those videos in his possession? Yes, I'm not aware if he does or not. Are you concerned about what he will do if he has those? Yes, and what are your concerns? He'll either post them publicly, continue to share them with more people, as he had stated, and possibly I don't want that. I don't think anyone wants that. Hold on, I'm saying if Leon responded all, motherfucker. No, okay. Has he threatened you with putting that out there? Yes. Okay, how has he done so? I don't have the exact verbiage. It is in the timeline of what he said in his words. Okay, did you have to contact an attorney in early 2025 with regards to what was going on online? Yes, it had just gotten very overwhelming because no one wanted to associate with me because he was attacking me. He had attacked them as well. Okay. And I was becoming very isolated. I kind of had to rebuild my friend group with my family. Sorry, what was the question? That's okay. What was going on online? What was going on online that gave you to the point where you had to hire an attorney back in early 2025? Oh, yes. Even after going to the police, he still would not stop harassing me. And I had an attorney send him a cease and desist telling him that I had gone to the police and he needs to leave me alone. Did that stop him? No, in fact, he went publicly and laughed about it and said, she sent me a cease and desist for defaming her, but I'm going to keep defaming her. If he really said this, if there's really videos of him saying this, is not good, very bad, right? The whole point of like a cease and desist is you're showing the court beforehand, like, hey, listen, I'm only here in front of you, judge, because I tried everything I could outside of court to remedy the situation, and it's not working. I need relief that only a court can grant me now. And if he's like laughing off cease and desists, as a stronger argument for, I need a protective order, I need something greater. He clearly doesn't give a fuck, right? Kafka said, is this a hearing or in front of a jury? So this is a hearing over this protective order, but I feel like, I don't know how this works exactly, but like the whole court case is basically over this protective order. Like she just wants an injunction basically against him. But I don't think this is the type of thing, for whatever reason, it doesn't go to trial. Like the judge just approves or denies this motion for a protective order. So I don't even know if this is considered a bench trial or if it's just a judge ruling on motions. I don't know how that works or what that's considered technically. Jesus. Okay, and that was February 6th of 2025. He posted a live stream on Twitch. I'm not sure of the exact date that he did that. Okay, has he made threats about going nuclear when the legal situation between you and he ends? Yes, and I believe it was the time he was like showing his guns and things. Oh no, if he did these things in conjunction, not good. Okay, and in fact, he's indicated on social media that he's schizophrenic and is strapping, referring to weapons. Is that correct? Yes. Tell the court your concerns about his use of, or I'm sorry, his possession of firearms. I'm afraid that if he does, obviously, with the threats, he gets so upset that he will try to do something to me, especially because I do go to conventions and public things, or if like he has an episode or anything and is upset enough. And you filed this on the protective order. So you first contacted an attorney in January, went to the police in January of 2025. Why is it that you filed a protective order application in August of 2025? Well, first, it was mainly just like, this is what I mean. This is good. You get ahead of these things because you know that the other guy's going to ask this on cross-examination. So I don't know why they didn't for the statement she made online, but again, maybe they'll get to it, or maybe they just didn't think it was important to, I don't know. Well, first, it was mainly just dealing with the police and the preliminary call and trying to get that set up and whether that was the right move to do for my safety. And so it kind of just kept getting pushed between the police and then his threats and he in this lawsuit. And then she stops. I'll ask the court to take judicial notice of the filing of the application for protective order, which was August 21st of 2025. Yes, the court will do so. And then she says, may I approach the witness? You may, thank you. I'm going to show you what we've marked as applicant's Exhibit 7. Are you able to identify that? Yes. Okay, without telling what's in it yet, the statement's in it. What is it? A tweet from Tectone, Mr. Robinson. Okay, what does Tectone go by on social media? What does Mr. Robinson go by Tectone? And that's, can you spell it for the court reporter, please? Spell it, yes, for the court reporter. Tectone, Tectone. All right, and what is it that you go by online? Pink Chew. Can you please spell that for the court reporter? Pinkchyu. All right, and that is a true and accurate copy of the message that he put out on his social media on August 25th of 2025. Is that correct? Yes. And when you read this, did you note this related to you? Yes. And how did you know that was related to you? Okay, I don't know if they will or not, but now you can start to see some of the things you see like in TV shows. When they say things like, can you read that out for the court? It seems like a dramatic thing, like read it for the court so that everybody can be astounded. But it's also nice just for people that have transcripts. Can you please read what you're looking at for the court? Also so that the court reporter can write it down so now that we would know what's being referenced. There might be exhibits attached to this transcript. I don't know. I'm checking my DMs and some people will send me stuff. Maybe we'll look at them after. But this is why it's nice to like, can you read this aloud for us so the court reporter and people reading a transcript can hear. But so I don't know if they will or not, but okay. How do you know that this is related to you? This was many of his multiple times where he's named me or not named me, or it was times where I sent the cease and desist or have gone to the police and he would make statements like this. All right, and this is a true and correct copy of this. You've not changed or modified it in any way. Is that correct? Yes. Judge, I move to introduce applicants 7. Any objection? Mr. Puryear. Mr. Puryear says, relevance, Your Honor. I mean, this could be about anything. I don't understand what the relevance this has to the proceedings in front of the court. I don't think that those dots have been connected sufficiently, but that would be my objection. The judge says your objection is relevance. It's overruled. Applicant 7 is admitted. She says, thank you. I don't know all the objections. I'm doing a super layman's guess here, but when the objection is relevance, you're saying that like, is the material that's being introduced, is this necessary does it go to any of the causes of action or claims that are being made here? So if I wanted to introduce into evidence, like here's a tweet where this guy said, I'm a big fucking loser and everybody should think I'm a big fucking loser because I like gotcha games, you could say, well, objection relevance, like this doesn't go to prove anything related to this case, like this isn't needed. But So when the judge overrules the objection, he's saying that I believe your objection is unfounded. This can be submitted for the court to evaluate as part of this case, basically. Kafka says relevance means they're saying the evidence is more prejudicial than probative. Prejudicial meaning it's giving you some impression of probably the opposing party that's negative, that is not relevant to the case, and probative meaning it doesn't establish anything that both sides can question about or use to determine how true a claim is. I think basically, right, is when you say something is probative is what you mean. I think maybe close enough, maybe. Okay, thank you. She says, and then her attorney asks, what was it that Tectone published 4 days after this application for protective order was filed? I'm not sure of the dates correctly. I'm sorry. What are the dates? Can you zoom in? Do you say, I'm sorry, August 22nd, 2025, and this was the day after the application was filed? Is that right? I believe so. Okay, and you've received extensions of this ex parte protective order that was granted back in August. Is that right? Yes. All right. Judge, may I approach the witness? Of course. She says, Pink Chu, I'm going to show you what's been marked as applicants 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Will you look at those, please? So these are my guesses on the initial application for a protective order. On the initial application for protective order, you have these exhibits that you attach to show as proof for the claims you're making that you're referencing in your protective order, and these are just the different exhibits that were put as part of that. Wait, somebody in YouTube chat said, no, relevance is not the same as more prejudicial than probative. Leon's Law says, relevance pretty much always loses. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's start with, those are all, like the last exhibit, Exhibit 7, those are all various screenshots of Tectone posting. Is that correct? Yes, all right. And just to lay the foundation, you've not changed or modified these in any way. Is that correct? Yes. These are true and correct copies of the social media posts that Tectone, aka Mr. Robinson, published. Is that correct? Yes. And 9 is from September 16th. 2025, is that correct? Yes, all right. And there's an extension of this protective order signed back in on September 3rd, is that correct? Yes, all right. And this paperwork was extended until December 3rd of 2025, is that correct? I believe so, yes. So he's posting things past even when the protective order was granted. Okay, not good, depending on what he's posting. Judge, this is her attorney to the judge. Judge, I would ask the court to take judicial notice. I'm sorry, I apologize for not standing, Judge. The court take judicial notice of the agreed order for extension of temporary ex parte protective order. I've marked it and will move to introduce it as Applicant's Exhibit 3. Any objection, Mr. Puryear? No, Your Honor. All right, Applicant's 3 is admitted. May I approach 2 with the court reporter? You may. Let me lay the foundation on all of them. So that was a true and correct copy of the post that he put on September 16th of 2025. Yes. And did you believe this one to be about you? Yes. Why? Anytime there was an extension of something, he had something to say. Okay, Judge, I move to introduce Applicant's Exhibit 9. Are you moving to introduce 9 through 13 or just 9? I want to lay the foundation for 9, so I'm just going to one by one, Judge. I'm sorry. No problem, Mr. Puryear. No objection, Your Honor. 9 is admitted. Can you go to 10, please? And 10 was posted on September 22nd, 2025. Yes. All right. And you have not changed or modified this in any way. Is that correct? No. It's a true and correct copy of the post that Tectone, aka Mr. Robinson, posted on or about that date. And this was related to something to you. All right, you believe to be. Okay, introducing, blah, blah, blah. People keep asking me the update just came out. I don't know. I have no idea what that means. I don't know what it means. I think it means I win. That's what it means. It looked like it said something was rescheduled or canceled for a hearing or something. I have no idea if it's a mistake or what it's posted for or. It says order, setting, resetting, canceling a hearing. I don't know, but that's it. I have no idea. Oh, paperless order, time change only, resetting calendar call. Calendar call is reset in this matter for Tuesday, May 12th at 8:30 a.m. in courtroom 11-4, courthouse before Judge Jacqueline Bernard. This hearing is reset due to a scheduling conflict. I have no idea. Maybe for if there's stuff on right when you file a court case, there's a schedule that's released in advance that gives you like dates for major events. It might be that there's some other date that would conflict with, I don't know if that was supposed to be the trial date. So they're having, they're resetting that because there's a conflict that popped up with the main judge. That's my guess what that is. So they're just rescheduling that. Is my guess. Okay. So let's go to A11. What does Tectone tell to his followers on September 23rd, 2025? If you think $10,000 is a lot to start VTubing, you should see how much women spend on plastic surgery to start OnlyFans or OF. OF stands for OnlyFans? Yes. Do you have an OnlyFans account? Yes. When did you create your OnlyFans account? I believe towards the end of December of 2024. All right. So John knew, or I'm sorry, Tectone knew you had an OnlyFans account. He encouraged me to make one. Okay. But you're not doing any nudity on your account. Is that correct? I do not do full nudity. All right. And he encouraged you to do so. I feel like the attorney here should explain to the court what an OnlyFans account is, or establish that. Maybe she's just expecting the judge to get it. I feel like she should be establishing this. Like, can you tell the court, like, what is OnlyFans? What is an OnlyFans account? What is it? Because I don't know if the judge is going to understand what any of this even has to do with or whatever. But okay. We agreed that I did not. Oh wait. All right, and he encouraged you to do that. We agreed that I did not do full nudity. Okay, but he is the one who encouraged you to make an OnlyFans. I had a Fansly account at the time. OnlyFans is more stigmatized and kind of can hurt your career more than just having a Fansly. Okay, and do you know what the reference to the 10K to starting YouTubing is? What that reference is to make a VTuber model. Yeah, there's like a lot of stuff. Anytime you're introducing stuff into the record or to the court or whatever, like you should be explaining a little bit, like this is what this is, this is why it's relevant. Because even though we all know, obviously, as huge VTuber and OnlyFans connoisseurs, we might know why it's relevant or why this matters. The judge might have absolutely no clue, and likely has no clue what's going on with any of this, To make a VTuber model, I'm so sorry, I'm just a lawyer. To make a graphic for your streaming. Oh, okay. Let's go to 12. What does Tectone post to his audience again around the same date? September of 2025. Can you read that, please? I made a post about this earlier, and I'm going to need you to say it again. Oh, is this what Tectone posts? Do not date crazy chicks. No, you will not fix them. No, it will not be worth it. Yes, it's fucking stupid. It's like inviting a rabid dog into your house. Sure, they might be cute, but that thing got rabies and going to kill your ass. You won't have a partner, you'll have a liability. And if you don't stoop to their delusions, they'll turn against you and make you their next target. Find yourself a nice girl or a guy that you can communicate effectively with, not an adult with the mind of a deranged psychopath. Was there any doubt who this referred to in your mind? It was me. Okay, and how did you know it was you? He said multiple times with my name, specifically stating my name on stream and publicly that I was crazy. Like, wouldn't you have to, I don't know if there'd be an objection here. Wouldn't you need to submit that? Like, why would you just take this for granted? Shouldn't the other side have, like, objection? And I don't know if this would be, if you would say hearsay, or shouldn't you have to submit evidence of these claims? Maybe this will come up in cross. Maybe it fucking doesn't matter because it's a state court. Maybe it's not that important. I don't know. What the fuck do I know? Who knows? If my lawyer was there and somebody was making claims about shit I said on stream, I want you to submit those. Show me exactly what I said, motherfucker. Don't just say what I said. If you heard it, if there's evidence of it, then submit that directly, But okay, I don't know. All right, let's go to 13. Are these the types of messages that you found to be harassing? Yes. Okay, and were these the types of messages that your attorney requested he stop doing in the cease and desist? Yes. All right. Let's go to A13. I wonder how much time she's given between all these exhibits. Like, is the judge, like, are you asking questions while the judge is reading this? I feel like you should be reading these statements. Like, let the judge absorb it. Like, these are the big statements that you're submitting into evidence, ruling for your protective order. Like, read them for the judge, let him absorb all of these. Maybe she's taking a lot of time and it just doesn't show up. Maybe she's saying, okay, let's go to 13. And then she waits like 30 seconds for the judge. Although I feel like the judge would be nodding or saying something, but I don't know. It feels weird to just be skimming through these so quickly. But I don't know, maybe I'm retarded, maybe. Why are you trash talking state court? Isn't like 90% of court state court? I'm not trash talking. I'm just saying that like things might be a little bit less formal in state court. I've heard that a lot than they are in federal court. Not necessarily trash talking. They're just like less, like a little bit less formal. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Tell me, do you do a little bit of like anime? Is that what you do? Like you dress up as cosplay as anime characters? Yes. Okay. So back in October 3rd of 2025, so 2 months after the protective order has been filed and the ex parte has been granted, what did he post on his socials? So now they're reading the tweets and stuff. This is good. Maybe the other stuff wasn't readable. I don't know. Whatever. Yes. Okay. So back in 2 months. Okay. She says, do not put your dick in crazy. It's hot in anime. Stupid as fuck in real life. What else did he say about mental illness? You can't fix a mental illness, bro. You can medicate it, but that's a crapshoot. Get someone who you don't need to fix, much easier. All right. Did you have any doubt these were about you? No, I had no doubt it was about me. Okay. And how did your fans, if at all, because I don't know how this works, how did you learn that he was talking about you on social media? People in my community would let me know and tag me and at me. My friends, people in the space, because it did affect my livelihood and my consistent life, because people who worked with me would be technically associated with somebody he's consistently attacking, and they were afraid that he would also attack them as well. All right, and let's go to 13. I'm sorry, 14 is correct. I don't believe I have that page, but I can see it on the screen. I'm sorry, that will be these ones, 15 through 21, I think. May I approach judge? You may. I'm going to show you applicants' exhibits 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21. Other opposing counsel, no objection to these, Your Honor. No objection, all right. Applicants 15 through 21 are admitted. Sounds like she's presenting these to Pink to learn, or I'm sorry, to read from. Admission by party opponent is an exception to rule, the rule against hearsay. Admission by party opponent is an exception to rule against hearsay. Does that include like public statements, or does that just include things that you've interpersonally witnessed? I don't know the answer to that. Okay. And this is Robertson on applicants 15, actually referring to your allegations. Is that correct? I believe so, yes. All right. And what does he say? They're going to hate what I found today. Your loss is now even more inevitable. Now I wait. Okay. And when you see these messages that he posts like this, how did you interpret them? Like, how did it make you feel? Like he's coming after me? Okay. And then let's go to 16. So the same month, October 2025. So shortly after the protective order was filed, what does Tectone post yet again about this? Another OnlyFans woman lying about rape, then just moves on. No damage done to them. Ruin a man's life for 3 years. Why is this so common? And did you believe that this, what was also related to you in a way? Yes. Okay. And why did you believe so? What he does is he basically trains his community into hating OnlyFans or women, or also migrants and things like that. I'm half Mexican, and just things to hate about women and women that have OnlyFans. So when he does attack me, that they're more angry towards me. Now, have you had some of his fans come after you in these platforms? Oh, absolutely. You really can't object to any of this? You're just allowed to just say all of this? As long as it's a statement by your party's opponent, it's fair game. Okay. I can understand it being admitted. I just don't know why you wouldn't produce like a... Or no, never mind. I understand. Because my objection earlier wasn't that it was... My objection was that it was admitted. The other side should object. But you're saying that it would be an exception, so it wouldn't be. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Is this not like prejudicial, or what is the relevance here? Well, I mean, I guess no, not necessarily. Yeah, fuck it, no. Okay, whatever. He's also racist, Your Honor. Based. Okay. Now, if you had some of his fans come after you in these platforms, oh, absolutely. Can you explain that to the court, please? I've had people make threats, YouTube videos, calling me a liar, a whore, threatened to want to kill me. I believe I've also had a DM. Somebody threatened to rape me. Basically, it had gotten to the point where I didn't even go to TwitchCon because I was afraid maybe one of his fans might try to physically hurt me. This is stuff, though, because now that's not a party to the case. This is stuff you should have to produce evidence for, right? That the other side could say... Or no, actually, no, because you're testifying that you personally witnessed this, right? So technically you could say that, and the other people aren't like on trial for anything, so I guess you wouldn't need to, right? You can say these are things that you've observed, and then the other people get to ask you about it on cross, or... Destiny, they should be objecting to make them at least put in the evidence instead of just letting them get away with their characterization of the evidence. Okay. Okay. Does know that his, or let me rephrase that, has he told you previously about how he can get his fans to do what he needs them to do? Yes. Okay. Can you tell the court about what he's told you with regards to that? It was in the situation with his ex-wife. After he had her sign the NDA. He wanted me to go after her. May I give context? I don't want to go into what is the issues in the NDA. Okay. Just answer the question. What he told you specifically about having his fans do things. Yeah, that if you kind of guide them into the right direction, that they'll know who to attack. And he's done it to multiple people. And how have you seen him do it to multiple people? Enviosity was one example. Is that a streamer name or something, I guess? He has a lot of, I guess, beef with a lot of people. I can't even count in his YouTube videos. He names each of his YouTube videos after the person he's going after in the video. Okay. Oh, that's a gacha content creator. Okay. And what is your concern with regards to what happens if this protective order is not granted after this hearing today? He is going to continue, as he's shown before, relentlessly harassing and threatening me to the point of where I will probably have to take measures where my life may be in danger. A17, he posts in October of 2021. What does he post? Proud to be blocked. Women who falsely accuse men are scum and should be in prison. Proud to be blocked by women who falsely accuse men. Proud to be blocked. Women who falsely accuse men are scum and should be put in prison. Maybe there should be a period there. Are you falsely accusing him of these actions? Absolutely not. Okay, did they in fact take place? Yes. A19, what did Tectone say? And this was actually before the protective order was filed on June 18th, 2025. I'm excited to be called misogynistic for thinking women are smarter than people believe and that the bad actors who lie and scream I was manipulated are going to make it harder for real victims to be taken seriously. Did you think this post related to you? Yes, because he's already said publicly that I ruined it for other victims. Okay, when lawyers tell you don't tweet about your case or whatever, the thought is that like you think you're going to be smarter than whatever, but you're going to fuck yourself. Tectone is taken to the next level. He's just fucking torpedoing his own shit. He's not even going for like, he's just fucking fucking himself. Holy shit. Okay. Jesus, Milo tweets. We'll look at that next. God damn. He said, you specifically, yes, he made a tweet with my name specifically speaking about me. All right, let's go to 20, please. On October 27th, 2025, what did he post? To all the OnlyFans whores trying to give me life advice, bro, I can see your asshole for less than buying a Fortnite battle pass. Shut the fuck up. Is this how he would refer to women in front of you? Yes. Okay, let's go to 21. All right. And then on, it looks like again in October of 2025, what does Tectone say? Who will be the next OnlyFans girl to call me out? Bought their likes, then lock the comments. Holy fuck. Absolutely rent-free in their minds. Get back to making your family shameful of your existence. And did you believe that was referencing you? It was possibly, just kind of like I said, getting his audience to have a certain view for when he attacks me. And then it was set for court, I think, in December, correct? Yes. One of the extensions? Yes. All right. May I approach, Judge? You may. Do you have any objections to 31 and 32? Mr. Puryear, no. Applicants 31 and 32 are admitted. There was an agreed order for an extension of a protective order on January 23rd. Is that your understanding or recollection? Yes. Her lawyer says, Judge, I would ask the court to take judicial notice of the agreed order of extension of protective order that was signed on January 23rd. So this court sees what it's going on. All right. I would ask the court to take judicial notice. Shortly after that extension, did Tectone post again on social media? Yes. All right. And in fact, on December 12th of 2025 in Exhibit 31, what did he post? Destiny, 100% Tectone is going to watch you and try to run with whatever defense you're giving him now by just reviewing. I'm not giving him any defense. This is all, but this is her side, her testimony. I mean, this is all pretty bad so far. I'm going to see how what his legal strategy is here for this. Jesus. You got no idea how hard it is to find a woman that isn't a psychotic entitled cunt. Men got it hard. All right, and did you take that as directed towards you? Yes. Why? It is the same verbiage that he's used multiple times when describing me and describing you publicly or in private. I believe he just calls me crazy and psycho, is what I believe he said on his streams about me. All right, we'll pull up 32. And then on December 17th of 2022, what does he post? No, we do, but modern feminism have convinced women that a man wants to protect you is manipulating you. Women have grown ungrateful and entitled and expect to be taken care of and protected, but aren't willing to do their part of the relationship, and they say you're abusive. Gee, what does that mean? What is their part? Jesus. And that was all while there was that emergency protective order in place. Is that right? Yes. How did this compare to what he had posted before the protective order? Like, what's the difference between very tame? Okay. And what were the ones like before? He explicitly named me and gave it lots of threats. All right. No objection. All right. That was applicants, 33, 34, 36. She's entering more. What else did Tectone post while the ex parte was in effect? Any woman that lies about sexual assault, sexual assault, or rape should be punished to the fullest extent of the law. They should be excommunicated from every group they're a part of, and people knowingly weaponizing their lie should be held accountable as well. So in the earlier part of this interrogation, or testimony, you wouldn't say interrogation, right? In the earlier part of the testimony given, right, the attorney was careful to lay out, like, well, who is this guy? Well, he's part of a huge streamer group. He's part of a big management group. He's in control of a lot of clout and influence. He has all of these things to a much greater level than I do, right? So now that foundation has been laid, now these threats carry a lot more gravity with them as well, right? Like, oh, like he has the capability of doing these things because of stuff that we've already factually laid out before getting to this part of the questioning. Which all goes to the strength of why I need a protective order, because he has the ability to, as I laid out earlier, and then the means and the desire to, like he literally is doing this, like he's already kind of enacted this type of retaliatory behavior. Yeah. Now 34, what did Tectone post? Lying women have far too much power today. Did you believe that was in reference to you? Yes. And then, Judge, I'll ask the court to take judicial notice of the extension of protective order, blah, blah, blah. All right, so I'm going to show you 836. This was posted on January 6th. Do you recall this? Yes, yes. What does this tweet say? Sorry, what does he say? I'm a patient man. No matter how long this takes, I don't care. Justice will come. I will not fall off. I will return to my life soon. And in the meantime, I'll keep living, working on myself and growing. I'm not worried. I'm looking forward to the future patiently. And how did you take that post? He's treating this as some type of criminal court case rather than me needing protection because of his harassment and threats and the abuse. This is what I don't get from Tectone's part. Bro, why not just stop fucking talking to her or talking about her? Like, it sounds like he designed his own trap so hardcore. Like, why did you keep prodding this to get this to the level of her seeking a protective order against you, especially when in Texas, those protective orders related to domestic violence or whatever the fuck can come with you losing your right to own a firearm? Why the fuck would you keep doing this? It's so stupid. Like, it's not like she's just suing him out of nowhere or she's just like attacking him or whatever, but it's like he continues to prod. Like, what the fuck, bro? Jesus. And what are you asking the court to grant? Are you asking the court to grant the protective order? Yes, please. Okay, and are you asking the court to prohibit him from going within 200 yards of your residence or place of employment? Yes. And are you asking that he be prohibited from engaging in any conduct, either online or otherwise, that would harass, annoy, alarm, abuse, torment, or embarrass you? Yes. Judge, I've got some video that I just need to queue up so I could take a break. Why don't we do that? Let's take a 10-minute recess. Thank you, Judge. 10-minute recess. Let me use the restroom real quick. 1 sec. Jesus. Ooh, okay. All right. What I'm going to show, Judge, is the clip from what is A38, applicants 38, which we'll move to admit in its entirety. We're not going to show it in its entirety, but have a clip set up. Any objections? Video played. Wait. Ooh, no objection. All right, A38 is admitted. Permission to publish. You may. Thank you. The video is played. And then Tectone's lawyer says, actually, Judge, I should clarify, I haven't viewed this. I don't have any objections to authenticity. I should reserve objections to content. But for time's sake, I'll lodge those objections if they're necessary. All of these are part of the initial application, right? Why has he not reviewed? Why have you not reviewed all of these? All of this should be available to the opposing counsel, right? No? Ooh. Okay. I understand. Okay, no problem. And this was done that was published on May 12th of 2025. Do you recall seeing that stream? I didn't see the stream. I saw clips afterwards that were posted online. Jesus, yeah. Okay. Okay, and these were the clips that were posted specifically. Did you think these specifically related to you? Yes, he was speaking about my case. All right. And what are the concerns about, if any, about his comment of just going nuclear? That was just based off the police report, and so that's why he was publicly anticipating and consistently attacking me. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? Sure, when he said, what were your concerns about what he would do, if anything, when he talked about going nuclear? Possibly, most likely post the revenge porn, obviously threaten and harass me more. And that's when I got really scared that it might get to the point where it will get dangerous for me to even leave my home. Okay, and we're there. Let me back up a little bit. Have these types of posts continued post the granting of the temporary ex parte protective order? Yes, a lot. Okay. Are they as descriptive as these particular posts? Yes. All right, and this judge is August 16th of 2025. It's applicants exhibit 45. Like we've indicated before, we'll provide the entirety. Blah, blah, blah. We're just going to show a segment of the video. There's a video played. Okay, just going to show another portion. Any objection? Again, at least authenticity. To the last clip, I guess I don't. I don't understand what the relevance of any of that was. Worrying about being killed, schizophrenic, I understand the desire to, well, I'll strike that. Okay. I just don't know how that applies to what we're here for. Okay, how was that? I think that was applicants 45. How is this relevant? Sure, Judge. One of the issues at stake is that he's got an untreated, okay. So I don't know how much, when I say like, well, why wouldn't you lodge this objection or whatever? Okay, I don't know how much this plays into court strategy or whatever, but it might be that like your client is fucking cooked and you know that he's cooked and you don't even want to ask, you don't even want to do like, oh, objection, relevance or something like this, because all you might be doing is giving the opposing counsel time to establish a whole bunch of stuff on their own that they might not be able to say otherwise, right? So like this whole line of argumentation is something that you hope under direct examination your lawyer makes to the judge, but maybe when you say objection relevance, maybe the opposing counsel is like, oh, you want me to explain why I think it's important? Great. Sure, Judge. One of the issues at stake is he's got an untreated mental health condition. It's schizophrenia. It's pretty serious. He carries firearms. He bragged about it online, and that gives her concerns for her safety, considering the continued pattern that he has. In addition, that he's paranoid about her and admits to seeing hallucinations that he's admitted to publicly online to over 1 million streamers that he's got following him. It gives real concerns for her personal safety and grounds for the protective order to be granted. All right, objection overruled. Applicants 45 is a minute. This might be a thing you don't ever want opposing counsel to have the ability to like say stuff like this. So maybe you don't lodge the objections because you just want them to present shit on their own, because you know that the more they talk about it or the more they go over something, the more like fucked you might be. Wait, did I miss a kick thing? You broke RJ Forehead's heart. Shit, wait, hold on. Destiny, it's a balance of whether the objection will hurt you and what you're talking about, or if you want to preserve it for appeal. Well, I don't know for stuff. I don't know the likelihood of appealing successfully on stuff like this. Also, if you think your client's cooked, you might just know that like it's fucked. So there is nothing to preserve here. Like if you lose this, you're probably not winning on appeal. Maybe. I don't know. Wait, what did I miss in Kick Chat? It's not showing up on my events, Denny. He left already. Wait, oh no. Oh wait, was it PJ Forehead? Wait, did he get 47 today, right now? Well, if he did, I love you. Thank you so much. This resets every 5 days. Is he really gone? Well, I love you, PJ Forehead, wherever you are now. Okay. You fucked that man, true. Rip. I'm sorry. What is this? A new hit piece about you. 52,000 views 6 days ago. I'm good. How can Rape Tone, someone who is supposedly making over 100K a month, get stuck with, and I'm being generous here, such a mediocre lawyer? Well, it might be that he's like legitimately fucked, right? This just might not be a thing he can argue well. I don't know if his lawyers are mediocre or not. Also, you have to do some work for your own court case. Like a lawyer is not going to go and watch every fucking video that you've made or watch every fucking thing that the other person's saying. Like you have to submit, like you have to be in active communication with your representation to get them the stuff that might be relevant to your court case, right? So I imagine it's you having a conversation with them probably requesting like, hey, if you think there's anything beneficial to you that would help in this or this, like please give it to us. Like that, unless you want to pay a law firm, $20 million to go online and pay all of their associates and juniors to go and watch through 50 billion fucking hours of streams. I don't even know if most of them have the time or desire to do this, so. Okay. All right, objection overruled. All right, and this one is from January 14th, 2025, video played. Judge, I'm trying to move to the next part. It's not time-stamped. All right, we listen to that. He's talking about the case. Tell the court what it does to you when you post this kind of content. It's degrading, it's scary, it's embarrassing. Like, I don't think anybody wants somebody consistently just calling them these things publicly for everyone, their family, their friends, my colleagues, everyone to hear on a consistent basis. And did he ever, I'm sorry, and do you believe that he's doing this intentionally, knowing it's going to harm you? I believe he's doing this to harm me. And because I went to the police, he just wants me to let it go, the case. And has he engaged in this repeated pattern of making online comments on his streams about you since he went to the police in January of 2025? Even before the police, okay? And in fact, and we won't get into all of it, but you actually created a timeline that is everything that he actually posted on you over the course of a year, and it's how voluminous is it? Over 200 pages, and that's just the timeline, right? Wait, has this been submitted already as an exhibit or as part of the complaint maybe? Or the affidavit, I guess? And do you believe that you will be safe if the court does not grant you this protective order? Absolutely not. Do you believe that he will engage in a continued pattern of harassment of you if this protective order is not granted? Yes. All right. I pass the witness. All right, Mr. Puryear. Thank you, Your Honor. Cross-examination. All right. Okay, this is our epic Suits moment. How do we fucking save our client after this? Woo! All right. Good luck. You have a First Amendment right to shit on people. You have a First Amendment right to shit on people that are filing court cases against you and police reports against you. I feel like the major scary part here for the client, I'm vibing this out so hard right now. I don't know anything about family law or DV or anything, but my vibe is what you really need to establish is that he might talk a lot of shit, he might say a lot of crazy stuff, but he's not actually a threat, okay? He has a First Amendment right to express discontent, to express anger, upsetness, resentment, to call her a bitch, whatever. He can do that. That's his right. He has a right to do that, but he's not actually a threat to her, and here's why. So he's going to have to do something. Bro, saying that you're schizophrenic and you have guns and you've hallucinated seeing her and then you're like threatening to release revenge porn of her and then there are criminal things underlining a lot of this behavior. All right, good luck. Don't worry about the public statements. You just got to get him off is he really a threat? I think. That would be my guess, but let's see what he does. All right. Cross-examination means opposing counsel, the lawyer for the other party, is now asking you questions. Pink Chew. I'm going to ask you some questions. If I ask you something that's confusing or in any way doesn't make sense, just let me know, okay? Okay. And do you go by Pink or Pinky Chew? Pinky Chew. I'm just kidding. What's that? I go by blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's my middle name. Is that how you want me to address you? Yes, please. Okay, all right. Pink. I want you to take a second. All of those exhibits that your attorney just admitted, they're bullshit, right? Can you point out from me where in those exhibits it mentions blank, blank, Pinky Chew, Pink, or whatever? In my timeline, there is multiple situations and pages. Okay. I want you to take a second and review all of those exhibits. Can you tell me where in those exhibits it mentions your name exactly? Okay, so careful, okay? Just remember, okay, I'm not a real lawyer. Okay? I'm not even a lawyer. I'm not even a pretend lawyer, okay? If you want to go to a judge and you want to argue like probative value or evidence, like why should something be allowed or not allowed as an exhibit into evidence, that's a really good fight to have on a very technical level in front of a judge. Because if you win on some, I don't know if this has to be done, this is like a pre-trial motion or some evidentiary hearing or something. When you do this and the judge throws it out, that's evidence that's not even allowed to be considered now, right? The jury can't hear it. The judge can't hear it. Well, the judge will have to do a bench trial for the judge listening, but he won't consider it, right? It's gone, okay? So if you can make those arguments for why this piece of evidence shouldn't even be considered, that's an amazing argument to make. It helps your case significantly, or it should, if you're trying to get it tossed. If you allow evidence to be submitted and you want to attack the credibility of the evidence, I think you have to be really careful not to make Reddit tier arguments, because like obviously the judge or the jury is going to consider that. So like if you're trying to make some argument to a judge in terms of like, this evidence shouldn't be submitted because there's not even a name on it. If you win on that, then congratulations, you fucking won. And it's not even going to be shown to the jury, or the judge can't consider it for a ruling. But if it's submitted and it's very fucking obvious to everybody, like it's very fucking obvious, this is obviously talking about her, and you're trying to like do, it doesn't actually say your name, right? It just says OF, goth slut, big titty mama, right? But that's not actually your name, is it, right? Everybody's going to know. Well, obviously it's fucking referring to her, right? And I think that I feel like her own lawyer laid out a pretty compelling line of argumentation for why all of this referred to her. So I think, but I'm judging his argument just based on the first two questions. Maybe he's going to lay out something more compelling than this, right? But making these like cutesy arguments on like hyper technical levels when this is all going to be stuff considered, by a jury or by the judge if he's doing a bench trial is not very compelling, in my opinion. But what do I know? Are you speaking of these printed ones or the ones that were on the screen? Either. I do not believe in the short clip section. My name was mentioned in the clip section. Okay, I agree with you. Can you point out for the court any time in any of these admitted exhibits where it mentions blank, blank, pink, Pikachu, or blank? Not that it was shown. Okay, also, and again, I don't know how much prep she was given for this, okay? These are good answers. So I think that like, sometimes you might fuck up here and it's like, can you show where your name was mentioned? And you might start yapping on some crazy shit. Okay, my name wasn't mentioned, but like, I think in the past, I think he said things or whatever, and you might start yapping on some shit that's now fair game for them to cross-examine, and you might fuck up and you might fuck a whole bunch of shit up. Having the confidence to stand by your answer, saying, no, my name wasn't referenced here. And just saying that and being done with it is a good answer, okay? You're not yapping and giving them some dumb shit to start unspooling your testimony on. Okay, I agree with you. You would agree with me that, strike that. Has John ever text messaged you since the application? Well, have you ever expressed to John until the protective order was filed that you didn't want him to contact you? Yes. Okay, how did you do that? How did you communicate that? From my mom. Okay, so you had your mom call him and say she doesn't want you to call anymore? He called my mom. Okay, and was that conversation recorded in any way? No, but I believe was it memorialized in text message in any way? Yes, in writing. I believe they were in text messages. I don't know if that's when she said it was over the phone or through text. Okay, and I would assume if it's in text, you have a copy of that? No. Oh no, okay. Until the strike that, okay. Also, again, I'm not a real lawyer, but like, you're never really asking questions. By the time you've gone to trial, or I would imagine for a hearing, you're not asking questions that you don't know the answer to. I imagine you would have requested this via something, no? Or no, because they're not technically to the discovery part of their case yet. Would you subpoena for it? Asking questions like this and not knowing what the answer would be, it seems really scary to me. But maybe for these types of hearings, maybe you just don't know ahead of time. So maybe you're just gambling on it, I guess. I don't know. Okay, until the strike that. Since the protective order has been filed, has John text messaged you? No. Has he emailed you? No. Has he called you? No. Has he communicated with you by social media? Are you speaking as of since the temporary orders? Facebook Messenger, over direct message on Instagram, any communication at all? My confusion is, are you speaking from since the protective order? Correct. Since you filed the application for protective order and the temporary protective order was granted? No. Okay. I do not believe so. Okay. Have you seen him outside your house in your neighborhood? No. Okay. Has he approached you? No. Okay. I want to ask you again, how did your relationship with Tectone start? Who contacted you? I reached out to him because his friend asked me to reach out to him. Okay. But your friend didn't type out the media message, the social media message to Tectone, correct? No. You messaged Tectone, is that? Yes. Correct. Okay. And when you messaged John, you all begin a romantic relationship? No. In December? What's that? Oh, no, not when I messaged him. No. At some point following that message to John, you entered into a romantic relationship sometime between December of 2022 and let's say July of 2024. I don't know why he's going. I feel like as a lawyer, you want to, I don't know why I'm giving advice on that. I don't know. You ask questions to like build up to big conclusions, right? Like, I want to say that she lied about the sexual assault. I want to say that she's not under a threat of a particular thing, of being harmed, and that she is I don't know, a bitch or whatever. So you like ask questions like building up to this, building up to this, building up to this, and then you get your killer question, right? Like, have you ever seen this or whatever, right? It's no. And then you go back to like establishing questions, foundation, and then you get your big question, and then you do this. I don't know why he went from like, was Tectone, did any of these things mention you? And now he's hopping over to the romantic relationship part. Maybe that's all he really has to say about these. But I feel like you would want to build further to that. But I don't know, what the fuck do I know? I don't know. At some point following that message to Tectone, you entered into a romantic relationship sometime between December 2022 and let's say July of 2024. Yes, at some point, yes, you guys were a couple. Is that fair? Yes. Okay, well, I just want to clarify because you provided some testimony on direct that the only reason you slept together was because he had a mental health diagnosis or he didn't want to sleep alone. I mean, you guys were a couple. Is that fair? Yes. Okay, I just want to clear that up because the implication from that was that you were roommates, but you were only sleeping together because he was scared of the dark or something like that. I mean, you guys were a couple. You slept together in the same bed like couples do. I prefer it a lot of times to sleep upstairs. Okay, have you ever expressed something different in a text message to John? I believe it was over Snapchat. I would tell him I'm working or I'm going to sleep upstairs. Okay, and I'll just say it for the purpose of our cross-examination. I'm familiar with the text message history between you guys. I mean, you guys, again, you all were a couple and you slept in the same bed. Yes, periodically we did. It was both. Okay, did you engage in consensual intimate encounters? There were times before I moved in, yes. Okay, and I think it's fair to say, well, strike that. Your date of birth is, yes, is that correct? You made a statement, well, strike that. Oh man, this guy's sweating. Are we okay here? From a personal perspective, do you want partners to be invested in your career goals? Supportive. Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying. Do you want them to be supportive of your career goals? Yes. And John was supportive of your career goals. Is that fair? You testified about him wanting to kind of promote your presence online to try and help you achieve more visibility, more popularity. Those were all things that you wanted. Is that fair? Man, again, that drawing that I made, like her lawyer was very good at building up you're laying so much foundation to get to your big conclusions at the end, right? Like you wouldn't just say like, John raped you, right? You would lay all of when did you guys meet? What was your sexual interactions like? Did you ever file a plea? All of this. And then you say, oh, do you feel like he, sexually assaulting you or whatever, right? You build up to all these things. This guy seems like he's just hopping around on some random shit, but damn, I don't know. Also, you should have like your lines. I would imagine this to be the case. I guess I don't know, but I would imagine as a lawyer, you have all of your lines of interrogation plotted out beforehand, right? You expect to go down all of this and then all of this and then all of this to build to the conclusions that you basically want to be presented to the judge about a particular thing. But, geez, okay. Okay. I think so, yeah. Is her lawyer really good, or is Tectone's lawyer bad, or is Tectone just so fucked that the lawyer can't really do much here? I mean, it doesn't seem good so far. But what do I know? Again, careful. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, and John was supportive of that. Yes, okay. If you had a partner that wasn't supportive of your career goals, that wouldn't be a very good sign of a mutually supportive relationship. Is that fair? Yes. Okay, but the inclination on direct was that him wanting you to help you out, that was a bad thing for whatever reason. It was the dynamic, the power dynamic, okay, that he had more fans online and you didn't. He had more control over not just online, but also with companies and stakes and companies and partners. Okay, and I mean, it could, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like he was leveraging that influence he had in your industry to help your career out. Is that fair? Whew, I feel like you're going down this is like such a scary line of questioning for you. Whoo! Because to some extent here, you're treading on dangerous grounds because I feel like that's part of what you want to establish on direct examination. Like, this guy had a ton of control over her. He could leverage a lot of his power to help further her in her career. Like, that's what the direct examination, I feel, again, I'm going to stop hedging. I'm sorry. I haven't tried cases, obviously, maybe. But I feel like you would want to do the opposite. It's like, Didn't you have this social media? He didn't help you at all with that, right? Didn't you say you started an OnlyFans? Did he ever promote that? No. Like, here are all the reasons why you make so much money now. You do all these things that are completely independent and outside of his reach, right? I feel like that's the type of stuff you would want to establish. Because, like, Judge, she doesn't need a fucking protective order. Like, this is influencing parts of her life that aren't even materially relevant to her. She doesn't make any money from shit that he's involved in. But he's going right into the, like, Tectone is leveraging his position in the industry to help you make more money, right? Yeah, the same guy that's now threatening to take it all away. That's correct, you know? That's what it feels like is a bad line of argumentation, but I don't know. Who knows? Somebody said they're also on cross right now, so they need to stay within everything that was brought up during direct questioning. Maybe they have a strategy for when they call her back up later for direct. Yeah, I guess. This feels like a spooky line of argumentation. I don't know. We'll see. Who knows? Maybe I'm retarded. I could be retarded. Okay. People keep saying it seems like Tectone was too lazy to properly inform his lawyers of the situation. I don't have any evidence of that. That might be true. I don't know if lawyers would ever say that. Well, you probably wouldn't because they want to throw your client under the bus, but maybe. That would be really bad too. Don't lie to your lawyers. You're fucking yourself up. Even if you did it bad, don't lie to your lawyers because they might be able to help you with stronger arguments that can get you off or get you less penalty. Like, yeah. Okay. Is that fair? Yes. Okay. Was John physically abusive to you? In which way? Would he hit you? He did shove my head into his crotch one time. Okay. Would he strike you with his hand? No. Okay. Would he kick you? No. Okay. When did the alleged sexual abuse begin? The coercion began when I moved in, and it got more aggressive as time went on. Okay. When I moved into the when I moved into the Chestnut Ridge Road address, so is this December of 2022? No. That's when you guys met? Yes. Okay. When do you think you started dating? I believe a couple of weeks after we met. Okay, so maybe end of December, beginning of January, something like that. Sometime in December, I can't remember. Okay, and so when did the alleged coercion, when did that begin? When I moved into Chestnut Ridge Road address. Okay, and I apologize. I don't know when that was. Do you remember like a month and a year? I believe it was possibly February of the next year of 2024. You should have the timelines on this. Is super important. You would never wing a cross-examination, right? I imagine you would prepare in advance, like the questions you think they're going to get and what your approach would be, right? You would never wing this, would you? February 2024. Okay, that's when the coercion began. Yes, when I wasn't paying rent and we were into the new home. Okay, and in your application, you state that around February or March of 2023, you told Tectone that you didn't want to live by this agreement anymore. What agreement was that? He's asking when the alleged coercion began. She's saying February of 2024, but she moved in March of 2023. Are they mixing the years up now? Destiny, could that not just be his style of asking questions like, I forgot, can you state it? I mean, you could, but you're relying now on like unforced errors from the other side. You could just say, I don't remember, can we consult like an exhibit that's already in the record? I don't remember. Like, let's consult, we've got exhibits for this that have already been entered into evidence, you know? Yes, when I wasn't paying rent and we were into the new home. Or I could be mixing a year up as well, but I don't know. Okay, and in your application, you state that around February or March of 2023, you told John that you didn't want to live by the agreement anymore. What agreement was that? I wasn't paying rent. In my perspective, I thought it was because I was going to help him with thumbnails and graphics. And he had stated during intimacy that it was for not, that I wasn't paying rent because I was giving him blowjobs. And he stated in quotes, do your job, you don't pay rent. But it sounds like you guys were already in a romantic relationship by that point. That's why I was disgusted and confused. Okay, what was disgusting and confusing? That I thought I was his girlfriend, but he's treating me like a prostitute. And did you break up with him at that point? I told him that I wanted to pay rent. I hoped it would stop after that. I'd already sold all my items in my home, canceled my lease like he asked, and I felt stuck already, and it's not that easy to just move out. Okay, you were working online. You were, I think, doing some modeling, doing some acting. And I'm not deeply familiar with kind of this world, but is that generally what you were doing? I was doing, streaming and modeling. Okay, and your income streams from that? It was not as high as it got later when I began in OnlyFans. Okay, but there was an income stream. Yes, but it was not that high. Okay, now he's going into like trying to establish different income streams. I don't know why he wouldn't couple that with the question from earlier, but okay, I don't know. Correct, but my question was, there was an income stream. Yes. And you were making money from that? Yes. Okay, and certainly the situation was coercive enough. If it was bad enough, you could have moved out. Is that fair? No. Why? Man, you're really, you're really giving her the chance to speculate on here. Okay. No, because like I said, he does have a lot of power and control and the power dynamic. I just felt like I was just going to start paying rent and, that was going to stop and I was going to hopefully move on from that. Okay, but John wasn't keeping you in the home. He wasn't physically keeping you in the home. How so? Explain what physically keeping. I'll strike that. And you reported this alleged sexual abuse to the Austin Police Department? Yes. Okay, when was that? I believe it was in early 2025. Okay, and Detective James Thrift, does that name sound familiar? Somebody said, I think Tectone literally gave these guys nothing to work with. It might be that, like, if you have nothing to work with, though, you always have something to work with, okay? You've got the process, all right? You always have something to work with. I feel like if you know your client's fucked and you're trying to save legal fees and harassment and time and expense and everything on both sides, then you could, like, try to make an order. You try to make an offer. Like, okay, listen, could you mutually agree to a restraining order? I don't know if you can have, like, I don't know if both parties can consent to an injunction. I don't know what things, but maybe something where it's like maybe it wouldn't be a restraining order or it wouldn't be an injunction. It would just be like an agreement, a court order or something. I'm sure you could mutually assent or consent to a court order, but it's like, listen, my partner doesn't want, or my client obviously doesn't want to lose his rights to own a gun forever, but he will agree never to mention you again, never to do this. Like, let's see if we can settle and come to some kind of agreement, basically. Like, you would at least work that angle rather than, we're going to go to court and we're just going to fight. We're going to fight on everything, bro. We're going to let it fucking ride. We're going to let it ride. And if you lose, you're fucked. That just seems, I don't know. I'm not sure. You can consent to a protective order, an MOJ. What is that? Motion of judgment? Memorandum of judgment? Milkers of jugs? I don't know. Okay. And you reported this alleged sexual abuse to the Austin Police Department? Yes. Okay. When was that? I believe it was in early of 2025. Okay. And Detective James Thrift, does that name sound familiar? Yes. He was the detective assigned. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Would it surprise you if that investigation had been suspended? I suspended it. She did say this. She testified to this. You suspended it? Yes. Oh, does he not know that? Because now he has to abort this whole line of questioning. He must have known that. No? Okay, so it was your request to suspend the investigation? Due to all of the threats and harassment, I couldn't do what the officer was requesting for my safety. Okay, but you proceeded with filing a protective order? Yes, and hopefully after the protective order, if I feel safe and comfortable enough, I will probably most likely reopen the case. Okay, I want to ask you about another police report that you filed. This one was back in February 12th, 2024, and you called the Leander Police Department. Is that correct? Yes. And at the time of the report, you were residing with Tectone is it Venetia View? Does that sound familiar? Yes. Okay, at that time, you were residing with Tectone? Yes. And you made that report because Tectone's ex-wife, Jessica, had messaged Tectone something like, is she better than me? That is not why I made the police report. That wasn't my question. Okay. Did John's ex-wife message him something like that? Is she better than me? Well, okay, this is not the same question that you... It's not the same question you asked up here, but okay, base. Oh my God. All right. Is she better than me? That is what he told me. I did not see it. Okay. But that's what your understanding was, what Jessica told John. Is that fair? This is why, like, you lay foundation for things, right? I don't know if the other lawyer should have objected here or not, but like, you made that report because John's ex-wife Jessica had messaged John something like you would ask questions leading up to this, like, did you see his text messages? Are you aware that he texted that he received a text message from Jessica? What did that text message say? Are you aware and then you would ask, like, you would make. I don't know if you're allowed to have a leading question like that. If it's under cross, you might, like, you filed the police report because of ABC or whatever. But I feel like you would have to. I feel like it's just better to build to things like this. But I don't know. Maybe I'm retarded. That is what he told me. I did not see it. Okay, but that's what your understanding was, what Jessica told Tectone. Is that fair, John? Yes, okay. And you made a report on the basis of a suspicion that Jessica had videos of you and John engaged in intimate activities? Yes. And you believed that she had those recordings from what I was told? Yes. Okay. From what you were told by who? Mr. Robinson? Okay. By John? John, yes. Okay. And you believed what he told you because your next action was to call the police? That was not the timeline of events, though. Correct. It was about 14 months after he told you. Is that fair? It was after multiple people have told me that they were sent that. After multiple people were what? Stated that they were sent footage. Okay. And these multiple people, did they ever provide you any of that footage? No. Okay. So you don't have any independent evidence or verification that anybody that had any footage ever. Is that fair? No, there was some footage. It just wasn't sexual footage. Okay, but to be clear, you never saw any video footage? No, I was believing John and his friends. Okay, when did Jessica message that to John, to your understanding? The first time? Don't ever, you should be saying yes or no, okay? As a lawyer especially, yes or no, never because you could say stuff like that, right? It's confusing. Usually court reporters or whatever will tell you, could you please answer clearly yes or no? Or usually the lawyer will remind you. But I believe that was in December of 2022. Destiny, during cross, are you allowed to ask the lawyer to clarify the question? Then if they oversimplify the question, you can answer to the oversimplification and not technically be lying. I guess, sure. You could say you don't understand, or could you clarify? And then yeah. I mean, it's up to him. It's up to him. You don't have to help him ask questions. You just say, I don't understand, or can you clarify, or repeat the question, please? Yeah, you don't have to. That's his job. If he's asking questions that are ambiguous or don't clearly establish what he's trying to establish, then yeah, that's on you. And then if you try to refer back to that testimony later on, I think theoretically you could. I think the other lawyer could object to objection mischaracterizes evidence, or objection states evidence not on the record, or mischaracterize. I don't know what all the fucking objections are. I don't know, whatever. But that wouldn't necessarily work. It could be bad. Yeah, you should be asking clear and concise questions. All right. I believe it was in December 2022. Okay. And is that when you learned about it? I didn't understand the full context. I just knew it was some footage, something going on, but I didn't understand the full context. Okay. Judge, may I approach? You may. Have you ever had a different position on when you learned about that footage? I just was told, or that message, I just was told that it was me giving him a blowjob, but I didn't know if it was inside the garage or if it was outside the garage, the full context of it, because I'd never seen it myself. Okay, let me back up. When did you learn about the message that Jessica sent John? Something to the effect of, is she better than me? When did you learn about that? December of 2022. He said that she called and said that. Okay, I believe. And what did you take from that? I was disturbed. Okay, was Jessica there? Jessica where? Was Jessica in the home when you guys engaged in intimate activity with each other? I feel like this line of questioning is not very clear at all. What do you call it? Is it a litigator when you're actually in front of the judge and asking questions? I feel like this guy is not well practiced in direct or cross. I don't know what you call it, litigating or whatever. I feel like this is all kind of a mess, but no. So the implication from that message to John was that she was viewing what you guys were doing in the house someplace else. Is that fair? Yes. Okay. Did that concern you? Yes. Okay. And you learned about that in December of 2022? Yes. You didn't report it to the police for some 14 months until February of 2024? Yes. Okay. And on that date, you spoke with Officer Alyssa Hoffman. Do you remember that name? Yes. And she's an officer with the Lander Police Department. Is that correct? Yes. And you reported to Officer Hoffman that John's ex-wife, quote, had recorded you engaged in sexual conduct with John. Yes. And you wanted to file that police report against her because you believed she had been monitoring cameras in the house and recorded you engaging in the sexual conduct. It's because she was sending it to multiple people. Okay. And at that moment, when you were speaking with Officer Hoffman, you believed that Jessica still had videos of you and John engaged in intimate activity. Yes. And I'm sure with Officer Hoffman standing there by your side with a badge and a gun and handcuffs ready to arrest John, if he had broken the law, it was over. Oh, sorry. Hold on. My apologies. You certainly would have told Officer Hoffman, Officer, it's extremely important that we get these videos, not only because Jessica has done something wrong, but these videos contain powerful evidence of coerced sexual activity that I've been forced to perform. Sorry, I didn't raise my voice quick enough. Evidence of coerced sexual activity that I've been forced to perform? No. You probably would have told her, I've been coerced into performing oral sex and these videos will contain evidence of that. Evidence of that? May I explain? Sorry, or you can if your attorney asks you, but, my question is, that's not what you explained to Officer Hoffman, is it? Are you allowed to ask questions like this? I forget, leading is allowed by one side, but not the other. Like, I don't think that under direct exam, you can't lead your own person, but the other side is allowed to ask leading questions or something. Or draw, like, I don't know, it was like, I don't think you can object to speculation if you're speculating on your own behavior, right? These are compound questions, should have objected. Maybe it's that, yeah. Like when you're asking a thing with another thing baked into it, it feels like a lot, but I don't know. Good luck. We need to learn all the objections, okay? My question is, that's not what you explained to Officer Hoffman, is it? Those videos did not contain coercion because it was before it began. Okay, again, this is in February of 2024. The footage was from December of 2022. Okay, and you had, but fair to say, the coercion, according to your testimony, had started by February of 2024? Yes. And you had every opportunity to tell Officer Hoffman on February 12th that John was sexually abusing you, and she could have acted on that. Is that fair? We only spoke through email and specifically about the case. So Officer Hoffman never responded to Venetia View? No, she did not. I never met her in person. Ooh, how, does a lawyer just not know this, or is she wrong? Okay, she's sitting outside. She's going to testify. Are you sure that's your testimony? From what I remember, we had gone through email and phone call. Okay, and if she reduced her interaction with you there at Venetia View to an offense report that was filed, would that be incorrect if she represents in that offense report that she spoke with you? I just don't remember. I don't know. Okay. I just remember us going through back and forth through email and phone calls, so I couldn't recall if I'd met her in person. She shouldn't speculate here. If she doesn't think she did, she should just say no, or I don't recall. She doesn't need to offer up more stuff here. But how many interactions with law enforcement have you had in your life? I would hope for this lawyer's sake, though, that he is correct, because if she hadn't actually met this officer in person, this whole line of question I think is really bad too. You can lead and cross because it's meant to only be yes or no questions. Okay, gotcha. How many interactions with law enforcement have you had in your life? How many times as an officer? Strike that. How many interactions with law enforcement have you had in your life? Possibly 3. Okay, so fair to say that that an interaction with Officer Hoffman on your doorstep in your house, on the sidewalk outside, that would have been significant for you. I just can't remember. It was so long. It was a couple of years ago. Okay, so it sounds like this lawyer knows that she did have an interaction in person with the officer. I would hope so. That seems like it. I just can't remember so long ago. Okay, and fair to say that you didn't disclose anything to Officer Hoffman about any sexual abuse that you were allegedly suffering at John's hands. At the time, I didn't know what to call it. Okay, and did a detective with the Leander Police Department ever follow up with you about these allegations? It was very difficult going back and forth over the phone. I don't remember. I'd have to look at my emails. To your knowledge, was Jessica ever This is a stronger line of questioning. You should have opened with this. Jesus Christ. Assuming the facts that he's asserting are true. To your knowledge, was Jessica ever arrested? No. Did the Williamson County Prosecutor's Office prosecute a case against her? No. So that case went nowhere? Yes. Okay, and because that case went nowhere, you filed a lawsuit in the Williamson County Courthouse against Jessica? Yes. A civil lawsuit? Yes. And Judge, may I approach? Meaning he's giving her something to look at. While she's looking through those records, just from big picture, this lawsuit again dealt with Jessica, Tectone's ex-wife, allegedly videotaping sexual interactions, sexual encounters between you and John, and that's again, big picture, kind of what it involved in her alleged distribution of those videos. It was also defamation. Okay, very good. Judge at this time will offer Respondent's Exhibit 1. No objections from opposing counsel. All right, admitted. I'm going to publish portions of this judge to the court electronically. That's all right, sure. By Mr. Hurrier. All right, Pink Chew. So I want to ask you a few questions about that lawsuit. And in that lawsuit, you allege several different causes of actions, including unlawful disclosure or promotion of intimate visual material, common law defamation, statutory libel, business disparagement, tortious interference with business relations, intrusion on seclusion, and stalking. Is that correct? Yes. And you filed this lawsuit on June 25th, 2024 in Williamson County. Yes. And that, what we just published as Respondents Exhibit 1, that's a certified copy of that lawsuit. Okay. Is that fair? Yes, I didn't see it. Yes. And you described your relationship with Tectone as a private romantic relationship on page 6 of that lawsuit. Where I can make it a little bit easier for you. Pink. Okay, got it. You got it. So this lawsuit, and this is the front page of that lawsuit. Is that fair? When did she say the romantic relationship began? Did she say not until December of 2024? Because if so, that's a good point too. Because this lawsuit was filed on June 25th, 2024. I'm trying to remember if that's when she said the romantic relationship began. She said it was a couple weeks after the man in 2022. Okay, maybe she just meant the coercion or abuse started at the end of 2024 then. I don't know, the timeline's 100% on this, but okay, never mind then. This is the front page of that lawsuit. Is that fair? Yes. And on page 6, you refer to the relationship again. Tectone is John. Is that fair? Yes. And Pink Chew, that's you. Yes. Okay. And so in your lawsuit, it's kind of the background of the relationship between the parties. You described the relationship that you had with John as a private romantic relationship. Yes. And again, this was filed in June of 2024. Yes. I want to also direct your attention to a second page in that. You, at various points in this lawsuit, discuss or characterize sexual interactions between you and John. Is that fair? The interactions from December of 2022. Correct. And you describe these in various points as private, intimate moments between Pink Chew and Tectone. Yes. And a romantic relationship between Tectone and Pink Chew. Yes. And you talk about some of the false statements that people have been making about you and John and the videos that have been allegedly distributed. Yes. And some of the, I think you call them rumors that are online. I believe so, if that's what it says. Please watch the Epstein interview tomorrow, and tomorrow, justice for PJ Forehead. Thank you for attention to the matter. Maybe, we'll see. Okay, and you said somewhere, quote, toxic lies being distributed and distributing the intimate videos involving you and John. Yes, and how these videos, these intimate images, or these intimate videos allegedly being distributed have negatively impacted your career prospects. Is that fair? Yes. How you weren't getting signed to Mythic Talent as soon as you might have otherwise. Yes. So fair to say from that experience, you have a good understanding of how an allegation or rumors online can affect somebody's career. Yes, because you experienced it. Yes, when you went through this with Jessica. Is that fair? Yes, and you're extremely aware from that experience that an allegation like that can influence the ability to get endorsements. Yes, okay, and business deals that may happen. It may affect how many followers you might have in any of your social media streams. Is that fair? Not entirely. Okay, what was incorrect about that, or what would you disagree with? I would say similar to kind of how John has dealt with it, is you just go make a pivot to very hateful and opposite types of content to garner new audiences in that sphere. And you can actually grow, is what I've seen people do. And since you, well, strike that, again, you characterize those interactions between you and John as recorded intimate interactions between Pink Chew and Tectone, correct, for December of 2022. And among those false statements that you identified were that Tectone was grooming you. And then you go on to say that grooming is defined as the practice of preparing or training someone for a particular purpose or activity. In this connotation, Freem, who is that? His ex-wife, Jessica? Yes. Was implying that Tectone was preparing Pink as a sex slave because she is autistic. However, this is not the basis of the relationship between Tectone and Pink Chew. Is that correct? That is what's written. Yes. Okay. And again, this lawsuit was filed in June of 2024. Yes. Okay, and both of the specific interactions that you list in your application for protective order happened before that. Is that fair? In March of 2024. Some of them, but the ones that you list with specificity in your application for a protective order happened in March of 2024, and then in May 28th and May 29th of 2024. Yes, okay, and this lawsuit was filed less than a month after this last incident of sexual abuse allegedly perpetrated by John on you. Yes, is that fair? Yes, okay, but despite that, you are calling the allegation that John was grooming you as a lie. Is that fair? I was not aware I was being sexually abused at the time. Okay, and can you explain that? I did not until I confided to a friend after. I knew what was going on was not good, and I didn't know what to call it. Okay, and that did not happen until after I moved out and confided into someone. But you described for Mrs. Locke on direct that both of these incidents caused you pain. Yes. And was without your consent. Yes. Okay. But it wasn't until you talked to a friend after you and Tectone broke up that you changed your view on these things and decided that it was sexual abuse. Not deciding, that is sexual abuse. Okay, but at the time you filed this lawsuit, you believed that the idea that John was grooming you, or that you were his sex slave, or that that was the basis of your relationship, you believed that to be a lie? I was highly manipulated at the time. That was not my question. Okay. My question was, at the time you filed this lawsuit, you believed the idea that John was grooming you, or that you were his sex slave, or that that was the basis of your relationship. You believe that was a lie? Yes. Okay. At that time, yes. Or at the time, yes. And further, you called them disgusting lies, these rumors that were spreading about you and John. Yes. And further, you believed the idea or the rumor that you were going to have a gag reflex surgery. You believed that was a disgusting lie. Yes. And in June of 2024, you believed the idea that John was grooming you as a sex slave. That was a disgusting lie. At the time, yes. Okay. And again, this is less than a month after this May 28th or May 29th incident that you put down in your application for protective order. Yes. Okay. And in this lawsuit, despite, according to your testimony, having been abused by John, at least in March of 2024, and then in May 28th or May 29th of 2024, in this lawsuit, you didn't describe your relationship with John as one of an abuser and a victim. At the time, I did not. I was not fully aware of what my situation was. My question is, in that lawsuit that you filed in June of 2024, you describe the nature of your relationship with John as one of abuser and victim. In the writing, yes, that's what I wrote. Yes, or the lawyers wrote, put together. Where in that lawsuit do you describe your relationship with John as one of an abuser? Sorry, I think I'm just confused on the question. Okay. In any place in that lawsuit, do you characterize your relationship with John as one of an abuser and a victim? Me or you don't? No. Is that fair? Okay, I don't. Right. Is it fair to say that at no place in that lawsuit do you describe your relationship with John as a sexually abusive one? No. And is it fair to say that in this lawsuit, you didn't describe your relationship with John as a sexually coercive one? Wait, I'm sorry. Repeat that question. At no place in this lawsuit do you describe your relationship with John as a sexually coercive one? No. And despite you filing this lawsuit on June 25th, 2024, less than a month after John allegedly sexually abused you? Yes. And in cause of action number 2, again, you describe this characterization of John grooming you to be a sex slave as false. At the time, in June of 2024, yes. Less than a month after John last allegedly sexually abused you. So what he's trying to establish in this line of question is like all this behavior had already happened earlier. And so when you were filing a lawsuit talking about the behavior at that time, you didn't call any of this, you didn't call it abuse then, right? So why are you calling it abuse now? This is this is a line of, that's what he's trying to establish here basically, that she's, for some reason, she's changed her testimony or she's changed her characterization of that relationship. Now she's given a reason why, that she talked to a friend and reviewed it and felt like it was coercive in retrospect. That's her explanation why. The behavior that she explained, though, is pretty bad. So I feel like he needs to figure out how to describe that in a way that's not as bad. Because it feels like this on its own. Because it's probably pretty common that people get out of an abusive relationship and then realize the extent of the abuse afterwards. That's probably a fairly common experience, would be my guess. But maybe he'll build to that. We'll see. Fuck. Are we really only halfway through this? Oh, there's no fucking glossary at the end either? Jesus. It's possible to get a lifter flare? I think you have to email for one. Less than a month after John last allegedly sexually abused you. Yes, so in June of 2024, it was false that John was grooming you. No, just that, just what I had written at the time. I was not aware of what to call what I was going through. But that's what you put in your lawsuit, that it was false that John was grooming you. Is that correct? Yes, that's what you put in the lawsuit. Yes, that's what's written. And in your lawsuit of June of 2024, it was false that John was preparing or training you to be a sex slave. That's what's in your lawsuit. Is that correct? Yes, and then in that lawsuit you filed in June of 2024, it was false that you were John's sex slave. That's what's in the lawsuit. Is that correct? Yes, that's what's in the lawsuit. On page 13 of that lawsuit again, less than a month after John, according to your testimony, brutally orally assaults you. You call the notion of you being John's, quote, whore, end quote, a, quote, lie without any substantiation. Yes, and again, this is less than a month after your May 20th, 29th incident that you put in your application for protective order. Yes, sometime in the early summer, you and John end your relationship, whatever type of relationship it was, you end it, yes. And that was kind of an extended process. Is that fair? How so? Well, you didn't break up in an afternoon. You move all your stuff out that afternoon. You never see each other again. Okay, yes, it was extended. Yeah, correct. It was protracted. Use whatever word you want. It took a while. Is that fair? It took a while after. It was fairly fast after I got out of the hospital. You mean Austin Oaks? Yes. Okay, but throughout that time, you guys were continuing to communicate? Yes, and you and John continued to be intimate? Yes, consensually intimate. What is the timeline of this? Well, let's say June and July of 2024. I don't know. I'd have to look at the what was going on at the time. Okay, on July 23rd, do you recall discussing a sexual encounter you had with John and describing how hard it was to be, quote, friends with benefits? Do you remember that? Yes. And what does friends with benefits mean to you? That was my first time ever having that, so I didn't. That's just the term he used. Well, if I represent to you that that's in a text message between you and John, and that's a phrase that you used, what would that mean to you? I guess friends who were sexually active. Okay, and you and John were sexually active? Yes. Consensually sexually active? Prior to that, no. Prior to what? Because I do remember there was one consensual action from the friends with benefits situation, but the other times there were not. There were many times they were not consensual. At some point in June or July of 2024, did you engage in a consensual sexual encounter with John Robertson? I believe one time, and that's probably the time that you're maybe referring to in some of the text messages. Is that fair? Yes. Okay. All the other times were non-consensual? No, there were specific times that were, and there were many times that were not. It's very nuanced. Okay, but you guys were broken up at this point. Yes, I broke up with him. Okay, so how would these non-consensual, if you guys are broken up, how would these non-consensual encounters come about? No. Had you moved out at this point? No, I'm speaking about the time that he wanted to be friends with benefits. There was one consensual time, and then that was it. Okay, from what I can remember. And you remember going into Austin Oaks on June 29th, if that's the date that's on file. Okay, and your phone number at the time was this. Yes, is that correct? Yes. Do you recall texting John the day after, or the day before you went into Austin Oaks at 7:44 p.m.? Sorry, last thing is a thank you. Can I suck at your dick tonight? This is what he instructed me to do. But did you send that text message? Yes. So just to be clear, so I understand your testimony, John instructed you to send him a text message asking that you could suck his dick that night. Yes, he told me I needed to ask to suck his dick to show he could trust me because I tried to reach out to another girl and talk about what he'd been doing. Ooh, this is a huge claim. I wonder if they push for evidence of this. That's a pretty killer claim here. What was the date of that? Or what was the date of that? So this is Pink's lawyer asking that question, June 28, 2024. She said, that was the month before hospitalization. Mr. Prager says, that was the night before. No, hospitalization was July. I'm sorry, July 28, 2024. Okay, thank you. Judge, may I approach? You may. What's the date on this? That was July 23rd. I don't know if she can authenticate it. Judge, may I approach? You may, by Mr. Prager and Pink. That is a fair and accurate representation of those conversations that you had with John, I believe, from July 28th, 2024, leading into July 29th. Yes, I remember. Okay, and this is a fair and accurate copy. Is that correct? Yes, I believe so, yes. And I'm going to mark and offer this as Respondents Exhibit 3, 2 and 3, Your Honor. I would offer them at this time. No objections. Admitting evidence. Permission to publish, Your Honor. So showing the court and showing the person on the stand. Again, Pink, at 7:44 p.m. on July 28th, 2024, you say, love you. And then what do you call that? An emoji? Yes. Okay, what does that emoji signify? Happy, nervous. Okay, hope you're having a good day. Sorry. Last thing is a thank you. Can I sucky? Or I assume you meant your dick tonight. And then another emoji. And what does that emoji signify? A mouth opening. Okay, and this was the day before you went into Austin Oaks. Yes. And when you went into Austin Oaks, they did a screening process with you. Is that fair? Yes. And they would have, Judge, may I approach? Yes. Are you going to introduce all of the records? Her lawyer asks. I am. That is excerpts I have. They're voluminous, so I have them on a flash drive. Judge, I don't have an objection, but I think the entirety of the records need to come in, not just the sections. I don't know if they're coming in under the business records affidavit. Man, do you really not have a copy of everything prior to this? I guess maybe because you're in the pre-stages still? Damn, that sucks. But maybe because it's like a temporary restraining order and everything beforehand, I guess. I don't know. Damn. Judge, I have a copy of the electronics copy of the record. Okay, so you're offering the electronic copy of the entirety of the records, correct? Okay, is that Respondents 4? Is Respondents 4? And I'll represent to the court and opposing counsel that that's what they are. Okay. Any objection? No. In its entirety? No. All right. Okay. Judge, can we take a comfort break? Sure. How much time? Not much. I think after this witness, we'll take a lunch break. Maybe not an entire hour. Brief recess. Please proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. Cross-exam. Tectone's lawyer. I don't know. They don't send that name. Forget that. Pinky Chew, again, I think when we broke, we were discussing you going into Austin Oaks. Yes. And before you went into Austin Oaks, you sent John or Tectone a series of text messages that you guys had a text conversation about your decision to go into Austin Oaks. Is that correct? Yes. And that's what we see on the screen behind us. Is that fair? Yes. Our discussion, yes. And you said, I really need a friend right now. I think I need to go to the mental hospital. My mom doesn't answer. I don't know if the medicine, I'm having a hard time. I need to see a doctor. Figuring it out right now. Packing my bags, heading to my mom's. I hope you see this, but I'm going to do the right thing and get a full psych evaluation and get some real help. I love you so much. I'm sorry if I ever hurt you, and I can't wait to come back feeling better. I love you. Is that what you wrote? Yes. And did John direct you to write any of that? No, not that. Okay, just the other part about the oral sex that evening? Yes. Okay. But that was the only part that he directed you to write? No, he's done it before. If she has evidence of that, that would be pretty big, but I don't know if that's been submitted anywhere. Okay, and then he responds, Jesus Christ, all right, well, be safe and trust your decisions. Okay. Is that correct? Yes. He doesn't belittle you? Not in that text. Correct. In that text, he doesn't belittle you? No, not in that text. Okay, he doesn't call you crazy? Not in that text. He doesn't call you psycho? No. Okay, he says, if you need me, just text me. I have my phone now. I am so sorry you're going through this, Pink. Correct? Yes. Okay, he's supportive in those texts. Okay, sure. And for sake of our questions about those text messages, that's what I'm referring to. Okay. In this group of text messages, he's not dismissive. No, he doesn't use any pejorative language, crazy, psycho, anything like that. Is that fair? Yes. Okay, and in fact, when you message him, hey, he says first thing, hey, are you safe? Yes, that's the priority for him, is making sure you're safe. Okay, is that correct? If that's what I'm not him, I can't tell you. Okay, but that's what it reads as. Right, but that's what he wrote. Is that correct? Yes, that's what he wrote. Okay, and then you respond with, I'm safe, yes, trying to figure this out. And he doesn't say, cool, don't care, good luck. He says, okay, keep me updated. Yes, and then you describe your sister coming to take you, going to Del Seton, and then you eventually say, they're probably going to take my phone away. In other words, don't be surprised if I don't call or message. Is that fair? Yes. And you say, John says, everything will be okay. And you respond, I love you so much. Please don't tell anyone. And John replies, 100%. Are you with your sister? Yeah, she's on her way. Can I call again? If not, that's okay. And he says, I need you to be strong. Yes, correct. Witness nods head. Again, he's supportive. He's encouraging you. He's encouraging of you, getting whatever acute mental health crisis you have going unaddressed. Is that fair? I just wasn't feeling good. It wasn't acute. Okay, we'll get into that in some of those medical recordings or medical records. I mean, at the time, were you having some feelings, some thoughts of self-harm? I mean, yeah, I was. Okay, in a bad situation. Sure, and okay, maybe you have a different definition of an acute mental health crisis, but you felt like you needed to go. I just needed to get out of there. Okay, and then again, John says, text me when you're on your way and please be safe, be careful. Correct. And you eventually tell him, I'm going to Austin Oaks. And that's when you check yourself in. Yes, is that fair? Yes. Okay, and I want to ask you about that process. And when you go into Austin Oaks, they ask you a bunch of screening questions. Is that fair? Okay. Okay, we'll take a quick meme break. Apparently, Elijah Schaefer is having memes. So earlier, somebody tweeted out that they were worried that he basically killed his family. He tweeted out about an hour ago, my wife divorced me and took my kids, and I have no idea where they are. I'm sober, I'm sad. I have good support. Thank you for everyone supporting me during this rough season. I'll get through it. I don't know how much. Jesus Christ. What a fucking dump. Big dumps. From Milo. So take everything with a grain of salt. Milo has a lot of info on people behind the scenes just because he's a super gossiper, but he also lies a lot, unfortunately. So he can either dump like really revealing stuff that's epic, or he can just like make a bunch of shit up. It's hard to tell with Milo, so. I'm in touch with Elijah. I told him to get off the internet for a couple weeks and to go to rehab. It's better for everyone to just rip the Band-Aid off, so I'll share with you over the next few hours the info doing the rounds in private, or at least what I've been able to confirm. I've seen a dossier someone put together. Everything is coming out. My advice is to check yourself into a facility sooner rather than later. There may be a life for you after this, but it's going to depend on being totally honest about all the details, and it's going to require sympathy. As far as I can see, drug addiction is the only card you have left to play. You may wish to be offline for the next week or two. What do you mean? Cease and desisting people right now. But I got my car back, so that's good. Are you stupid? What do you mean? Wait, just seeing the top of this. Hey man, I'm going through some tough things. Can you help me here? What dossier? Shot you a call. Your tweets have been so erratic and insane that people are asking if you killed your family. There's a dossier being circulated that reveals all the details about Rift's collapse, your drinking and substance abuse, the affair with Sarah Stock, treatment of your wife, sexual habits and perversions, alleged prostitution, your wife filing for divorce, and then you filing back in a different state so you can make out that you dumped her? Is that true? Or are there two different... That should be all public record, no? Let's start with Sarah. If your husband doesn't know, now is the time. I understand that you won't see it like this for a long time, but as you can see from the above, it is better for everyone that things come out in one burst today instead of metastasizing over weeks. Don't let him find out from somebody else. If he had proof that they were sleeping together, he would post it. The problem is this is one of like the go-tos for Milo when he's making shit up about people. I wouldn't put it past Elijah to try to fuck Sarah if he could, 100%. But like if he doesn't post proof, I don't know how true it could be, but... In February 2025, Sarah Stock and Elijah Schaefer began sleeping together. The affair ended on the day she got engaged, about 6 months later. In that time, they experienced multiple pregnancy scares. It is alleged by one former acquaintance that Sarah got at least one abortion. Stock and Schaefer had sex on the day they met at the CPAC conference, and recordings of Stock confessing the affair. She claims large amounts of alcohol were involved, like recordings where if they existed, he would have them. I don't believe this. He did below. Oh, okay. If he posted, because I'm saying if he has these receipts, he's posting them. But maybe he does though. Okay. Stock and Schaefer had sex on the day they met at the CPAC conference. Blah blah blah. They told each other they loved one another. Elijah told her he was thinking of leaving his wife for her. Stock's husband has met Schaefer many times, but did not know about their sexual relationship when he proposed. In this recording, Stock can be heard admitting to the affair, adding that she does not plan to tell her husband about it.
It obviously was my fault too. It happened between us, but even that was like not like I don't know. I felt like it was like he got me like very intoxicated. Like I don't even like remember most of it. And I was even like thinking back because it was like at CPAC the 2 nights.
That Sarah Stock woman is a crazy gossiper too. She talks a lot of shit about you too. How? Why? All of our she DM'd me to set up that abortion debate. There was like 5 messages. I think we saw each other in person at the abortion debate. Said hi and left. That's it. There ain't nothing there. So she can talk all the shit she wants.
You're there, and the second night I was like breaking out in like a rash, and so he's like, "Oh, like get some Benadryl. It'll help with the rash." And like now I'm thinking back, and it's like that's probably why I like blacked out because he like intentionally gave me Benadryl and like sent me a bunch of shots and stuff. And like obviously that's like stupid on my part. To like go along with that, you know.
Who's she talking to here? Do we know who that voice was?
But at the same time, it's like he obviously like knew what he was doing.
So he had it in his mind. Benadryl, what? Like, does that just make it increases like the toxicity or something? Like, gets you really screwed?
Like mixing like a drug like that with alcohol.
When was what was it? CPAC?
That was when I very first met him in February.
Where was CPAC? I don't even remember this.
In DC.
Oh, that was in DC. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Benadryl for a breakout.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's crazy. Yeah, he's. I know
Once
how.
again, like I'm saying, like I'm not saying I don't like have any fault in that. Like it like definitely like ate me up for like a long time.
Yeah.
I feel very bad about it still.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Damn. Yeah, that's it's tough, and I mean, I don't know how you feel about the guy now, but it's like it's probably worse that you don't. That you like the more that you learn about him and know who he really is, it probably makes the whole thing worse a little bit.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. What is?
I mean, I just don't want anything to do with him. Like I just
I get you. I totally get you. What did he say about his family? Like, because obviously he has like a family and kids. What was his excuse with that though?
Jesus.
Like, how would he justify that?
This guy's mining for that info. Wait, do we know who she's talking to on this?
He was like, oh, my wife doesn't care. She lets me run free or whatever. She doesn't care as long as I like take such good care of her, and she just lets me be a man and like do what I want and blah blah blah. Like
Really?
he was like saying that stuff. Yeah.
He says like the wife doesn't care. Wow.
Yeah.
So he has an open relationship, huh? That's crazy.
Which I mean.
Do you ever question that, or like?
I was like, that's definitely not. Like I like realized it's not true.
Right.
But also like. At the time, like it seemed like I don't know, just like the way he acted and everyone acted around him, the things he would say around girls, it almost like seemed like that was true. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And like obviously, like I deeply regret that, but also like I'm not a slut. Like I mean, that's like a horrible thing, but it's not like I really am like sleeping around or half then. So.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to defend yourself.
It's kind of, yeah, I know, but I'm just saying like it's kind of just like not even true for like anyone who knows me. So.
Yeah, I mean, you just had a fling with Elijah, and that's, I don't know. I guess he got upset about it. He's just exaggerating. Yeah. I mean, did you? I guess you're not gonna tell anyone, huh? Or I guess I was gonna ask, like, would you tell your husband? I guess this is before your husband, right?
Yeah, no, we weren't engaged.
Oh, okay.
They weren't
I'm
engaged.
not telling anyone.
Yeah.
Why'd she tell him? Oh no.
Like I said, like very intoxicated.
Well, he said like it was a couple times, like you were traveling around and like maybe in DC and New York and stuff like that. I'm not trying to.
No.
Rip. Stock alleges that Schaefer got me like very intoxicated. Schaefer constantly questioned Stock's faith at the time. Elijah Schaefer's affair with Sarah Stock will come as a surprise to some observers, many of whom are convinced that Schaefer is, or at least was, gay. Others regard him as a cookie-cutter, drunken womanizer. Both groups are correct. Schaefer says he had a twink phase before he got married. A twink is a slender, young homosexual male who enjoys being aggressively anally penetrated by an older, active, usually more muscular partner. This period seems to coincide with Schaefer's time as a youth pastor. He grew up around Benny Johnson, at whose house Schaefer attended sleepovers while they both attended Calvary Chapel.
Like, I feel like he's constantly, like, Nick for clout while bringing on one of his enemies or whatever.
Yeah.
And then, Beardson did a little bit of a stream and talked a lot of shit about Elijah for saying, like, oh, like, I feel like he's constantly, like, subtweeting the Groupers and, like, trying to talk shit about Groupers without saying anything directly. But it's, like, kind of weird because even Beardson's like, yeah, like, I like Elijah, though. Like, I don't have a reason to, like, dislike him, but, like, this needs to stop. Like, it's cringe. I don't know, he was kind of, like, in the middle like that. So Beardson didn't even have, like, any of the examples where Elijah said, like, so much worse.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't even aware of this.
Oh, okay.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, even Beardson did a whole stream about this, he didn't seem to, like, he was barely knew anything about it. So I just kind of feel like most of them, I don't know.
I guess
I
it's.
was thinking, like, if Nick knew, like, how much shit Elijah's talked about him. Like, Elijah will go around, like, telling people Nick's gay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's, like, said that before in, like, a room. Be like, yeah, I mean, like, I think it's definitely true that he is, you know, gay or whatever, but he has his own things. Just, like, he's, like, totally said that before.
Huh. Because I'm saying, like, those things make me. I don't want to believe Nick's gay. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know how I feel, but those things, like those clues that Elijah's leaving and always these comments, and then the fact that, like, Nick doesn't just crush him when he, like, counter signals or whatever. It's like, I just feel like, does he know something?
Hot take. I don't know if it's a hot take. I think I've said this before. I think Nick Fuentes' mannerisms are a little bit effeminate, and I think he's asexual. That's my feeling from seeing him in real life and everything and seeing him interact online. I feel like the whole gay speculation stuff is kind of cringe. Although I guess if you're super homophobic, it's maybe warranted. I don't know, but I don't know. I feel like if Nick was actually gay, I feel like that would have come out by now. I feel like somebody would have some evidence or something of it.
Think, like, what does Elijah have that he's allowed to exist this long? Because, and maybe you're right, nobody's just paying attention, but some of the tweets, like,
I just think that, like, no one's paid attention to Elijah and they don't care what he says about it.
So then why does he want to go around saying he's gay? Like, why would he say that?
Because he talks shit, because he's jealous of Nick. He's extremely jealous of him.
Yeah.
Like, obvious. Like, he's, like, talks so much shit about Nick for no reason.
Why? Why do you think he's jealous?
Because Nick's way more popular.
Yeah.
And he's on his generational run.
Wow.
And then, like, Elijah will say things like, well, you know, Nick is, like, he's better doing a show than me, but I'm the one who's, like, way better at running a business. Like, he doesn't know how to run a business.
Bruh.
Like, he says all these, like, copes, basically. Because he sees himself as in competition with him. And then he would get, like, so jealous when, like, I obviously, like, would say, like, no, like, Nick's, like, the leader of the movement. Like, he like literally crashed out because I said to him that like, oh, like Nick's the leader of the movement, you're not.
Will you ever cover the Epstein files now? Maybe watch a YouTube video on it. All of it is super boring to me though. I have no desire. I think it's the biggest red herring, like mindfuck waste of time in the universe. Maybe I'll listen to something later on it. I don't know. I have zero interest. Until something like more solid comes out, I have zero interest in unverified, unauthenticated emails that are just showing crazy shit out. It's just the most boring thing in the world to me. And there's like a billion other people that are going over it, so.
Now that's starting to make a little more sense because I couldn't understand like where there was this switch where he was like condemning anybody in the company that was like Nick or watched his clips or was like even just like mildly supportive. He's like, you're either on my side or Nick's side, and they were crashing about you and Mike and anybody else that whatever. And then they were trying to say like, you're a groiper too, you're like to me, and I was like, no, I mean he's just right about stuff. I don't even watch his stuff, but like whenever I see his stuff, like he is right and he's better than you. Like that's just like a fact. But it was like you're either on my side or his side. And now it makes more sense. Like if you had said that to him, I can understand why he would have got even more jealous. That makes okay. That now that makes more sense about the crash out because I remember confronting him one time and be like, dude, aren't you friends with this guy? Like why do you keep this up? You know, like every show was like a dig, like yeah, but they're all like incels and you know none of them are white and they're not chads like me. It was like every time and I was like, why do you care so much?
There was like a while. I mean, I haven't even watched this show in a long time, but like the last time I was watching it, or I would like check in, every single time just seething about and like it was totally like he was like genuinely. Like, I don't think there was any other time he was like genuinely mad at me, but when I said that, I think he was just like it was after SAS and Kevin Sovic came on the show and then we all went out to dinner and then I was kind of like trying to convince Kevin to be like a groiper.
Yeah.
Basically, because he was asking me these questions about Nick, and I'm thinking like, dude, we can convince like Kevin to be based in Red Pill, then maybe he can like convince his brother. Like I'm thinking like that way, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm just like, no, that's not true about Nick. This is like what really happened or whatever. And I'm like trying to explain things to him, and then like just like letting into our conversation, be like, oh no, but.
How can you say the emails are non-verified? The FBI released parts of Epstein's private emails. No, can you explain? When I say unverified, I mean like we don't know the authenticity of any of the claims made in the emails. Like people can talk shit or say a bunch of random crazy shit in the emails. I assume the FBI would have ran a lot of these down. Like I just have no interest in reading through like a million crazy emails to see a bunch of crazy things. I was like, I don't know how to validate or verify if any of these accusations are true. If anything comes of it that's actually true, I imagine or I hope that some investigative journalist figures it out. Or maybe there's a fucking, there's never going to be a DOJ thing. Not under this administration. But otherwise it's just the most boring thing in the universe to me.
Like Nick is like, he's probably gay, I think, and like yeah, and like just like saying all stuff, and then so I'm just like defending Nick, and then Elijah gets all mad. He's like, oh, why are you defending him so hard? You act like your boyfriend, like you have a crush on him. He's like genuinely like upset at me, and then that made me kind of mad. I'm like.
It's certainly more relevant and impactful than this, no shade. I do agree with you that it's more relevant and more impactful, but I would say in the worst thing ever. I think that the Epstein files right now, like we've gone through the damage to the other side, I think it is probably one of the worst things that can happen on the Democratic side because I think it is a mindfuck neck yoink towards something that is ultimately never going to result in any kind of criminal charges ever, and it plays into the ultimate retard narrative, both sides are pedophiles, Bill Clinton, all these people, both sides are pedophiles, all of them, they're all pedophiles, the pedophile ring. This weird obsession that people have with the billionaire politician's secret pedophile ring is one of the most mind-wrought, cancerous fucking accusations because no matter what you show them, they're always going to believe it, and it's always a both sides thing, and it's always the billionaires and the deep state, and it's so boring. If something solid with evidence comes out, then fine, but until then, my position is the same as it was a year or two ago. I think it's a bunch of shit that could look bad, and some of it maybe sounds bad in context, or people are hanging out with him, and it's like, ooh, like, damn, you guys should have known, or something like that, but there's not going to be like a smoking gun or a crazy, like, oh shit, this guy actually did something fucked up or wrong. That's my guess. You know, if I'm wrong, then something will change in the future, but until then, I'm not going through every single retarded fucking look in this email, they say torture video, and it's like, okay, I don't know what the fuck, I have no idea.
I'm like, basically I like told him to like humble himself, and I'm like, sorry, like Nick's the leader of the movement, like no one even knows what RISD is. I think I like said to Nick, I'm like, I'm not seeing it as like a part to play or anything, but like don't pretend like you have more influence than him.
Yeah.
And then because that's what he was trying to claim is that like he has no real influence or something. Like he clearly has like way more influence. He has like all these loyal followers, and like all of them are infiltrating, like I know them.
He has a ton of influence. It's just like, it's undeniable. Even if you hate it, it's undeniable. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. And then he was like denying this and whatever. And then after, he was like generally kind of mad at me. And the next day, he like sat me down, gave me a talk about like bad mouthing the company in front of people who aren't in it or something.
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's kind of good, sure, but there's probably nothing in it. But the Dem using a conspiracy against MAGA is a win to me. My guess would be the vast majority of the people that believe the Epstein files is some massive thing or whatever. But like my guess would be 75 to 85% of the people who believe that think it equally impacts or close to equally impacts both sides. So I don't even know if that's like a huge win or whatever. But maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on it. Maybe, I don't know if there's like polling on that. I kind of agree, but it seems like you are turning your brain off because conspiracy theorists are retarded. Both can be true. No, I'm not. I'm open to If somebody like finds something that seems credible, then fine. But I'm not going to go through all the emails or watch like amateur random reporting because it's not interesting to me. Why? If something comes out, I'm fully open to like, oh shit, that's some crazy shit. But reading like emails that say a thing and it's like, is there any way to verify that this actually happened or whatever? It's just super not. It's just not interesting to me. But I've never been interested in anything like this ever. Like I don't do breaking news stuff generally, or like for this reason exactly. It's just super boring to me. Like there's the same take I've had on these for like a year or 2 years or whatever. Sarah Stock's husband believed he was marrying a virgin. Oh no. Schaefer owns his own electric dildo, which he's taken with him on vacations to El Salvador and other places. On these trips, he hires and brags about hiring female prostitutes to spend much of their time together, being anally, mechanically penetrated. Jesus Christ. What is this?
Say this, I can't make you admit anything, say anything, but I will admit that I am playing a role in this and that I am that
Who is
it
this?
is immature and that it should be dealt with differently. And I will also admit outside of work that yeah, my personal life, I'm having a hard time.
Oh, is this Eliza Schaefer talking?
I'm trying to like figure it out, but obviously I am stressed and I'm not dealing with it the way I should be, and I'm not, and it's not always I'm up till up till 12. Like oftentimes it's the same thing. If I don't drink, then I can't sleep. I can't sleep more than an hour. I'm tossing. I fall asleep at 6, and it's like it may look like I was drinking the same thing or not. Do I drink sometimes? Yeah, and too much? Absolutely. I consider myself more like having a binge problem. Even if it is only a couple times in a week, it's like yeah, I'll black out or whatever, and so that is problematic. And I'll just.
If Dems messaged them getting in power, they would prosecute and fully release the files, then that would be a big win politically. Well, or it would be a big loss in the same way that it's been a big loss for the Republicans, right? Republicans thought that there was some huge shit with the Epstein files. They get into power. There's not. They have nothing to prosecute. And now they look fucking retarded and horrible for it. But you could play the same thing on the Democrats. It's like, oh shit, there must be a ton of stuff. Maybe they get back into power. The DOJ looks in. It's like, there's not even like really anything here for us to prosecute. Like it's a bunch of emails. There's no subpoenaing we can do to figure out the truthfulness of any, like, oh fuck. And now we look fucked again. Like why? But I'm never convincing most people against this. So I just don't usually talk about them. The people who are bought into the global pedo conspiracy ring are never ever being persuaded otherwise. But hey, if I'm wrong and some smoking gun evidence comes out, then fine, then let it come out. Then we'll go over it then. But this type of speculation is the most boring shit to me. Okay, good luck, Elijah. Jesus, we're halfway done with this. This is taking so much longer than I thought it would. Why are we giving Milo any credibility? I don't. If he doesn't post evidence of a thing, I take it with a huge grain of salt. So, he posted evidence, I guess, of Sarah Stark's convo. But the thing about like hiring prostitutes and stuff, if there's no evidence of it, I wouldn't believe anything Milo says. He knows a lot of stuff, but he'll also make up a lot of shit. So, what would an example of smoking gun evidence be? Well, I mean, really strong circumstantial evidence would help. If somebody said like 2 men raped this girl in an email, and then there's like this girl filed a police report that coincides with information that wasn't previously made public or something like that would be like stuff leading in this direction. You don't technically need like videos or eyewitness testimony or whatever, but the strongest was probably the one case from that girl who killed herself, right? I don't know if she implicated anybody else in improper behavior though, or if it was just Epstein himself, I'm not sure. There are accounts like that, Steven. Okay, JBUE6LF. Give me the strongest one right now. Don't name a random thing and then when I go through it and it's bullshit. Like, okay, wait, what about this? Give me the absolute strongest one right now. Go ahead. JBUE6LF. And I'll look at it right now. Because my voice is dying reading this fucking transcript. I implore you, this is not a nothing burger. There is smoking guns on these files. Please, man, we need you on this one. Why? Everybody in the world is covering these. Why do you need me on this one? Are you just blackpilled that we won't get anything relevant to the Epstein investigation while Trump's out of office? I don't think there's anything chargeable. That's my take. That's been my take for 2 years. I don't think there's anything chargeable. I think they probably investigated what they could. There was nothing chargeable, and that's it. And now people are just going to start combing through every email in the court of public opinion to say, well, isn't this kind of weird? And then all the conspiracy theorists are going to run crazy. People love the concept of the global billionaire celebrity pedo conspiracy ring, politician conspiracy ring. Like that's, people love this concept. I don't know why, but people are fascinated with it. They're obsessed with it. They wanted it to be true for the Diddy stuff. They wanted it to be true for prior to the Epstein stuff, before MAGA found out that I guess Trump was in so many of the things. But did that guy mention a name? I just gave a name. JVUE6. Ted Gunderson, former head of the FBI. Oh God, how all great conspiracies start. The former head of the CIA. So is this just going to be him saying things like the investigation was? I'm saying, like, in the emails, is there like a thing that points to something specific that happened that can be corroborated by something? So what am I looking up? Okay, what does this guy say? This guy died in 2011. Why did he die? Because he was investigating the Epstein stuff? He lives in the pizza basement. What about the supposedly dead bodies in the golf course in Mar-a-Lago? That should definitely be looked into. Well, aren't there at least some people buried there because he wanted to get like an exemption for a cemetery? Didn't he do that with like his ex-wife? Am I making that up? Trump, wife, buried golf course. How did you know? What do you mean? This was talked about like years ago. Hold on, these are the most low IQ takes ever. In before Destiny skims it, calls it a nothing burger, and then acts shocked in 3 years. If in 3 years people have put together or cobbled together some incredibly convincing stuff, and then it turns out to be like a real thing, they're like, oh shit, like, yeah, we should look at this. But that doesn't justify digging into every single thing before that happens. This is like one of the lowest IQ takes you could possibly give. Oh my God. Is it not plausible that the grab him by the pussy guy that was besties with Epstein and bought a teen beauty pageant didn't sample the goods a little bit? I feel like this one is much more than a shitty Pizzagate conspiracy and shouldn't be in the same box with that retard shit. Just turn your brain off. Copies. Honest to God, you want the honest take? I don't think Trump enjoys or cares about any of that shit at all. I think he's kind of a fucking loser. I don't think he says he doesn't do any drugs at all, doesn't even fucking drink. I bet that when he was paying Stormy Daniels and shit, he just wanted people to say like, I fucked a porn star or whatever. I'm sure he quote unquote enjoyed looking at the fucking teen models or whatever the fuck, but I don't know if he would have been so sex crazed that he wanted to go and start fucking them or whatever. It seems like a guy who's like super obsessed with status and obsessed with the things surrounding status. I don't know if I've ever seen evidence of or feel like Trump is like necessarily like this huge sex pervert. Maybe is it Eugene Carroll, the E. Carroll case? I don't know the details of that. Maybe I should have if I read that. But just listen to how he talks about everything else. He seems like a crazy fucking buzzkill on fucking everything. I feel like if he would have been fucking all these kids, or if he would have been doing like crazy shit, I feel like we would have so many stories of that. The idea that that could be kept under wraps for so long, I don't know. That maybe, but maybe not. I don't know. That's just the impression I have. But what if he was just filtering kids to Epstein and not fucking them? That might be true. I could believe that to some extent. But that Mar-a-Lago shit that he admitted, but he literally admitted that, like on the tarmac or whatever. That was crazy. It's like, well, he took one kid. We said no more. And then he took a second one and then we banned him. So, I mean, that might be, but yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Wouldn't emails count as stories in this case and the FBI tips? Yeah, they could, but these aren't things that are like said or alleged under oath, right? They could make people's statements might change a lot when you actually, yeah. Let me attempt to clarify for chat. You have no issue with people going through the files and looking into this. You just don't want to do it personally, correct? Why do you have to clarify that? What do you think? Have I said anything differently? Nobody should go through the apps. Nobody should even look at it. Protect them all. Don't look at anything. If journalists want to go through it or people want to go through it, that's fine. I don't care. They should. They probably should. It's a huge treasure trove of information. Even if there aren't any crazy pedo allegations made, I think there could be a lot of interesting social connections made between how many of these people knew each other behind the scenes and we're all working together on a lot. I think there's a lot of weird conservative shit that's come out about that. Okay. What about the American tech billionaires like Peter Thiel and how they try to manipulate people in politics in America and other countries? I think that's an interesting story, yeah. But, and I think, like I said, I think there's like been a lot of weird connections that I think people are starting to establish and who's communicating with who. Maybe the Mueller report can move forward with this. I don't. The Mueller report is done, my dude. Destiny, Melinda Gates divorced Bill over this. Your threshold for what could be considered a scandalous enough for political blackmail operations on a reality. There could be stuff blackmail worthy in here that doesn't necessarily be fucking kids. I just don't care. Oh my God. I will never, ever, ever, ever care about shit like this. When there's like an actual more concrete stuff to go over, that stuff is interesting to me. I don't like the cobbling together from 50 trillion random pieces. I don't like to look at the sky and try to draw constellations. It's just not enjoyable for me. I don't enjoy it. I've never enjoyed it. I never will enjoy it. If other people figure some compelling shit out, then I'll probably look into it. I'll probably listen to videos or read articles, whatever about it. But until then, it's just, that is the least enjoyable thing. And there are so many people that do this already. Why would you watch me do it? I'm never going to comb through all these documents. Fuck that. Or even any percentage of them. There are so many other people that are doing this. Go watch them do it. There are so many people that do it. Watch them do it. Everybody talks about this shit. Why do you need me to talk about it? You enjoyed looking into Aegon Chalakian. Yeah, for like 4 hours. Like, I looked into the Epstein death stuff. I read the Federal Bureau of Prisons report. That was more time than I put into the Aegon shit or whatever. Okay. Jesus, I can't read the rest of this tonight. I'm dying. My voice is dying. You could have made the same argument about covering Charlie Kirk, and you covered that plenty. What? Why not be the person that actually goes through them, and you'll be able to speak of it more? This is a topic that isn't going away, and eventually, I think it is. I think it will go away. That's my whole point. And someone will make you look bad based on it. Make me look bad because I wasn't willing to go through the trove of all the fucking Epstein emails? Bro, I'd rather kill myself. What a retarded fucking... Why? Jesus. Would you look more into it, Epstein, if it continues to be a massive topic of conversation going forward in debates, combos? Maybe. I mean, like, if there's criminal cases filed or something, because then we have a real indictment to look over, real evidence that people are presenting to try to convince the jury. That would be more interesting, but... Can you at least admit that they destroyed evidence? Didn't they ask them to redact some files or whatever based on if Trump was in them? Don't we already know that? but it would have been investigated already under Biden's DOJ, so it's not like that destruction of evidence would be relevant to anything, no? It's the biggest story right now, but we want to hear your opinion. I've given my opinion on it. My opinion is everybody's obsessed with there being a global pedo whatever fucking ring, and people will do anything to get that story. People love that story. But until a smoking gun or something comes out, I don't give a fuck about it. That's one of the most boring conspiracies in the universe to me, okay? I don't care about the obsession with the global pedo billionaire celebrity politician ring. Thoughts on the bodies of victims said to be buried at Mar-a-Lago in the files. Why would you bury your victims on your own property? Yes. Listen, then get a court order and go dig them up. Fuck. Jesus. How is this less relevant? Oh, message retracted. Good one. Than reading this shit? Because this is about a streamer that's literally qualifies as a colleague of mine that's like directly within my industry. And there's at least court transcripts on it, so it's more interesting to me. And there was an order issued from the court relating to this. I was in your perspective until this last drop. There's still 3 million files not released. Then, listen, when they're released, I will spend the rest of my life going over every single file. I will sit here on stream every single day. We'll read every email. It was not Mar-a-Lago. It was the Cali golf course. Okay, then go dig up that one, okay? Okay. What is somebody said that Tectone's cross-examination was interesting for this? Jesus, 112 more pages. Actually, hold on. I'm doing a poll if I should read the rest of this. Why do you think the admin is doing so much to cover it up? I already said it, because any relation or any name drop in anywhere is going to make you look bad. Publicly, it's always going to be a thing that looks bad, regardless if there's any criminal behavior or not. Hold on, I have to wait for... Okay, polling a DGG chat on this. You motherfuckers. We want to hear your level-headed analysis for at least an hour, because you're the only person with the take. It's just a conspiracy. Even if they're all fake, it would be so much more entertaining than this. Well, you lost the poll. Also, I'm not even saying that it's just a conspiracy and it's all bullshit, although I personally lean that way. Even if there is bad stuff that happened, my guess is going to be there's nothing in the emails that's going to lead you to that. Like, you're not going to have enough information to have a smoking gun conclusion there. It's just going to be a bunch of stuff that looks weird, and there's not going to be anything further. I mean, the FBI has more tools to investigate than we do, arguably. And if they couldn't find anything, then... But hey, listen, if I'm wrong, I'm not even going to say if I'm wrong. It's not even about me being wrong. If something comes out that's solid on any of this stuff and they publish it or report it, they won't go with that or whatever. I'm with you on the no pedo ring shit, but some of these emails just look horrible and hard to defend. From blank to Jeffrey Epstein. Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty. Like, dude, I don't know if we want to do this, because then all of chat, like, boomers say retarded fucking shit. And this could mean a billion retarded fucking things. But I mean, like, people have set their mind in one direction, and it's like all pedophile shit. Maybe that was this email. Thank you for a fun night. The child that you gave me was a super naughty child rape. Like, new Brazilian just arrived. Sexy and cute equals 9 years old. Best regards. This is a weird one. Don't know what that is. Don't know what these attached pictures are. Did the FBI investigate it? Let them investigate. What am I, like, let's say there's like a million emails like this. What am I supposed to do with this? Like, looks bad. I hope that somebody investigated it. What am I supposed to say? What do you, like, wow, crazy. That's crazy. Not good. I feel like you are giving the most charitable possible explanation for every single email. I'm not. It could be. This could be some fucking pedophile shit. It could be. I'm not. Nobody can understand not having a position on something. You either are affirmative or you're negative. You're either yes or no. I'm not either. I don't know. This could be pedophile shit. It could be bad, or it could not be. I don't have the information to say. That's the whole point. If I don't have the information to make a conclusion, I just don't really give a fuck. I don't care. I don't know what I'm like, let's sit here and speculate, guys. Let's go through and speculate on the, I don't know. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. This is not entertaining or exciting to me. It's not fun to sit here and speculate on this shit. This could be really bad. I'm not saying there's no chance it is. I'm saying I don't have the information to make a conclusion about it. Or to even speculate that much about it. I have no fucking idea. My guess is going to be, if the FBI has this email, new Brazilian just arrived, sexy and cute equals 9 years old, best regards, whatever. There are picture attachments to this, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pictures. I imagine the FBI or whoever's investigating this probably has these attachments. I don't know. Why were there no criminal charges filed? I don't know if there's I don't know if Brazilian can refer to some other fucking bullshit, or if this is some retarded guy I don't know. I just have no idea. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to speculate from this. This is boring to me. I don't care. What's the good interpretation of this email? I guess the only interpretation is that this is an international sex pedophile, whatever trafficking ring, and that all of these people were involved in it and they all knew and they all covered it up. There you go. Okay. I believe you. There. I believe it. There. I said it. Okay. That's what's happened. Go get them all. Okay. Go do it. Go get them. All of these people. All of them. There is enough information to suggest a cover-up of co-conspirator. To suggest? That's not... Okay. Watch the CoffeeZilla. Okay, we'll watch the CoffeeZilla people. The Epstein files are getting way worse.
It only gets worse from here. We're going back into the 3 million documents.
I hate all of you so much. Oh my God. It's okay. All right, let's go.
So far, we mostly covered how billionaires lied about their relationship with Epstein and or got blackmailed in the drafts, eventually killing their marriage. We talked about Howard Lutnick, how he lied about meeting Epstein, although he still denies this. And we also talked about some horrible accusations against Trump and Bill Clinton, although we were clear that they are unverified. Now, some people have responded to the release, like Elon Musk, saying that no one fought harder for the full release of the Epstein files than I did. Ironically, he claims that he knew that the playbook of the far-left propagandists and legacy media is admit nothing, deny everything, and making counter-accusations, saying he had never set foot on Epstein's creepy island or attended parties, despite the fact we saw last time that Elon was asking to be invited to the party. What day night would be the wildest party on your island? Nevertheless, I think it's an interesting point. The playbook, as we get into this much darker side of the 3.5 million files, you're going to notice this trend is true, that everyone we're going to talk about, basically they admit nothing, they deny everything, and then they usually make counter accusations against other people in the files. Almost no one has faced any kind of consequences for this whole thing, leading me to wonder, why is it that it seems like really only in the rest of the world has anyone faced anything? I mean, you've got the former Prince Andrew losing his title, you've got the Slovakia National Security Advisor resigning over the Epstein links, but in America, I'm really hard pressed to think of anyone who has actually faced any kind of
stuff in other countries could be things like people could take actions in those countries, because my guess would be there's a lot that would probably be the most interesting stuff, because our FBI would have access to everything in the Epstein files, obviously, but the other countries might not have had access to any of that information. It could just be that they think it looks bad enough that they don't want to be associated with it, or they might have more information that makes it more credible or whatever, and we should ask them to release stuff. That should be, for people that are firing people based on what's in the Epstein files in other countries, you should ask them, why did you fire him? Release more information on it. Maybe they have more shit. Who knows?
kind of accountability. I think Larry...
Go to mood. Dude, fuck, my voice is... I shouldn't have read that whole fucking transcript. My voice is dying. What?
I'm just hanging out.
Good. Okay.
Just hanging around.
Larry
So you don't
Summers
think this
stepped back.
is a burger at all?
If it is, and I'm sure somebody will make a good video and report on it, and there's gonna be some crazy shit that come out.
So you don't care about pedophilia?
I love memes. Good one.
Voluntarily, but other...
Let me figure out how to make this fucking work. Hold on.
I know. Yeah, I mean, I was in the bathtub and you were having a hard set. I mean, they're getting to you. Don't let them get to you, Steven. Don't let them get you.
You're gonna die. Audio stream. Fuck. What is it? 5 and 6. Is this even active right now?
Yeah.
Does that show anything on?
Hold on, I'm waiting.
Good luck.
Other than that, it's hard to think of anyone who's faced
You have
any kind of justice.
volume?
In fact, arguably,
it's good.
Good.
Ghislaine Maxwell's life is better than it was previously since these Epstein files have dropped. And what's crazy about this is that we know that the government story is false. Remember, the FBI documents showed they had 10 co-conspirators they were investigating. We also got an old draft of an indictment where they had several co-defendants with Epstein. Now, of course, we know these were never ultimately charged. This was back in 2005, but just imagine all the way back in 2005, where these charges are from, we already had evidence that Epstein was not working alone, and like, of course he's not. But now we're gonna talk a little bit about how the scheme operated. Now, to be clear, we're gonna talk in a second about the laundering of Epstein's reputation, the people who protected him this whole time. But right now, I wanna talk about how Epstein got some of these girls in the first place, because the Epstein files provide an interesting look behind the curtains. Obviously, we know Ghislaine Maxwell was helping, whether it be procure the girls, talk them into stuff. But now we have emails of a different side of the scheme. It says, yesterday I spoke to Daniel Syed, who Jean-Luc Brunel described as a scout or recruiter of girls or women for Jeffrey Epstein. Attached to this incoming email from Brunel is the contact information he has for Syed. And then they blacked out his number and email. But digging into Jeffrey's emails with Daniel shows that he was constantly sending him links to girls. It shows Jeffrey Epstein paying Daniel 3,000 euros, which, to be clear, was the amount that was agreed to by Jean-Luc Brunel. Quote, Dominique, we will pay him 3,000 euros each month for scouting for a 6-month period. On all models we will get him, we will pay him 5% commission on their earnings. Imagine it's like baseball or it's like basketball. You're scouting for, I hate to use the word talent, but that's really what this guy was doing. He was going around the globe trying to find people for Jeffrey Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. According to one lawsuit, Epstein trafficked a Jane Doe to Jean-Luc Brunel many times. It describes their operation as this: many of the girls came from poor countries or impoverished backgrounds. He lured them in with a promise of making good money. Quote, Brunel has been a model scout for various modeling agencies for many years, and he was apparently able to get U.S. passports for young girls to work as models, eventually, of course, being sent to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, it should be noted that Jean-Luc Brunel himself died in prison by hanging, and that's while he was being accused of horrible crimes related to trafficking and minors. So this guy is not a good guy. He was part of the op, along with Daniel Syed, who was also scouting on behalf of Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. They had their agreement. Here's a sample of how this would work. Jeffrey Epstein asked him to take a full body shot of someone. Daniel Syed says, now she's really skinny, I will do Polaroid. Jeffrey Epstein asks for a copy of her passport and then asks, how many tickets do you want for Woody, meaning Woody Allen? He says 2. Okay, thank you. Full body if possible. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, doesn't look too happy. Comments on her body. And then he says she is very sweet. I'll skip a few of the sordid details here. They comment about her body extensively. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, I sent a request that she want to come out to Paris on Sunday. He says, I will invite to come. And this is basically how it worked. Daniel Syed flew.
Jesus, what was that? She is nice. Her boobs are awful.
Request that she want to come out to Paris on Sunday.
They will have to be redone. Oh, fake boobs.
He says, I will invite to come. And this is basically how it worked. Daniel Syed flew around the world looking for women, sending photos to Jeffrey.
Wait, how old was this girl? Was she 15 or 16 with a boob job? Is that, or just complaining about her boobs in general?
Jeffrey Epstein, who then would get a copy of their passports and see how it worked. Epstein says, her body,
and then she was 18 or something.
He says 2. Okay, thank you.
Oh, did
Full
it?
body if possible. And then
think so.
Jeffrey Epstein says, doesn't look too happy. Comments on her body and
She regrets it when she was 18. Oh, that's when she got the surgery, so we don't know how old this person was. But okay, well, she was at least 18, but okay.
And he says she is very sweet. I'll skip a few of the sordid details here. They comment about her body extensively. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, I sent a request that she want to come out to Paris on Sunday. He says, I will invite to come. And this is basically how it worked. Daniel Syed flew around the world looking for women, sending photos to Jeffrey Epstein, who then would get a copy of their passports and bring them to the States. Here's an example of this. Daniel Syed brings him a girl. They didn't redact this name, but I'm going to do it. He says, very nice, easygoing, dream to work in the United States or visit the United States working as a model in Dubai. He asks age. Daniel says 22 or 23. I forgot to ask her. She looks younger. I have her number if you want to call her. She was going to send this evening. And this happens over and over. At one point, he talks about a Thai actress. Jeffrey Epstein says he can see her on Wednesday, and then he complains that she wants to meet in a restaurant. I don't do that in New York. And then says she didn't even respond. Not nice. The point is, a lot of these girls were looking to come to the United States for one reason or another, for some kind of dream. They would ask for passports or visas, and then ultimately get sent here by this network of people who would later be accused of trafficking or other abuses. Now, to be clear, there have not been charges against Daniel Syed, and the government, remember, says they have no evidence to go even predicate an investigation against
Is this trafficking at least? It seems like sex trafficking, right? If you're paying money to ship a girl to another country for the purposes of fucking her eventually, yeah, I think pretty sure.
Your issue is you just don't believe in the idea that it's like there's some billionaire pedophile ring out there.
It's Epstein almost certainly, and he killed himself, I think, over it. Almost certainly, or it seems like was proven beyond a reasonable doubt. I had to see exactly what the criminal charges were. Was getting a bunch of people to find him young and sometimes underage girls to fuck. That seems like incontrovertible. I think nobody disagrees with that. But that's not what anybody talks about when they talk about the Epstein files. They're saying that the strong claim is, and this is what most of my chat even believes, and if they try to phrase this as a straw man or something different, they're fucking lying because they just don't want to admit it. But what they believe is that Epstein was bringing young girls to a variety of billionaires, politicians, and celebrities, watching them fuck said young girls while recording it so that he could have blackmail on all these people, so that there was a giant pedo blackmail ring created that was able to force these people to cover for each other and do a whole bunch of other bad shit in finance and billionaire shit, in politics, with the political people they have, or with celebrities to get more people involved. That's like the strong claim, and that's what most people believe with this, and that it impacts everybody, all the billionaires and all the politicians, Bill Clinton and Donald Trump Trump and and whatever celebrities are involved as well. But it's like, I don't know if I've ever seen strong evidence that like a single other person besides, and then also there's something for the Mossad is in here apparently, and the Russian compromise is in here and everything else. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen any strong evidence that he was like feeding girls to another person, especially for blackmail purposes. But I mean, that's like the claim that everybody goes with. But I don't know. Maybe it'll end up being true. Maybe there's information that people can connect in the emails, and then they can go and do investigative journalist work that the FBI couldn't get to for whatever reason, or because other countries decide to start contributing shit to it. Maybe. But my guess is that there wasn't enough to find anything here to charge anybody. So it's probably not going to be anything in the emails for us to draw strong conclusions from. But there's going to be a ton of juicy stuff for people to make a lot of theories or whatever.
Do people think they're gonna go through this and like connect the fucking dots that the FBI couldn't?
Yes.
Okay.
Or, well, no, their claim is that the reason why the FBI didn't charge any of this was because everybody was telling them to cover for the wealthy billionaire, political, and celebrity friends. That's why nothing was charged. So for some reason, all the files exist and the investigation happened and nothing was deleted or destroyed, or at least most of it wasn't, but they were also strong enough to keep any charges.
If they were gonna keep everything like hidden or whatever, then do they not think that they would just destroy everything? That was like,
well, I don't know, or never even do the investigation, I guess. Okay.
Charge third parties. So it's a little bit bizarre to be reading about this scouting operation for Jeffrey Epstein, the way he recruited girls, and then be told, yeah, nothing to see here. Yeah.
Mike 514 spends $15 and kick to ask if you will watch the full Bannon Epstein interview. Maybe in the future, we'll see.
One of the scouts was like this, like, who himself in jail. But there's no one else here, even though there's definitely guys floating around. Even though we literally have redacted defendants in our old draft of an indictment. We have nothing to do. We can't possibly imagine doing anything. And that brings me to one of the frustrating parts of these whole files is the redactions. I mean, I know I've been over this, but it's a different thing. In the past, the files were sort of overly redacted to protect people. The problem this time is not only are a lot of people still being protected, like literally the names of the people they were going to charge. You couldn't argue those are victims, but
so he's close with presidents, prime ministers all over the world, but yeah, the FBI is going to stop him. Do you hear yourself, Destiny? Yeah, but do you understand how retarded you are? Because then it's like, because you probably believe then that he was murdered by Trump or whatever, or that somebody went and killed him. Why would anybody kill this guy if he was part of a big blackmail ring? The whole point of getting the blackmail is so that you don't get murdered, or even arrested, or even investigated. That's the whole point of having the blackmail. So this guy was so powerful that this guy could influence the entire investigation from the FBI and all these other departments and everybody else that was doing research. He could do all that, but he couldn't keep himself from getting arrested and thrown in prison? What a fucking retard. Even Assange avoided the fucking police for longer than that. Come on.
But the work was just done so sloppy that oftentimes you'll find that the DOJ has uploaded 2 documents that are functionally identical, and they redacted one.
He was the fall guy? Oh, God.
But not the other, letting you see what's ultimately behind the mask, which is dumb because sometimes the thing they're redacting is Jeffrey Epstein's name. Or other times it's somebody who clearly is not a victim because then you see the non-redacted copy and you're like, yeah, that's clearly not.
Because he can't release the blackmail. Holy shit. What? Because he's dead? There's no way? There's no dead man switch? What a great idea for blackmail. I've got the strongest blackmail ever. Really? Where is it? It's on this phone right here. And I'm the only person that can unlock it. Really? So if you died, nobody would be able to release it? That's right. Guess what happens right now? Yeah, what the fuck?
A victim. So it's a little strange what they seem to have done here. Let me give you a for instance. So we have this message from somebody whose name is blacked out, and we see participants, and then we see Jeffrey Epstein is involved, right? And it says, we need to work around your 38. We need to push back on the lies and crush the pedo trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Now, I want to know who's doing that? Who's trying to rebuild Jeffrey Epstein's image, right? Well, we go ahead, we scroll down, and we see that Jeffrey Epstein sends something. He says, in any bar where drinking age is 18, and you see the participant is once again blacked out. But underneath it, in a separate file, we see Steve Bannon, a famous political figure, is in here. But
the fuck is this email chain about?
Trying to rebuild Jeffrey Epstein's image, right? Well,
we need to work around your 38. First, we need to push back on the lies, then crush the pedo trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. What is work around your 38? What is that a reference to?
We go ahead, we scroll down, and we see...
Like, it wouldn't surprise me that any of these people are trying to rebuild his reputation. The guy's a billionaire. If you can manage to launder his reputation, whoo, that potentially is a whole bunch of fun. Supposedly. I don't even know if that's fucking true. But I probably...
that Jeffrey Epstein sends something. He says, in any bar where drinking age is 18, and you see the participant is once again blacked out. But underneath it, in a separate file, we see Steve Bannon, a famous political figure, is in here, and he's saying the same thing. He says, first, we need to push back on the lies and crush the trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Guys, why did you censor out his name? Or like, why was that censored at all? I don't understand. And I certainly don't understand why Jeffrey Epstein's name in this one is censored. So Jeffrey's not censored in this one, but Bannon is, and then Bannon's not censored in this one, and Epstein is, and sometimes this creates the bizarre impression that they are censoring for victim names or for some like kind of victim status or for some reason, and then you see the other file and you're like, wait, why did you do this? It's just very poorly done throughout. That's just something I wanted to...
You're talking about billionaires, man. What's the failsafe? Who's going to release the information? What, he has a fucking switch connected to his heart, and if it stops, the files are released. You can't think of another way to release. Hold on, then what's the point? Then you understand that you're defeating your entire conspiracy, right? If having compromising information on billionaires is worthless because nobody's going to release it, then there's no point in having compromising information on billionaires. That undermines the entirety of your conspiracy. Then there'd be no point in doing any of this.
Wouldn't the dead man switch just be like, if I die, then...
Yeah, this is all getting released. I got a friend or somebody who's going to literally, publish all this shit. Yeah.
Comment on is not only did they once again not fully redact things because they were sloppy, but also like victims' names got stuck in this, like girls' names appear sometimes, and like I'm not sure, are they supposed to be redacted? Because they're redacted over here, they're not over here. I can kind of figure out who it is. It's just kind of a mess. I needed to point that out. You know, other times we have things like this, like Brock Pierce.
Destiny, not saying every single person who had contact with him knew or condoned or whatever, but Trump clearly had more than a business relationship with the guy, and he clearly knew. Yeah, no shit. If the guy was really wealthy, I'm sure there's a lot of people willing to look past some fucked up behavior or some pedophile shit. Yeah, for sure. That's not surprising at all. That wouldn't surprise me at all. But this is what I've said from the beginning. There's probably a lot of stuff that makes people look really bad, and public opinion is going to crucify them for it, but it doesn't mean they were part of like a give me young girls as well, like child pedophile, international billionaire, political celebrity sex trafficking ring. But that wouldn't surprise me at all if there were a lot of people that knew he was a fucking pedophile, but because this guy was so connected and, had wealth and everything else, they're like, fuck it, I can look the other way or whatever.
A co-founder of Tether, also known as the biggest stablecoin in the world. He sent a message to Jeffrey Epstein with the subject line Anastasia, and then it's just a bunch of redacted stuff with a few untitled.
The more sober take is that the blackmail entity and the child prostitution entity, Epstein, are not the same group. Trump was caught with Epstein's Russian prostitutes, but Putin got the blackmail independent. Oh, true. That's the 20 million IQ. You can say that in chat from now on. Destiny. Of course it was a massive child pedophilia trafficking circle. Epstein wasn't the perpetrator, though. He was just one of the victims. There's another guy controlling everything. And the reason why all the compromat wasn't released when Epstein died is because Epstein was killed by the guy who actually controls it. That's what was actually going to happen. Epstein was actually about to release a ton of information, and that's why the guy who actually controls everything, at the request of every other billionaire involved, had Epstein secretly killed. That's the thing. Okay, thank you. Boom. The Mossad or Putin or whoever. There we go. We're just one layer removed. Yes!
Titled JPEGs in here. And so, you're thinking to yourself, what is this? Is he sending some illicit media? Like, what is this? Well, then we have this page where it wasn't redacted. I put that little dark square. I didn't know if this should have been redacted or not. It's like a bunch of JPEGs. Now, does that contain victims? Is Brock Pierce sending photos of victims? I don't know because of the way the government did this. But underneath, it says, the Ukraine is now my favorite country, smiley face, Brock Pierce, with the subject line, Anastasia. I don't know what to make of that. I'm just saying, the redactions, like the way they did this is not
How much
good.
money will it take, name your price? $1 trillion. $1 trillion, and I will watch it.
But now let's return to Steve Bannon and his we're going to crush the trafficking narrative, because this guy, oh boy, has been revealed in the files to being like Jeffrey's right-hand PR man. I mean, this guy was filming basically a documentary about Jeffrey Epstein in order to rehabilitate his image. And some of it has actually leaked to the public. It's been interesting to watch how that's been received. But the funny thing is that originally
Just to be that guy, if the people paid off the kill switch guy before offing Epstein, that takes care of the problem. Why would you tell people who your kill switch guy is? Why? That sounds like the dumbest thing ever. If you guys fuck with me, I just want you to know that Juan over there is going to release everything. Really? Juan, the guy who lives in Mexico City, Mexico, at the address 478 Pueblo Avenue? Yeah, that guy. He's going to fuck your guys' lives up. Really? The guy who has no home security and everything? Okay, gotcha. Like,
Jeffrey Epstein's plan was to just do a YouTube video, like an apology, like an old school 2016, turn on the camera for authenticity and saying, he says,
you think I can... Ghislaine?
Ghislaine. Yeah, why is she still alive?
She's alive.
Who knows? I'm sure there's a reason. Yeah, why is Ghislaine alive? Maybe because she doesn't know.
She was the real one. Maybe she's the one who was controlling Epstein.
Yeah, because who would ever guess that the leader of the pedo ring is in jail right now?
Holy shit.
I can do my own video interview and upload it to YouTube. No sandbagging. Interview format or like a diary piece. Steve Bannon says if you do an interview, it can't be like Johnny does a YouTube. It has to be amazingly professional and perfectly cut. Then Jeffrey Epstein responds, Woody, we assume Woody Allen, because they were close, said he would help edit. Not sure how to stage, what points to make, but better than trying to do an interview that I have no experience doing. Goal is to humanize the monster. Anything written carries little weight. To which Steve Bannon replies, yes, Jeffrey Epstein should have been an interview format, interviewed by me. They start talking about, like, how do we do this?
God, there's so many spaces after all their punctuate. This is the most boomer. What is he, triple spacing? What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Humor, apology, how did I get rich? Question mark, topics. Their brainstorm, how do we trick the public into seeing me as more than a monster? Now, funny enough, right before this, Jeffrey Epstein asks about a dinner with Woody, and then he says, or too many pedos in one place. And you gotta love the self-awareness there. Now, I don't know what...
But like... never mind. Yeah,
He meant by that, to be clear, I'm not making that accusation against Woody Allen. We'll talk about him in a second. That's Jeffrey Epstein saying that. I think what's interesting to point out, though, is how all these rich and powerful people are circling the wagons to try to protect Jeffrey Epstein's reputation, right? This is a guy who, at this point, has been known for years to have pled guilty to these 2008 charges. This was an open secret. And so Steve Bannon goes along, though, anyways, and he films this documentary. Now, what's interesting is he starts talking about the documentary, and he starts saying, I'm watching our second hour now. Guys were blown away. I didn't think it was as strong at the time, but I was wrong. Need huge part about threat of AI versus reality, threat of climate change. And this is where the notes start going back and forth of, how can we get you to think of other things? So part of the conceit of this big interview of Jeffrey Epstein was to try to humanize him and actually present him as this genius, everyman, quirky guy with a few flaws, right? They knew they couldn't run away from the crimes. To quote, in Bannon's words, yes, 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 of course, but we must counter rapists who traffics in female children to be raped by world's most powerful, richest men. That can't be redeemed. You can't redeem the unredeemable. You are a lot of things, which we will show, but you are not that. Bannon is aware that, like, they can't fully embrace the Epstein thing. They have to kind of make it about more than that. And if you see the YouTube...
Hold on, is this true? Destiny, regardless of criminal charges, you don't want to know who's sexually assaulting children in the highest level of society. The DOJ accidentally uploaded over 100,000 images of child porn, some of them showing hardcore sexual assault of children of pretty rich people. Is that true? Did the government upload pictures of children being raped with well-known, wealthy people in the same picture watching?
Clip going around, that's what that is. And it's been so interesting to watch the reaction because you see, even for people who've been prepped with the idea that this is basically propaganda, some of them still fall for it. They post things like, you know, oh, bro is casually confirming the world's conspiracies because he's talking about 2008. But guys, that's the whole deception. They're like trying to be like, hey, this guy, this horrible monster, he's going to tell you the secrets of the inside club. So you think more, that's the whole thing. That's how they're getting away with this. It's not some kind of, oh, he happened to want to talk about this. This is all premeditated. This has gone through revisions. They even call Jeffrey Epstein the smartest guy in the room.
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room, right? You know that.
It's honestly ridiculous anyone believes the false conceit of, you're obviously...
I mean, if he's got this operation set up, what do you mean? I'm just kidding.
The smartest man in the room, you can tell us the world's secrets. I mean, this guy, honestly, he talks about some of his engagements, like with the Rockefeller board, and he tries to say that owning a calculator is why he got that.
It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator, where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculations.
Just
Places like
be on Wall
Rockefeller
Street with
needed
a
someone to say,
fucking
look, we're entering a different world where numbers...
Well, don't make me look at this and defending this shit. I don't know how training... Wait, if you're a person who does fucking loser math and you've got like a fucking TI-83 or something and it's the first time you've touched a graphic calculator, yeah, these things are fucking magic compared to an ordinary ass fucking calculator. To be able to graph functions or to change the rating, there's a ton of crazy shit. You get a TI-85, you can load video games out of those fucking beige motherfuckers, okay?
Hell yeah.
I don't know how relevant this was back in the day to being a fucking trader or whatever. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I don't fucking know.
Really now going to
It's
calculations.
funny to think
Places
about
like
a trader being on the fucking floor, just looking at the next guy. Fuck, he's got a calculator.
Not the
I can't get one
TI-80.
of those.
Oh, no.
Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced. It was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board, potentially sit on the finance committee?
So we're honestly supposed to believe that Jeffrey Epstein got into this prestigious Rockefeller board because he had a calculator, but also that he's the smartest guy in the room, the smartest man on Wall Street. And let's not talk about those horrific crimes he committed because, you know, he's not really such a bad guy after all. But it wasn't just Steve Bannon that was trying to humanize or giving advice on how to humanize Epstein. It was also Richard Branson, the famous billionaire. He was caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein saying, "Dear Jeffrey, it was really nice seeing you yesterday. The boys in water sports can't stop speaking about it. Anytime you're in the area, would love to see you as long as you bring your harem." I don't know, that's not that ambiguous, guys. I think we can imagine what that means. But anyways,
I think Bill Gates was willing to say that you've been a brilliant advisor to him, that you slipped up many years ago by sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old woman and were punished for it, that you've more than learnt your lesson. Is this him saying harem with regards to underage prostitutes? Or I don't even know what the allegation Coffee is making here. I don't know, whatever. I don't know, man.
he says, one, I think if Bill Gates was willing to say that you've been a brilliant advisor to him, that you slipped up many years ago by sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old and were punished for it, that you've more than learned your lesson and have done nothing that's against the law since. And yes, as a single man, you have a penchant for free women, but there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, something along those lines. He's giving him PR advice. How to get your reputation back. Hey, Jeffrey, privately, I love you. You can come back anytime with your harem.
What do you think they mean by harem? Women that you're fucking, or women that look attractive that are willing to make it look like they're fucking you? But are these underage women or just like women that... Harem is a group of women under your control. Yeah, women. Yeah, but is it... Billionaire sharing a harem? No, okay, true. That's what he meant. Yes.
Jeffrey Epstein responds, nice seeing
his mobile sex slave group. True! Yes! Kings.
for your hospitality. I appreciate your public relations thoughts. Now, according to the New York Times, a Branson representative said the two had a business meeting and stressed the women were adults and had not attended the meeting. All above board. That's what everyone says, by the way. Remember what Elon Musk said, right? That's the playbook. Admit nothing, deny everything. Speaking of, remember Howard Lutnick, who we showed on video saying that he had never seen Epstein since 2005?
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
Although also calling him the greatest blackmailer ever.
This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Well, also according to the Times, Lutnick said he spent zero.
Wait, how are those messages contradictory? Wouldn't those coincide with each other? I didn't spend any time with him, and he's also the greatest blackmailer ever? Like, do those...
time with him, even though there are emails basically to the contrary, where Epstein is saying, nice seeing you after the conviction. I mean, these people, not only are they lying, they won't even admit when they've been caught lying. But now let's talk about Prince Andrew, too, who was...
Jesus Christ.
I mean, these people...
And you're defending this guy.
True. In 2012, he emailed with Mr. Epstein to arrange a visit with his wife and children to Mr. Epstein's private island just before Christmas. And his assistant, Mr. Milady, forwarded Lutnick a message and I saying, okay, so he did see him. He probably lied about that. That wouldn't surprise me.
Not only are they lying, they won't even admit when they've been caught lying. But now let's talk about Prince Andrew, too, who was caught lying over a woman at some kind of a party. I mean, just not a good, this is not doing you any favors, you know. I know Prince Andrew soon will probably be on the comeback tour. It's going to be a bunch of highly paid PR execs. Maybe Steve Bannon can jump in, shoot another 5-hour podcast trying to rehabilitate him. Like, Prince Andrew, what's the secret behind the royal family?
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room.
But again, has he admitted anything? Has he denied everything? Now, we should also probably talk about Noam Chomsky as well, the guy behind the book Manufacturing Consent, which in hindsight, maybe we should have suspected something. But either way, he also sends some reputation.
You are literally defending him. I don't know how to unbreak your brain on this one. I'm sorry. My position on it is neutral. I haven't dug into any of this. Like a lot of the people talking about it obsessively are retarded. I'm sorry they are. That doesn't speak to the credibility of the stuff. And there might be a lot of fuck shit or whatever. I don't care about it. Like researching this independently. When all the dust is settled, when all the reporting is said and done, when all the new investigations or investigative media people have looked at it, then fine, I'll read shit. I'm sure there'll be some interesting shit here. But the fact that I'm not willing to sit here and jerk off over every new fucking child porn email that you obsessively want to find some celebrity's fucking name in, I just don't care that much about this type of shit. I just don't. I never have. I literally never have.
Reputational advice to his buddy Jeffrey Epstein. He says, I watched the horrible way you've been treated by the press.
Yes, because I've been bullied by Chad into watching it.
Public's painful to say, but I think the best way to proceed is to ignore it when the vultures dearly want is a public response, which then provides a public opening. In general, I think it's best not to react unless...
Just say Epstein was a pedo. I don't know about anything, so he was a fucking pedo. Epstein was a child rapist. Wasn't he convicted of rape? He wasn't even convicted of being a pedophile. He was fucking raping a kid, right? Or fucking somebody her age. You can make a stronger statement than that about Epstein. I just don't know about the global pedophile, child trading, harem, whatever ring. Like...
directly questioned, particularly in the current mood. That's the best advice I can think of. No. Now, he sends that to Matthew Hiltzik of Hiltzik Strategies, who is a also famous PR guy, I guess, trying to help Epstein, I assume, who responds, I think that is wise. Now, later talking with Bannon, Epstein loops in Hiltzik again. He says, Matt Hiltzik thought your idea was epic. Hypocrisy of the liberal left. And he says, yep, he would confidentially like to sit and help if you like. This is Matthew Hiltzik. You know, a lot of powerful people basically were bending over backwards, left, right, center.
Meanwhile, Destiny spends 12 hours looking at Google Maps and sun positions for a YouTube video about a daycare because Nick Shirley's video that he made about that daycare was going wildly viral at the time, included dozens of immediately provable false claims, and led to the mass fucking deployment of ICE to a state that just resulted in multiple fucking homicides that is like shaping the entire discourse on the appropriateness of ICE and the deployment of federal agents to different states, and it's having a huge impact on where the American public is seeing the current administration, and it's playing hopefully positively for Democrats. Like, that's an impactful, immediately relevant, important news story. Him going to California is an important thing. No, the Epstein shit is just like the jerk off fantasizing about the global pedo rings. There's people have been fantasizing and jerking off about this shit for a decade. They're going to jerk off about it for a decade more. It's holy shit.
Trying to rehabilitate this guy's image. And the question is, why? Why were all these guys so interested in their precious Jeffrey Epstein if they had no involvement? I mean, that's the part I can't figure out. Because all of them deny it. All of them don't admit anything. And so what exactly is the problem? But now it's time to talk about Elon Musk's brother, Kimball Musk. He was also in the files. Jeffrey was copied on an email talking about Kimball's 40th birthday.
Isn't this Epstein conspiracy good for Dems since it's about Trump? No, because all you fucking retards that think that it involves all the Democrats and Bill Gates and everybody too. The majority of people, if you ask them in real life, what do you think about, is there a way to prove this? Is there polling data on this? If you were to pull over a normie in real life and go, what do you think about the Epstein files? My guess is out of 100 of them, one will say, wow, really bad for Trump. And the other 99 will go, I can't believe all these wealthy politicians and billionaires all protected each other. Both sides. That's my guess.
birthday, where the password to the secret party was riot. And then in all caps, Boris, the sender of this email, says, I am not joking about the password. This was in 2012 in September. Now that's important because a little bit later, Kimball Musk is emailing Boris Nikolic and Jeffrey Epstein, and he's talking to them about being connected with some redacted name and saying, I believe you both played a role, whatever that means. Now, whether this was at the party or...
Put a percentage chance that you think Trump raped or molested a minor? My guess would be less than 1% would be my guess. I don't know how that information wouldn't have leaked by now. I would have to think of an exceptional chain of custody of those videos, of that information, of whatever. None of his actions are... I just can't think of it. I just can't think of how that would be possible.
Right after their meeting in October, I don't know. But what's interesting is Boris responds and says, Kimball, just FYI, you better be nice to redacted. Jeffrey goes crazy when someone mistreats his girls/friends, so better be very nice to her. Kimball Musk responds, message received, wide and clear. Then he says, seriously, I'm very happy with my time so far with Jennifer. She's great. Now again,
not anymore. They're literally talking about evil globalists. It's not both sides anymore. Evil globalist is both sides. Or it's against the left more than the right.
Was that supposed to be a redacted name we just read? I don't know. They've been redacting it in earlier emails, and all of a sudden you just get Jennifer. I can't really figure that out. But what I can figure out
Why
is
does
that...
he give a fuck? Just show the fucking name. If they didn't redact it, then fucking show it, retard.
Whoa, careful. What about groping any minors? For Trump groping a minor, my guess for that would be 85% plus that he's fucking groping minors or whatever, because he's a creepy fucking loser. Or more.
A little while later, a few days later, Jeffrey Epstein gets an email. Now we know Kimball credits the meetup and says Boris and Epstein were responsible in some way for this. But now Jeffrey Epstein's being emailed about Jen's schedule. Is that Jennifer? I mean, it seems like it because Jen's schedule for the rest of the year, and it seems like the assistant has copy and pasted Jen's response because she says, Sue, these would be dates in November. And then starts saying, this, she can go to New York. She says the 29th to the 7th, she's free. Kimball to New York. Then she says, Kimball, Jen, London. Kimball, Jen, London to Morocco, question mark. Then she has a break, and then it's Jen, Kimball, St. Bart's. Assuming we're not sick of each other by the end of November. Now, I can't figure out why is she running this schedule about when she's hanging out with Kimball, who Jeffrey set her up with. Like, why is she running this by Elon Musk? To be clear.
Why do you think it can't be kept secret until now? I mean, their Lake Michigan baby corpse story was heard what is the Lake Michigan baby corpse story? What is?
It might be the one where somebody gave an FBI tip and accused Trump of like killing a baby and putting it in Lake Michigan and telling a girl if she told anybody to do it to her. Something along those lines. I don't remember.
Has this been verified at all, or?
I think it was an anonymous tip. You don't believe all women now?
That's what the Kanye song is about. Let me get my food use restroom. 1 second. Jesus.
Clear, I don't know. There could be, I guess, innocent explanations for this. Maybe, I don't know. But all I see are constant, powerful people either being introed to girls, talking about the harem, talking about beautiful ladies, and the FBI, they can't figure it out. They have no evidence to even investigate third parties. Why? I guess because they're rich and powerful. Around the world, we're seeing resignations, we're seeing people lose their status. But here in the United States, we've got like multiple presidents in the files. We've got the world's richest man in the files, several of the world's richest men in the files, and we just can't drum up any kind of evidence. It's just incredible to me. Now, I also want to talk about another rich and powerful person, and that is Peter Attia. He's a podcast bro, he's a longevity expert, and actually, funny enough, I read his book, and that's going to come into play here in a second.
Odds
because,
on Trump having raped a child?
Did I get some additional
100%.
context. But let's start here with something that Peter Attia sent Jeffrey Epstein. He says, subject, got a fresh shipment. And then Epstein responds, me too, and there's a completely redacted image. Is that a girl? Is this bad redactions? We don't know, although we'll find out in a second because later Peter responded to this. But Peter says, please tell me you found that picture online. Jeffrey responds, got a fresh shipment, afraid not. Peter responds, the biggest problem with becoming friends with you. The life you lead is so outrageous, yet I can't tell a soul. Why, Peter? Why can't you tell a soul? Why don't you tell us now? Now that it's all out in the open, why don't you tell us why you can't tell a soul the secrets or the life
Peter.
that Epstein leads? And then we get another redacted photo.
None of it stuck.
Right?
I might
And
have
then
just
some
been-
more images, and Peter says,
Was I
please
pissed
tell
off
me
when we
that's
listened
not
to
where
this
you
earlier, Chad?
actually are. And Jeffrey says, you can see the gym in the middle, just me and 4. And Peter says, I think you might have a more interesting
Okay, I don't
life
remember
than the
any of
Dos
it.
Equis guy. Is this
That
off
was
the
bullying
coast
Dan.
of France?
He deserved it.
No, it's my island in the Caribbean near St. Thomas. If you go to the Google Earth and type in Little St. James.
Did he get my 9
beautiful?
Brazilians I sent?
Isn't that nice?
Who? What?
Did you get my 9 Brazilians I sent out?
I got them.
It's behind closed doors. It's beautiful. In public, you know, we'll hear about what a monster this guy is, right? But behind closed doors, when nobody's watching, oh, it's beautiful. There's some other stuff Peter Attia said, which I'm not going to get into. I don't think it's very, appropriate for medical professionals to be saying such things. But, this wasn't all business, right? This wasn't just doctor-patient kind of stuff. There's a lot of guy talk, a lot of banter between the fellas about ladies. And maybe that's why Peter Attia says that hopefully Jeffrey Epstein is in town when I'm back in 2 weeks. I go into Jeffrey Epstein withdrawal when I don't see him. So guys, these two were close. I mean, apparently so close that, Peter Attia goes into withdrawal when he doesn't see him. Peter Attia says, are you on island? Jeffrey Epstein says, P Beach, probably Palm Beach. And he says, what do you do when you get there? Jeffrey Epstein, guess. Peter Attia, besides that, I mean, they're not even trying to hide it, guys. This is barely code at this point. What do you do? Guess. Well, besides that, Jeffrey, we know what you do, right? So it's so funny that...
I mean, I'm not trying to... Are we assuming that every reference people hear, like, what do you do? And he's like, hey, that that's supposed to be fucking kids? Or that just he fucks a lot of girls, fucks a lot of, young women? Are we supposed to be assuming that every reference is like, I know what you're really doing?
The FBI's like, we don't know. We can't tell what's out there. We have no evidence, right? No evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties and then proceed to dump on us a ton of evidence. At least to investigate, right? I'm not saying these people are guilty. Obviously, all of them deny, don't admit, blame other people, say other people are responsible for everything. So that is taken as a given. I am not accusing anyone here. I'm just saying, seems like we got a few leads here, fellas. Some people to look at. Now, I want to address the fact that Peter Attia has actually responded to this whole debacle. He says the following email is what I sent my team last night. I sent a similar version to my patients as well. You put your trust, your credibility, your hard work, what we built together, and I take that responsibility seriously. You deserve a complete and honest account of what did and did not happen. I apologize. I did not get this out sooner. I wanted to be thorough. He says, I was not involved in any criminal activity. My interactions had nothing to do with his abuse or exploitation of anyone. I was never on his plane, never on his island, never present at any parties. That said, I apologize and regret putting myself in a position where emails, some of them embarrassing, tasteless, and indefensible, are now public. So it's this apology. He addresses some of the things. And he says that some of it's just banter, right? Like I said, it's just guy talk, whatever that means. He claims that his got a fresh shipment was in reference to a photograph of bottles of metformin. And then Jeffrey responded with a photograph of an adult woman. I responded with crude, tasteless banter. He says one line in that exchange about his life being outrageous and me not being able to tell anyone is being interpreted as awareness of wrongdoing. That's not how I meant it at all. What I was referring to poorly and flippantly was the discretion commanded by those socials and professional circles. The idea you don't talk about who you meet. I don't know, Peter. This seems like revisionist history. A little bit. I mean, personally, to me, as I'm viewing this, third hand, right? Just from the outsider perspective. Now, Peter says he did ask Jeffrey about his 2008 conviction because all this happened afterwards, right? He characterized it as prostitution-related charges. In 2018, I learned that this was grossly minimized. I was incredibly naive to believe him, and then later explains that in 2018, November, he read the Miami Herald investigative article, told him he needed to accept responsibility for what he did, and said he even asked Epstein to provide...
Wait, who's this guy right now? The only thing I wouldn't believe for any of these other billionaire people or wealthy people talking, they would have known exactly what he did. There's no shot that they wouldn't have an assistant, an advisor, or that they themselves wouldn't at least read the charging documents or something. That's a fucking lie.
Therapy to Epstein's victims, which is an interesting approach to have here. Now, the funny thing is, there are some more emails between Peter Attia that we need to read, because remember that he said he read this 2018 article from the Miami Herald. I believe it's this one by Julia K. Brown in November 28th. It's about Jeffrey Epstein assembling a large cult-like network of underage girls. But in December, Peter Attia says, home is very good, work stressful, making some changes. He asks him, what's the fallout from the recent story? Apparently talking about the Miami Herald. Now, maybe I just didn't see the emails, that where he was demanding accountability. I don't know what that's about. But Jeffrey Epstein says, same as usual, just tougher. Peter Attia says, legally, any change. Jeffrey Epstein, 0. So, I don't know. Maybe this whole you got to provide therapy to, these victims happened. I haven't seen it yet. I definitely could see it. But it's just kind of shocking. I just kind of don't buy it. Like the whole, is there any change legally? That more sounds like you're covering yourself. I mean, just to be honest. But maybe I could look past all of that if not for the thing we're about to see, which just in my mind is maybe the worst thing I've seen in the files. Not for its, explicitness, the amount of simping that people did for Jeffrey Epstein. Now they all say, oh, it was a personal mistake, blah, blah, blah. I regret it. I didn't look into it enough. But the level is just, you've never seen anything like it. So remember I said I read a book by Peter Attia. It was called Outlive, and he's supposed to be this doctor.
Were all these people lying about their relationship with him? It's crazy. Bro, how many people lied about their relationship with me after I tweeted about the fucking firefighter? People do this shit all the time. Yeah, no shit. If something comes out that a dude is fucked, they're all gonna be like, oh, I didn't like that guy. I wasn't like the conspiracy shit makes your guy's brain so fucking retarded. Like, well, isn't it weird that everybody's lying now about being friends with him? You think it's weird that people were in private wanting to be friends with a guy who was insanely well connected and super wealthy, but publicly, after he gets out as a pedophile and fucking kills himself, they're like, oh, I was never friends with that guy. No, that's not weird at all. That's like the most normal, ordinary thing ever. That totally tracks with how much people would act publicly versus privately. Yeah.
Doctor who knows a lot about longevity. So he writes it, and I picked it up because at the rate we're getting rid of these crimes, I need to live forever in order to try to stop some of these scams. But as I pick up this book, and one of the things in the book is Peter Attia kind of reflecting internally about how he's kind of been a bit, and I'm paraphrasing here, but a bit of a psycho in his life, and he needed to focus on family stuff. And so he it's almost a confessional of some embarrassing things in his life. And honestly, it comes off as very vulnerable, very self-reflective. He's this doctor telling other people what to do, but he's not a very good patient. That's kind of how it comes off. And one of the stories is awful. I won't go too much into it, but basically his son has this horrible medical emergency. It's described in this book like this. A few months ago, Tuesday, July 11th, 2017, that date is important. At 5:45 to be exact, I received a call from Jill, my wife. She was in an ambulance with our infant son. Now, again, I'm not going to get into the details here because, it's tragic, and I'm not trying to bring that into it. What is relevant is that Peter Attia talks about how he stayed in New York and didn't show up because he was, quote, busy with his important work. Even today, just thinking about what happened, I feel nauseous about my behavior. I can't believe I did that to my family. Now, at the time I read that, and I was like, well, it's at least as good that you self-reflected on that. It's horrible, but, yeah, you were a bit of a psycho. But what's crazy, now we find out some of the important work, it's a little unclear, but some of the important work may have been Jeffrey Epstein, which is just, it's so dark to imagine. Remember, he says July 11th, 2017 is when this all happened. And then he says he did not come home to San Diego until Friday the following week, 10 days later. So July 11th, 2017, 2 days after this happens, he's talking to Jeffrey Epstein. And they seem to be coordinating about something. Sure, what time? Jeffrey Epstein, 9:30. Peter Attia responds, sure, I can come earlier. Also, if you have a hard stop at 10, let me know. You're hanging out with Jeffrey? I don't even know what to say. This is out of pocket. There's no explanation for this. I didn't see this.
Do you think billionaires can have someone whacked, like pay a hitman and get away with it, or is that fantasy? Maybe with like much, much, much poorer people, but among like the ultra wealthy, my guess is that's probably like assassinating people from country to country. You wouldn't do that because that shit would get crazy real fast. That'd be my guess. I don't know. I could be wrong, but. Peter Attia responds, sure, I can come earlier. Also, if you have a hard stop at 10, let me know. You're hanging out with Jeffrey? I don't even know what to say. This is out of pocket. There's no explanation for this. I didn't see this in the response from Peter. Maybe he thinks he addresses it because he already admitted that was like scummy, but that is just
There's a reason that didn't make it in the book, is what I'm trying to say. I didn't see that in the book when I read it. I didn't see, I was actually, one of the things I needed to do, my important work was...
Wait, what, am I misunderstanding something? Hold on.
Following week, 10 days later. He did not come home to San Diego until Friday the following week, 10 days later. So July 11th, 2017, 2 days after this happens, he's talking to Jeffrey Epstein. And they seem to be coordinating about something. Sure, what time? Jeffrey Epstein, 9:30. Peter Attia responds, sure, I can come earlier. Also, if you have a hard stop at 10, let me know. You're hanging out with Jeffrey? I don't even know what to say. This is out of pocket. I mean...
It's not, were they doing does he do a podcast or something? I have a hard stop. Hard stop is usually what you say for like, we're going to go film something or do something. Is it that he was hanging...
I gotta get the fuck out of here.
His wife had some medical emergency and he was hanging out with Epstein. He had a hard stop for when...
A hard stop at 10, let me know. You're hanging out with Jeffrey? I don't even know what to say. This is out of pocket. I mean, there's no explanation.
The data aligns with his child's medical emergency.
For this.
Does it 100%? I hate this shit. Hold on. On Tuesday, July 11th, I received a call from Jill, my wife. She was in blank. Okay, so July 11th. This is July 13th. See, he does not come home for 10 days. Okay.
Happens.
So is none of this would be, isn't he saying in the book that he feels like he worked too much and he should have spent more time with his family, especially after an event? And there's a video of him doing a podcast. Is this not just correct? Or what's the lie? Or what's the...
Time. Jeffrey Epstein, 9:30. Peter Attia responds, sure, I can come earlier. Also, if you have a hard stop at 10, let me know. You're hanging out with Jeffrey... I don't...
In his own book, he said he was working, and that's why he missed it. It took 10 days before he saw his wife again. 2 days after the 11th, the news about the baby, he was with Epstein. Well, it sounds like he's doing other stuff as well, no? Are we just assuming that every single meeting, every single hangout with Epstein was always to fuck kids? That's every single meeting with Epstein. All of them are just kiddie fucking missions? Is that... Okay, base, got it. Okay, gotcha. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Okay.
I don't even know what to say. This is out of pocket. I mean, there's no explanation for this. I mean, I didn't see this in the response from Peter. I mean, maybe he thinks he addresses it because he already admitted that was like scummy, but that is just... There's a reason that didn't make it in the book, is what I'm trying to say. I didn't see that in the book when I read it. I didn't see... I was actually... one of the things I needed to do, my important work was seeing or talking to...
Hard stop is used referring to a meeting. We have some other meeting coming up. Typically, I forgot Destiny's never worked for a corporation before, and obviously, neither has CoffeeZilla. Yeah, but you wouldn't use this as a hangout, would you? Wouldn't you say, I don't believe you have. I don't even know why I'm believing the chatter. I feel like if it was a hangout and you had a meeting at 10, you would say, hey, we can hang out. I got a meeting at 10. Do people who work in corporations literally say, yo, we can hang out tomorrow at 9. I got a hard stop on our hangout, though, at 10 o'clock? Or I got a hard stop on our pedophile adventures at 10? I got a hard stop there? I got a hard out?
To Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, isn't that weird? Like, that's the simping that I'm talking about, is these people... love this guy, or that's how it seems to me. Like, what are all these rich and powerful people doing, protecting him?
Yes, all the time, especially if it's in relation to fucking kids. Then they always use hard stop.
Missing emergencies for Jeffrey, fawning over Jeffrey, asking for Jeffrey's harem, saying their biggest problem is the life they lead is so outrageous they can't tell us all. I mean, what is going on?
I work at a company and have the business cards to prove it. The more powerful they are, the more I have a hard stop comes out because they are busy.
Here. And is it true they all didn't know, right? Because, I'm reading these documents and it's hard to say who exactly knew what, when, but I don't believe, remember, they're all denying it. I don't believe nobody knew, right? Clearly, some people knew what was going on.
Is the claim that his son had a medical emergency and he was in New York with Epstein and decided instead of going back home to spend time with the kids in the hospital, he decides to stay in New York with Epstein. But it sounds like he met and did a lot of things in New York. I don't see the claim substantiated that he hung out with Epstein for 10 days. If anything, that one email makes it sound like they hung out for a single night, no? For a short period of time, no? Or maybe they did other times as well? Like...
And there's all this kind of coded language in the files where they talk about this stuff almost in like a nudge kind of way. I mean, here's some Woody Allen stuff. He was in the files. He says his business office, if you can make out the check to me, it looks very bad because then it looks like a gift to me. He says that to Epstein. He says, I don't want to be one of your women, or should I say, girls. And what's that? How do we... Come on, guys. Woody says, I would be much more expensive than your girls. You wouldn't be able to afford me. Jeffrey responds, yes, the price to pay would be too high. Woody says, this will be a beautiful friendship. And then Jeffrey says, as long as I follow orders, smiley face. Woody Allen sends a message saying, Woody says the exact same thing, but in a dirtier way. Jeffrey responds, what did he say? Woody Allen, are you kidding? I can't put it in writing. I mean, no evidence, got no evidence. Come on.
This is not evidence of a crime. Yeah, people say retarded shit in emails, but it's not evidence of a fucking crime.
No evidence, really now?
I think I see a little bit of evidence. I'm squinting, but I think I can see a little bit of evidence. I mean, guys, like Jeffrey Epstein right here, where he's talking to a guy, he says Paris with Woody, and the person responds, for le pedophile convention. And Jeffrey says, I think pedophile is the plural.
Defend it, Steven.
I mean, no evidence. I mean, is that no evidence?
If I die, I hope they subpoena all of our logs from fucking Discord, okay? So here, Mr. Mooten and Destiny talk about the pedo rap tapes when they were in Hawaii with Dan. What was that referring to? Here, Dan says to Mr. Mooten and Destiny, do you guys want to hang out? And Mr. Mooten replies, not if there aren't any 6-year-olds. What did he mean by that?
It's nothing. We don't even want to question these people. There's no investigations going on. So yeah, it's honestly really sad to see how, look, I'm not saying people around the world are having crazy consequences, but a few people are resigning, thank goodness. You know, a few people are at least facing a little bit of scrutiny, but here Elon Musk lays out the...
But Woody and Epstein are both actual pedos. It lands differently. Yeah, sure. Those guys are fucking... I don't know who was convicted of what. So people in chat said that Woody Allen was convicted of fucking a minor or whatever. Yeah, then they probably shouldn't be joking about shit like that. Or maybe they're not joking. Maybe it all is actual... Not even thinly veiled references, almost explicit references to their pedophile ongoing activities, maybe.
The playbook, apparently for our guys, you know, we admit nothing, we deny everything, and we blame others. We just push the spotlight onto other people. And unfortunately, that's what you've seen the whole time from all the people in the files. You know, all of them say, oh, I was so happy these files came out. It's about shining accountability and justice for the victims, but I had nothing to do with it. Okay, so then where's the justice for the victims? So nobody, you know, all of you say somebody else had something to do with it, but everybody says nobody had anything to do with it. The FBI says they don't have any other, you know, investigations, any other kind of leads, despite the fact we have one of the procurers of the women just walking free, apparently, like no charges against him. Have we investigated him? I mean, it's just shocking how much the Epstein files show the powerful, how they protect their own, how so many of them knew what was going on, to the extent they found out later, a lot of them tried to protect Epstein, like literally make PR campaigns for his reputation. And this is a dark look at...
Do you actually think it's the same context? I don't know, bro. I don't know these people. I've made like a million jokes to even friends personally, like, oh, don't go in my bedroom, my cameras are running. Like, I mean, Jesus, I'm in a court case for this. I don't know. Joan is filing this right now.
Joan is running right now, dude. She's got the flash drive.
Epstein happened a while ago, but the reason everyone cares is because there's other Epsteins around, right? There's other people evading accountability all the time. There's other people that this band of billionaires and power brokers and PR people, even lawmakers, they circle the wagons and protect their own to the point you can never get accountability for anything. So anyway, that's it. It's a hard look at the Epstein files, but it's one we needed to do. But I want to make the disclaimer once again that, look, I've tried to read people's individual denials where I could, but you should just assume everyone that we are talking about firmly denies any kind of criminal wrongdoing. They deny anything untowards about any kind of minors. And given the fact that our government doesn't seem to want to investigate anyone, I would just assume everybody here is completely clear. And so I want to get all those caveats in here because we are talking about some very powerful people with enormous means, and I don't want to be seen.
Hold on. Your frustration at people being brain broken on this is legit making you seem optically badly male. If people want to look into it, I don't care. I just don't know why you want me. I don't care that much about it. I've never cared about shit like this. I don't care. If there's something more concrete, we'll go over indictments and all that. I don't care. That's interesting to me. But fucking emails and shit.
They need you, Steven.
I don't even think I read the full Steele dossier. And that was what? Like 10 pages? I didn't think I read that because it was all unsubstantiated claims about Trump. I didn't even read that full fucking thing. Like, Jesus.
As I'm saying stuff, I'm reading the files, I'm giving my personal opinion, but ultimately this is an indictment of our FBI and the people in power. And that's what I think the Epstein files have really shown us. This has been a long road. Can you believe it all started over here? And we have come all this way with all these files coming out. And it seems like the question is on the table. Are there going to be consequences?
Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein, and so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things, and if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right, and unfortunately, photos can't speak.
The presidential media extortion campaign has gone international. First up, London. The tow-headed lad from Mar-a-Lago is putting the cool back in Britannia, inviting the national broadcaster to hand over $10 billion. He's filed a lawsuit against the BBC for defamatory editing and splicing, although this appears to be news to him.
In a little while, you'll be seeing I'm suing the...
Quite a lot of these things.
So you think Epstein was a good guy? Oh, he has nothing to say now. Drew. From Jeffrey Epstein. Try Jack's League of Legends. Seem cool. What do you build on him? Is this a real email? It wouldn't surprise me. He was banned from Xbox Live, right?
What are you talking about?
Was Epstein a Jack's main?
He gives me Timo, man.
What? The fuck?
Oh, this week's dog shit.
Oh, the
Deliver
things?
carryables, download info from the bunker, damage hornets, open arc probes, and damage ground-based arc enemies.
Oh, also, we did need... Fuck, Mooten. We did need to rank up one more.
Well, technically, to get into the cantina, yeah.
Yeah, but like, it wasn't just like we had to get a certain... Like, we needed to rank up. You rank into the cantina, and then if you're below the top 1,000, then you get demoted.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter until... Like it literally doesn't matter as long as we're in Hot Shot during the last week.
No.
So that we can rank up to the cantina. Yes.
No, we have to be in the cantina in the last week to get the top 1,000. Because the most you can get from Hot Shot to cantina, even if you had 12 million points, is you just get into the cantina. But you don't get a rank. You just get promoted to it.
Correct, but top 1,000 people is cantina.
No, it's a separate league.
I don't think that's correct.
Really? Post proof.
I don't have it because I haven't been to the cantina, but the guy said that
That
the
guy
cantina is just the top 1,000.
What is the prying fucking guy's name? Hold on.
Prying 7?
How do you spell? Is it P7 or P?
PR7 ING. I don't know what account he's on now.
Well, I'm just trying to, because he messaged me on fucking... Why is this not... Did he change his name on Discord? Oh, he's hiding.
It's probably in the files. He scammed you to keep his spot. That's actually so funny. Everybody lies about the cantina mechanic so they stay in.
Okay. Here, look at this.
Reading.
He's like in that... There's like a whole league. Like an actual league thing.
Yeah, that's the top 1,000, brother.
It's not the top 1,000 of Hot Shot.
I see, because there's 8. There's 1-8.
Yeah. Wait, there's 1-8? Oh, yeah.
At the bottom,
Yeah,
1
yeah.
out of 8.
Of all the things. So now, we're
So we
on
gotta
the
get into
cusp.
the cantina, and then we got to be in the top 1,000.
Yes, but look at the issue now. We have...
Now we got to go to Hot Shot.
Because I don't think we can get double promoted. Oh. You can't get double promoted. No, because are you in Daredevil 3?
Yeah.
So now we have to get promoted this week. The season ends in 3 weeks. So we have to get promoted this week to Hot Shot. Then next we have to get promoted to Cantina Legend. Then we have to compete in the last week.
We're the fucking cooked dog, dude. And this week sucks dick, too. Why is the ranking system so ass? Dude.
I haven't thought of. There's a lot of things in this game they need to Steven? Oh my god. That they need to redo because they didn't have the money
But the
initially
problem
or the
is they're not
goal.
going to do it.
They will. Not this season.
They want it to be a fucking Care Bear game, which is fine. But that means we're cooked. Because we want to get into demon queues at times.
They'll figure it out. Okay. Just have to believe in them. Wait, did you get have you gotten placed in a thing yet or no?
No, I haven't played it all.
Okay.
Do you want to read the Tectone shit? You want to finish that?
I have 112 pages left. Fuck that. My voice is like dying.
Yeah, I was actually thinking, I was like, I don't know how you can read so fucking much. I get tired after 2 articles.
You get used to it. I tried playing.
Oh wait,
What? Go ahead.
Did they announce what you get for the expedition?
Know what you need to do for it? Nope, not yet.
Okay.
I didn't really waiting on the last minute for that one. I was so bored on the fucking flight over. I started playing games on the plane. What a
How are you playing on the plane?
I mean, it works. It's just a little laggy, and I just have to be the most Care Bear friendly person ever. People that would tag me and kill me though hurt my feelings a lot. I will say.
I'm on a flight. Please. You can stop streaming now.
Why?
You've made enough.
Did people watch you play? No, it was a pretty dead flight. Thank God. It was like 6 hours. LA to fucking Miami is. It's like LA to JFK. It's just it's a bad time zone transfer, so you're losing an entire fucking day, and it's already like a fairly long flight. Just West Coast to East Coast is just a brutal.
Must be really rough, man.
Tell him we got it. We got a kit back.
Oh wait, yeah, hold on. I gotta open it.
Yeah, we got a kit back. There was. We knew it. We knew.
We knew it.
We knew it.
We fucking knew.
We knew it.
Look at the bacon link. It's insane.
What? Jeez. Okay.
Who is Evil Fossil?
Wait. You don't know Evil Fossil?
I feel like that was a...
Yeah, like a
that's
schizo.
Like an old DGGer name, right?
Yeah. He was like a
I don't really
schizo
remember
dude.
them.
Yeah.
We've had many of those. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Okay, let's talk about this. What are we gonna do about our trio?
Prying mind.
For these.
That's the guy.
Okay.
This
All
guy.
right, not
He's
ready
just a
yet?
fucking no. This guy's like a god.
Yeah. Bring Radiant in.
This was his fucking thing last, and I think he does this by he joins like Discord servers of Arc Raider players of like randoms and does this in trios with randoms. But this was his.
Holy shit. All right, he's in. Dan, you're out. He's in the squad. Dan, you're
Well, just for the trials, for the trials. He knows this
Just for
shit.
the trials. True.
But he's kind of a schizo though, so just.
I know. He's
Yeah.
at every fucking morning stream. You
Oh.
gotta do what you gotta do, man.
You gotta
They
do,
give it
yeah.
and they
Beggars
take
can't be
it.
choosers, you know? What are we gonna say, man? If we're looking for 9 Brazilians, or whatever
you want me to
Brazilian
say,
nines,
dude?
what are we gonna, yeah.
He's gonna be in here saying slurs and be like, I gotta get my points, man. I don't know what this guy's on about. I don't know what he's
Just
saying.
mute it if you don't want to hear, guys. Just- do you think in World War II, do you think they kicked out all the Nazis from the U.S. military? Well, maybe for World War II they would have. Get bad example, right? But I'm just saying in general, okay? You
They
take what you can get.
recruited All right, well, let's fucking go.
The hardest of choices require the strongest of wills. True.
So I didn't make the gut ping. We need the strongest retard, okay?
Okay. Let me just see. Let's just run one. I'm fucking tired. What's on? Okay, Stella and Damn Battlegrounds. What are these maps good for?
Let's look at what we got here again.
Is Damn Battlegrounds good for arc probes?
I like Dam for arc probes, but I think the best one that we ran was on Spaceport. I think when we did it was Spaceport and it was electromagnetic. What's up right now?
Right now is Damn Battlegrounds. I think it was Night Raid. Yeah.
Night Raid's not good.
And Stellamontis Night Raid.
We're gonna have to do. Well, let's just do a Stella Night Raid. Let's go fight. You know.
Are we demonizing our Qs, or do you want to bring arc killing shit and then
I gotta think.
damage ground-based arc enemies? How much life do bastions have? Do people kill bastions and shit for these things?
You know what might be good to kill is actually the shredders on Stella for Night Raid.
Oh yeah, and they
'Cause
do
that's one of
count.
the only-
I know
they
they
do.
count because I shot them in the airplane and I checked. And I was like, okay, this counts.
That actually might be the way to go about it, because what other ground-based units are there? There's a Leaper, there's a Bastion.
And there's a bastion on that map that we can kill.
There's one Bastion, yeah. I mean, I don't think we're gonna probably get a good score right now.
Why not?
Because if we're gonna, well, then you need to bring the. All right, let me kit up then.
Yeah.
So you need to bring the Hole Cracker.
Okay.
I'm bringing an El Toro 4 and I think an Anvil.
Do we need a hole cracker for shredders, or can we just shotgun them to death?
I think it's for the speed a Hole Cracker is needed. Because if we're doing like a Giga run, you want just to be able to be quick and go into the next one.
You don't think we can
gonna
just like
shotgun, it
rapid
takes
kill
forever.
with? Does it take forever? We really
It
can't.
does. We've tried that in the past.
Okay. Okay.
All right, I'll even grace you with a Venator.
Shut the
Who the fuck are you guys planning on playing your stupid fucking game with?
This guy called
Give me a name.
Prying Mind, but he's a
No,
little
that guy is a
schizo.
fucking terrorist.
Yeah.
He is.
We gotta do what we gotta do, man.
Didn't the U.S.
He's a
train
fucking
Al Qaeda for?
No, you don't understand. He is a fucking terrorist. Okay, he's a terrorist. Worse
We
than
know.
fucking Evil Fossil. Okay,
We
Evil
know,
Fossil
man.
was
We
writing
know.
fucking twitlongers about how he wanted to kill me and bathe in my blood. This guy is like that. okay?
Really?
We
He's
know.
written stuff about
He's
how he
not-
wants to kill you.
He's on his 300th fucking alt account. I don't know why he's fucking here. It's
So you're
Punish
saying
Fernanda
all I heard was
fucking-
he's been through 300 accounts and he hasn't threatened to kill
And
anybody?
he's coming back.
That sounds like a winner chatter.
He has sent me
Dedicated, man.
letters to my house saying that he's gonna kill me.
Really?
And he
Has
signs
he,
them, Prying
has
Mind.
he has
Yeah.
he done it?
Yeah, I just said yes. He has. He's done.
He's how are you here then?
Well, he hasn't killed me yet. It's because I'm very vigilant.
Well, I mean, keep being vigil.
Yeah,
What do you want me
yeah,
to
vigil it
say?
up, dude.
He's a fucking terrorist.
Yeah, look, how does that make us feel, Dan?
Yeah.
we got to resort to this. Think about us.
True.
We're the fucking victims here.
Basically.
He has so many fucking alts. Do you want me to read some that I know?
I know, I banned most of them.
We know, man.
Prying Mind. Prying Mind was muted. Prying Mind was banned. Prying Mind was cucked. Was fucked. Was taken. Was ducked. Was unlucky. Was RTBA'd. Was taken. Was banned D. Not Prying Mind. Prying Minds.
It wasn't
Mind
him. That one's
Pedo.
not him.
Prying Mind Z. PR7 ing Mind with a 1. And then his current one that he's on. He's a fucking terrorist.
Wow.
What do you want me to say?
What do you want me to say?
Our graders, dude.
Okay, if I can only bring one weapon, what should it be?
Probably a shotgun for you or a Venator.
Really?
I think Venator is the best weapon in the game, and I'm pretty stalwart on that.
Even if I have fully kitted Bobcats?
I think the Bobcat is a bait. I think that weapon is dog shit.
Steve, have you, or you, Moot, have you used this phone link shit?
What, on Windows?
I don't know what a phone link is.
I feel like I tried it like a long time ago for the iPhone shit and it sucked. Is it better now?
No, it's good now. Yeah.
And it works with iPhone?
Yep.
Damn.
So you
What
can
does
like
it do?
Basically, you can like transfer calls from your phone to your computer and message it, like type out messages on your computer.
Did you get Hutch to play as your third? I don't know if Hutch grinds this trial shit. Do you have a blue? Can you make blue medium mags?
I can look one sec. I'm making herbal bandages.
Herbal.
It's herbal, not herbal.
ask about. Nope.
Okay. And you can't buy them, right?
Don't skimp on
Nope.
firepower.
Nope.
Okay, no problem.
Prying mine probably can. Our guy, he's gonna make us mags. The goat.
What underbarrel do you put on the Venator? Probably for horizontal recoil?
I did a vertical recoil,
Why?
but I had it's just because I had it.
Reduced ADS speed. Is that worth it? Do you have to ADS with that gun, or can you just...
You do not need to ADS with the Venator.
Okay. You did horizontal or vertical? You said vertical?
I did vertical. I did a vertical 3. It's just because it's the nicest one I had.
I'm gonna do angled 3. Horizontal. We'll figure out who kills more.
Good. We shouldn't be trying to kill here, though.
I think we I think we have to.
Yeah, I do too.
Because if we don't
man.
kill, then that means that they get to run around and steal our mobs, right?
Yeah. How long is on the night raid?
You know.
It's like 30 minutes?
It always starts at the top of the hour, right?
That's what I was thinking, yeah. So it's like 24 minutes left. Should we wait?
Yeah, we'll wait a little bit. I'm gonna bring one dead mine for the Bastion. Do they drop, or wait, or do you think it's easier? Can I just like grenade it down with my launcher ammo?
You can probably grenade it down. I mean, I have a anvil, so.
Oh, an anvil. My
Get
bad.
the Peanut to play with you guys? Yeah, let me call up Mr. Peanut, dude.
For real.
I was watching some of his reels that you like. He's a funny guy.
I hate it.
Wait,
I feel like it's very zoomer coded humor, but he is funny. Yeah.
Super. Yeah, but I see like he does like the same bit every fucking time. He's like,
I like his voice.
Look out there.
And his wacky VTuber model. He's a funny dude, okay?
He's a funny guy.
I'm not ashamed to admit it. I do laugh when I watch his shit.
I like Burnt Peanut.
Well, there's a reason he has like a fucking billion live viewers.
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
Two Wolfpacks, Easy Bastion / Bombardier.
There are no
I feel
Bombardiers
like
in-
we threw 4 Wolfpacks at a Bastion once and it didn't die.
Yeah, fuck that. Crude explosives.
VTuber of the year. And yeah, actually.
He deserved it. I'll say it. I hope Jader
Might be
got
the
real
only
mad.
VTuber with talent.
I heard Jader was crying when that happened.
He's crying because no watch.
What happened to his watch?
He doesn't have one.
Yeah. It's a brokey. Okay. Oh. We should bring grenades, right? Defibs.
I think I got defibs. Yeah, I got 3 defibs. I don't know, what grenade should I bring? Can you make the good ones yet? Wait, maybe I can make those now.
What are the good ones? I think I can make any grenade.
The explosive trigger grenade.
Oh, pretty sure I can. Hold on.
I brought showstoppers. I don't have...
Trigger grenade, I can. They take a long time to trigger now, though. Are they actually good? Still? Can't you just throw the snap blast grenades?
Maybe, but the trigger grenades do a lot more damage. You can kind of eat a snap blast grenade because doesn't it do what, like 20?
It's 70 versus 90.
Okay,
yeah.
hold on. Never mind. I'll bring these.
Because the trigger ones take a long time. They double
Yeah,
the time for detonating. Yeah, you can just toss these.
Yeah,
in.
no, it takes a good bit.
Oh, it's not a good bit. It's a bad bit.
J Doctor has been watch shopping since 2023.
Yeah,
he's gonna find it, dude.
Magazines, extended mags are like the most important thing in the game, right? You realize this? Okay, yeah.
Yes. I wish I had a level 3.
You have good attachments for your shotgun, right?
I'm bringing Anvil for long range.
Oh. And a Venator is better than a Stitcher 4? You think so? And a Bobcat?
Oh.
What is the time to
Big
kill on these?
Time. Didn't I send you the link?
Yeah, you
once?
did, but I feel like the time to kill on all these was pretty small.
Hold on, I'm scrolling.
Wait, Jader Fernanda is buying that shit ass fucking Grand Seiko? It's not even a spring drive.
Wow.
What's he doing?
Seiko.
Cringe.
He's linking it.
He links things every day. All right, time to kill. So, you want damage per mag, or what do you want? Effective TTK?
I remember the TTK from fucking COD.
The effective TTK of a Bobcat is 0.47 on the head. It's 1.22 on the body. For the Venator, it's 1.2 on the body.
Okay.
And 0.51 on the head.
Okay. Okay, I think the Venator is a lot better then because at least that's way less bullets. Because my guess is that on that Bobcat, I mean, what's the difference in damage?
Damage per mag for the Venator is 180.
Mm-hmm.
And damage per mag on the Bobcat is 300.
Oh, shit.
Shots to kill with a Venator is 8.
Mm-hmm.
With the Bobcat, it's 22.
Oh, wait, so that's the thing. So for a Bobcat 4, you'd have to reload to kill 2 people. For a Venator, you could kill 2 people and have some bullets left.
I think so, yeah.
Because I'm looking at my Venator 4 with a medium mag in, a green one. It's got 18 bullets in a magazine. My Bobcat has 35 with a blue mag in. Wow, Pico de Gallo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Then, yeah. So you can down 2 people with the Venator and still have ammo.
Yeah, and that's not including headshots, which I get exclusively. So.
Oh, yeah. It's only 4 if you get a headshot.
Hey, what's up? About the World War One stuff in the next week, is it good for us to have a conversation about that?
Dude, there's
If you're
no
down with
way
it?
he's gonna talk about World War One. I was just saying I don't know
I'm
anything
sorry.
about it.
Maybe,
I thought-
maybe this week if
I
it comes
thought
up. I don't know. I have like 7 videos that I have to go through at some point this week. Maybe tomorrow we'll start spamming these down.
There's no shot.
Okay, sounds good. I'm sorry. No, yeah. I thought it'd be interesting to kind of talk about the circle theory behind it. But yeah, whenever you're ready.
Okay, I love you. Be careful.
Much love. Bye bye.
One love.
Yeah, that conversation's definitely happened really soon.
I'm going to talk about it just to
World War
spite you
meta.
now, Dan.
No, you won't, because actually I want you to have it. So now you don't know what to do.
Bobcat is better at
control
level
you.
4. Mood is wrong. It sounds like it's better like just a hair. But
I'm literally reading a fucking chart. I don't know who said
wait,
I'm
link
wrong.
me the chart again.
Linked in chat. I'll
Oh,
link
you linked it in
here
chat.
again.
Nope, I don't need it again. You linked it in chat. That's enough. Delete that.
This is
what you just
assuming
sent
a
me.
tier 4.
This is assuming it's upgraded to tier 4. The effective DPS of the Bobcat is 60.9. The Venator is 54.2. Okay, so the Bobcat is slightly better. But the thing is that the Bobcat would need more reloads. So your cyclic DPS, I'm guessing this is like with reloads and shit, is highest on the Torrente, followed by the Venator. Probably the Torrente because you don't have to reload much because it's got like 60 rounds plus
Yeah,
whatever.
it's
Yeah.
got so much shit. I also think the Venator just it feels really fucking good to shoot.
Okay. I think the Venator slightly edges out the Bobcat in terms of being a better gun, but it's also significantly cheaper and requires less attachments, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready?
Also, I think the only thing that matters is what gun do you want to use.
True.
Between those two.
What do you vibe with? It's a vibe
What do
check.
you vibe with? It is. Yeah. Let me sit up.
Are you ready to rage? Okay, so when we do these runs, we have to kill people because we have to clear our map out, right?
Yeah. You got... Oh, hold on. Let me add another shield to my bag just in case.
Do we really need 2 shields?
I think so.
Okay. I'm not going to check anything. I'm not looting anything. You know what? Hold on. Maybe I might even respec.
Ooh, finally.
Do I want to do... What do you change? Can you just send me a screenshot of the best?
Yeah. Show you what Tfue taught me on X.
Yeah, show me
before
what
he got
Tfue...
banned. Oh, Tifu-san.
What? Okay, let's see how much I'm about to rage at all of these. Okay. Agile Croucher. That's a 5er, for sure. Agreed. Okay. Looter's Instinct. When searching a container, loot is revealed faster. I don't need that for these runs, do I? No, because we don't care about looting fast.
Well,
we're not looting anything.
Technically, no.
Okay. Revitalizing
But
Scout.
you have to put shit in there to keep going.
Put shit in where?
So in order to get suffering
Oh,
in
no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But there might be other things, right? So, like, revitalizing Squat might be better. Stamina regeneration while crouched is increased, right?
It could be 100%.
Okay. I'm doing that one then. Fuck Tifu. Wait.
True.
Requires 15 points in survival. What is this bottom one? While under a healing effect, stamina regen is increased. Okay. That's a good one, right? You think?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Both of them are good. You should just grab them.
Okay. You make less noise when looting. I'd probably take that over Looter's Instinct. Nah, fuck. When searching a container, loot is revealed faster. Does that include corpses?
That's what I wasn't sure about. I'm not sure.
It must, right?
But if it is, then that's why it's the best one to get.
Probably, yeah. Okay. Good is new. Suffer in silence. While critically hurt, your movements make less noise. Okay. Broad shoulders increase the max weight you can carry. And when looting, we don't care about either of those, right? I don't need either of those.
So broad shoulders you need.
Do I?
Because when we usually loot a bunch of bodies.
We're not looting, though. We're trialing, right? Right now. Just for this run.
But I'm going to tell you this. If you kill somebody and they had a Venator 4, you're not going to pick that up?
I'm not even going to check the fucking body.
Okay.
I'm not even going to check the fucking body, Mooten.
Copium emote.
I'm not going to check it. Okay? I'm not checking it. Do you understand?
All right. Whatever you say.
Okay. I'm done with this tree. Okay. Mobility. Nimble climber? Yeah. All 5. Easy.
Big.
Mobility is the first one you're supposed to go. I have it on good authority.
Okay. Marathon runner. That's a 5er.
Oh, yeah.
Youthful lungs. That's a 5er.
Big time. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Carry the momentum. After a sprint dodge roll, sprinting does not consume stamina for a short time. Okay, yeah. And then effortless roll. Yeah, that's a 5er. Easy. Heroic leap. Ooh, we might consider that one. If I have extra points, we'll see. Crawl before you walk. When you're downed, you crawl faster. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Did I have that one before?
I don't know if you did, but that is a goated one.
Oh, I had all 4 of these before. Okay. And then vigorous vaulter. Vaulting is no longer slowed down while exhausted.
You could maybe skip that one.
Well, it's just 1 point, so.
Yeah.
Okay. And then over here, we've got used to the weight. Wearing a shield doesn't slow you down as much. Okay. That's real good when we got the heavy shield going.
Oh, yeah.
And then he's got 5 in gentle pressure. You make less noise when breaching. That's probably good. We got to breach doors to get through them.
It is good.
Ooh,
but it's not as
Mooten's a hater.
noise as I would have liked it to have been.
Breaching doors and containers takes less time. That's a 5er.
That I liked.
Get through these fucking doors. Unburdened roll. If your shield breaks, your first dodge roll, then feels like it's not cost stamina. Okay, that could be, I guess. He takes it. He takes it. Survivor stamina. When you're critically hurt, your stamina regens faster. Okay.
That I like.
Blastborn is cringe. Butterfly. When you're in combat, regain a fixed. When you're hurt in combat, regain a fixed amount of stamina. Okay. Survivor stamina. When you're critically hurt, your stamina regens faster. Okay. He takes 2 in that one. And fight or flight. Okay. What is this? Downed but determined. When you're down, it takes longer before you collapse. Okay. Based.
Problem.
a little extra. Breaching an object generates resources. That's cringe. But this is your equipped weapon has less impact on encumbrance. Does that mean you run faster too?
I don't know if you run faster, but I would assume.
Okay. All right, and then I have 11 points available. So fight or flight. I guess we can just max that out. Fuck it. You can sprint, dodge, roll further. Sure. Increases the max weight you can carry. I'm not maxed out now, am I? 51 out of 65? Nope.
That's all you need.
Your stamina regen is less effective by being over-encumbered. Unlocks additional fieldcraft items. Oh, maybe just loot is revealed faster? I guess it's fine. Fuck it. Okay. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna stop. Let me use the restroom real quick, and then we'll fucking load it up.
Yeehaw, brother. Let's get in there and die. We are hamster hawk. We piss being off. We want to watch Linus Tech Tips on Jimmy Kimmel. Unban all the prying mind alts. No. They were banned for a reason. Renlux, you little fucking snitch. Bing. Bing, Renlux. He was playing a movie when you said no movies were allowed. Get him, Bing. Technically, it wasn't a movie. It's a director commentary. Actually. What happened with the mod drama? There was not real. It was a nothing burger. There wasn't real drama.
Maybe a little drama?
No. It was a nothing burger.
I think I said it before, but I went and look at not Evil Fossil, X Skills Me's last logs. He lost his fucking mind, bro. Moot.
I don't give a shit about the X Kills Me stuff. You tried to do this earlier, and I didn't give a fuck then. I don't give a fuck now.
Yeah, because you weren't here. That's why. You don't get it. That was a big part of our community. He was the original Counterpoints.
I don't give a shit.
Who was?
X Kills Me.
Oh. Oh, Dan's looking for new allies? Is that what's going on?
That guy is not going to be my fucking ally. He thinks I work for Israel. Unironically.
You do.
Okay.
All right. Ready? I need you to be... You're locked in.
All right. Dan might have to leave the call if I'm going to be locked in then.
You can just ban yourself from chat.
What?
You know.
How would that help?
Well, because you're constantly paying attention to it. And people are one-guying you.
No,
that sounds
brother,
like a Dan thing.
You're the one who gets fucking one-guyed.
No.
Okay?
No.
You have a weak mental.
Don't even start with fucking weak mentals after this morning, okay? You are the weakest mental ever. Just bring up a camera and this guy.
Dude, you come in every fucking morning and have tech issues.
I think we discovered
I get why
who
Steve
had the
was
tech-
fucking pissed off at you
No,
on anything
we
else every day.
discovered who had the tech issue today.
Every
We
time on
discovered-
anything else that Steve would just sit there and like be mad at you, I'd be like, I wonder why Steve's mad. I fucking understand now. It's probably because you fucked with
because
shit.
you fucked it up. It was your problem the whole time.
It's
I
not.
was
Oh, shit.
trying to be nice. It was you the whole time,
true.
and we all know it.
I just realized if we don't get in... Ah, fuck. We gotta leave ASAP if we can. To try to get in the next one. Because we didn't get a good...
Sure.
And that's good. This will count towards our friendly queues.
Have your eyes
True.
adjusted to the dark yet, Raider? Loot is ripe for the picking while most of Toledo is asleep, though my suppliers say that Ark is twice as vigilant after sunset.
Got this hallway. $9.56.
Kill yourself, Bogland.
Oh, so Dan was right.
No, Dan was wrong. 100%.
Because that sounded like you just, you know, we're getting one guy by chat in the middle of a game.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Okay.
My side's clear. Door closed.
What's your inventory worth?
80.
Okay. I'm at 133. That's good, you know. I hope we die.
Okay.
9:56. We have we have to get an XQ. We got to get a good 30-minute.
Let's make sure their people aren't in here. No,
that would be
they fixed
base.
that. Alright, we're out of here.
Easy. Experience and Raider cred and everything. Yeah, there we go.
300 XP.
That was free. Free AF. Okay. 230. Good luck.
Ready it up.
Easy. Easy, easy, easy. What?
We're gonna die and that's it.
No, why would we die? We're too good for that. We got defibs, we got heavy shields, we got perks that keep us alive when we're down longer.
True. Where's the queue?
We need it. Hello? 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 Easy. There we go. 30 minutes. It's going to be 29:47. I'm in. Just kidding. Come on. Let's go.
Dude, it's gonna be an 18-minute-er.
No, shut up.
I feel it.
It's not. Shut up. Why would you say that?
Do we have time? No.
You fucked us, Moot.
I just fucking knew it, man.
Fuck it. Let's do it. Let's kill. Fuck it. Also, I think they changed night vision in this game, okay?
I can't see shit.
Yeah, you have to have your flashlight on now. See that? 3 bodies. I didn't check any of them. I'm fixed. I'm cured. Okay, we'll go sandbox. What are we at? 15k? 20k? Oh, there's a person across from us. We gotta kill him, Moot. Ready? Up here.
Okay, I'm on the way.
Fuck. They went in here. He's on the stairs. He's got a Torrente.
Down.
Oh, his house behind me! Behind me!
Was he?
There's a guy outside, yes!
Okay, I'm...
Get ready, at the door!
Watching.
Please.
Careful.
I let him, you gotta push! We right.
Come here.
Okay, they're down.
Defib?
Come here. I'll please you. Let me please you. Let me please you for a defib. Sir.
Healing. Good kills. Shielding.
I'm closing door.
They can reopen, so.
I know, I'm gonna start killing them now. You're weird. You're 12. How about that? Okay?
Nice. Okay. Are we fucked anyway? Should we check them?
We should check them.
Oh. Where the fuck did those shots come from? Oh. One down. I think I got him down. Oh, you're pushing. I'm not ready to push. Oh, I didn't get him down.
Down the.
Oh, I just got. Oh, he's.
I'm reloading.
Okay, shielding. Pushing.
Coming with.
Both dead, I think. Back up, back up, back up. I just took a big hit from something. I think I got the other one. Yep. Shielding.
Yeah, they killed each other.
Okay, they're both dead. Fuck it, do you want to check the bodies?
Yep. I'm going back in the room.
Okay. Go ahead. Shielding again.
Searching. I mainly just take medical supplies now. Okay, there's some burgers here.
I'm just gonna salvage. Oh, fuck, we're betraying our oath and we're looting.
What's an oath to a non-believer?
True. I just salvaged like a Torrente 3 or something. I don't know. Whatever. What?
Goodbye, 2 anvils. We're not a burger at all.
Whatever. Ready?
Yep.
Careful. Check this body.
You check it.
Okay. Oh, and you're just gonna leave me here? Rusty gear. Good one. Did we check these 2 bodies? Oh, you're checking?
I'm checking up here. This guy had some shit.
Checking this guy. Oh, shields. Meds counts. Okay, that's not even greedy.
Yeah, no, it's not.
And another defib. Okay, ready to go kill some mobs.
No, I'm ready to get out of here, I think.
What?
Good shit, dude.
Is the Bastion up? If the Bastion's up.
Nerf, Bastion. Closing door behind.
Like, because I think the map is exit. Or, sorry, I just fucking had a stroke. The map is cleared now.
Empty?
Yeah, it's empty. There's nobody else. That's it.
That's what they want you to think.
Okay, I'll kill this Bastion and you cover me while I kill it. Make sure nobody
Yeah,
starts taking
yeah.
pot shots at me, right? Is this an efficient use of ammo?
Who knows?
Okay, true.
The answer's probably to start Venatoring it once the armor falls off, but...
Maybe, yeah. I don't think this is efficient.
That really didn't get it?
That's you shooting? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, had to kill it for you.
Oh, yeah, fuck it, okay. Nobody showed up.
Nope.
You should hit its weak points? I don't think it has weak points, it just has points where there's no armor.
Yep.
About 30. Oh, that's nowhere near as much. Okay, mad research. Good points, okay. How many points does a shredder give? Do we know?
There's another one? Might be below, I'm not sure. Shooting.
Me too. Wait, did that door just close over there? No. Careful.
Shooting.
Oh, I know where it's from. Oh my god. I think we go back to assembly. Let's go.
Yep, following.
If we want to play it super fucking balls to the wall,
Where's
we...
last exit?
Oh, I was gonna say we could split up.
Oh no, fuck that.
Pussy. He doesn't believe, guys. He's not a believer. Where are the other players? Let the bodies hit the floor. That's where they are, okay?
In assembly.
True.
Laying down.
We're about to pass by some of them. Oh, I hear things in here. Okay. Can you get that camera on the wall?
Yeah.
Or no?
No, I don't really have a shot.
You can't jump down and shoot it?
I can jump down, yeah. Shooting.
Where the fuck is that shredder at? Oh, I see him.
Sure.
Can you please do your flame thing? Oh my god.
Healing, healing, healing. Coming. Flame on.
Go down to sandbox.
Sure, following. Dude, I can't see anything if I don't have the flashlight on. Shooting.
Good. Do you think that counts?
I just don't like the sounds, man.
Wait, check our score real quick. I want to make sure we are getting points for the shredders. They count as ground-based, right?
6,384.
Yeah. Hold on. Is it going up?
Checking. Yeah, 7,000.
Okay. Way to go. Idiot. Fuck.
Reloading Venator. Or Anvil.
I don't hear anybody move. I think it's just us.
Oh, me either.
I think we gotta split. I think we gotta split up, Moot.
It's so stupid. Because this isn't even going to be our run. We're going to have to do this again.
Well, what if it is though?
No,
Keep in mind, we don't
want,
need like the god runs, right? We're not because
we want.
We can only
like 80k for this.
No.
We're not going to do hidden bunker, dude.
Sure, but we can only rank up one
there's
time.
One down here.
A shredder?
True. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I feel like an anvil is worth it just for the fucking fire dudes. Because then you don't have to wait for them to open up. Oh, fuck. I don't know where you are. Sorry, hold on.
I got it. It's fine.
Good. Oh, we gotta go up to lobby from here. You can kill the guys down here?
Yep.
Okay, dude.
No fucking way.
Tony Hawk.
Shredded to the right.
I gotta get the one guy. Oh my god.
Got him.
Oh, you didn't get him.
I got my guy. There was one over here.
Okay, well, a pop just popped me, so. We have to go left.
Yeah, I know.
Almost the other thing.
There's nobody in here hiding.
Oh, good. Yeah, check every corner. True.
You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Okay, fuck that.
I'm gonna shoot that one. I think I saw a fire one over here now. Maybe not. Oh yeah, I did.
Going to Cultural Archives?
Running. I'm going left side of this.
Okay. We can go up to the business center.
Yep. We might be the only ones on this fucking map.
We are! We killed them all, baby!
We're at 12K.
We're getting,
It's not bad.
We're getting 20, I believe. Seriously? Okay.
We get it all?
Ah, I just got shot! From outside there.
There.
These low-down PvPers, Moot. Ready?
I'm running over.
I think they're going to be on the other side of this door. They might pop out at us. Okay, my guess is
we
they're...
heard it.
Did we? I didn't.
We heard them turn on a robot.
I'm closing this door behind us.
Okay.
I don't think we should go out that way. They could
Okay.
be in any
Coming
position. Yeah. We should try to find a way to kill them, though. Can we?
I mean, that's a pretty good way.
Okay. Get ready. Careful. They should be above us one floor. We could take the stairs up. Yeah?
Sure.
Hold on. Wait.
I'm waiting.
Okay, ready?
Going.
Oh,
They're
we're getting shot
on
up
the
from
left.
behind.
Shooting.
Okay. Do you think they were above?
They were above and to the left, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna hold this door.
Coming. I'm gonna break this. Don't let him shoot me. Okay. Opening this.
Okay.
Have you seen them yet?
I haven't. I saw kind of where the shots came from, and it kind of like came from that way towards
Yeah.
you.
Where is the ooh.
Let's head home at the seed vault air shaft.
I'll see if I can bait any shots running this way.
Yeah. I'm also right. I just don't think they're gonna be able to see.
All Raiders, arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat.
Oh! Fuck. Bad shots. I don't have a... Remember, I've got a...
I'm sorry, I don't have a shot.
Okay. I only see one guy. You want to run over there?
Sure, let's go.
Solos can queue into squads, remember, so it could literally be one guy.
I saw him.
Okay. Opening.
Yep. Grenade.
Back up.
I'm fully fucked
That's
off
fine.
of that.
Don't know why you're... Okay. You saw where he was back in the...
I did,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm gonna open and close again.
Okay. There's a grenade.
Okay. Opening and closing again. Wait, do you have a bandage running?
I'm healing, I'm healing.
Okay.
Yep. You're good. Backing up. It's actually not that bad. Oh. Never mind.
You want to You want to toggle the door again?
Yeah.
Wait.
Can I do
Let
it?
me do a grenade. Fuck it. Go.
Opening.
Toggle again. Toggle again.
Opening.
Okay. We should push. Go. Toggle and push.
Ready,
Toggle and
go.
push. I think he. Oh shit. He's back. No, you gotta. He's got a friend. One. I'm getting shot from behind by a hairpin. You fucking losers. Okay. Killing. We gotta get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we do. We got 3 minutes.
Sorry, those are horrible callouts. My bad.
Sorry.
Jesus.
Well, I'll tell you, if they had anything worth a damn, we would have got murked.
Mr. Wooten's slow walking with all that loot. I hear it.
I was trying to heal.
Nah. He's gooped up.
I'm at the bottom.
Are you now?
Last warning. 2 minutes left. Head back immediately. The window is closing.
I'm gonna go check the sandbox area real quick. I hear a shredder.
Okay, I'm checking down here. There's a shredder here.
No! I'm so dumb. Sorry. That's you shooting, right?
Yep. That wasn't me. That last
That
shot.
was me.
We got a minute.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna have to kill the shredder in this area.
Okay. Oh, ground-based. I bet those turrets don't even count. I'm... I got it?
Yeah, he's dead. I'm gonna call it.
Is the seed vault open?
I didn't see it. I didn't look. No, it's not.
Tell me what the timer is on the thing when it comes through. Do you think it's gonna come through at 30 seconds?
I'll look. I don't think so.
I think it will because we're at the countdown. Fuck. I'm just gonna come right back. Fuck it. Yeah, because I think if it comes in after, it's always at 30 seconds.
Yep, 25.
Damn, how many motherfuckers did we just fucking waste? Was that 10?
Doubters? Oh yeah, we killed a fuckload of people. They were all free kids, said NSA.
No, all the guys near assembly, those were not all free kids. Oh, shot. 49,000 experience, okay.
20K for me, holy shit.
And a Combat Mark III flanking kit. Wow.
What do I get?
Amazing. Amazing.
Combat Mark III aggressive. Just fucking dog shit.
The blueprint or just the thing?
Just the thing.
Same, just the thing. Not even a blueprint, just the thing.
Just the thing, man. See where that gets me on the ladder.
Yeah, you know what? That's good. I'm at position 50. Oh, no, wait. I just need to be top 30. You're in
Ooh, I'm
Daredevil 3,
position
right?
4. Yeah.
You're in position 4?
Yeah.
I shouldn't have played on the airplane. That was a mistake.
Huge mistake, dude.
My position
top
4
guy's
is...
only got 37.
My position 4 is 67,000.
Oh yeah, mine number 1's 37,000.
Okay. That was easy. Tomorrow we should try to do the
Tomorrow we should
probes.
actually do some shit, yeah. Tomorrow I have D&D as well, but I get done around 6, 7.
Okay. Fuck that bunker one. It's such a waste of time. Like, even if you do it perfectly and you keep, like, spam downloading information,
Like
I think you
6K?
can... It's not like 8K or maybe, like, 10K if you, like, the whole time, like, running around spamming, re-downloading over... It's fucking cringe. What is this meme? Probably, yeah. I'm tired. Wait, what is this meme? No way. What you mean tomorrow? What's the meme?
I think
Say
they're
it
saying,
again.
what do you mean tomorrow? Like they're mad that you're ending.
Oh. Okay. You
What
said
mov-
6,
what
7.
shows are you watching tomorrow?
None. Oh! The Gojo guy is from JJK. I got to episode... Wait, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to episode 2, and Gojo showed up.
You got to episode 2? You just got to episode
Yeah,
2?
and that's where he's from. That's where the guy comes from. The meme guy.
Jesus Christ.
Shut up.
All right, I'm out of here.
Okay.
GG's.
Be careful.
Goodbye, Dan.
I love you, Dan. Be careful. All right. I'll be back tomorrow. Connect. 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 Card. Wood. Foam. Dice. Board. Cube. Quarter. No! No dice. No quarter. Hash. House. Iron. Mince. Wedge. Lane. Lodge. Putter. Never mind. Jesus. Golf clubs or golf things? Is that like a type of club? Like your wedge, your iron, your 9 iron, your hole-in-one, a scorecard? And your lane that you do mini golf in. Oh no, putter, fuck. Oh, I wasn't even one off there though. No, I think I'm right though. Do you have wooden clubs? A quarter club? Oh my god. A putter. Is a hash a type of club? Did I try wood? There's no way you have wooden. A hash? A lodge? A mince? A hole club? No, we didn't. God damn it. Okay, house, lodge, quarter, hole? He lives in a hole? Garden, wood, foam, dice. Oh, board, room and board. Provide a place to... Okay. We can fight our way back. Mincemeat. Cube meat. Like cubes. Dice meat. Hash. Things that you can do to meat. Can you wedge it? Can you... You can cut it into cubes. You can mince, dice, hash. Oh, that doesn't sound right. Wedge. Cut into wedges, cubes. You can dice it, hash, wedge it. That's not a verb. Would it? Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Back to this. Where were we? You have your putter, an iron, a wedge. Did I guess this already? Card, foam, lane, hole, and wood? Am I mind fucking myself on... Your foam club? I don't know. Fuck me. Ah! A wooden golf? Okay, whatever. Is there something to do with bowling? I have no idea. Scorecard, bowling lane, memory? Memory card. Holy shit. Is that an exclusive reference to PlayStation or Nintendo? Did people ever call SD cards a memory card? Give me your memory card. I feel like I only remember that terminology with like a PS2 or a PS1. Like use your memory card. Or PS2, yeah. I'm trying to remember, do people ever call SD cards, give me your memory card? Maybe they do. Memory foam, memory hole. Your mom's hole remembers me. I don't know what that means. I'm down memory lane. What is a memory hole? Oh, when they memory hole. They're gonna memory hole that one. Oh, true. Okay. There's a verb. Oh, okay. Never mind. That's right. Okay, true. They're gonna memory hole that conspiracy. Oh, okay. All right. Have fun. Be careful. Don't die. Be careful.